Today we have 8 hours of SpongeBob lore for you to fall asleep to. So, grab a Krabby Patty and let's get started with 3 hours of classic SpongeBob. Band Geeks, the episode that defined a generation. Band Geeks aired on the 7th of September 2001 during SpongeBob SquarePants Season 2 as episode 35B. The episode pulled in 2.96 million viewers when it first broadcast on Nickelodeon. Nobody involved in making this episode could have predicted what would happen next. Over the following 2 decades, Band Geeks would become the single most beloved episode in SpongeBob history, earning a near-perfect rating on IMDb and spawning a cultural movement that would eventually involve over 1 million people petitioning the National Football League. The episode opens at Squidward's house, where he plays his clarinet so badly that 2 people from a pet hospital show up at his door asking about a dying animal on the premises. Squidward slams the door in their faces. His phone rings immediately after. When Squidward answers with his usual greeting about the house of unrecognized talent, the voice on the other end belongs to Squilliam Fancyson, Squidward's high school rival from band class. Squilliam Fancyson represents everything Squidward wishes he could be. Squilliam leads a big fancy band and has been booked to play at the Bubble Bowl next week. The Bubble Bowl is the biggest venue any musician could dream of performing at in Bikini Bottom. Squilliam calls specifically to rub this success in Squidward's face, while also mentioning that he heard Squidward now plays the cash register at the Krusty Krab. The insult cuts deep because it's true. When Squilliam mentions he can't make the Bubble Bowl performance and asks if Squidward's band can cover for him, Squidward panics. He doesn't have a band. Squilliam knows this and is setting up Squidward for humiliation. The problem is that Squidward's pride won't let him admit the truth. In a moment of desperation fueled by decades of jealousy and insecurity, Squidward lies. He tells Squilliam that he absolutely does have a band and they will play the Bubble Bowl. Squilliam wishes him good luck and hopes the audience brings lots of ibuprofen, implying the performance will give everyone a headache. After hanging up, Squidward realizes what he's done. He has 1 week to create a marching band from scratch. He puts up posters all over Bikini Bottom, advertising the opportunity to join the greatest musical sensation ever to hit town. The posters promise fulfillment, adoration from thousands of strangers, and most importantly, according to Mr. Krabs, free refreshments. The first practice is scheduled for 8:30 p.m. sharp. Squidward arrives 5 minutes late at 8:35 p.m. because a music rental clerk who didn't know an oboe from an elbow made him wait. Squidward arrives with boxes full of musical instruments, sheet music, and marching uniforms crammed into the back of his shell cart. When he walks into the practice room, he finds that everyone who responded to his posters is already there. SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy, Plankton, Mrs. Puff, Mr. Krabs, Larry the Lobster, and various other Bikini Bottom residents. Squidward asks how many people have played musical instruments before. Plankton raises his hand while holding a triangle and asks if instruments of torture count. Squidward says no. Patrick raises his hand while holding a trumpet and asks the question that would become one of the most quoted lines in television history. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Squidward responds that no, mayonnaise is not an instrument. Patrick raises his hand again and Squidward cuts him off by saying horseradish is not an instrument either. With nobody having any musical experience, Squidward declares that fortunately, he has enough talent for everyone. He tells them to repeat after him and plays 6 notes on his clarinet. The brass section goes first and plays the notes horribly. The wind section goes next and also plays terribly. When Squidward asks for the drums, the drummers misunderstand and blow on their drumsticks, which shoot out of their mouths and pin Squidward to the wall. Squidward's response captures his despair perfectly. Too bad that didn't kill me. Practice continues with Squidward trying to get everyone to march in rhythm by standing in straight rows of 5. SpongeBob asks if this is the part where they start kicking. Squidward explains that kicking is for a chorus line, not a marching band. Patrick gets excited about kicking anyway and kicks Sandy in the leg. Sandy immediately jumps on Patrick and beats him up. They roll outside while Patrick screams in pain. The doors slam shut. After a moment, Patrick sticks his head back in to announce that whoever owns the white sedan left their lights on. When Patrick walks back to his seat, viewers can see that Sandy has stuffed his entire body into a trombone. Every step Patrick takes produces a trombone note. The French narrator announces day 2. The band marches down a street attempting to play Semper Fidelis, the official march of the United States Marine Corps. They play it badly. Squidward tells the flag twirlers to really spin those batons. He keeps telling them to spin harder and move faster. The flag twirlers take his instructions too seriously and spin so hard they launch into the sky, crash into a blimp, and die in an explosion. One of the band members plays Taps, the military funeral song, while everyone mourns. Everyone except Squidward, who simply lies down on the ground and curls into a fetal position. Day 3 arrives. Squidward asks Plankton how his harmonica solo is coming along. Plankton says it's tremendous and asks if Squidward wants to see. Plankton plays the harmonica by running back and forth between the holes since he's so small. He quickly runs out of breath. On his way to the final hole, Plankton pants and walks slowly before managing one weak raspberry sound and fainting. Day 4 marks the final practice before the Bubble Bowl performance. Squidward admits to everyone that they haven't improved at all since they began. Patrick demonstrates this truth by chewing on his trumpet. Squidward then explains his theory. People talk loud when they want to act smart, so if they play loud, people might think they're good. He counts them in with 1, 2, 3, 4, and the band plays. The scene cuts outside where a massive blast of horrible noise erupts from the music school and breaks all the windows. Inside, Squidward's face has been deformed beyond recognition. His shirt is ripped, and his conductor's baton has broken in half. Squidward suggests a new theory. Maybe they should play so quietly that nobody can hear them. This is when everything falls apart. Harold, one of the band members, says maybe they wouldn't sound so bad if some people didn't try to play with big, meaty claws. He's insulting Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs demands to know what Harold just said. Harold shouts even louder, "Big, meaty claws!" Mr. Krabs responds that these claws aren't just for attracting mates. Harold tells Mr. Krabs to bring it on. SpongeBob tries to intervene peacefully by telling everyone to be smart and bring it off instead of on. Another band member insults SpongeBob by calling him a talking cheese who wants to preach to them. An all-out brawl erupts. Every band member uses their musical instruments as weapons. Squidward tries to stop them, but only because there's a deposit on the equipment. Mr. Krabs and another fish charge at each other with large woodwind instruments. Mrs. Puff slams both of them with her cymbals. Sandy breaks xylophone keys off someone's instrument. Patrick kicks Sandy, who produces a trumpet and grins evilly. Patrick realizes he's in danger and runs away screaming while Sandy chases him. The clock strikes 10 o'clock and the practice officially ends. Everyone immediately stops fighting and casually says goodbye to each other like nothing happened. They all walk toward the door where Squidward stands. Squidward delivers a speech that cuts to the emotional core of his character. He tells them they took his one chance at happiness and crushed it into little tiny bite-sized pieces. He really had expected better of them. He guesses he's a loser for that too. He tells them not to bother showing up tomorrow because he'll just tell everyone they died in a marching accident. He thanks them for nothing and leaves crying. Patrick responds by saying, "You're welcome," completely missing the sarcasm. After Squidward leaves, SpongeBob asks what kind of monsters they are. He says that poor creature came to them in his hour of need and they failed him. SpongeBob argues that Squidward has always been there for them when it was convenient for him. He tries to give examples, but they don't work. When Evelyn's little Jimmy was trapped in a fireman rescued him, not Squidward. When Larry's heart gave out from tanning pills, some guy in an ambulance revived him, not Squidward. SpongeBob tells everyone that if they can all just pretend Squidward was a fireman or some guy in an ambulance, they can pull together and discover what it truly means to be in a marching band. The crowd agrees and SpongeBob counts them into practice. The next day at the Bubble Bowl, Squidward arrives convinced that his life is over. He knows the band won't show up. He hopes at least that Squilliam won't find out about the failure. The camera zooms out to reveal Squilliam standing right next to him. Squilliam laughs and says he just wants to watch Squidward blow it. He asks where Squidward's band is. Squidward claims they couldn't come because they died. Squilliam points to SpongeBob and the rest of the band who are standing right there. Squidward screams and his eyes literally pop out of his head. SpongeBob cheerfully announces they're ready to perform. Squilliam looks at the ragtag group and tells Squidward this is exactly how he pictured his band would look. SpongeBob dances eagerly. Squidward weakly explains that's his eager face. The band marches into the Bubble Bowl Stadium. The bowl rises above a football field filled with live-action human beings, waving towels and cheering. Patrick comments that these are some ugly-looking fish. SpongeBob suggests maybe they're in a toxic waste dump. Mr. Krabs says he thinks he's going to be sick. Squidward nervously looks at everyone and then glances at Squilliam, who grins and bounces his unibrow smugly. Squidward tells everyone to get this over with and counts to 4. What happens next changed SpongeBob history forever. The band's horn players perform an intro fanfare that sounds genuinely good. Squidward opens his eyes in shock. Plankton plays opening notes on a keyboard. SpongeBob begins singing a power ballad about victory and determination. The voice coming out of SpongeBob belongs to David Glenn Isley, lead singer of the rock band Wildfire. Throughout the performance, Patrick plays electric drums while wearing sunglasses. Sandy shreds on electric guitar. Mrs. Puff plays electric bass. Mr. Krabs rocks a keytar, and Pearl plays saxophone. The song is called Sweet Victory. It was originally written by David Glenn Isley and Bob Kulick for SpongeBob specifically. The song talks about winning, fighting, never giving up, and taking victory. As SpongeBob sings, Squilliam's expression changes from smug confidence to complete shock. Squidward notices and gives Squilliam the smuggest grin imaginable. He throws his conductor's baton over his shoulder and uses just his arms for conducting. The performance is absolutely triumphant. Squilliam can't handle what he's seeing and hearing. He has a heart attack and faints. Medical personnel carry him away on a stretcher while Squidward waves goodbye with the most satisfied expression ever seen on his face. Squidward runs to the middle of the stage during the final chorus. He jumps into the air and the scene freezes on his moment of pure joy before fading to black. Band Geeks became the highest-rated episode of SpongeBob SquarePants on IMDb, with a score approaching a perfect 10 out of 10. Fans consistently rank it as not just the best SpongeBob episode, but one of the greatest animated television episodes ever created. The episode works on multiple levels that explain its enduring popularity. First, the episode understands Squidward completely. Most SpongeBob episodes position Squidward as the antagonist who suffers because of his own misery and hatred of SpongeBob. Band Geeks flips this dynamic. Squidward becomes the protagonist. Viewers root for him because everyone understands what it feels like to have a rival who seems more successful. Everyone knows the pain of lying about an accomplishment to save face. Everyone has felt like a loser compared to someone else. Squidward's emotional breakdown when he thinks he's failed hits hard because it's real. His joy at the end feels earned. Second, the episode contains an incredible number of quotable lines and memorable moments packed into just 11 minutes. "Is mayonnaise an instrument?" became one of the most repeated SpongeBob quotes ever. The flag twirlers crashing into a blimp became a dark comedy classic. Patrick being stuffed inside a trombone created a visual gag that still makes people laugh. The big meaty claws argument became a meme. Squidward's tearful speech about crushed dreams resonated with audiences. Every scene offers something quotable or memorable. Third, Sweet Victory itself became a cultural phenomenon separate from the episode. The song is genuinely good. It's not a joke song or a parody. It's a legitimate power ballad that sounds like it could have been a hit in the 1,980 seconds rock scene. David Glenn Isley's vocals give SpongeBob real singing credibility. The song's message about perseverance and victory through determination resonates with people of all ages. The song became an anthem. The cultural impact of Sweet Victory reached its peak in 2018 when SpongeBob creator Stephen Hillenburg died from ALS at age 57. Hillenburg had announced his ALS diagnosis in 2017, but said he would continue working on SpongeBob as long as possible. His death devastated fans who had grown up watching the show he created. People wanted to honor his legacy. Super Bowl LIII was scheduled for the 3rd of February 2019, just a few months after Hillenburg's death. Fans started an online petition asking the National Football League to have Sweet Victory performed during the halftime show as a tribute to Stephen Hillenburg. The petition gained momentum quickly. More than 1.2 million people signed it. The idea made perfect sense because Band Geeks features the band performing at the Bubble Bowl, which is SpongeBob's version of the Super Bowl. The Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, which hosted Super Bowl LIII, posted a GIF on Twitter showing SpongeBob dancing from Band Geeks. This seemed to confirm that Sweet Victory would be performed. Maroon 5, who were headlining the halftime show, included a brief clip of SpongeBob in a preview video. Fans became convinced the full song would be performed. The anticipation built for weeks. The halftime show began and a clip from Band Geeks appeared on screen showing SpongeBob introducing the Sweet Victory performance. The crowd went wild. Then the clip ended after just a few seconds and transitioned into Travis Scott's set with no actual Sweet Victory performance. Fans were devastated and angry. They felt betrayed. The disappointment spread across social media immediately. The Dallas Stars of the National Hockey League responded the next day by uploading a modified version of the full Sweet Victory sequence on their Twitter. They had altered the band uniforms from red to green to match the team's colors. The tweet said this was the Super Bowl halftime show fans deserved. The Stars had actually shown this video during their February 1 game against the Minnesota Wild, before the Super Bowl even happened. The Super Bowl disappointment somehow made Band Geeks even more legendary. The episode became a symbol of what SpongeBob meant to a generation of fans. It represented the creativity, humor, emotion, and heart that made classic SpongeBob special. The fact that over 1 million people cared enough about a cartoon episode to petition for its song to be performed at America's biggest sporting event proved the episode's impact. Band Geeks succeeds because it combines everything that made seasons 1 through 3 of SpongeBob great. The humor ranges from silly visual gags to smart character-driven comedy. Patrick's mayonnaise question is absurdist humor that children find funny because it's random, and adults find funny because it's actually a clever subversion of typical question and answer classroom scenes. The flag twirlers dying is dark humor that pushes boundaries. Squidward's emotional breakdown is character-driven drama that gives weight to the comedy. The episode also showcases excellent pacing. Most Band Geeks scenes last between 15 and 30 seconds. The episode moves quickly through the days of practice using the French narrator's time cards. Each practice day shows the band failing in new and inventive ways. The fighting scene escalates perfectly from verbal argument to physical brawl to everyone casually leaving when time runs out. The structure builds to the Bubble Bowl performance in a way that feels natural and earned. Stephen Hillenburg and the Season 2 writing team understood that audiences needed to care about Squidward for the ending to work. The episode makes Squidward sympathetic without making him nice. He's still arrogant and condescending, he still insults everyone, He's still a terrible teacher who cares more about himself than his students, but his dreams matter. His rivalry with Squilliam matters. His desperation matters. When he breaks down crying, viewers feel genuine sympathy for a character who usually deserves his suffering. The ending rewards not just Squidward, but everyone. SpongeBob gets to be the hero by rallying the band. Patrick gets to play drums with sunglasses looking cool. Sandy gets to shred on guitar. Mr. Krabs gets to rock a keytar. Plankton gets to be part of something bigger than himself. Everyone who practiced and fought and struggled gets their moment of glory. The victory belongs to the whole band, not just Squidward, which makes it more satisfying. Band Geeks also works because it tells a complete story in 11 minutes. The episode has a clear beginning, middle, and end. Squidward receives the challenge from Squilliam in the beginning. He struggles to train the band in the middle, he achieves victory in the end. There are no subplots or distractions. Every scene serves the main story. This focused storytelling became rarer in later SpongeBob seasons, which made episodes like Band Geeks feel even more special in retrospect. The animation in Band Geeks showcases the quality of Season 2 SpongeBob. The character expressions are detailed and varied. Squidward's face deforming from the loud music shows the animator's willingness to push character designs. Patrick stuffed in the trombone demonstrates creative visual comedy. Squilliam's unibrow bouncing smugly adds personality. The freeze frame ending on Squidward jumping creates an iconic final image. The live-action crowd footage integrating with the animated characters was ambitious for a television budget. Band Geeks proved that SpongeBob could tell stories with real emotional stakes while maintaining its silly humor. The episode influenced countless later episodes that tried to recreate its magic. Some succeeded, like Chocolate with Nuts and Pizza Delivery. Many others failed by missing what made Band Geeks work. The episode wasn't successful because of Sweet Victory alone, though the song helped. It succeeded because every element worked together: the character development, the comedy, the pacing, the music, the animation, and the heart. When fans discuss classic SpongeBob, Band Geeks comes up first. When people make lists of the greatest SpongeBob episodes, Band Geeks sits at number 1. When someone asks what episode they should show a person who has never seen SpongeBob, Band Geeks is the answer. The episode defined what SpongeBob SquarePants could achieve at its absolute best. It defined a generation's understanding of what made the show special. 20 years after its the 7th of September 2001 premiere, Band Geeks remains the gold standard for SpongeBob excellence and the episode that truly defined a generation. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Art of Cell Animation, Season 1's unique hand-painted look. SpongeBob SquarePants Season 1 stands completely alone in the show's history because it was the only season created using traditional cell animation. Every other season of SpongeBob after Season 1 was made using digital animation techniques. This makes Season 1 visually different from every episode that came after. The hand-painted cells and backgrounds from Season 1 have become highly collectible items because they represent the only time SpongeBob was created the old-fashioned way. Season 1 premiered on the 1st of May 1999 with 3 episodes: Help Wanted, Reef Blower, and Tea at the Tree Dome. The season ended on the 3rd of March 2001 with the episode Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2. This means Season 1 spanned nearly 2 full years of production and broadcast. During this entire time, every single frame of animation was created by hand using a process that had been the standard in animation for decades, but was quickly becoming outdated. Cell animation, also called cell animation or traditional animation, refers to a specific technique where animators draw each frame on transparent sheets called cells. The word cell comes from celluloid, which was the material originally used to make these transparent sheets. By the time SpongeBob was being made in the late 990 seconds, the sheets were actually made from cellulose acetate, but everyone still called them cells. The process of creating cell animation for SpongeBob Season 1 was incredibly time-consuming and labor-intensive. First, the animators at Nickelodeon Animation Studio in Burbank, California, would create storyboards for each episode. These storyboards served as blueprints showing what would happen in each scene. Once the storyboards were approved, the real animation work began. Animators would draw the characters and moving elements on paper first. These drawings showed every single frame of movement. Animation typically runs at 24 frames per second, though television animation often uses 12 frames per second with each drawing photographed twice. This means that for every second of SpongeBob animation, at least 12 individual drawings had to be created. A standard 11-minute SpongeBob episode contains about 660 seconds of animation, which would require nearly 8,000 individual drawings if every frame was unique. In practice, animators reuse some drawings and hold certain frames longer to make the process more efficient, but the number of required drawings remained enormous. After the drawings were completed on paper, they were transferred onto the transparent cell sheets. This transfer process was called inking. Artists would carefully trace the pencil drawings onto the cells using ink. Every line had to be precise because any mistake would be visible in the final animation. The inking process required steady hands and incredible patience. Once the inking was complete, the cells moved to the painting department. This is where Season 1 of SpongeBob became truly unique. Every cell had to be hand-painted on the reverse side. The painters would flip the cell over and carefully paint colors onto the back of the sheet. This meant the paint would show through the front of the cell while the ink lines remained on top, creating the finished character image. The painting process for Season 1 SpongeBob presented specific challenges. Executive producer Paul Tibbitt explained the process in a 2009 interview. He said that the first season of SpongeBob was done the old-fashioned way on cells, and every cell had to be part painted, left to dry, then have other colors painted on. Each cell might require multiple colors, and each color had to dry completely before the next color could be applied. If a painter tried to add a second color before the first color dried, the paints would mix and ruin the cell. The entire cell would have to be redone from scratch. This painting and drying process created significant time delays. A single cell might take hours or even days to complete if it required many different colors. SpongeBob himself required at least 3 main colors: yellow for his body, white for his shirt, and red for his tie. His eyes needed white and blue. His mouth needed pink and red. Each of these colors had to be applied separately and given time to dry. Multiply this by thousands of cells per episode, and the time investment becomes staggering. The backgrounds for Season 1 were also hand-painted, which made them different from later seasons. Background artists would paint entire scenes on large sheets of paper or board. These backgrounds showed the locations where the action took place: the Krusty Krab interior, SpongeBob's Pineapple House, Jellyfish Fields, and Bikini Bottom streets. Each background was a unique piece of art created specifically for that scene. The backgrounds in early Season 1 episodes had a specific look that fans immediately recognize. They were often described as bland or not very colorful compared to later seasons. The colors appeared washed out or subdued. This wasn't because the artists lacked skill. The subdued colors were partly a result of the cell animation process itself, and partly an artistic choice that matched the show's initial aesthetic. The cell animation process affected how colors looked in the final product. After the cells were painted and dried, they were placed on top of the painted backgrounds and photographed one frame at a time. This is called cell overlay photography. The camera would photograph the background with the painted cell on top of it. Then the next cell would be placed on the background and photographed. This process repeated for every single frame of animation. The problem was that the transparent cell sheets weren't completely transparent. They had a slight tint or texture that affected the final image. When multiple cells were stacked on top of each other, which happened frequently when multiple characters appeared in the same frame, the colors became even more muted. The camera lights and film stock also influenced how colors appeared. All of these factors combined to give Season 1 its characteristic look. The character designs in Season 1 also looked different because of cell animation. SpongeBob had very large eyeballs in Season 1, larger than in later seasons. His body was asymmetrical, meaning his left side and right side didn't match exactly. This asymmetry gave him a more organic, hand-drawn quality. SpongeBob's color was described as a pale yellow, like a mix of white cheese, beige, and yellow. This pale yellow was partly an artistic choice, and partly a result of how the yellow paint looked when photographed on the cells. One of the most distinctive aspects of Season 1's cell animation was that every frame looked unique and slightly different. When animation is done by hand, tiny variations occur naturally. No two drawings are exactly identical, even when the same animator tries to draw the same character in the same pose twice. These tiny variations gave Season 1 a fluid, organic quality. Characters seemed to breathe and move in slightly unpredictable ways. This frame-by-frame uniqueness became a defining characteristic of Season 1's aesthetic. Fans who love Season 1 often cite this quality as what makes it special. Each frame feels like a small piece of art created by a human being. The animation has imperfections and irregularities that give it personality and warmth. Later seasons using digital animation would become more consistent and clean, but they lost some of this organic, handcrafted quality. The animation in Season 1 was also described as grainy. This graininess came from the film stock used to photograph the cells and from the photographic process itself. The images had a slight texture or noise that digital animation doesn't have. This grain gave Season 1 a vintage quality that matched the show's underwater aesthetic. The grain made Bikini Bottom feel like an old photograph or a memory from the past. As Season 1 progressed through its nearly 2-year run, the animation quality improved and became cleaner. The second half of Season 1 featured noticeably better animation than the first half. The animators and painters gained experience and refined their techniques. The backgrounds became more detailed, the colors became slightly more vibrant, the character designs became more consistent. However, the fundamental cell animation process remained the same throughout the entire season. The decision to use cell animation for Season 1-inch 1999 was already somewhat unusual. By the late 1990 seconds, many animation studios had begun switching to digital animation techniques. Disney's Beauty and the Beast in 1991 was one of the first major animated films to use computer animation for certain scenes. By the time SpongeBob premiered in 1999, digital animation was becoming the industry standard for new productions. Steven Hillenburg and the SpongeBob production team chose cell animation for Season 1 for several reasons. First, traditional cell animation was what Hillenburg knew and had experience with from his work on Rocko's Modern Life. Rocko's Modern Life, which aired from 1993 to 1996, was also animated using traditional cells. Hillenburg served as creative director on Rocko's Modern Life during its final season, so he understood the cell animation workflow thoroughly. Second, cell animation allowed for a specific artistic style that matched Hillenburg's vision for SpongeBob. Hillenburg wanted SpongeBob to have a handcrafted, cartoonish quality that felt warm and inviting. Cell animation naturally provided this quality through its imperfections and organic variations. The slightly rough, grainy look of cell animation made Bikini Bottom feel like a real place with texture and history rather than a sterile computer-generated environment. Third, the budget and timeline for Season 1 were established before digital animation became fully standardized. Nickelodeon Animation Studio had the equipment, staff, and expertise to produce cell animation efficiently. Switching to an entirely new digital workflow would have required significant investment in new equipment, software, and training. For a new show with an uncertain future, maintaining the existing cell animation process made practical sense. The physical process of creating Season 1 involved coordination between the California studio and overseas animation studios. The California crew at Nickelodeon Animation Studio in Burbank created the storyboards and initial designs. These storyboards served as templates that were sent to Rough Draft Studios in South Korea. Rough Draft Studios handled the actual frame-by-frame animation, meaning they created all the individual drawings that would become the finished episode. After Rough Draft Studios completed the drawings, the cells were inked and painted. Each cell was then colored by hand according to color models provided by the California team. The color models showed exactly what colors should be used for each character and element. The painters in South Korea would carefully match these colors as precisely as possible. Once all the cells were painted and dried, they were photographed frame by frame on top of the hand-painted backgrounds. The completed filmed animation was sent back to California, where the post-production team added sound effects, music, and voice acting. This international workflow was standard for television animation in the 1990 seconds and continues today, though with digital files being transferred instead of physical cells and film. The transition from Season 1's cell animation to Season 2's digital animation happened during 2000. Paul Tibbitt's 2009 interview confirmed that Season 1 was the only season done on cells, and that a shift was made to digital ink and paint animation starting with Season 2. Digital ink and paint animation meant that the initial drawings were still done on paper by hand, but then they were scanned into computers. The inking and painting happened digitally using software instead of physically with ink and paint on cell sheets. This transition to digital animation changed how SpongeBob looked, starting with Season 2. The colors became brighter and more saturated. The lines became cleaner and more consistent. The grain disappeared, replaced by crisp digital clarity. Characters became more symmetrical and less subject to frame-by-frame variation. The backgrounds became more detailed and colorful, with purple, red, and orange shades appearing more frequently. SpongeBob's design changed slightly when digital animation began. His pale yellow color became a brighter, more vibrant yellow. His asymmetrical body became more square and geometric. His eyes became slightly smaller and more consistent in size. These changes were subtle but noticeable to fans who carefully compared Season 1 to Season 2 episodes. The cell animation of Season 1 gave certain episodes a distinctive atmosphere that's hard to replicate. Episodes like Help Wanted, Reef Blower, Tea at the Tree Dome, Bubble Stand, Ripped Pants, and Pizza Delivery all have the grainy, handcrafted quality of cell animation. The colors are more subdued and muted. The characters have a slightly rougher, more organic appearance. The backgrounds have a painted quality that feels tactile and real. This atmospheric quality of Season 1's cell animation particularly enhanced the show's underwater setting. The grain and color muting created a sense of depth and murkiness that felt appropriate for an ocean environment. The hand-painted backgrounds had brushstrokes and texture that suggested the movement of water and sand. The organic variation in character movement matched the fluid, flowing nature of underwater life. Because Season 1 was the only season animated on cells, the original artwork from those episodes has become highly collectible. Animation collectors seek out original SpongeBob Season 1 production cells because they are unique physical artifacts that can never be reproduced. Each cell represents a single frame from an actual broadcast episode. Galleries and auction houses sell Season 1 SpongeBob cells for significant amounts of money. These collectible cells include both character cells and production backgrounds. A character cell shows SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, or another character painted on the transparent sheet. A production background is one of the hand-painted scenes used in an actual episode. Some collectors try to match character cells with their corresponding backgrounds to recreate complete animation setups from specific scenes. The value of Season 1 cell artwork has increased over the years as SpongeBob has become recognized as one of the most influential animated series in television history. The fact that only Season 1 was hand-animated makes that season's physical artwork particularly rare. Nickelodeon and the animation studios only created exactly as many cells as needed for the episodes. Once Season 2 switched to digital animation, no more hand-painted SpongeBob cells would ever be created. The aesthetic differences between Season 1's cell animation and later seasons' digital animation have sparked debates among SpongeBob fans. Some fans strongly prefer the look of Season 1, arguing that the hand-painted quality gives those episodes more warmth, character, and artistic value. They appreciate the grain, the muted colors, the asymmetrical character designs, and the organic variation between frames. To these fans, Season 1 represents SpongeBob at its purest and most authentic. Other fans prefer the cleaner, brighter look of the digital animation that began in Season 2. They argue that the improved color saturation and consistency make the show more visually appealing. The brighter colors make the underwater world feel more vibrant and fun. The cleaner lines make the characters easier to see and their expressions clearer. The more consistent animation from frame to frame creates smoother movement. Both perspectives have merit because they reflect genuine differences in the animation process. Cell animation and digital animation are fundamentally different techniques that produce different aesthetic results. Neither is objectively better than the other. They simply create different looks and feels. Season 1's cell animation gave SpongeBob a handcrafted, vintage quality. Digital animation gave later seasons a polished, vibrant quality. The choice to use cell animation for Season 1 also reflected Stephen Hillenburg's artistic background and influences. Hillenburg had studied experimental animation at the California Institute of the Arts. His thesis film, Wormholes, was created using traditional animation techniques. Hillenburg appreciated the handcrafted nature of traditional animation and understood how to use its qualities to create specific moods and atmospheres. Hillenburg's marine biology background also influenced how cell animation was used in Season 1. As a former marine biology teacher at the Ocean Institute, Hillenburg wanted Bikini Bottom to feel like a believable underwater environment. The subdued colors and grainy texture of cell animation helped create that believability. Real underwater environments don't have bright, saturated colors because water filters out certain wavelengths of light. The muted colors of Season 1's cell animation accidentally matched this reality. The organic, flowing quality of cell animation also matched the fluid movement of ocean life. Real sea creatures don't move with perfect mechanical consistency. They drift, float, and move with natural variation. The frame-by-frame imperfections of cell animation created a similar sense of natural, organic movement. SpongeBob and his friends felt like they were actually floating through water rather than moving through empty space. The time and effort required to create Season 1's cell animation also meant that every frame was precious. Animators couldn't easily fix mistakes or make quick changes the way digital animators can. If a painted cell was ruined, it had to be completely redone from scratch. This meant the animators and painters had to be extremely careful and deliberate with every single frame. The result was that every frame received focused attention and craftsmanship. This craftsmanship shows in the details of Season 1 episodes. Character expressions are carefully drawn and painted. Background details are thoughtfully included. Visual gags are precisely timed. Nothing feels rushed or careless. Even though the budget was modest and the production schedule was tight, the cell animation process enforced a level of care and attention that resulted in high-quality animation. In 2008, nearly a decade after Season 1 premiered, the SpongeBob production team began using drawing tablets for animation. This represented another technological advancement beyond the digital ink and paint that started in Season 2. Drawing tablets allowed animators to draw directly on computer screens rather than on paper. This made the animation process even faster and more efficient. The 5th season episode, Pest of the West, was the first episode where the crew applied this drawing tablet method. This progression from cell animation in Season 1 to digital ink and paint in Season 2 to drawing tablets by Season 5 shows how animation technology rapidly evolved during SpongeBob's run. Each technological advancement made the animation process faster, cheaper, and more flexible. However, each advancement also moved further away from the handcrafted physical quality that made Season 1 unique. Season 1's cell animation represents a moment in time when traditional animation techniques were meeting digital technology. SpongeBob Season 1 was one of the last major animated television series to use hand-painted cells throughout an entire season. After SpongeBob transitioned to digital animation in Season 2, almost no mainstream animated shows continued using cell animation. The technique became obsolete for commercial animation production, though some independent animators and artists still use it for special projects. The legacy of Season 1's cell animation lives on in how fans remember and discuss early SpongeBob. When people talk about the show's golden era or classic episodes, they often specifically mean the cell animated episodes from Season 1 and the early digital episodes from Seasons 2 and 3 that maintained a similar aesthetic. The hand-painted quality of Season 1 set a visual standard and established an artistic identity that influenced all subsequent seasons, even as the technology changed. Today, nearly 25 years after Season 1 premiered, the cell-animated episodes represent a time capsule of late 1990 seconds animation technique. They show what television animation looked like at the turn of the millennium when traditional methods were giving way to digital technology. They preserve Steven Hillenburg's original artistic vision in its purest form, created using the same animation techniques that had been standard since the early days of animation. The art of cell animation that defined Season 1's unique hand-painted look will never be repeated in SpongeBob. Every episode after Season 1 has been created digitally in some form. This makes Season 1 permanently special and irreplaceable in the show's history. The grainy, muted, organic quality of those first episodes cannot be recreated through digital means. It can only be appreciated by watching those original Season 1 episodes and recognizing the incredible amount of human craftsmanship that went into creating every single frame by hand. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Pizza Delivery, the Krusty Krab's first road trip. Pizza Delivery aired on the 14th of August, 1999 as Episode 5A of SpongeBob SquarePants Season 1. The episode drew 2.47 million viewers during its initial broadcast on Nickelodeon. Pizza Delivery was only the 5th episode ever produced for SpongeBob, coming early enough in the show's run that the creators were still establishing what kind of stories they wanted to tell. The episode proved that SpongeBob could tell simple stories about two characters on a journey and make them emotionally powerful. The episode begins at nighttime at the Krusty Krab after closing time. SpongeBob is cleaning a table while Squidward tells him to hurry up with the chairs because he wants to go home. The phone rings and SpongeBob leaps for it enthusiastically, but Squidward answers first. SpongeBob crashes to the floor. Squidward tells the caller that the restaurant is closed, but Mr. Krabs snatches the phone away. The customer on the phone wants to order a pizza. Mr. Krabs' eyes turn into dollar signs. He tells the customer that, of course, the Krusty Krab has pizza, and their delivery squid will bring it right over. Squidward protests that they don't serve pizza and they don't deliver. Mr. Krabs takes a plate of Krabby Patties, smashes them together into a pizza shape, and puts the result in a pizza box. He gives the box to Squidward and tells him that the Krusty Krab doesn't deliver, but Squidward does. Squidward asks if Mr. Krabs can just get SpongeBob to do the delivery instead. Mr. Krabs thinks this is a great idea and tells Squidward to take SpongeBob with him. SpongeBob appears with a huge smile on his face. Squidward realizes this wasn't what he had in mind. The scene establishes the basic dynamic that drives the episode. Squidward wants to avoid work and go home, while SpongeBob is excited about the delivery mission. Outside the Krusty Krab, SpongeBob performs a vehicle inspection on the boat they'll use for delivery. He checks the front end, antenna, bumper, and bumper sticker that reads, "I brake for sea urchins." When SpongeBob checks the tire pressure, he uncaps the tire valve and puts his mouth on it. This causes him to inflate like a giant parade balloon. His voice becomes squeaky and high-pitched. He announces the tire pressure is good, then blows out all the air into Squidward's face, returning to his normal size and voice. SpongeBob declares that the vehicle inspection is complete and they're making history. The lucky customer is going to receive the first Krabby Patty pizza ever. Squidward tells SpongeBob to drive. SpongeBob says he can't because he's still in boating school. This reference connects to earlier episodes showing SpongeBob's inability to pass his driving test. Squidward insists it's just around the corner and tells SpongeBob to do what he does in school. SpongeBob agrees but says he needs to remember how to drive. Squidward tells him to back it up. SpongeBob doesn't understand at first. Squidward repeats the instruction multiple times, getting increasingly frustrated. He finally shouts for SpongeBob to shift into reverse. SpongeBob says reverse and then imagines the words forward and reverse turning into Korean writing. The transcript specifically notes that the Korean characters shown are aproga for forward and twiroga for reverse. SpongeBob finally shifts into reverse and the boat backs up extremely fast. Squidward tries to grab the wheel, but Spongebob keeps announcing that he's backing up while the boat speeds backward out of control. They go over a bumpy area with rocks, then spin around and around while both scream. The scene fades to the next morning, with the boat still going backward over 5 hills. The boat finally stops when it runs out of fuel. SpongeBob says one final backing up as the engine dies. Squidward observes that SpongeBob successfully backed up and they're now out of gas. He adds with an echo effect that they're in the middle of nowhere. SpongeBob points out that the pizza is getting cold. Squidward responds with exaggerated sarcasm, acting shocked that the pizza is cold and asking how things could get any worse. He kicks the boat in frustration. The boat's gasoline tank mysteriously becomes full again, and the boat drives away into the distance without them. SpongeBob optimistically suggests they can still deliver the pizza on foot. Squidward narrows his eyes in frustration. The scene transitions to both of them walking across sand. Squidward complains that his feet are killing him. SpongeBob begins singing a song about the Krusty Krab pizza. The song becomes a recurring element throughout the episode, with SpongeBob singing different variations as their journey continues. Squidward trips over SpongeBob, who is lying on the ground rubbing the sand. SpongeBob explains it's an old pioneer trick he saw in a movie once. Squidward says this is no time for games, but SpongeBob shushes him and says it's working. SpongeBob announces he can hear a truck with 16 wheels approaching. He says he can now show Squidward how the pioneers hitchhike. SpongeBob starts dancing in the middle of the road while wearing a hat. A swordfish truck driver approaches and yells about breakdancers before honking his horn. Squidward gets excited thinking the truck is stopping. He realizes the truck isn't stopping and grabs SpongeBob out of the way. The truck covers both of them in sand. Squidward gives the smiling SpongeBob an annoyed look. The scene cuts to SpongeBob and Squidward walking through heavy winds. SpongeBob continues singing his Krusty Krab pizza song. The wind blows so hard that Squidward's nose keeps touching his face. He tries putting his nose in his mouth to keep it still. SpongeBob gets lifted into the air by the wind. Squidward yells for SpongeBob to let go of the stupid pizza. SpongeBob, still floating in the air, says he can't because it's for the customer. Squidward asks who cares about the customer. SpongeBob says he does. Squidward says he doesn't. The wind stops briefly, and SpongeBob gasps Squidward's name in shock before the wind carries him away again. Squidward grabs SpongeBob's legs. SpongeBob refuses to let go of the pizza because it's for the customer. They both notice a tornado nearby. Squidward changes his mind and tells SpongeBob to hang on to the pizza. The tornado lifts both of them up and then spits them out. They scream while falling. SpongeBob uses the pizza box as a parachute and lands safely. Squidward falls hard onto the ground. He crawls up to the screen asking where the road is. A tumbleweed rolls by to emphasize how lost they are. Squidward declares they're doomed and asks how they'll get home. SpongeBob lands and says he thinks town is in a particular direction. Squidward sarcastically asks if SpongeBob learned this from the pioneers. SpongeBob confirms this is correct and points to a mossy rock. He explains that moss always points to civilization. Squidward repeatedly asks if SpongeBob really thinks they should go that way. SpongeBob nods. Squidward announces he's going the opposite direction. The camera pans out to reveal there is actually a city in the direction SpongeBob indicated. Squidward has chosen to ignore correct information out of stubbornness. SpongeBob continues singing variations of the Krusty Krab pizza song as they walk. The transcript details multiple versions of the song showing SpongeBob's creativity and persistence. At one point, he starts beatboxing. Later, he sings with blues rock soul style and hits a falsetto note. Eventually, both SpongeBob and Squidward look weary. SpongeBob's singing becomes exhausted and he can barely finish the words. The transcript shows them both lying face down in the sand. Squidward says they need to eat something. SpongeBob recalls that in times of hardship, the pioneers would eat coral. Squidward eats some coral. SpongeBob says maybe it wasn't coral. Squidward spits out the coral. SpongeBob suggests maybe it was sand or mud. Squidward demands the pizza. SpongeBob says he remembers now that it was coral. Squidward tells SpongeBob to give him the pizza. SpongeBob refuses because they promised it's for the customer. Fancy music plays as Squidward changes tactics. He agrees that SpongeBob is right and the pizza is for the customer. He suggests they should check on the pizza to make sure it's okay. SpongeBob opens the box briefly and closes it quickly, declaring the pizza is fine. Squidward says he thinks he saw something and opens the box himself. Squidward looks at the pizza and says it's a fine-looking pizza. SpongeBob becomes entranced. Squidward points out the cheese and then the pepperoni. SpongeBob keeps responding, yeah, in a hypnotized voice. Squidward asks if the pizza looks good. SpongeBob slurps. SpongeBob suddenly snaps out of it and realizes what Squidward is trying to do. He closes the box and declares he won't let Squidward eat the pizza. Squidward demands the pizza. SpongeBob refuses. Squidward threatens to take it away. SpongeBob runs off, telling Squidward to get away. Squidward chases SpongeBob, demanding the pizza, while SpongeBob repeatedly shouts no. Squidward becomes too tired to keep running. SpongeBob runs back into Squidward. Squidward says he wants the pizza and SpongeBob will hand it over one way or another. SpongeBob suddenly announces they're saved. Squidward thinks this is a trick to distract him and demands pizza. SpongeBob insists they really are saved and starts jumping in and out of his pants repeatedly while shouting. Squidward tells him to cut it out. SpongeBob does an elaborate celebration, including backflips, push-ups, ripping himself apart and reconnecting, and a conga dance, all while singing about being saved. Squidward finally tells SpongeBob that the thing he's excited about is just a stupid boulder. SpongeBob delivers one of the most quoted lines in SpongeBob history. It's not just a boulder, it's a rock. He says this with deep emotion and tears in his eyes. He hugs the boulder and climbs on top of it. SpongeBob explains that the pioneers used to ride these babies for miles, and this rock is in great shape. Squidward angrily tells SpongeBob to forget the stupid pioneers. He points out there are none of them left. He says that's because they were lousy hitchhikers, ate coral, and took directions from algae. He asks if SpongeBob is now telling him the pioneers thought they could drive rocks. During this speech, SpongeBob somehow gets the boulder moving and runs over Squidward with it. Squidward stands up and chases after SpongeBob, telling him to hold on. The rock carries them to the customer's house. SpongeBob says he can't wait to see the look on their customer's face. He rings the doorbell and gives Squidward a thumbs up. The customer opens the door and SpongeBob congratulates him on receiving his Krabby Patty pizza. The customer smiles and says he's been dying for one of these. Then his expression changes. He asks where his drink is. SpongeBob asks what drink in a confused voice. The customer demands to know where his Diet Dr. Kelp is and asks if they forgot his drink. SpongeBob checks the order and sees no drink is listed. He tries to explain that the customer didn't order any drink. The customer yells furiously, asking how he's supposed to eat the pizza without his drink. Tears start rolling down SpongeBob's face. The customer continues yelling, asking if SpongeBob ever thought of the customer. He throws the pizza box directly at SpongeBob's face. He says SpongeBob can't call himself a delivery boy, and he's not buying the pizza. The customer slams the door. SpongeBob goes over to Squidward, smiling nervously, shaking, and trying not to cry. Squidward hops off the rock and tries to console SpongeBob by saying his name repeatedly. SpongeBob drops the pizza box, falls over, and starts sobbing loudly. He absorbs his tears over and over in a visual representation of his devastation. Squidward keeps trying to comfort him. SpongeBob continues crying. This makes Squidward become furious at the customer. Squidward grabs the pizza, marches to the house, and furiously pounds on the door. The customer answers still angry. He says if this is another delivery person, he already told SpongeBob's little friend he's not paying. Squidward responds from the customer's point of view that this one is on the house. He slams the pizza box directly into the customer's face. SpongeBob, still lying on the ground in tears, asks if the customer changed his mind. Squidward smugly says the customer sure did, and ate the whole thing in one bite. SpongeBob stops crying and cheers up. He asks if the customer needed a drink. Squidward says no. He tells SpongeBob to take him home. Both jump on the rock. SpongeBob says they actually have just enough time to make it back to work. He backs up the rock and they instantly arrive at the Krusty Krab. Squidward says work and complains about his aching tentacles as the screen cuts to black. Pizza delivery became one of the most beloved episodes from Season 1 for several important reasons. The episode shows Squidward at his most sympathetic. Throughout most of the journey, Squidward acts like his typical grumpy self. He complains constantly. He gets frustrated with SpongeBob's optimism and pioneer references. He tries to steal the pizza when he gets hungry. He refuses to follow SpongeBob's correct directions out of stubbornness. Despite all this typical Squidward behavior, the ending completely recontextualizes his character. When SpongeBob breaks down crying after the customer's cruelty, Squidward's entire attitude shifts. He doesn't mock SpongeBob or tell him to get over it. Instead, Squidward tries to comfort him. When comfort doesn't work, Squidward takes action. He marches to the customer's house and slams the pizza in his face. This moment of defending SpongeBob shows that beneath Squidward's constant irritation lies genuine care for his coworker. Squidward doesn't stand up for SpongeBob because of any reward or obligation. He does it purely because seeing SpongeBob hurt makes him angry. The episode proves that Squidward and SpongeBob have a real relationship despite their differences. This emotional complexity elevates pizza delivery above a simple comedy episode. The episode also works because it captures the essence of SpongeBob's character perfectly. SpongeBob's dedication to customer service becomes the driving force of the entire plot. He refuses to let go of the pizza even when carried by tornado winds. He won't let Squidward eat the pizza despite both of them being hungry. He rides a boulder for miles to complete the delivery. His commitment to doing his job correctly never wavers. This dedication makes the customer's rejection especially devastating. SpongeBob did everything possible to deliver the pizza. He and Squidward got lost, survived a tornado, walked for hours, resisted hunger, and found creative solutions to impossible problems. SpongeBob succeeded at an extremely difficult task. The customer rejects all this effort over a drink that was never ordered. The unfairness crushes SpongeBob emotionally. The Krusty Krab pizza song became one of the most memorable musical moments in early SpongeBob. Tom Kenny, SpongeBob's voice actor, performs multiple variations of the song throughout the episode. The song starts simple and cheerful. As the journey continues, SpongeBob adds beatboxing, blues rock, soul styling, falsetto notes, and eventually exhausted, barely coherent mumbling. The song's evolution mirrors the physical and emotional journey. The song's lyrics are simple but effective. SpongeBob sings about the Krusty Krab pizza being the pizza for you and me, having free delivery, and being very tasty. The repetitive structure makes the song easy to remember and sing along with. Fans of the show can recite the Krusty Krab pizza song from memory decades after first hearing it. The song represents SpongeBob's optimism and enthusiasm even in difficult circumstances. The Pioneer references throughout pizza delivery create a running joke that builds to the bolder payoff. SpongeBob learned everything he knows about survival from watching movies about pioneers. He uses pioneer tricks to detect the truck. He explains that pioneers hitchhiked by dancing in the road. He claims moss always points to civilization. He says pioneers ate coral in times of hardship. Every pioneer reference frustrates Squidward more. The bolder moment combines all the pioneer references into one perfect scene. Squidward's angry speech about pioneers being lousy hitchhikers who ate coral and took directions from algae mirrors everything that happened in the episode. SpongeBob literally did all these things. Squidward's question about pioneers driving rocks gets answered immediately when SpongeBob runs him over with the boulder. The joke works because the episode set it up carefully throughout the entire story. The "it's not just a boulder, it's a rock" line became one of the most quoted SpongeBob moments ever. The line works on multiple levels. On the surface level, boulders and rocks are the same thing, making SpongeBob's emotional distinction absurd. On a deeper level, the line shows how SpongeBob finds meaning and excitement in simple things. To Squidward, it's just a stupid boulder. To SpongeBob, it's a rock that represents salvation, history, and the pioneer spirit. The line captures the philosophical difference between the two characters in one sentence. Pizza delivery demonstrates excellent pacing and structure for an 11-minute episode. The setup at the Krusty Krab takes about 2 minutes. The backing up sequence takes about 2 minutes. The walking and pioneer tricks take about 3 minutes. The hunger and temptation scene takes about 2 minutes. The delivery and rejection take about 2 minutes. Every scene serves a purpose, and nothing feels rushed or drawn out. The episode also uses visual comedy effectively. SpongeBob inflating like a balloon from the tire pressure, the boat driving away without them, SpongeBob being carried by the wind, the tornado scene. Patrick stuffed in a trombone isn't in this episode but shows the type of visual gags Season 1 excelled at. Pizza delivery keeps the focus on situational comedy and character expressions rather than relying on dialogue alone. The animation quality in pizza delivery showcases Season 1's cell animation aesthetic. The characters have asymmetrical designs. The colors are slightly muted. The backgrounds have a hand-painted quality. The grainy texture gives the episode a warm, nostalgic feel. The desert scenes with their subdued browns and yellows create a genuine sense of harsh environment and isolation. Tom Kenny and Roger Bumpass deliver outstanding voice performances throughout pizza delivery. Kenny captures SpongeBob's range from enthusiastic singing to exhausted mumbling to devastating crying. The crying scene at the end required Kenny to portray genuine emotional pain in a cartoon character's voice. The performance makes viewers feel SpongeBob's heartbreak. Bumpass gives Squidward layers beyond simple grumpiness. His delivery of the final "this one's on the house" line conveys righteous anger and protective loyalty. Pizza delivery influenced how SpongeBob told stories in future episodes. The episode proved that simple premises could generate complex emotional narratives. Two characters delivering a pizza became a story about dedication, friendship, and standing up for others. Later classic episodes like Band Geeks and Chocolate with Nuts followed this model of taking simple situations and finding the humanity within them. The episode also established that SpongeBob and Squidward's relationship had depth beyond the annoying neighbor dynamic. Pizza delivery showed that shared experiences could bring them together. Squidward defending SpongeBob became a template for future episodes where Squidward reveals his hidden soft side. The relationship between these two characters became richer and more interesting because of episodes like Pizza Delivery. Pizza Delivery remains one of the highest rated Season 1 episodes among fans. It appears consistently on lists of the best SpongeBob episodes ever made. The combination of memorable quotes, emotional storytelling, excellent voice acting, and perfect pacing created an episode that represents everything that made classic SpongeBob special. The episode aired early in the show's run, but immediately established the level of quality and heart that SpongeBob could achieve. 25 years after its the 14th of August 1999 premiere, Pizza Delivery continues to resonate with audiences. The episode taught viewers that doing the right thing doesn't always result in immediate reward. Sometimes you work incredibly hard and still get rejected. But having someone stand up for you when you're hurt matters more than any pizza delivery. The Krusty Krab's first road trip became one of the most important journeys in SpongeBob history. Moving on to Tom Kenny and Bill Fagerbakke, the chemistry behind the best friends. SpongeBob SquarePants and Patrick Star represent one of the greatest friendships in television animation history. The two best friends who live next door to each other in Bikini Bottom have entertained audiences for over 25 years with their adventures, misadventures, and unwavering loyalty to each other. Behind these iconic characters are two voice actors whose real-life friendship and professional chemistry created the magic that makes SpongeBob and Patrick's relationship feel authentic and heartfelt. Tom Kenny voices SpongeBob SquarePants. Bill Fagerbakke voices Patrick Star. These two actors have been working together since 1997 when they recorded the pilot episode Help Wanted. Their collaboration spans 27 years as of 2024, making it one of the longest-running voice acting partnerships in animation history. The chemistry between Kenny and Fagerbakke isn't just professional skill, it's genuine friendship that translates directly into the characters they portray. Tom Kenny was born on the 13th of July 1962 in Syracuse, New York. His birthday falls one day before SpongeBob's fictional birthday of July 14. Kenny grew up interested in comic books, drawing funny pictures, and collecting records. These childhood interests eventually led him toward comedy and performance. As a young adult, Kenny pursued stand-up comedy in Boston and San Francisco. His stand-up career led to appearances on various cable television shows throughout the 1,980 Seconds and 1,990 Seconds. Kenny's comedy background gave him skills that proved essential for voice acting. Stand-up comedy requires quick thinking, character work, vocal variety, and the ability to hold an audience's attention using only your voice and personality. These same skills apply directly to voice acting for animation. Kenny could create distinct character voices, improvise jokes, and bring energy to his performances. Before SpongeBob, Kenny worked extensively in animation voice acting. He voiced Heifer Wolf, the enthusiastic cow character, on Rocko's Modern Life, which aired on Nickelodeon from 1993 to 1996. This job was crucial because it's where Kenny first met Stephen Hillenburg. Hillenburg worked as a director on Rocko's Modern Life and eventually became the show's creative director during its fourth and final season. The SpongeBob voice actually originated during Kenny's work on Rocko's Modern Life. Kenny used a voice similar to what would become SpongeBob's voice for a minor character on Rocko. After Rocko's Modern Life ended, Kenny moved on to other projects and forgot about that particular voice. When Hillenburg began developing SpongeBob SquarePants in 1996, he remembered Kenny's performance. Hillenburg showed Kenny the Bible for the show and asked if he would be interested in voicing the main character. Kenny initially didn't remember how to perform the voice he'd used on Rocko. Hillenburg brought a video clip of the Rocko's Modern Life episode to remind Kenny of what the voice sounded like. When Hillenburg played the clip, Kenny heard the voice and immediately knew he could do it again. Hillenburg knew right away that Kenny's voice was perfect for SpongeBob. The network wanted to audition more actors, but Hillenburg refused. Kenny described Hillenburg as a strong creator who could say no to network executives when he believed in something. Kenny has explained his approach to SpongeBob's voice in multiple interviews over the years. He describes the voice as falling somewhere between a child and an adult. Kenny cites influences like Stan Laurel, Jerry Lewis, and Pee Wee Herman as inspirations for the character's innocent, childlike quality. The voice needed to sound enthusiastic and optimistic without being annoying. It needed to sound young without being infantile. Kenny found the perfect balance that made SpongeBob appealing to both children and adults. Bill Fagerbakke was born on the 4th of October 1957, making him about 5 years older than Tom Kenny. Fagerbakke's path to voice acting was different from Kenny's. Fagerbakke started his career in theater and worked almost exclusively in theater for 5 years. This theatrical background gave Fagerbakke strong skills in physical performance, character development, and working as part of an ensemble cast. Fagerbakke transitioned from theater to television and film acting. His most famous role before Patrick Star was playing assistant coach Michael Dauber Dybinski on the sitcom Coach, which aired from 1989 to 1997. The character Dauber was a lovable but not particularly bright assistant football coach. This role prepared Fagerbakke for playing Patrick because both characters share a certain innocent dim-wittedness combined with genuine kindness. Kenny and Fagerbakke first met approximately 3 years before recording the SpongeBob pilot. They met while working on the animated series based on the movie Dumb and Dumber. Fagerbakke voiced Harry Dunn, the Jeff Daniels character from the film. Kenny guest starred in one episode. Fagerbakke recalled that this cool-looking guy came in for the recording session, did his work for 3 hours, and left. Fagerbakke didn't see Kenny again until they both showed up to record the SpongeBob pilot. The audition process for Patrick Star revealed how Hillenburg envisioned the relationship between SpongeBob and Patrick. When Fagerbakke auditioned, Hillenburg played a recording of Tom Kenny's SpongeBob performance. Hillenburg explained he was looking for a counterpoint to SpongeBob's voice and energy. Fagerbakke needed to create a character who could play off SpongeBob effectively. The audition wasn't just about finding someone who could voice a starfish. It was about finding someone who could be SpongeBob's best friend. Fagerbakke has said he found the audition process extremely gratifying. Hearing Tom Kenny's SpongeBob performance gave Fagerbakke a clear sense of what Patrick should sound like and how Patrick should behave. Fagerbakke compared himself to Patrick and noted that playing the character feels natural to him. The fact that Fagerbakke identifies with Patrick on some level helps make the performance authentic. Patrick's voice has specific characteristics that Fagerbakke developed deliberately. Patrick sounds slow and somewhat dopey most of the time, reflecting his low intelligence. However, Fagerbakke can shift Patrick's voice to convey different emotions. When Patrick gets angry, Fagerbakke models his performance after American actress Shelley Winters. This gives Patrick's angry moments a specific quality that makes them funny while still feeling genuine. The recording sessions for SpongeBob SquarePants use a method that's somewhat unusual for animation. Most animated shows record actors separately. Each actor comes to the studio at different times and records their lines alone. The dialogue gets assembled during editing. SpongeBob does the opposite. All the main actors record together in the same room at the same time. This approach is called old radio show style because it's how radio dramas were recorded in the 1,930 seconds and 1,940 seconds. Recording together in the same room provides enormous benefits for creating believable character relationships. When SpongeBob and Patrick have a conversation, Tom Kenny and Bill Fagerbakke are actually talking to each other in real time. They can react to each other's line deliveries naturally. They can improvise jokes together. They can bounce off each other's energy. This creates authentic conversational flow that would be nearly impossible to achieve if they recorded separately. Kenny has described the recording sessions as always being fun. The actors get to play together rather than working in isolation. Fagerbakke has emphasized how extraordinary it is to work with someone for as long as he's worked with Kenny. The collaborative recording environment strengthened their working relationship and allowed their real friendship to develop naturally. During the first 3 seasons of SpongeBob, Stephen Hillenburg and creative director Derek Drymon sat in the recording studio and directed the actors. Hillenburg would guide the performances, explain what emotions he wanted in specific scenes, and make sure the actors understood the story being told. Having the show's creator present during recording meant the actors received direct insight into the creative vision. Andrea Romano became the voice director starting in season 4. Romano is a legendary voice director who worked on numerous acclaimed animated series, including Batman the Animated Series, Animaniacs, and Avatar: The Last Airbender. Kenny later took over voice directing duties during season 9, meaning SpongeBob's voice actor became responsible for directing all the other actors' performances. The friendship between Tom Kenny and Bill Fagerbakke grew stronger over the years of working together. In a 2024 interview celebrating SpongeBob's 25th anniversary, Fagerbakke spoke emotionally about their relationship. He said he loves Tom and his family very much. Fagerbakke described their friendship as really unusual for many reasons, with many of those reasons being built directly into SpongeBob. The friendship between the actors mirrors the friendship between their characters. This mirroring isn't coincidental. SpongeBob and Patrick's friendship works because viewers can sense the genuine affection between the actors. When SpongeBob and Patrick share a moment of connection, Kenny and Fagerbakke are sharing that moment too. When SpongeBob and Patrick make each other laugh, Kenny and Fagerbakke are actually making each other laugh. The performances feel authentic because they are authentic. Fagerbakke has specifically noted that the dynamics between SpongeBob and Patrick are so great, and you cannot separate the humanity from that. The humanity comes directly from the two actors' real relationship. SpongeBob and Patrick aren't just cartoon characters reading scripted lines. They're representations of a genuine friendship that exists between two people who respect each other, make each other laugh, and enjoy working together. Both Kenny and Fagerbakke have expressed deep gratitude for being part of SpongeBob. In interviews celebrating the show's 25th anniversary, both actors said they're just as giddy about the job as they were 25 years ago. This enthusiasm after a quarter century shows remarkable dedication. Many actors would become bored or resentful about playing the same character for 25 years. Kenny and Fagerbakke remain excited and grateful. Both actors have also said that neither of them would trade jobs with the biggest movie stars in the world. This statement reveals how much they value their work on SpongeBob. Movie stars might have more fame, wealth, and prestige, but Kenny and Fagerbakke have something rare, a job they love that lets them work together as friends while bringing joy to millions of people. They recognize this as special and irreplaceable. Tom Kenny is married to Jill Talley, who voices Karen Plankton on SpongeBob. This means 2 members of the main SpongeBob cast are married in real life. Kenny and Tally have 2 children together. The Kenny family's connection to SpongeBob runs deep, with Tom's son Mac Kenny working as director of photography and set dresser on SpongeBob's Spookiest Scenes Countdown special. SpongeBob has been a family endeavor for the Kennys spanning generations. Kenny maintains an incredibly busy work schedule beyond SpongeBob. He constantly auditions for other voice acting roles. Kenny has voiced numerous iconic characters across different animated series. He voiced the Ice King in Adventure Time, the mayor and narrator in the Powerpuff Girls, Dog and Cat Dog, and many others. Kenny's work ethic involves hustling constantly for new opportunities. He's described situations where he'll drive an hour and a half for a radio commercial that pays very little, simply because he loves working. Fagerbaki takes a different approach to his career. According to Kenny, their agent struggles to get Fagerbaki to audition for other projects. Fagerbaki seems content focusing primarily on Patrick Star, rather than pursuing numerous other roles. Fagerbaki has said he's doing this magnificent job until his voice box is laid out on an examination table somewhere, meaning he plans to voice Patrick for as long as physically possible. These different career approaches don't create tension between Kenny and Fagerbaki. Instead, they reflect different personalities that complement each other, much like SpongeBob and Patrick themselves. SpongeBob is constantly busy with work and activities. Patrick is content relaxing under his rock. Kenny is constantly auditioning and taking new jobs. Fagerbaki is content with Patrick. The parallel is striking. Both actors have represented SpongeBob internationally throughout the show's run. They travel together for press junkets, interviews, and promotional events. They've appeared at Comic-Cons around the world. They represented SpongeBob at MIPCOM in Cannes, France, for the show's 25th anniversary. These international appearances require the actors to be good travel companions and maintain professional chemistry, even when jet-lagged and exhausted. Fagerbaki has noted that he and Kenny were on the show for probably 15 years or more before they started traveling abroad to really cool places. The international travel added a new dimension to their working relationship. They got to experience foreign countries together while representing the show they created together. These shared experiences strengthened their bond beyond just recording sessions. The collaborative nature of their work extends beyond voice acting. During the Super Bowl LVAII broadcast on Nickelodeon in 2024, Kenny and Fagerbaki voiced SpongeBob and Patrick in real time while also utilizing motion capture technology. They improvised jokes in character while commentating on the football game. This required them to work together spontaneously, trusting each other to find the humor and keep the performance entertaining without a script. Kenny has received significant recognition for his work as SpongeBob. He won 2 Daytime Emmy Awards for Outstanding Performer in an Animated Program in 2018 and 2020. He also won Annie Awards for voice acting in a television production. These awards recognize not just Kenny's vocal performance, but his ability to bring emotional depth to a cartoon character. SpongeBob can be silly and absurd, but also vulnerable and heartfelt, largely because of Kenny's performance. While Fagerbaki hasn't received the same individual awards recognition, Patrick Star is widely beloved and frequently cited as fans' favorite character. Patrick's dim-witted wisdom and loyal friendship make him essential to the show's success. Fagerbaki's performance gives Patrick layers beyond simple stupidity. Patrick can be surprisingly insightful at unexpected moments. He's also capable of genuine emotion and demonstrates real love for SpongeBob. The episode Naughty Nautical Neighbors from Season 1 demonstrates the SpongeBob and Patrick friendship perfectly. Fagerbaki has specifically mentioned this episode in interviews. At one point, SpongeBob tells Patrick that, of course, they're best friends, and anyone with eyes can see that. Fagerbaki found this moment really struck him because it was such a simple, real moment that captures how important friendships are to children. The security of knowing who your friends are matters deeply. This moment resonated with Fagerbaki personally because the biggest thing in his life has been parenthood. He treasures moments of authentic childlike wonder and simple connection. Playing Patrick allows Fagerbaki to access and express these childlike emotions. The fact that Patrick's friendship with SpongeBob mirrors these authentic childhood friendship dynamics makes the character meaningful beyond just comedy. Steven Hillenburg's commitment to having genuine emotional moments between characters influenced how Kenny and Fagerbaki approached their performances. Hillenburg didn't want SpongeBob to be purely random humor and slapstick comedy. He wanted real relationships with stakes and emotions. This meant Kenny and Fagerbaki needed to make audiences care about SpongeBob and Patrick's friendship. They succeeded because they cared about it themselves. The chemistry between Kenny and Fagerbaki extends to how they support each other professionally. Kenny has spoken highly of Fagerbaki's talent in interviews. Fagerbaki has praised Kenny's abilities and generosity as a performer. Neither actor tries to dominate scenes or outshine the other. They're true ensemble performers who understand that making each other look good makes the show better. This supportive dynamic reflects Hillenburg's philosophy about teamwork and collaboration. Hillenburg created SpongeBob based partly on his experiences working as part of a team. He valued people who could work together toward a common goal rather than seeking individual glory. Kenny and Fagerbakke embody this philosophy. Their performances serve the story and characters rather than their own egos. The recording sessions for episodes like Band Geeks and Pizza Delivery showcase how Kenny and Fagerbakke's chemistry creates memorable moments. In Band Geeks, Patrick's question, "Is mayonnaise an instrument?" became one of the most quoted SpongeBob lines ever. Fagerbakke's delivery of this absurd question with complete sincerity makes it hilarious. Kenny's response as Squidward required perfect timing. The joke works because both actors understood the rhythm. In Pizza Delivery, the entire episode depends on the relationship between SpongeBob and Squidward rather than SpongeBob and Patrick. However, the episode demonstrates how Kenny can create chemistry with other actors using the same techniques he uses with Fagerbakke. The recording session's collaborative nature allows all the actors to play off each other regardless of which characters are in the scene. Kenny and Fagerbakke have both mentioned how much they appreciate that SpongeBob never feels stagnant. The show constantly finds new ways to present the characters. The spin-off shows like Camp Coral and The Patrick Star Show offer new formats. The movies provide bigger canvases. The Broadway musical and video games offer different mediums. The Super Bowl broadcast created a unique challenge. These varied projects keep the work fresh and interesting. Both actors have expressed that they're just passengers on the SpongeBob ride. They don't control where the franchise goes. They trust that the creative teams will honor the characters and find new ways to reach audiences. This trust reflects confidence in the SpongeBob brand, but also humility about their roles. Kenny and Fagerbakke know they're important to SpongeBob's success, but they don't need to control everything. The longevity of their partnership is remarkable in the entertainment industry. Most television shows last a few seasons at most. Even successful animated shows typically run for 5 to 10 years. SpongeBob has run for over 25 years, with Kenny and Fagerbakke voicing the two main characters for the entire run. This consistency provides continuity that audiences value. SpongeBob still sounds like SpongeBob. Patrick still sounds like Patrick. When Stephen Hillenburg passed away from ALS on the 26th of November 2018, both Kenny and Fagerbakke mourned the loss of their friend and creative leader. Hillenburg had brought them together, directed them, and created the world where their characters live. His death marked the end of an era. However, Kenny and Fagerbakke continue honoring Hillenburg's legacy by maintaining the quality and heart he brought to SpongeBob. The chemistry between Tom Kenny and Bill Fagerbakke represents something rare in entertainment, a creative partnership built on genuine friendship, mutual respect, professional excellence, and shared joy in their work. Their relationship makes SpongeBob and Patrick's friendship believable and emotionally resonant. Audiences around the world recognize authentic connection when they see it, even in cartoon characters. 27 years after recording their first lines together in 1997, Kenny and Fagerbakke remain best friends who happen to voice best friends. They've grown older together, experienced life changes together, traveled the world together, and brought happiness to millions of people together. The chemistry behind the best friends in Bikini Bottom comes from the chemistry between two best friends in recording studios who found something special and never let it go. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Chocolate with Nuts, SpongeBob and Patrick's entrepreneurial disaster. Chocolate with Nuts aired on the 1st of June 2002 as episode 52A of SpongeBob SquarePants Season 3. The episode drew 4.33 million viewers during its initial broadcast on Nickelodeon, making it one of the most watched episodes of Season 3. Chocolate with Nuts is widely considered the funniest episode in SpongeBob history according to fan rankings. The episode takes a simple premise about selling chocolate bars and turns it into a masterclass in comedic timing, quotable dialogue, and character-driven humor. The episode begins with SpongeBob sitting inside his own mailbox, humming happily while checking his watch. The mailman arrives and opens the mailbox. SpongeBob suddenly pops out and cheerfully greets him. The mailman screams in terror, drops all his mail, and runs away. SpongeBob casually says he'll see him tomorrow and gets out of the mailbox. This opening establishes SpongeBob's childlike obliviousness to how his behavior affects others. Patrick walks up and notices the mail has arrived. SpongeBob sorts through it, and most of the mail is addressed to Gary. One item catches his attention, a magazine called Fancy Living Digest. SpongeBob doesn't remember subscribing to it. Both SpongeBob and Patrick look inside the magazine and say, "Whoa," simultaneously. The magazine shows glossy depictions of a higher standard of living that fascinate them both. SpongeBob points out a picture of a rich person's swimming pool that has an inflatable pool floating inside the larger pool. He marvels that this guy is so rich, he has a swimming pool in his swimming pool. Patrick looks at a picture of an old rich person surrounded by bags of money. Patrick's observation is simply that this guy has shoes. The contrast between SpongeBob noticing the pool within a pool and Patrick being impressed by shoes perfectly captures their different levels of understanding. Squidward suddenly snatches the magazine away from them. He accuses them of stealing his mail and says they're lucky he doesn't report them to the authorities. SpongeBob asks Squidward how the people in the magazine get all that money. Squidward explains they're entrepreneurs who sell things to people. SpongeBob asks what kind of things. Squidward responds that they sell things people want to buy and tells them to keep their paws off his mail before walking away. SpongeBob has an epiphany. He tells Patrick they need to become entrepreneurs. Patrick asks if that's going to hurt. SpongeBob tells Patrick to answer quickly without thinking. If he could have anything in the world right now, what would it be? Patrick sweats from the pressure and says he needs more time for thinking. SpongeBob clarifies he means something real, an item, something Patrick would pay for. Patrick pops up behind SpongeBob and suggests a chocolate bar. SpongeBob declares this is a great idea and they'll become traveling chocolate bar salesmen. The scene transitions to SpongeBob and Patrick exiting the bargain mart carrying many chocolate bars. SpongeBob announces that fancy living is coming their way. Patrick tells people to make way for a couple of entrepreneurs, though he mispronounces the word as entrepreneurs. They approach their first house. SpongeBob tells Patrick this is the first step on their road to living fancy and to follow his lead. SpongeBob runs up and knocks on the door. Tom answers. SpongeBob politely asks if he could interest Tom in some chocolate. Tom asks if they said chocolate. Patrick confirms and asks if Tom wants chocolate with or without nuts. Tom begins screaming the word chocolate repeatedly and chases SpongeBob and Patrick while they run away in fear. At the next house, SpongeBob says the first guy didn't count and this is their real first step. A different customer answers the door. SpongeBob asks if he would like to buy some chocolate. The customer calls them chocolate bar salesmen and then insults them by saying they're a couple of mediocre salesmen. He criticizes how they're carrying their merchandise. Patrick is shown holding chocolate bars in his pants. The customer says if they want to be good salesmen, no self-respecting candy bar salesman would be caught dead without one of his special bags. He holds up a bright orange bag. SpongeBob asks what it is. The customer explains it's a candy bar bag specifically designed to cradle each candy bar in velvet-lined comfort. When SpongeBob tries to touch it, the customer pulls it away and says he's wasting his time because they don't need the bags. SpongeBob and Patrick immediately insist they need them. The scene transitions to the customer counting money, while SpongeBob and Patrick walk away with armfuls of bags. The customer tells them happy hunting and then laughs after they leave, calling them suckers. SpongeBob and Patrick sing about fancy living as they run off. They decide to try the next door. SpongeBob rings the doorbell with his foot. The same customer from before answers the door. SpongeBob becomes suspicious and asks if he's the same guy who sold them the candy bar bags. The customer says he doesn't recall, but notices they have a lot of bags. He suggests they're too smart to be without his patented candy bar bag carrying bags. He holds up 2 large maroon bags. Patrick immediately says they'll take 20. The scene changes to SpongeBob knocking on a different house. An elderly lady answers and asks what she can do for the 2 nice young men. SpongeBob explains they're selling chocolate bars and asks if she would like to buy one. The lady says that sounds heavenly and she'll take one. SpongeBob says one chocolate bar is coming up and opens a bag only to find another bag inside. He keeps pulling out more bags while Patrick zips and unzips his pants looking for chocolate. SpongeBob knows the chocolate is in there somewhere. The elderly lady looks at her watch and says she doesn't have time for this. She goes back inside just as SpongeBob finally pulls out a chocolate bar. SpongeBob holds it up, announcing he has 1 chocolate bar for the nice lady, but then he sees Tom still screaming about chocolate. Tom chases SpongeBob and Patrick while chocolates fly out of their bags. The scene transitions to SpongeBob and Patrick sitting in a diner. SpongeBob admits they're not doing well and need a new approach. Patrick suggests getting naked. SpongeBob tells him to save that for when they're selling real estate. SpongeBob asks what the reason was that they bought those bags. Patrick remembers the customer said they were mediocre. SpongeBob realizes the customer made them feel special. Patrick says he's going back to buy more bags. SpongeBob stops him and suggests they try being nice instead. At the next house, SpongeBob tells Patrick to flatter the customer and make him feel good. Patrick knocks on the door. A customer answers. Patrick simply says, "I love you." A harp plays. The customer stares at them for a few seconds and then slams the door shut while a tuba plays. SpongeBob says Patrick laid it on a bit thick and offers to try. He rings the doorbell. The same customer opens the door and tells them to go away. SpongeBob nervously asks how the customer is doing. The customer repeats the question back. SpongeBob asks if he wants to buy chocolate. Patrick says they've got him now. The customer says chocolate has sugar, and sugar turns to bubbling fat. He asks if that's right while looking at Patrick. Patrick's belly is shown bubbling. Patrick giggles and says it tickles. The customer says he and chocolate no longer hang and holds up a picture of himself being obese at age 13. He offers to let them keep the picture for $5. Patrick says he'll take 10. SpongeBob walks away with a sad look while sad music plays. He says they haven't sold one chocolate bar and he has a feeling they're too easily distracted. Patrick is shown staring at the pictures. SpongeBob raises his fist and says they should make a pact to stay focused on selling at the next house. Patrick removes the pictures from his face and asks what SpongeBob said. SpongeBob holds out his hand to shake on it. Patrick looks confused and asks if SpongeBob said something. At the next house, SpongeBob reminds Patrick to focus. SpongeBob knocks on the door. A customer answers. SpongeBob gives his afternoon greeting and says they're selling chocolate bars. Patrick somehow moves up extremely close to the customer with his eyes going in and out repeatedly. The customer asks why the chubby one is staring at him. Patrick says he's focusing. The customer freaks out and slams the door on Patrick's eyes. Patrick's eyes get caught in the door, and he comments that it's a nice place inside the house. The scene transitions to Patrick eating a chocolate bar. SpongeBob says he can't understand what they're doing wrong. Patrick says he can't understand anything. SpongeBob says there must be something to selling that they're not getting. Other people succeed at it. He points to a billboard for barnacle chips. Patrick reads the sign saying the chips are delicious. SpongeBob declares they are most certainly not delicious. Patrick smiles and says not the way he uses them. SpongeBob observes that barnacle chips still sell millions of bags a day. Patrick suggests maybe if they didn't stretch the truth, they wouldn't sell as many. SpongeBob happily realizes this is the answer. They need to stretch the truth. Tom appears screaming about chocolate and SpongeBob and Patrick run away. At the next house, SpongeBob tells Patrick they'll work as a team. He'll warm up the customer and Patrick will come in for the kill. SpongeBob rings the doorbell. A young woman named Mary answers. SpongeBob greets her as a young lady and winks at Patrick, who chuckles. SpongeBob says they're selling chocolate and then gets a closer look at Mary, asking if her mother is home. Mary calls for her mom. An extremely elderly woman named Baby Prunes enters in a wheelchair. She appears shriveled to the point of being mostly just a head and spine. She asks what all the yelling is about. SpongeBob and Patrick have stunned looks on their faces. Baby Prunes asks Mary if she can't wait for her to die. Mary explains they're selling chocolate. Baby Prunes asks what they're selling. Mary says chocolates. Baby Prunes can't hear her. Mary keeps repeating that they're selling chocolates, getting louder each time. Baby Prunes finally understands and asks if they're selling chocolate. Baby Prunes remembers when they first invented chocolate. She calls it sweet, sweet chocolate. Then she declares she always hated it. SpongeBob starts to explain nervously that this chocolate isn't for eating. Patrick suddenly appears and says you rub it on your skin and it makes you live forever. Baby Prunes asks if it makes you live forever and says she'll take one. Mary slaps her own face in frustration. Outside the house, Mary pays SpongeBob $1. Baby Prunes yells from inside for Mary to start rubbing her with the chocolate. Mary looks at SpongeBob and Patrick angrily and says she hates them before slamming the door. SpongeBob tells Patrick that if they keep exaggerating the truth, they'll be fancy living in no time. Patrick raises his fist and cheers for lying. The episode then shows a rapid montage of SpongeBob and Patrick telling increasingly absurd lies to sell chocolate bars. SpongeBob tells one customer the chocolate will make their hair grow. The customer says that's great because his wife is trying to grow a beard. SpongeBob tells another customer the chocolate will make them sound smart. The customer with a southern accent says he'll take 20. Patrick tells a customer the chocolate will keep their face from getting any uglier. The customer says it's just in time. The lies escalate. SpongeBob says the chocolate will make you fly. Patrick says you'll fall in love. SpongeBob claims they'll bring world peace. Patrick says you'll walk through walls. SpongeBob declares with an echo effect that you'll rule the world. The scene cuts to SpongeBob and Patrick, wrapped in medical casts, approaching a door. Patrick says this will be the best lie yet. SpongeBob agrees and says this guy will feel so sorry for them that he'll have to buy all their chocolate. A customer opens the door slightly. SpongeBob asks if he would like to buy a chocolate bar because they need an operation. The customer asks if this is true. The customer then opens the door fully to reveal he's in a cast covering his entire body. He limps out and says it's a small world, asking what's wrong with them. SpongeBob nervously claims they have head trauma and eternal bleeding. The customer says some guys have all the luck. A violin begins playing. The customer delivers a heartbreaking speech about being born with glass bones and paper skin. He explains that every morning he breaks his legs, and every afternoon he breaks his arms. At night he lies awake in agony until his heart attacks put him to sleep. A tear runs down SpongeBob's face during this speech. The wires holding the customer's cast suddenly snap, and he's about to fall. Glass-breaking sounds accompany him hitting each step. He lands at the bottom saying, "Ow," weakly. SpongeBob tells Patrick they need to help him quickly. Inside the house, SpongeBob tells Patrick to put him down gently. Patrick drops the customer's head, and a glass-breaking sound is heard. The customer groans in pain. SpongeBob says the poor man and asks if there's anything they can do to help. The customer says there is one thing. He explains that his medical bills are extremely high, but luckily, he keeps himself alive by selling chocolate bars. He gestures toward a massive stack of chocolate bar boxes. SpongeBob and Patrick buy all his chocolate. The scene shows the customer looking out his window as SpongeBob and Patrick walk by. He says they're such nice boys, and it does his heart good to con a couple of Class A sucker-roonies like those two. He laughs and unzips his costume to reveal he's the same con man who sold them the bags earlier in the episode. This reveal shows SpongeBob and Patrick have been scammed by the same person 3 times. SpongeBob and Patrick walk down the street carrying boxes. SpongeBob says that while it's great they helped that guy, there's no one left in town to sell chocolate bars to. He trips on a rock and falls with a box flat on his face. He tells Patrick they should face the fact that they're failures. Patrick says he can live with that and sits on SpongeBob's box. SpongeBob suggests they change their names to Why and Bother. Tom suddenly appears behind them screaming about chocolate. His scream knocks SpongeBob, Patrick, and the boxes over. SpongeBob and Patrick babble in fear, begging Tom not to hurt them and to have mercy. Tom laughs maniacally and says he's been trying to catch them all day. Now that he has them right where he wants them, he says he'd like to buy all their chocolate. He holds up a large amount of cash. SpongeBob and Patrick look shocked. Chocolate bars fall out of Patrick's shorts along with a Hershey's Kiss. SpongeBob and Patrick begin melting from relief and happiness. SpongeBob thanks Tom for his patronage. The scene transitions to Patrick pushing a wheelbarrow full of cash. Patrick asks if they're living the fancy life yet. SpongeBob pops out of the money and says not yet because first they need to spend all the money. Patrick asks what they're going to spend it on. SpongeBob thinks about this. The scene transitions to nighttime at a fancy restaurant called Fancy displayed in a bottle. Squidward walks in and asks for a table for one. The host tells him the whole restaurant has been rented to a private party. Squidward is shocked and complains that it's his only night to be fancy. He asks who could afford to rent out the whole restaurant. The host explains it's a couple of rich entrepreneurs and their dates. The scene shows SpongeBob, Patrick, Mary, and Baby Prunes at a table. Mary is holding a glass. SpongeBob asks how long the two ladies have known each other. Baby Prunes asks what he said as the screen fades to black. This final scene provides the perfect payoff to the episode's setup about fancy living. SpongeBob and Patrick achieve their goal of becoming rich entrepreneurs, but they use their wealth to take the con victim and her terrible mother on a date to a fancy restaurant, which is simultaneously sweet and absurd. Chocolate with Nuts works brilliantly because every scene builds on previous scenes while introducing new comedic elements. The con man appearing 3 times in different scenarios creates a running gag that pays off with the reveal that he's been scamming them the entire time. Tom screaming about chocolate throughout the episode seems like a threat, but becomes the solution when he reveals he just wanted to buy all their chocolate. The episode demonstrates perfect escalation. The lies SpongeBob and Patrick tell start somewhat reasonable and become increasingly ridiculous. The montage showing rapid-fire lies with quick cuts creates comedic momentum. The glass bones and paper skin speech provides genuine emotion before revealing it's another scam. Every element serves both the comedy and the story. Chocolate with Nuts contains more quotable lines than almost any other SpongeBob episode. Patrick's I love you as a sales pitch. The customer's glass bones and paper skin monologue. SpongeBob suggesting they change their names to Why and Bother. Patrick cheering for lying. These lines became part of SpongeBob's cultural lexicon because they're funny in context and funny when quoted alone. The episode aired during Season 3, which is considered part of SpongeBob's golden era alongside Seasons 1 and 2. Chocolate with Nuts represents everything that made classic SpongeBob exceptional. Smart character-driven comedy, perfect pacing, memorable dialogue, and heart beneath the absurdity. 20 years after its the 1st of June, 2002 premiere, Chocolate with Nuts remains the funniest SpongeBob episode and a masterpiece of animated comedy. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Rock Bottom, when SpongeBob got lost in the abyss. Rock Bottom aired on the 15th of March, 2000 as episode 17B of SpongeBob SquarePants Season 1. The episode drew 3.08 million viewers during its initial broadcast on Nickelodeon. Rock Bottom is one of the most atmospheric and unsettling episodes from Season 1, creating genuine tension and fear while maintaining SpongeBob's signature humor. The episode proved that SpongeBob could venture into darker territory and create something that felt legitimately frightening without losing its heart. The episode begins at Glove World, an amusement park themed entirely around gloves. SpongeBob and Patrick are standing outside waiting for the bus after spending a fun day at the park. Patrick licks a glove-shaped lollipop. SpongeBob declares it was another fun-tastic day at Glove World. The bus stops at the bus stop and both friends get on. SpongeBob struggles with a large glove balloon he's carrying. The bus driver clears his throat and points to the coin deposit. SpongeBob says he needs to get his wallet. He turns around, but the balloon he's holding hits the bus driver in the face. SpongeBob tries checking another pocket and turns around again, hitting the bus driver a second time. This happens repeatedly, as SpongeBob keeps turning around looking for change, while the balloon keeps smacking the increasingly annoyed bus driver. SpongeBob asks Patrick if he has any change. Patrick asks how much SpongeBob needs. SpongeBob asks the bus driver how much it costs. The bus driver says 50 cents. SpongeBob turns around and the balloon smacks the bus driver in the back of the head. SpongeBob tells Patrick 50 cents. Patrick says nope. SpongeBob turns around to check another pocket, but the frustrated bus driver tells him to forget it and just take his seat. SpongeBob thanks him and turns around one more time, causing the balloon to hit the bus driver again. The bus driver glares with an annoyed grin. SpongeBob sits down next to Patrick. Patrick asks to see what SpongeBob got at Glove World. SpongeBob shows him a glove light that he turns on. Patrick says, "Wow." SpongeBob puts the light inside his head, and his eyes start flashing. He says he can see Patrick, and both laugh. Patrick shows SpongeBob that he got gloves for his glove action figure. He puts a tiny glove on the big glove's thumb. SpongeBob thinks this is cool. Patrick looks out the window and notices a yellow sign that says, "You are now leaving Bikini Bottom," written in red as they drive past it. Patrick asks SpongeBob where leaving Bikini Bottom is. SpongeBob asks where Patrick saw that. Patrick explains they just passed the sign that said, "You are now in leaving Bikini Bottom." SpongeBob gasps loudly and asks what. He looks out the window. Patrick asks what's wrong as they drive past another sign that says, "Bikini Bottom City Limits." SpongeBob tells Patrick he thinks they're on the wrong bus, but doesn't finish the sentence before the bus suddenly drives down a 90-degree angle steep road. SpongeBob and Patrick yell as they fly backward and hit the back of the bus, ending up flattened. SpongeBob slowly finishes his sentence by saying, "Bus." He walks slowly toward the front, holding onto seats to help himself move forward. His face gets distorted from the strong pressure. His pants rip off and fly at Patrick, who ducks in time and giggles. SpongeBob's underwear then hits Patrick in the face. The bus comes to an immediate stop at the bottom of the steep road next to a strange-looking bus stop. SpongeBob and Patrick both fly forward and hit the windshield. The balloon smacks the bus driver onto the windshield too, and all three peel off together. SpongeBob and Patrick get kicked out of the bus. SpongeBob tells the bus driver they need to get back to Bikini Bottom. The bus driver hands SpongeBob his balloon and drives away. Patrick asks SpongeBob what this place is. SpongeBob reads a sign that says Rock Bottom. He observes that it's weird around here and kind of different. He notes that even the soil looks different. SpongeBob picks up some green soil. The soil suddenly speaks, asking SpongeBob to please put him down. However, the soil makes a raspberry sound in the middle of his sentence. SpongeBob shakes the soil off rapidly while gasping. Patrick says he doesn't like it here because it's dark and scary. He says he doesn't want to be here and wants to go home. Patrick points to bathroom doors and says he can't even tell the bathrooms apart. The doors have a question mark on one door and an upside-down question mark on the other. SpongeBob says that's easy and they just need to wait for somebody to come out and then they'll know. A fish comes out of one door. Patrick gasps. SpongeBob suggests maybe they should wait for one more person. One fish comes out of one door while three fish come out of the other door. Patrick's eyes become bloodshot and he starts sweating. He says he still can't read the sign and starts shaking in fear, repeating that he wants to go home. SpongeBob tells Patrick to wait for the bus and call him when it comes because SpongeBob is going to get a bus schedule. SpongeBob walks off saying, "This place sure is creepy." He suddenly sees the bus driving by with Patrick's head sticking out the window. Patrick yells that the bus is here. SpongeBob runs after the bus and pants from exhaustion. Patrick yells and half sobs in worry, calling SpongeBob's name. The bus drives up the 90-degree angle road and SpongeBob tries to run up the road but falls down. He tries several more times but keeps failing. SpongeBob puts on his Grandpa SquarePants disguise and says his grandpa was right about not running for a bus, especially one going up at a 90-degree angle. He takes off the disguise and decides to wait for the next bus. The scene transitions to SpongeBob standing by the bus stop sign holding his glove balloon. He says the bus needs to come because he has to get home and feed Gary. He notices his shoe is untied and lets go of the balloon to tie it. SpongeBob puts his foot on the bus sign and recites the rhyme for tying shoes. Over, under, over, loop-de-loop, over, and through the barrel. While SpongeBob ties his shoe, the bus drives up and then immediately drives off. SpongeBob groans because he missed the bus. The scene transitions to later. Wind blows SpongeBob's glove hat to the side, so he puts it back, but the wind blows his glove balloon away. SpongeBob chases after the balloon, jumping for it whenever he gets the chance. While chasing the balloon, a bus drives up and drives off. SpongeBob yells for the bus to wait and stop, but misses it again. He throws his hat down in frustration. SpongeBob notices a creature and asks if he can help. The creature gives a raspberry sound. SpongeBob tries to explain, but the creature runs after the balloon. SpongeBob tries to tell him not to chase the balloon because he needs to know when the next bus comes. The bus drives up and drives off, while SpongeBob is distracted. He runs after it briefly, but walks back to the bus stop, saying there goes another one and he needs to be more diligent. SpongeBob declares he is not leaving this spot no matter what. SpongeBob's stomach growls. He remembers he has a glove candy dispenser and says it's good he went to Glove World. He squeezes 6 tiny glove candies onto his tongue and immediately spits them out, complaining they're glove-flavored. SpongeBob then notices a candy vending machine across the road. He rubs his tummy thinking about Kelp Nougat Crunch. SpongeBob checks both sides of the road for buses and repeats that he's not leaving his spot no matter what. His stomach growls again, and he decides he'll only be gone a second. SpongeBob runs over to the candy machine. While getting out a quarter, a bus drives up. He runs back across to the bus stop, but the bus drives off. SpongeBob's stomach growls a third time. He takes a few steps across the road and turns around to check for the bus. He takes a few more steps and checks again. He reaches the candy machine and takes out his quarter. Before inserting it, he checks for a bus. There's no bus, so he puts in the quarter, but a bus immediately appears and drives off. SpongeBob checks to his left down the road and decides to sprint across and get candy. He pushes buttons on the machine and checks for the bus. The candy slowly comes down. SpongeBob keeps saying, "Come on," as the candy drops to the bottom. He grabs for it, but a bus drives up and drives off. SpongeBob gets angry. Every time he reaches for the candy, a bus drives forward. When he pulls his arm away, the bus drives backward. SpongeBob decides to leave the candy and run after the bus, but the bus drives off before he can get there. Another fish comes up and takes the candy. SpongeBob yells that the candy was his and walks over to the machine. 3 more buses drive up and drive off while he's standing there. He runs back to the bus stop, but no more buses come. SpongeBob shakes the bus stop sign angrily and yells, "Barnacles!" He declares that's it, and there's no more Mr. Nice Guy. The scene transitions to SpongeBob at the candy machine, staring at it. A bus drives up. Another SpongeBob tiptoes toward the bus, but the SpongeBob at the candy machine falls over, revealing itself to be made of cardboard. The bus drives off. SpongeBob yells, "Tartar sauce," in frustration. The scene transitions to SpongeBob disguised as a bus stop bench. A bus drives up but drives off after noticing the bench is actually SpongeBob. He morphs back to his original shape and yells, "Fish paste." The scene transitions to SpongeBob walking into the bus station. He announces he's getting to the bottom of this right now. He declares he wants a bus to Bikini Bottom, and he is first in line, and nobody is going to tell him otherwise. He sees a fish already standing in line behind where he's standing. SpongeBob says okay, he's second in line. He sees another fish already in line and says third is good. He sees another fish and says fourth is not bad. The scene transitions to SpongeBob at the very end of an extremely long line. He announces he is 329th in line and nobody should forget it. The fish in front of him inflates herself like a balloon and spits out a giant egg on SpongeBob's head with the number 329 on it, before making a raspberry sound. The window attendant calls for next. SpongeBob observes that at least the line is moving. Everyone steps forward, but the egg on SpongeBob's head hatches 3 baby fish that jump in front of him, keeping him at position 329. SpongeBob gets extremely furious and lets out an angry growl. He yells tartar sauce repeatedly, hides inside his clothes, and goes ballistic. He comes out and everyone stares at him before turning around. Time passes quickly with the window attendant repeatedly calling next while making raspberry sounds. SpongeBob falls asleep standing in line. The window attendant calls next louder and SpongeBob wakes up. The attendant calls next again and SpongeBob realizes he's finally at the front. SpongeBob runs up to the window and asks when the next bus to Bikini Bottom comes. The window attendant asks what while making a raspberry sound. SpongeBob repeats that he wants the bus schedule for the next bus. The window attendant reveals himself and says he can't understand SpongeBob's accent. Each word is separated by raspberry sounds. SpongeBob tries again, this time making raspberry sounds between each word. The next bus to Bikini Bottom. The window attendant finally understands and asks why SpongeBob didn't say so. He says the next bus leaves in 5 seconds while making raspberry sounds. The bus immediately leaves. The attendant says tough luck and that was the last bus until morning. SpongeBob makes raspberry sounds and says the attendant can't do this. The attendant says goodnight and puts up a close sign. SpongeBob insists he's not through, and demands the attendant come back and give him a bus to Bikini Bottom right now. He declares he is not leaving his spot until then. He makes 3 raspberry sounds. The lights turn off. SpongeBob laughs nervously and says he'll be right here when the attendant gets back, at this spot, in the dark, by himself, with no one around. He remembers he has his glove light and turns it on, saying that's better. The glove light buzzes with a spark and stops working. After a pause, SpongeBob delivers one of the episode's most memorable lines. This isn't your average everyday darkness. This is advanced darkness. SpongeBob closes his eyes and says if he keeps them closed, it doesn't seem so dark. He hears a raspberry sound in the distance and opens his eyes, asking who's there. SpongeBob walks down the road, saying that Spot will be there tomorrow, and he better just keep walking. He hears another raspberry and says he should start running. He hears another raspberry and says he should start sprinting. SpongeBob runs into the 90-degree angle road and sits down with scallops flying around his head. He says he's sitting and bleeding. He hears noise and asks who's there. He warns whoever it is not to come closer and announces he's a sponge. A red light shines around SpongeBob. It's the creature from earlier. SpongeBob says it's only him. The creature ties the white balloon to SpongeBob's wrist. SpongeBob says that solves his balloon problem, but he has a bigger problem. The creature begins blowing the balloon bigger. SpongeBob explains he's stuck and needs to catch a bus to get home. He asks if the creature understands, realizing he probably doesn't. SpongeBob tries communicating with raspberry sounds between words, saying the balloon has enough air. He makes more raspberry sounds as the balloon lifts him into the air. SpongeBob realizes it's balloon travel and thanks the creature while making raspberry sounds. The creature responds, "You're welcome," in perfect English without any raspberry sounds. SpongeBob continues floating while leaving Rock Bottom. The scene transitions to SpongeBob floating above Bikini Bottom. He passes an entering Rock Bottom sign on the way up, still with the balloon tied to his wrist. He floats past downtown Bikini Bottom on the way to his home. SpongeBob says he's home at last. The balloon immediately pops. The final scene shows Patrick riding another bus going down to Rock Bottom. Patrick yells that he's coming back for SpongeBob. The bus passes by Patrick's, Squidward's, and SpongeBob's houses as the episode ends. Rock Bottom became one of Season 1's most memorable episodes for its unique atmosphere and genuine sense of dread. The episode creates fear through isolation, confusion, and helplessness rather than traditional scary imagery. SpongeBob being trapped in a strange place where he can't understand the language, can't catch a bus, and eventually gets stranded in complete darkness, taps into primal fears that resonate with viewers of all ages. The raspberry language became one of Rock Bottom's most distinctive features. Every resident of Rock Bottom speaks by making raspberry sounds between words. This creates an immediate communication barrier that adds to SpongeBob's frustration and isolation. The joke pays off perfectly when SpongeBob finally learns to speak with raspberries to communicate with the window attendant, only to have the last bus leave seconds later. The final payoff comes when the creature who saves SpongeBob speaks perfect English without any raspberries, revealing he could understand SpongeBob the entire time. The Advanced Darkness line became one of the most quoted moments from Season 1. The line perfectly captures the episode's tonal shift from comedy to genuine unease. SpongeBob's nervous joke about having his glove light, followed by the light immediately breaking, creates a moment of real vulnerability. The darkness in Rock Bottom isn't just an absence of light. It's oppressive, isolating, and threatens to consume SpongeBob completely. Rock Bottom's visual design contributed significantly to its unsettling atmosphere. The cell animation of Season 1 gave the episode a grainy, textured quality that enhanced the darkness and shadows. The residents of Rock Bottom have grotesque designs with bulging eyes, strange body shapes, and unsettling movements. The environment itself feels wrong with its perpendicular roads, confusing signage, and alien soil that talks. The episode also showcases excellent physical comedy and escalating frustration. The opening scene with SpongeBob's balloon repeatedly hitting the bus driver establishes the episode's comedic tone. The candy machine sequence demonstrates perfect comedic timing, with buses appearing and disappearing based on whether SpongeBob reaches for the candy. The cardboard cutout and bench disguises show SpongeBob's desperation escalating into absurdity. The bus station sequence provides social commentary about bureaucracy and waiting in lines. SpongeBob declares he's first in line only to discover he's actually far behind. The egg hatching to keep him at position 329 represents how systems can work against individuals through arbitrary rules. The window attendant's inability to understand SpongeBob without raspberries, followed by revealing the last bus just left, captures the frustration of dealing with unhelpful customer service. Rock Bottom demonstrates SpongeBob's resilience and optimism being tested. Throughout most episodes, SpongeBob maintains his cheerful attitude no matter what happens. Rock Bottom pushes him to his breaking point. He gets frustrated, angry, and eventually frightened. The darkness scene shows SpongeBob genuinely scared and alone. This vulnerability makes his character more human, and the eventual rescue more satisfying. Patrick's role in the episode provides both setup and payoff. Patrick accidentally getting on the bus without SpongeBob creates the problem. His complete absence during SpongeBob's ordeal emphasizes SpongeBob's isolation. The final scene revealing Patrick on a bus going back to rescue, SpongeBob demonstrates his loyalty and provides a sweet ending note. Patrick may be dim-witted, but he's trying to help his friend. Rock Bottom aired on the 15th of March 2000 during Season 1, when SpongeBob was still establishing what kinds of stories it could tell. The episode proved the show could create genuine atmosphere and emotion beyond simple comedy. rock bottom influenced later episodes that ventured into darker or more surreal territory. The episode's combination of humor, fear, frustration, and heart represents classic SpongeBob storytelling at its finest. 24 years after its premiere, Rock Bottom remains one of Season 1's most discussed and beloved episodes. The Advanced Darkness line endures as a popular meme and cultural reference. The raspberry language became synonymous with rock bottom and communication barriers. The episode's unsettling atmosphere and SpongeBob's helplessness create an experience that stays with viewers long after watching. Rock Bottom took SpongeBob to the depths of the ocean and proved the show could work in darkness as well as light. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the character dynamics: Patrick's intelligence, Squidward's misery, and Mr. Krabs' greed. SpongeBob SquarePants features a cast of characters whose personalities and relationships drive the show's comedy and heart. 3 characters in particular demonstrate how Stephen Hillenburg used both marine biology knowledge and real-life observations to create unforgettable personalities. Patrick Star's peculiar brand of stupidity mixed with occasional wisdom, Squidward Tentacle's constant misery and artistic pretensions, and Mr. Krabs' extreme greed combined with surprising sentimentality form the core dynamics that made classic SpongeBob work. Understanding these characters requires understanding where they came from and why Hillenburg designed them the way he did. Stephen Hillenburg created Patrick, Mr. Krabs, Pearl, and Squidward as the first characters after designing SpongeBob himself. Hillenburg didn't create these characters randomly. He based many of their characteristics on his experiences during his time at the Ocean Institute in California and on the actual traits of their respective species. This foundation in real marine biology gave the characters authentic qualities that made them feel more alive than typical cartoon characters. Patrick Star is a pink starfish who lives under a rock next to SpongeBob's pineapple house. Patrick wears flowered swim trunks and nothing else. His most prominent character trait is his extremely low intelligence. Patrick is SpongeBob's best friend, and the two spend nearly all their free time together. Patrick is typically unemployed throughout the series, though he holds various short-term jobs when specific episodes require it. He frequently works temporary positions at the Krusty Krab when the plot needs him there. Hillenburg based Patrick's personality directly on the nature of real starfish. According to Hillenburg, starfish look dumb and slow when you observe them. They seem like simple, harmless creatures that don't do much. However, starfish are actually very active and aggressive in reality. This contradiction fascinated Hillenburg. He took this quality and built Patrick's entire character around it. Patrick appears stupid and lazy on the surface, but he's capable of surprising bursts of activity and occasional moments of unexpected insight. Patrick's intelligence operates on a unique wavelength that defies normal logic. He asks questions like, "Is mayonnaise an instrument?" with complete sincerity. He can't tell the difference between bathroom signs, even after watching multiple people use them. He forgets what he's talking about mid-conversation. He once couldn't remember his own name. Patrick struggles with basic tasks that children can perform easily. Yet Patrick also demonstrates moments of surprising competence and wisdom that contradict his stupidity. In the episode Texas from Season 1, Patrick delivers a surprisingly eloquent speech about what it means to be stupid. In Band Geeks, Patrick asks the famous mayonnaise question, but then successfully plays electric drums during the Bubble Bowl performance. In various episodes, Patrick shows he understands complex emotions and can offer genuine comfort to SpongeBob when needed. These moments of clarity make Patrick more interesting than a simple idiot character. Bill Fagerbake's voice performance captures Patrick's character perfectly. Fagerbake gives Patrick a slow, dopey voice most of the time that reflects his low intelligence. However, Fagerbake can shift Patrick's voice to convey different emotions effectively. When Patrick gets angry, Fagerbake models his performance after American actress Shelley Winters. This gives Patrick's angry moments a specific quality that makes them both funny and somewhat threatening. Just like how real starfish can be surprisingly aggressive, Patrick is generally slow and even-tempered but can sometimes get aggressive, much like actual starfish. Episodes show Patrick kicking Sandy, fighting with other characters, and occasionally displaying violence that seems to come from nowhere. This mirrors how starfish appear peaceful but are actually predators. Real starfish are carnivorous and can be ruthless hunters despite their slow movement. Patrick's occasional bursts of aggression reflect this biological reality. Patrick's relationship with SpongeBob forms the emotional core of many episodes. Patrick loves SpongeBob completely and unconditionally. He would do anything for SpongeBob, even when he doesn't understand what's happening. Patrick's loyalty never wavers, even when his stupidity causes problems. In pizza delivery, Patrick wants to help deliver the pizza. In Rock Bottom, Patrick accidentally leaves SpongeBob behind, but the final scene shows him on a bus going back to rescue his friend. The friendship between SpongeBob and Patrick works because they genuinely enjoy each other's company. They laugh at the same things. They share interests in jellyfishing, bubble blowing, and annoying Squidward. Neither character judges the other. SpongeBob never treats Patrick as stupid, even though Patrick clearly is stupid. Patrick never treats SpongeBob as annoying, even though SpongeBob clearly annoys everyone else. Their acceptance of each other makes the friendship feel real. Squidward Tentacles is a turquoise octopus who works as the cashier at the Krusty Krab. He is SpongeBob's next-door neighbor and co-worker. Squidward has a large nose, 4 legs instead of 8, and lives in an Easter Island Moai head statue. Squidward despises his job and his life. He dreams of becoming a famous clarinet player and artist, but possesses minimal talent in either area. He believes himself to be sophisticated and cultured, while everyone around him is an uncultured moron. Squidward's name is a joke because he's actually an octopus, not a squid. Steven Hillenburg and the creative team originally planned to give Squidward 8 legs like a real octopus. The animators discovered that 8 legs made Squidward look too burdened and harder to animate. They reduced his legs to 6, though the show sometimes appears to give him 4 legs depending on the scene. The name Squidward remained despite him being an octopus because it sounded better than Octord. Squidward represents the polar opposite of SpongeBob's personality. SpongeBob is optimistic, enthusiastic, and finds joy in everything. Squidward is pessimistic, cynical, and finds misery in everything. SpongeBob loves his minimum wage job at the Krusty Krab and considers it the best job in the world. Squidward hates his minimum wage job and considers it torture. SpongeBob sees SpongeBob and Patrick as his best friends. Squidward sees SpongeBob and Patrick as his worst enemies. Roger Bumpass voices Squidward and describes him as a very nasally, monotone kind of guy. Bumpass said the character became very interesting to perform because of his sarcasm, frustration, and apoplexy. Squidward experiences a wide spectrum of emotions, mostly negative ones. Bumpass's voice performance captures Squidward's constant state of irritation and superiority complex. Author Arthur Brown compared Squidward's voice to Jack Benny's, though Bumpass says this similarity is mostly unintentional. Squidward's character embodies several personality traits that define him. He is grumpy, rude, sassy, introverted, stubborn, bad-tempered, sarcastic, egotistical, snobby, unhappy, miserable, apathetic, pessimistic, hypocritical, and sometimes sadistic according to character descriptions. He views the world in such a negative light that he is rarely seen greeting anyone with a smile. He maintains a grandiose sense of self while seeing others as uncivilized morons. He fails to accept his own shortcomings while constantly pointing out everyone else's flaws. Despite his terrible attitude, Squidward is actually one of the most intelligent and educated characters in the show. He has knowledge of art, music, literature, and culture that other characters lack. He understands concepts that SpongeBob and Patrick cannot grasp. His intelligence makes his failures more tragic because he's smart enough to recognize how pathetic his life is. He knows he's wasting his potential working at the Krusty Krab but can't escape his situation. Squidward's artistic pretensions form a major aspect of his character. He insists he's a talented clarinet player despite playing terribly. He considers himself a brilliant artist despite creating mediocre or bad art. He believes he has cultivated taste and refined sensibilities that separate him from the common rabble. In the episode Artist Unknown, Squidward teaches SpongeBob about art and insists SpongeBob follow his method. When SpongeBob creates a perfect sculpture of David, Squidward takes credit for creating it himself to impress an art appraiser. Squidward's clarinet playing is consistently shown to be awful. He plays so badly that in the first episode Help Wanted, people from a pet hospital show up thinking there's a dying animal on the premises. However, some episodes suggest Squidward can actually play well when he puts in full effort. In the episode Hello Bikini Bottom, Squidward plays well enough that a music manager offers him and SpongeBob a job. The video game Lights Camera Pants shows Squidward playing competently. He's also first chair in the Bikini Bottom Orchestra. This inconsistency in Squidward's abilities reflects a key aspect of his character. Squidward has potential, but his laziness, arrogance, and bad attitude prevent him from achieving success. He wants to be famous and respected without putting in the work required. When he does make an effort, he can accomplish things. But effort requires caring, and Squidward's defining trait is not caring about anything except his own misery. Squidward's misery comes partly from his living situation. His house is located directly between SpongeBob's pineapple and Patrick's rock. SpongeBob and Patrick make noise constantly, bother him regularly, and refuse to leave him alone. Squidward just wants peace and quiet so he can play his clarinet and paint his self-portraits. Instead, he endures constant interruptions from his 2 neighbors who think they're all friends. The tragedy of Squidward is that SpongeBob and Patrick genuinely care about him even though he despises them. They invite him to activities. They try to cheer him up when he's sad. They consider him part of their friend group. Squidward wants nothing to do with them and makes this clear constantly. But SpongeBob and Patrick either don't understand or don't care that Squidward hates them. This dynamic creates much of the show's conflict and comedy. Episodes occasionally show Squidward's softer side breaking through his bitter exterior. In Pizza Delivery, Squidward defends SpongeBob by slamming a pizza in the rude customer's face. In Band Geeks, Squidward actually cries and shows vulnerability when he thinks the band has failed. In Christmas Who, Squidward's heart grows 3 sizes when he sees how sad SpongeBob is about Santa not coming. These moments prove Squidward isn't completely heartless, even though he acts like he is most of the time. Eugene Harold Krabs, known as Mr. Krabs, is the owner of the Krusty Krab restaurant where SpongeBob and Squidward work. Mr. Krabs is a red crab who speaks like a sailor and runs his restaurant as if it were a pirate ship. His defining characteristic is extreme greed and love of money. Mr. Krabs values money above almost everything else, including the safety and well-being of his employees and customers. His obsession with wealth drives many episodes' plots. Clancy Brown provides Mr. Krabs' voice and delivers a performance that makes the character larger than life. Brown gives Mr. Krabs a rough, growling voice that sounds like an old sailor or pirate. The voice conveys Mr. Krabs' toughness and no-nonsense attitude, while also allowing for comedic moments. Brown can shift from threatening to silly within the same line of dialogue, which suits Mr. Krabs' character perfectly. Steven Hillenburg based Mr. Krabs on a real person from his past. According to Hillenburg, he drew inspiration from his former manager at a seafood restaurant. This manager was redheaded, muscular, and a former army cook. Hillenburg adapted all these traits into Mr. Krabs' character. The military background explains why Mr. Krabs occasionally mentions his Navy service and why he runs the Krusty Krab with military-style discipline. The fact that Mr. Krabs is literally a crab who runs a restaurant adds dark comedy to his character. Crabs are seafood that humans eat regularly. Mr. Krabs owns a restaurant in the ocean that serves food to fish. The Krabby Patty's secret formula remains mysterious throughout the show, leading to jokes and theories about what's actually in the burgers. Mr. Krabs' species being edible creates an underlying tension that the show never directly addresses, but viewers can't help noticing. Mr. Krabs' greed manifests in countless ways throughout the series. He charges SpongeBob money for breathing, standing, and existing near the Krusty Krab. He makes SpongeBob work 24-hour shifts without overtime pay. He tries to steal money from the register. He refuses to spend money on necessary equipment or repairs. He sells clearly spoiled or dangerous food to customers. His eyes literally transform into dollar signs when he sees opportunities to make money. Despite his greed, Mr. Krabs is sometimes portrayed as a father figure to SpongeBob. He gives SpongeBob advice, protects him from danger occasionally, and shows genuine affection toward him. This relationship adds complexity to Mr. Krabs' character. He exploits SpongeBob ruthlessly while also caring about him. In some episodes, Mr. Krabs chooses SpongeBob over money, which demonstrates that his greed has limits. In other episodes, Mr. Krabs sells SpongeBob's soul for 62 cents, showing his greed has no limits. Mr. Krabs has a teenage daughter named Pearl who is a whale. The show never explains how a crab has a whale daughter, and this mystery adds to the absurd humor. Pearl is a gray sperm whale who has no interest in taking over the family business. She wants to listen to pop music, work at the mall, and hang out with friends. Mr. Krabs loves Pearl deeply and wants to leave his fortune to her, even though she doesn't care about the Krusty Krab at all. The relationship between Mr. Krabs and Pearl provides some of the show's more heartfelt moments. Mr. Krabs will spend money on Pearl, even though he refuses to spend money on anything else. In the episode Squeaky Boots, Mr. Krabs buys Pearl expensive boots as a gift. In Midlife Crustacean, Mr. Krabs joins Spongebob and Patrick on a panty raid that accidentally targets his own mother's house, showing his desire to seem cool and young. These episodes reveal Mr. Krabs' capacity for love and embarrassment. Mr. Krabs' rivalry with Sheldon Plankton drives many episodes' plots. Plankton owns the Chum Bucket, a failing restaurant across the street from the Krusty Krab. Plankton constantly tries to steal the Krabby Patty's secret formula to make his own restaurant successful. Mr. Krabs protects the formula obsessively while also taunting Plankton about his failures. Their rivalry supposedly stems from childhood friendship that ended badly, as explained in the episode Friend or Foe. The dynamic between Mr. Krabs and Plankton is interesting because they're former best friends who became bitter enemies over a burger recipe. They both love the same woman, Karen, who ended up marrying Plankton. They both want success in the restaurant business, but only Mr. Krabs achieved it. Their conflict has personal history and emotional weight beyond simple business competition. Episodes featuring their rivalry often reveal vulnerabilities in both characters. Mr. Krabs' character becomes more exaggerated in later seasons of SpongeBob. Early episodes show him as greedy but not completely unreasonable. Later episodes push his greed to absurd extremes, where he commits actual crimes and endangers lives for trivial amounts of money. This Flanderization made Mr. Krabs less sympathetic over time. Classic SpongeBob seasons 1 through 3 balanced his greed with occasional generosity and father figure moments that made him more complex. The character dynamics between Patrick, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs create the show's social ecosystem. Patrick and SpongeBob are best friends who annoy Squidward constantly. Squidward and SpongeBob are co-workers who have completely opposite worldviews. Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob have an employer-employee relationship with elements of father-son dynamics. Mr. Krabs and Squidward are both miserable working at the Krusty Krab, but for different reasons. Patrick has almost no relationship with Mr. Krabs since Patrick doesn't work at the restaurant. These three characters demonstrate three different approaches to life in Bikini Bottom. Patrick represents ignorant bliss. He's too stupid to worry about anything and finds happiness easily because he has no awareness of problems. Squidward represents intelligent misery. He's smart enough to understand how disappointing his life is and can't find happiness anywhere. Mr. Krabs represents single-minded focus. He only cares about money and achieves success by pursuing one goal obsessively. SpongeBob serves as the lens through which viewers experience these three characters. SpongeBob loves Patrick unconditionally and never questions their friendship. SpongeBob annoys Squidward without realizing it and tries constantly to be his friend. SpongeBob worships Mr. Krabs as his hero and boss while accepting exploitation as normal. SpongeBob's interactions with these three characters create the majority of the show's comedy and conflict. The balance between these character dynamics made classic SpongeBob work so well. No character was completely good or completely bad. Patrick was stupid but loyal. Squidward was mean but occasionally kind. Mr. Krabs was greedy but sometimes generous. These contradictions made them feel like real personalities rather than one-dimensional cartoon characters. The relationships between characters had genuine emotional stakes that made audiences care about what happened. Stephen Hillenburg's background in marine biology influenced these characters in subtle ways beyond their species traits. Hillenburg understood that real ocean ecosystems involve different creatures with different survival strategies, all living near each other. Starfish are simple but effective. Octopuses are intelligent but solitary. Crabs are tough and resource-focused. Hillenburg took these ecological strategies and turned them into personality types that could interact comedically. The character designs also reflected Hillenburg's artistic influences and the show's overall aesthetic. Patrick's simple triangular shape makes him easy to animate and visually distinctive. Squidward's long face and drooping features convey his misery without dialogue. Mr. Krabs' claws, stalked eyes, and hunched posture make him look simultaneously threatening and comical. These designs work in cell animation, digital animation, and merchandise, which has helped SpongeBob maintain visual consistency. 25 years after SpongeBob premiered, these three characters remain iconic. Patrick's stupidity has inspired countless memes. Squidward became a symbol for adult viewers who relate to his misery and cynicism. Mr. Krabs' greed has been analyzed in economics classes and political discussions. The characters transcended their original context to become cultural symbols that represent different aspects of human nature and society. The character dynamics between Patrick's intelligence, Squidward's misery, and Mr. Krabs' greed created the foundation for SpongeBob's comedy and heart. These three characters, combined with SpongeBob's optimism, formed a perfect ecosystem of personalities that could generate endless stories. Understanding these characters means understanding why classic SpongeBob worked so brilliantly and why these personalities continue resonating with audiences across generations. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to From Storyboard to Screen, the rough draft Korea animation process. SpongeBob SquarePants episodes require approximately 50 people working together to animate and produce each 11-minute story. This collaborative process spans 2 continents and involves multiple stages of production from initial concept to finished broadcast. The creation of a single SpongeBob episode represents months of work by talented artists, animators, writers, and technicians who each contribute essential skills to the final product. Understanding this process reveals the incredible amount of effort required to make even the simplest cartoon scenes come to life. The production process for SpongeBob SquarePants has been handled domestically at Nickelodeon Animation Studio in Burbank, California, throughout the show's entire run. This studio serves as the creative headquarters, where episodes begin their journey from ideas to finished animations. The California-based crew handles all the initial creative work, including writing, storyboarding, character design, and post-production. These early stages establish what each episode will look like, sound like, and feel like before any actual animation occurs. The animation production itself happens overseas at Rough Draft Studios, located in South Korea. Rough Draft Studios has been SpongeBob's animation partner since the show's beginning in 1999. This international collaboration represents the standard workflow for American television animation that developed during the 1,990 seconds and continues today. The California studio creates the blueprints, while the Korean studio brings those blueprints to life through frame-by-frame animation work. Every SpongeBob episode starts with writers developing story ideas. The writing staff meets to pitch concepts, discuss what's funny, and decide which ideas have enough material for a full episode. Once a story concept gets approved, writers create an outline showing the basic plot structure. This outline includes the beginning setup, middle complications, and ending resolution. The outline ensures everyone understands what happens in the episode before detailed work begins. After the outline is approved, the writing moves to script format. However, SpongeBob doesn't use traditional television scripts with dialogue and stage directions. Instead, the show uses storyboards as its primary storytelling document. This approach comes from Stephen Hillenburg's background in animation rather than live-action television. Hillenburg understood that animation is a visual medium where pictures often communicate more effectively than words. The storyboard process represents where SpongeBob episodes truly take shape. Storyboard artists receive the story outline and begin drawing every scene of the episode panel by panel. These drawings show character positions, facial expressions, camera angles, and action sequences. The storyboard artists essentially create a comic book version of the entire episode. Each storyboard panel includes notes about what characters say, what sound effects occur, and what emotions the scene should convey. Creating storyboards for an 11-minute SpongeBob episode requires hundreds of individual drawings. Storyboard artists must visualize how each scene flows into the next scene. They decide when to use close-ups versus wide shots. They determine how characters move through space. They plan visual gags and comedic timing. The storyboard serves as the blueprint that every other department will follow, so it must be detailed and clear. SpongeBob storyboard artists often work in pairs or teams. Two artists might collaborate on a single episode, dividing scenes between them, or working together on complicated sequences. This collaborative approach allows artists to bounce ideas off each other and solve problems together. The teamwork also speeds up production since storyboarding an entire episode alone would take too long to maintain the show's production schedule. During the first 3 seasons, Stephen Hillenburg and creative director Derek Dryman oversaw the storyboard process closely. They reviewed storyboards, gave feedback, and ensured each episode matched their creative vision for the show. Hillenburg understood story structure and character dynamics from his experience on Rocko's Modern Life. He could identify when storyboards weren't working and help artists find better solutions. This hands-on creative direction during seasons 1 through 3 contributed to what fans call SpongeBob's golden era. Once the storyboards are completed and approved, they become the templates that get sent to rough draft studios in South Korea. The storyboards travel overseas, either as physical documents or digital files. These storyboards contain everything the Korean animation team needs to create the finished episode. The storyboard artists have done the creative work of deciding what viewers will see. The Korean animators now do the technical work of actually drawing it. Rough Draft Studios receives the storyboards and begins the animation process. The studio employs hundreds of animators who specialize in different aspects of animation production. Some animators draw characters. Others draw backgrounds. Some handle effects like bubbles, smoke, or underwater particles. Others work on timing and spacing to ensure smooth movement. This division of labor allows Rough Draft to produce animation efficiently while maintaining quality. The first step Rough Draft takes is creating layouts based on the storyboards. Layout artists take each storyboard panel and refine it into a more detailed drawing. They establish the exact positions of characters and objects in the scene. They determine the precise camera angle and framing. Layout artists ensure that backgrounds and characters will work together properly. These layouts serve as the foundation for all subsequent animation work. After layouts are approved, the actual frame-by-frame animation begins. Animation requires drawing characters in slightly different positions for each frame to create the illusion of movement. Television animation typically uses 12 drawings per second, with each drawing photographed twice, resulting in 24 frames per second. An 11-minute episode contains approximately 660 seconds of animation, requiring roughly 7,920 individual character drawings if every frame is unique. In practice, animators reuse some drawings and hold certain frames longer to work more efficiently, but the number remains enormous. During Season 1, this animation process involved drawing characters on paper, then transferring those drawings onto transparent cell sheets. The drawings were inked onto the cells by hand. Then painters would flip the cells over and carefully paint colors on the reverse side. Each cell required multiple colors that had to be applied separately and allowed to dry completely. This cell animation process was time-consuming and labor-intensive, but created the distinctive handcrafted look that makes Season 1 unique. The background art for Season 1 was also created by hand. Background artists painted entire scenes on large sheets of paper or board using traditional painting techniques. These backgrounds showed the locations where action would occur. the Krusty Krab interior, SpongeBob's pineapple house, jellyfish fields, and Bikini Bottom streets. Each background was a unique piece of art created specifically for that scene. The hand-painted backgrounds gave Season 1 a textured, organic quality. After the cells were painted and backgrounds were completed, the cell animation had to be photographed. This process involved placing the transparent character cells on top of the painted backgrounds and photographing them one frame at a time. The camera would photograph the background with one cell on top. Then that cell would be removed and the next cell placed down for the following frame. This process repeated thousands of times for each episode. The resulting filmed footage became the animated episode. The transition from Season 1 to Season 2 brought a major change in the animation process. Executive producer Paul Tibbitt explained in a 2009 interview that Season 1 was done the old-fashioned way on cells, with every cell being part painted, left to dry, then painted with other colors. Starting with Season 2, production shifted to digital ink and paint animation. This meant animators still drew characters on paper by hand, but then those drawings were scanned into computers. Digital ink and paint changed the workflow significantly. After drawings were scanned, artists used software to ink the lines digitally and paint the colors digitally. This eliminated the physical cell sheets entirely. Digital painting allowed for immediate corrections if mistakes occurred. Colors could be changed instantly without repainting anything. The drying time that slowed down cell animation no longer existed. Tibbitt noted that while the digital process still takes time, it doesn't take nearly as long to correct mistakes compared to the old cell method. The backgrounds also transitioned to digital creation, starting in Season 2. Background artists could paint backgrounds digitally using software, allowing for more detail and easier revisions. The digital backgrounds became more vibrant and colorful compared to Season 1's more subdued palette. The technology allowed artists to add layers, adjust colors globally, and create more complex scenes than traditional painting methods easily permitted. In 2008, another technological advancement occurred when the SpongeBob production began using drawing tablets. Drawing tablets allow artists to draw directly on computer screens rather than on paper that gets scanned. The 5th season episode, Pest of the West, was the first episode where the crew applied this drawing tablet method. This shift made the animation process even faster and more flexible because it eliminated the scanning step entirely. Throughout all these technological changes, Rough Draft Studios maintained its role as SpongeBob's animation partner. The studio adapted its workflow to incorporate new digital tools while maintaining the quality and style that SpongeBob required. The animators in South Korea became experts at matching Steven Hillenburg's vision and maintaining consistency across hundreds of episodes spanning multiple animation techniques. The animation process requires close communication between the California studio and Rough Draft in South Korea, despite the distance. Color models must be precise, so characters always look correct. Character designs must be followed carefully, so SpongeBob looks like SpongeBob in every frame. The Korean animators work from the storyboards created in California, but they need to interpret those storyboards and make countless small decisions about exact positioning, timing, and movement. Rough Draft Studios doesn't just animate SpongeBob characters mechanically. The animators add personality to the movements through their artistic choices. How SpongeBob walks, how his face squashes and stretches during expressions, how his body moves when he laughs. All these details come from the Korean animators' skill and understanding of the characters. The best animation makes characters feel alive rather than just moving from point A to point B. The character designs for SpongeBob were created to be animation-friendly. SpongeBob's simple square shape makes him relatively easy to draw consistently. Patrick's triangular starfish shape also animates smoothly. However, characters like Squidward with his long face and tentacles present more challenges. Mr. Krabs with his claws, eye stalks, and crab legs requires careful attention to maintain consistency. The animators at Rough Draft became experts at drawing these characters after years of practice. Special effects represent another crucial aspect of the animation process. SpongeBob takes place underwater, so every scene needs bubbles, water particles, and flowing movement to sell the underwater environment. Effects animators create these elements separately from character animation. Bubbles floating across scenes, particle effects, lighting effects, and other visual flourishes all require additional animation work beyond just moving characters around. While Rough Draft Studios handles the animation in South Korea, the California studio continues working on other aspects of production simultaneously. The voice actors record their performances before animation is finalized. Tom Kenny, Bill Fagerbakke, Roger Bumpass, Clancy Brown, and the other voice actors record together in the same room using old radio show style. They read through the episode while looking at storyboards to understand what's happening visually. Recording voices before final animation allows the animators to match mouth movements to the actual dialogue. This process is called animating to dialogue. The animators receive the voice recordings and can time character mouth movements precisely to match what the actors said. This creates the illusion that animated characters are actually speaking rather than just moving their mouths randomly. Getting this synchronization correct requires careful attention to timing. Steven Hillenburg and Derek Dryman sat in the recording studio during the first 3 seasons to direct the voice actors. Hillenburg would explain what emotions he wanted in specific scenes and guide the performances. Having the show's creator present during recording ensured the voices matched his creative vision. Andrea Romano became the voice director starting in Season 4 after Hillenburg stepped back from day-to-day production. Tom Kenny eventually took over voice directing duties during Season 9. After the animation returns from South Korea, the post-production work begins in California. Post-production involves adding all the elements that complete the episode beyond just the animation. This includes sound effects, music, final voice track integration, color correction, and editing. Post-production transforms raw animation into a finished episode ready for broadcast. Sound effects play an enormous role in SpongeBob's comedy. The sound design team adds thousands of individual sound effects to each episode. Footsteps, door slams, crashes, splashes, squeaks, and countless other sounds fill every scene. SpongeBob uses a distinctive sound effects library that gives the show its unique audio signature. Many sound effects are deliberately silly or exaggerated to enhance the cartoon comedy. The music for SpongeBob comes primarily from the APM Music Library, a production music library containing thousands of pre-recorded tracks. The show's music editors select appropriate tracks for each scene from this library. SpongeBob uses Hawaiian-themed music extensively to create its tropical underwater atmosphere. Tracks like Hawaiian Cocktail, Hawaiian Train, and Aloha Oi appear repeatedly throughout the series. The music helps establish the show's laid-back, beachy vibe. Original music also gets composed for special episodes and movies. The song Sweet Victory from Band Geeks was written specifically for that episode by David Glenn Isley and Bob Kulick. The Krusty Krab Pizza song from Pizza Delivery was created for that episode. These original songs require additional production work, including composing, recording, and integrating into the episode. Original music costs more than library music, but creates memorable moments that define certain episodes. The editing process assembles all these elements, animation, voices, sound effects, and music into the final episode. Editors ensure everything syncs properly and flows smoothly from scene to scene. They can adjust timing slightly if needed to make jokes land better or improve pacing. The editor's work is crucial for making the episode feel polished and professional, rather than like disconnected pieces stitched together. Color correction happens during post-production to ensure the episode looks consistent throughout. Digital tools allow colorists to adjust brightness, contrast, and color balance across the entire episode. This ensures that scenes match visually, even if they were animated at different times or by different artists. Color correction became more important as animation went digital, because monitors and screens can display colors differently. The entire production process from initial story concept to finished episode takes several months. Writing and storyboarding might take 4 to 6 weeks. Animation in South Korea might take another 6 to 8 weeks. Post-production could take 2 to 4 weeks. The exact timeline varies depending on episode complexity and production schedule demands. SpongeBob typically produces episodes in batches rather than one at a time to make the workflow more efficient. This international collaboration between the California studio and Rough Draft Studios in South Korea represents how modern animation production functions. American studios focus on creative development, while Asian studios handle the labor-intensive animation work. This division of labor emerged during the 1,980 seconds and 1,990 seconds as American animation studios sought ways to produce television animation more affordably while maintaining quality. The storyboard-driven approach that SpongeBob uses became influential across the animation industry. Rather than writing detailed scripts, shows increasingly use storyboards to develop stories visually. This approach suits animation better than traditional scriptwriting because it accounts for visual comedy, physical gags, and character expressions that don't translate well to written dialogue. SpongeBob helped prove that storyboard-driven production could create sophisticated comedy. Rough Draft Studios has animated numerous other successful shows beyond SpongeBob. The studio worked on Futurama, The Simpsons, The Ren and Stimpy Show, and many other acclaimed animated series. Rough Draft's expertise in television animation made them the perfect partner for SpongeBob's demanding production schedule. The studio's ability to match different shows' visual styles while maintaining consistent quality established them as one of the animation industry's most reliable studios. The approximately 50 people working on each SpongeBob episode include storyboard artists, layout artists, character animators, background artists, effects animators, voice actors, sound designers, music editors, post-production editors, and production coordinators. Each person contributes specialized skills that others on the team don't possess. The collaborative nature of animation production requires clear communication and mutual respect between all departments. Steven Hillenburg's vision for SpongeBob emphasized teamwork and collaboration. He valued people who could work together toward a common creative goal rather than seeking individual glory. This philosophy influenced how the production team functioned. Everyone understood they were serving the show rather than trying to show off personal abilities. This team-first mentality contributed to SpongeBob's consistent quality during its early seasons. The production process evolved over 25 years as technology changed. Season 1's hand-painted cells gave way to Season 2's digital ink and paint, which gave way to Season 5's drawing tablets. Each technological advancement made production faster and more flexible. However, technology alone doesn't create great animation. The human artists making creative decisions about character movement, comedic timing, and visual storytelling remain essential regardless of what tools they use. The workflow from storyboard to screen represents a carefully orchestrated system where each stage depends on the previous stage being completed correctly. If storyboards aren't clear, animators in South Korea won't know what to draw. If animation isn't timed properly, voice actors' dialogue won't match. If sound effects are poorly chosen, funny moments won't land. Every department must execute their responsibilities competently for the final episode to succeed. Understanding this production process reveals the remarkable achievement that SpongeBob represents. Over 300 episodes have been produced using this international collaboration between California and South Korea. Thousands of artists, animators, and technicians have contributed to SpongeBob's success over 25 years. The show's longevity and consistency demonstrate that the production system Hillenburg and his team established works effectively. From storyboard to screen, the Rough Draft Korea animation process transforms creative ideas into finished SpongeBob episodes that have entertained millions of viewers worldwide. The approximately 50 people working together on each episode bring specialized talents that combine to create something greater than any individual could achieve alone. This collaborative international production system represents the modern animation industry at its best, creating beloved entertainment through teamwork, technical skill, and creative vision spanning 2 continents. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the Meme Factory, how classic SpongeBob conquered the internet. SpongeBob SquarePants became one of the most memeable television shows in internet history. Seasons 1 through 3 inches particular generated countless memes, reaction images, and quotable moments that spread across social media platforms, starting in the early 2000s and exploding in popularity during the 2010 seconds. The show's combination of absurd humor, expressive character animation, memorable dialogue, and universal relatability created perfect conditions for meme culture to flourish. Understanding how SpongeBob conquered the internet requires examining which specific moments became memes, why those moments resonated, and how a cartoon about a talking sponge became the common language of online communication. SpongeBob premiered on the 1st of May 1999, which placed it at an ideal moment in internet history. The show began during the early days of widespread internet access, when people were just starting to share content online through forums, message boards, and early social media platforms. As internet culture grew throughout the 2000s and 2010 seconds, SpongeBob grew with it. The show had a built-in audience of millennials who watched it as children and young adults who could now share their favorite moments online as memes. The term meme itself comes from evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins' 1976 book, The Selfish Gene, where he described memes as ideas or cultural phenomena that spread from person to person. Internet memes specifically refer to images, videos, phrases, or concepts that spread rapidly online through sharing and remixing. SpongeBob proved extraordinarily well-suited for internet meme culture because the show was designed around quotable dialogue and expressive visual comedy that worked perfectly as short, shareable content. One of the most famous SpongeBob memes is Mocking SpongeBob, also called Mocking SpongeBob Chicken, or simply the SpongeBob Mocking meme. This meme uses an image of SpongeBob with a contorted face and bent posture. The image comes from the Season 9 episode Little Yellow Book. In that episode, Squidward reads SpongeBob's diary and discovers that SpongeBob acts like a chicken whenever he sees plaid. Mr. Krabs wears a plaid kilt and SpongeBob immediately starts clucking and bending over with his hands positioned like chicken wings. The Mocking SpongeBob meme didn't become popular until years after the episode aired. The episode premiered in 2012, but the meme didn't explode until around 2017. People use the meme to mock someone else's statement by repeating what they said in alternating capital and lowercase letters, like "I don't like Spongebob memes." The alternating letters represent a mocking, chicken-like voice. The meme became so popular that Tom Kenny himself, SpongeBob's voice actor, said at the 2017 San Diego Comic-Con that Mocking SpongeBob is his favorite SpongeBob meme. Caveman SpongeBob, also called Primitive SpongeBob or incorrectly called SpongeGar, comes from the Season 1 episode SB 129. In that episode, Squidward travels back in time and meets prehistoric versions of SpongeBob and Patrick. The image shows primitive SpongeBob standing with his arms and legs spread out in a defensive or startled posture. His face shows wide eyes and an open mouth suggesting confusion or alarm. The meme typically represents awkward, stressful, uncomfortable situations or moments when you need to brace yourself. Many people incorrectly call this character SpongeGar, but SpongeGar is actually a different prehistoric sponge character who appears in the Season 3 episode Ugh. SpongeGar is one of SpongeBob's ancestors who looks similar to primitive SpongeBob but is a distinct character. The actual primitive SpongeBob from SB 129 doesn't have an official name. Despite this confusion, the image became one of SpongeBob's most recognizable memes. The meme often uses the format when it's, followed by a description of an uncomfortable situation with the primitive SpongeBob image layered onto another background. The phrase, "Is mayonnaise an instrument?" became one of the most quoted SpongeBob lines in internet history. The line comes from Band Geeks when Squidward asks his band members if anyone has played musical instruments before. Patrick raises his hand and asks this question with complete sincerity. Squidward responds that no, mayonnaise is not an instrument. Patrick raises his hand again, and Squidward cuts him off by saying horseradish is not an instrument either. The absurdity of Patrick's question, combined with his genuine confusion, made this moment instantly memorable and infinitely quotable. Band Geeks generated numerous memes beyond just the mayonnaise line. The phrase, "Is mayonnaise an instrument?" appears constantly in online discussions about music, cooking, or whenever someone asks an obviously stupid question. The question works as a meme because it represents willful ignorance or deliberately asking something absurd. People use it ironically to mock someone else's lack of knowledge or to make jokes about unrelated topics. Another iconic Band Geeks moment that became a meme involves the big meaty claws argument between Harold and Mr. Krabs. Harold says maybe they wouldn't sound so bad if some people didn't try to play with big meaty claws. Mr. Krabs angrily demands to know what Harold said. Harold shouts even louder, "Big, meaty, claws." Mr. Krabs responds that these claws aren't just for attracting mates, and Harold tells him to bring it on. This escalation from musical criticism to physical confrontation became a template for memes about arguments that spiral out of control. The phrase, "No, this is Patrick," became another massively popular SpongeBob meme. This line comes from the Season 2 episode Big Pink Loser. In that episode, Patrick gets a job at the Krusty Krab and answers the phone. When customers call asking, "Is this the Krusty Krab?" Patrick responds, "No, this is Patrick," in an annoyed voice. He does this repeatedly throughout the episode, getting increasingly frustrated each time. The meme uses this phrase whenever someone asks a question and receives an intentionally unhelpful or literal answer. The imagination meme comes from the Season 3 episode Idiot Box. SpongeBob and Patrick get a large television but throw it away to play in the cardboard box instead. When Squidward questions this decision, SpongeBob creates a rainbow with his hands and says, "Imagination," while drawing out the word. SpongeBob's gesture and expression while saying this became an iconic image used whenever discussing creativity, make-believe, or mocking someone for believing something unrealistic. The rainbow hand gesture itself became recognizable enough that people could recreate it and others would immediately understand the SpongeBob reference. The chocolate. Screaming customer from Chocolate with Nuts became a legendary SpongeBob character despite appearing in only one episode. Tom chases SpongeBob and Patrick throughout the episode while screaming the word chocolate over and over in an increasingly deranged voice. At the end, he reveals he just wanted to buy all their chocolate and wasn't actually crazy. The chocolate screaming character became a meme representing obsessive desire for something or chasing something desperately. People use images and clips of him screaming chocolate to express intense craving or excitement. The "my leg" running gag became one of SpongeBob's most enduring memes. Fred, a background fish character, appears throughout the series screaming "my leg" whenever he gets injured. The first notable instance occurs in the Season 1 episode Arg, when Mr. Krabs throws a customer out of the Krusty Krab during a treasure hunt. The customer screams "my leg," and this sound effect gets reused throughout the series in different contexts. The phrase became a meme, representing any minor injury or complaint. Some fans created compilation videos collecting every instance of the "my leg" scream across hundreds of episodes. Pizza delivery contributed several memes to SpongeBob's internet legacy. The scene where SpongeBob declares, "It's not just a boulder, it's a rock," while crying and hugging a rock became a famous meme about finding meaning in simple things. The Krusty Krab pizza song that SpongeBob sings throughout the episode became extremely quotable. Lines like, "The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me" get referenced constantly online. The image of SpongeBob riding the rock with the caption about pioneers riding these babies for miles became another popular meme. The tired SpongeBob meme shows SpongeBob leaning exhausted against something with bags under his eyes. This image comes from the Season 1 episode Nature Pants, when SpongeBob and Patrick are hiding from each other in jellyfish fields. SpongeBob looks completely exhausted and defeated. This image became a meme representing burnout, exhaustion, or being done with everything. People pair the image with captions about being tired from work, school, or life in general. The Evil Patrick or Savage Patrick meme comes from the same episode, Nature Pants, shortly after the tired SpongeBob moment. Patrick stares menacingly with a sinister expression that suggests he's planning something evil. This frame became a meme used whenever someone does something savage, mean, or coldly calculated. Common captions include things like, when you see your crush with someone else, or when someone says they're not hungry but then wants your food. The meme works because Patrick's normally friendly face, twisted into evil intent, creates perfect contrast. Rock Bottom generated memes through its unique atmosphere and memorable quotes. SpongeBob's line, "This isn't your average everyday darkness. This is advanced darkness," became widely quoted online. People use it to describe situations that are worse than normal bad situations, adding advanced as an intensifier. The raspberry language from Rock Bottom also became a meme, with people adding random raspberry sounds to sentences to indicate confusion or communication barriers. The "Item Ahead Out" meme comes from Season 2's The Smoking Peanut. The image shows SpongeBob starting to leave his chair with a caption expressing the desire to exit a situation. People use this meme when they want to leave somewhere, give up on something, or remove themselves from an uncomfortable scenario. The meme works because SpongeBob's posture perfectly captures the moment of deciding to abandon a situation before fully committing to leaving. Squidward generated numerous memes because his misery and cynicism resonated with adult viewers. The image of Squidward looking annoyed, depressed, or suffering appears in countless memes. Squidward's quote, "I have no soul" from various episodes became a meme about being dead inside. Images of Squidward sleeping, being lazy at work, or displaying complete apathy toward his job became extremely relatable to working adults who discovered they identified more with Squidward than SpongeBob as they got older. The surprised Patrick meme shows Patrick with his mouth wide open in shock. This expression appears in multiple episodes but became a standard reaction image online. People use surprised Patrick to express shock, disbelief, or being caught off guard by information. The image works because Patrick's simple face can convey pure surprise without other complicated emotions, making it versatile for many contexts. Several factors explain why SpongeBob became so memeable compared to other cartoons. First, the show's expressive animation style created numerous distinct facial expressions and body poses that work perfectly as reaction images. The animators pushed character designs to extreme positions during emotional moments. These extreme expressions photograph well and convey strong emotions clearly, even as static images separated from their original context. Second, SpongeBob's dialogue writing included numerous quotable one-liners and exchanges that work independently of their episodes. Lines like, "Is mayonnaise an instrument?" or "No, this is Patrick," make sense and are funny even if you've never seen the episodes they come from. The writing combined absurdist humor with relatable situations, creating quotes that apply to many different contexts beyond their original scenes. Third, SpongeBob had mass appeal across age groups and demographics. Children watched the show for the silly humor and colorful characters. Teenagers and adults appreciated the clever writing, subtle adult humor, and satirical elements. This broad appeal meant that when internet culture emerged, SpongeBob had a huge potential audience of people familiar with the show who could recognize and share references. Fourth, the show's visual style and character designs are simple enough to be easily recognizable, but distinctive enough to be memorable. SpongeBob's square yellow body, Patrick's pink star shape, and Squidward's long nose are all instantly identifiable even in low-quality images or when edited into other contexts. This visual clarity helps SpongeBob memes spread because people immediately recognize what they're looking at. Fifth, SpongeBob ran for many seasons and produced hundreds of episodes, creating an enormous library of potential meme material. Even though seasons 1 through 3 generated the majority of classic memes, the show's longevity meant new generations discovered SpongeBob and created new memes from different episodes. The constant availability of SpongeBob through television reruns, streaming services, and DVD releases kept the show accessible to meme creators. The timing of SpongeBob's premiere in 1999 positioned it perfectly for meme culture. The show aired during a transitional period when internet access was spreading rapidly, but social media hadn't yet emerged. The children and teenagers watching SpongeBob in 1999 through 2004 became the young adults creating meme culture in the late 2000s and 2010 seconds. These millennials grew up with SpongeBob and brought their nostalgia and familiarity with the show into their online interactions. Social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, and Tumblr accelerated SpongeBob meme spread during the 2010 seconds. These platforms made sharing images and short videos extremely easy. Users could post a SpongeBob meme and have thousands or millions of people see it within hours. The viral nature of social media meant successful memes spread exponentially as people shared them with their own followers. SpongeBob memes work across cultural and language barriers better than many other types of memes. The visual humor translates without requiring language knowledge. Someone who doesn't speak English can still understand the emotion in a SpongeBob facial expression. This universal quality helped SpongeBob memes spread internationally. Different countries and language communities created their own versions of SpongeBob memes, adding captions in their own languages while using the same images. The show's meme ability also comes from its emotional range. SpongeBob includes comedy, sadness, anger, fear, confusion, and nearly every other emotion portrayed through exaggerated cartoon expressions. This emotional variety means there's a SpongeBob image for almost any situation someone might want to express online. Need to show happiness? There's a SpongeBob for that. Need to show exhaustion? There's a SpongeBob for that. Need to show existential dread? There's definitely a Squidward for that. SpongeBob memes became so prevalent that they formed their own subcategory of internet culture. Facebook groups dedicated to SpongeBob memes have millions of members. Instagram accounts posting SpongeBob memes have millions of followers. Reddit communities discuss and share SpongeBob content daily. The SpongeBob meme community created a self-sustaining ecosystem where people constantly create, share, and remix SpongeBob content. Mary-Kate James created a Facebook group called SpongeBob Memes that grew to over 2.8 million followers. In a 2024 interview, James explained she started the group in May 2020 after being frustrated with other SpongeBob groups that posted inappropriate content or spam instead of actual memes. She wanted a group focused on real memes and SpongeBob-related content. James described maintaining the group as challenging but rewarding because it creates a space where people share humor and connect over their love of SpongeBob. The emotional connection people feel to SpongeBob memes goes deeper than just finding them funny. For many people, SpongeBob represents childhood memories and nostalgia. Sharing SpongeBob memes becomes a way to connect with others who share that same childhood experience. The memes serve as cultural touchstones that indicate shared generational identity. When someone posts a SpongeBob meme and others immediately recognize it, that recognition creates social bonding. Steven Hillenburg probably never imagined that SpongeBob would become such a central part of internet culture when he created the show. Hillenburg focused on making episodes that made him and his team laugh while telling good stories. The fact that these episodes contained so many moments that would later become memes was accidental rather than intentional. The show's quality and memorability naturally led to its meme success rather than being designed for that purpose. SpongeBob's influence on meme culture became so significant that Nickelodeon and Paramount eventually acknowledged and embraced it. The companies recognized that memes kept SpongeBob relevant with young adult audiences who had aged out of the show's target demographic. Rather than fighting against meme culture or trying to control how people use SpongeBob content, Nickelodeon leaned into it. Official SpongeBob social media accounts sometimes post memes or reference popular memes, showing awareness of how fans engage with the show online. The Super Bowl LIII controversy in 2019 demonstrated SpongeBob meme culture's real-world impact. After Steven Hillenburg died in November 2018, over 1.2 million people signed an online petition asking the NFL to perform Sweet Victory from Band Geeks during the halftime show. The massive petition showed that SpongeBob had transcended being just a cartoon and become a cultural force powerful enough to mobilize millions of people. Though the halftime show disappointed fans by only including a brief clip instead of the full song, the petition itself proved SpongeBob's cultural significance. SpongeBob memes continue evolving as new platforms and formats emerge. TikTok videos use SpongeBob audio clips and images. YouTube compilations collect memorable SpongeBob moments. Discord servers use SpongeBob emojis and stickers. Every new social media platform that emerges eventually gets filled with SpongeBob content because the show's vast library of material and universal recognition make it perfect for any format. The longevity of SpongeBob memes exceeds most internet trends. Many memes have short lifespans, becoming popular for weeks or months before fading into obscurity. SpongeBob memes have remained popular for over a decade, with no signs of declining. New SpongeBob memes continue emerging while old ones remain in circulation. This sustained relevance is rare in internet culture, where trends usually die quickly. Classic SpongeBob from seasons 1 through 3 provides the majority of popular memes, because these seasons represent the show's creative peak. The writing, animation, and character dynamics during these seasons created the most memorable and quotable content. While later seasons produce some memes, they don't approach the density or popularity of early SpongeBob memes. This makes sense because seasons 1 through 3 had Steven Hillenburg's direct involvement and the original creative team working together. The meme factory that classic SpongeBob became wasn't planned or manufactured. It emerged organically from millions of people who loved the show, recognizing that SpongeBob moments perfectly expressed their own feelings and experiences. The internet gave these people tools to share those moments with each other. SpongeBob's quality, memorability, emotional range, and universal appeal created ideal conditions for meme culture to flourish. 25 years after premiering, SpongeBob SquarePants conquered the internet by being exactly what it always was: funny, expressive, quotable, and beloved by people across the world who found their own feelings reflected in a talking yellow sponge and his friends. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Pickles, when Bubble Bass destroyed SpongeBob's confidence. Pickles aired on the 21st of August 1999 as episode 6B of SpongeBob SquarePants Season 1. The episode drew 2.94 million viewers during its initial broadcast on Nickelodeon. Pickles is widely considered one of the quintessential SpongeBob episodes because it explores SpongeBob's defining characteristic, his dedication to his job at the Krusty Krab. The episode demonstrates what happens when SpongeBob's confidence gets destroyed and how his entire life falls apart when he can't make Krabby Patties correctly. Pickles also introduced Bubble Bass, one of the most memorable one-time antagonists in SpongeBob history. The episode begins at the Krusty Krab with an exterior shot before cutting to Squidward taking an order. Squidward greets a customer and offers to take his order. The customer hesitates repeatedly, starting to order and then changing his mind. Squidward takes out his pencil and paper multiple times as the customer says maybe he'll have something, only to put them away when the customer says no. This happens several times in a row. Squidward asks if the customer is planning on ordering today. The customer finally decides he'll have a Krabby Patty. Squidward writes down the order and sarcastically says, "How original." The customer adds that he wants extra onions. Squidward responds with dripping sarcasm, asking if the customer is being daring today. He takes the order and shows it to SpongeBob, saying 1 Krabby Patty with extra onions. SpongeBob takes the order slip and puts it with the rest of the orders. He announces 1 Crying Johnny coming up, which is apparently restaurant slang for a burger with extra onions. SpongeBob cracks his knuckles and begins preparing the Krabby Patty while narrating each step. He says first bun, then patty, followed by ketchup, mustard, pickles, extra onions, lettuce, cheese, tomatoes, and bun, in that order. This narration establishes the canonical order of Krabby Patty ingredients, which becomes crucial later in the episode. SpongeBob completes the burger, announces 1 Crying Johnny, and rings the bell. Squidward takes the plate and delivers it. Another customer approaches and orders 12 Krabby Patties on wheat buns. Squidward relays this order to SpongeBob. SpongeBob takes a plate and patties begin appearing on it as he works at rapid speed. He repeats the ingredients over and over at incredible velocity. Bun, patty, ketchup, tomato, bun repeated 12 times. He completes all 12 burgers in seconds and announces at normal speed that he has 1 dozen crying cows on the farm. Squidward takes the plate and sarcastically thanks Farmer Brown. These opening scenes establish SpongeBob as an incredibly skilled and fast fry cook who knows the Krabby Patty formula perfectly. His ability to make 12 burgers in seconds while maintaining quality shows his mastery of his craft. The restaurant slang like Crying Johnny and Crying Cows demonstrates that SpongeBob has professional expertise despite his childlike personality. These scenes set up what makes the episode's conflict so devastating. SpongeBob is actually excellent at his job. A large, overweight fish walks up to order. Squidward makes a sarcastic joke, asking if the tiny customer wants a small salad. The customer, who is named Bubble Bass, begins ordering in complicated restaurant terminology. He says he wants a double-triple bossy deluxe on a raft, 4x4, animal style, extra shingles with a shimmy and a squeeze, light axle grease, make it cry, burn it, and let it swim. Squidward tries to write this down but gives up, and just stares at Bubble Bass. Squidward tells Bubble Bass that they serve food here, implying the order was nonsense. SpongeBob suddenly appears with the completed order and says he already has it. SpongeBob gasps when he sees who ordered. He says the customer's name, Bubble Bass. This reaction suggests SpongeBob knows Bubble Bass by reputation. Bubble Bass pushes Squidward aside and addresses SpongeBob directly as SquarePants. The two clearly know each other or know of each other. Bubble Bass says he hears talk that SpongeBob makes a mean Krabby Patty. SpongeBob responds that he hears talk that Bubble Bass is kind of picky. Both confirm these reputations are accurate. SpongeBob presents the burger confidently. Bubble Bass takes the plate and sits down to examine the Krabby Patty carefully. He takes his time inspecting it from multiple angles before finally taking a bite. SpongeBob asks what Bubble Bass thinks. Bubble Bass says the burger is pretty good, but then delivers the devastating critique. SpongeBob forgot the pickles. He holds up the burger to show there are no pickles visible. The crowd of customers gasps. SpongeBob yells no in disbelief. Bubble Bass says SpongeBob is supposed to be the best there is, but he doesn't think so. He declares that SpongeBob loses and laughs. This moment shatters SpongeBob's confidence completely. SpongeBob insists the pickles should be right where they always are, and he knows he put them on. The other customers look disappointed. SpongeBob tears the Krabby Patty apart, desperately searching for the missing pickles. He keeps repeating the word pickles over and over while destroying the burger, looking for evidence he didn't make a mistake. Bubble Bass walks up to Mr. Krabs and throws Squidward out of the way. He tells Mr. Krabs that he believes Mr. Krabs owes him $2. Mr. Krabs asks why he owes $2 in a pained voice. Bubble Bass points to the menu where tiny print says money back guarantee. Mr. Krabs recognizes this policy reluctantly and asks if they can talk about it. He takes out $2, but Bubble Bass grabs them. Mr. Krabs pulls the money back and offers a discount on restroom tokens instead. Bubble Bass takes the money again and says he's afraid not. Mr. Krabs desperately offers a free glass of water, then a dozen free glasses of water with ice. Bubble Bass walks out with the $2. Mr. Krabs chases after him, sobbing and yelling about his $2. He walks back to SpongeBob, crying about the lost money. SpongeBob insists he knows he put pickles on that Krabby Patty. Mr. Krabs grabs SpongeBob and says the $2 is coming out of his paycheck. SpongeBob tries to hang onto the floor as Mr. Krabs drags him. SpongeBob begs for Mr. Krabs to wait. Mr. Krabs throws SpongeBob into the kitchen and tells him to get back to work because they have orders waiting. Squidward tells SpongeBob he needs a Krabby Patty. SpongeBob pants and declares he is not going to blow it this time. He starts making a burger, saying bun down, then ketchup, then mustard, then hesitates, asking if pickles come next. He says that's not right and starts over. He puts bun down, mustard, then ketchup, lettuce, then again hesitates over pickles and says no. He tries again putting mustard down, bun, and asks where the patty goes. He tries yet again asking about pickles and ketchup while admitting he's losing it. SpongeBob attempts one more time, saying bun down, shoe, mustard, pan, bun, before stopping himself. The fact that he included shoe and pan shows how confused he's become. Mr. Krabs enters the kitchen. SpongeBob tells Mr. Krabs he's so confused and can't remember how to do anything. Mr. Krabs suggests SpongeBob take the rest of the day off. SpongeBob protests, asking who will make the Krabby Patties. Mr. Krabs says not to worry because they have Squidward. Squidward reacts with confusion to suddenly being assigned cooking duty. SpongeBob walks toward the exit, agreeing that Mr. Krabs is right and he needs to get his head straight. He tries to remember if it's bun, patty, ketchup, then looks up and notices the door isn't there. SpongeBob panics, saying the front door is missing. Mr. Krabs opens the door, which is just a couple feet away from where SpongeBob is looking. SpongeBob apologizes and says this pickle thing has his head all messed up. He says he better get home and rest his brain. SpongeBob starts to leave but immediately walks back in, asking which way he lives. Mr. Krabs points him in the correct direction. SpongeBob says, of course, laughs nervously, and closes the door. This scene demonstrates how completely the pickle incident destroyed SpongeBob's ability to function. He can't even remember where his own house is, or locate a door that's directly in front of him. His entire sense of reality has collapsed because he can't make a Krabby Patty correctly. The scene transitions to SpongeBob's house, where he sits trying to write down the Krabby Patty formula. He keeps trying different combinations, asking if it's bun, patty, bun, or tomato, pickle, bun. He keeps saying no and trying different arrangements. He throws away the paper and pencil in frustration, declaring he's so confused. SpongeBob decides maybe a good night's sleep will help him get his head on straight. The scene transitions to SpongeBob's bedroom that night. SpongeBob stands next to his bed, trying to remember the correct order for getting into bed. He wonders if it's mattress, sheets, pillow, then SpongeBob. He hits his head with his fist, trying to think. He says he remembers it was mattress, SpongeBob, mattress, then sheets, pillow. He gets in between the two mattresses and says goodnight to Gary. Gary meows. SpongeBob immediately says this isn't right and tries a different position. SpongeBob tries sleeping upside down on his bed and says goodnight to Gary again. Gary meows. SpongeBob says this isn't right either. He tries lying on his back, then between the railings of his ladder, then with a mattress on his head, then on the ground next to his mattresses, then in a life preserver. He keeps saying wrong, negative, and even says the Russian word for no. The clock fast forwards through the night, showing SpongeBob trying countless sleeping positions. Morning comes and the rooster crows as SpongeBob's alarm goes off. SpongeBob is found on the floor under his bed. He says he almost had it. He looks at his alarm clock and asks how to turn it off, telling himself to think. Gary meows. SpongeBob picks up Gary and shoves him into the foghorn alarm to try to stop the noise. This doesn't work, and the alarm keeps going with Gary stuck inside, making squeaking dolphin noises. This extended sequence brilliantly shows how SpongeBob's inability to make Krabby Patties has destroyed his ability to perform any task correctly. If he can't make burgers, he can't sleep, can't turn off alarms, and can't function in any capacity. The scene transitions back to the Krusty Krab where black smoke pours from the kitchen. Squidward wears a cooking apron and coughs loudly. He clears the smoke with a fire extinguisher and announces the patties are done. Mr. Krabs sees black burnt patties on plates and gets irritated. Customers begin complaining. One says Squidward burnt his Krabby Patty. Another says he burnt her fries. A third customer briefly drinks his shake and says Squidward burnt his shake, which is impossible but emphasizes how terrible Squidward's cooking is. All the customers start yelling and complaining simultaneously. Mr. Krabs tries to get them to come back while sobbing. He realizes he needs to get SpongeBob back. The scene transitions to SpongeBob's house. A toaster hangs on the front door for some reason. Mr. Krabs opens the door and calls for SpongeBob. Music plays in reverse, as the camera shows SpongeBob's house is a complete disaster, with everything misplaced, opposite, and chaotic. Mr. Krabs calls for SpongeBob again. SpongeBob walks into view backwards, wearing underwear over his head also backwards. He greets Mr. Krabs but speaks in mixed-up word order, saying, "Mr. Krabs, hello, do you how do?" The parenthetical translation shows he meant to say, "Hello, Mr. Krabs, how do you do?" Mr. Krabs asks why SpongeBob is talking funny and takes the underwear off his head. SpongeBob responds in scrambled words that he can't do anything right since because pickles. Mr. Krabs insists this is nonsense, and SpongeBob will be back making Krabby Patties like his old self in no time. SpongeBob says in mixed-up words that he doesn't think he's ready to go back to work. He walks away. Mr. Krabs insists SpongeBob is fine. SpongeBob walks directly through the wooden kitchen door without opening it, leaving a SpongeBob-shaped hole. Mr. Krabs admits maybe SpongeBob isn't fine. He walks into the kitchen where SpongeBob is nailing a piece of bread to the table for no apparent reason. Mr. Krabs says all they need to do is get SpongeBob's confidence back so he can make more money. Mr. Krabs catches himself and corrects it to say so SpongeBob can make patties, though his real motivation is obviously financial. SpongeBob asks in scrambled words, how to do that? Mr. Krabs says it's like riding a bike and you never forget. He notices a bike boiling in a pot of water on the stove, which suggests SpongeBob tried to cook the bike. Mr. Krabs says he's going to help SpongeBob. The scene transitions to SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs sitting on the floor in SpongeBob's living room. Mr. Krabs explains that if SpongeBob learns to make a Krabby Patty again, his life will be back in order. He takes out a blanket with all the Krabby Patty ingredients laid out on it. SpongeBob starts to protest, but Mr. Krabs tells him to take his time. SpongeBob stares at the ingredients thinking. Time passes and it turns to night, then day again. SpongeBob reaches for a bun and Mr. Krabs gets excited. SpongeBob puts the bun back down and says no repeatedly. Day becomes night again, then day, then night again. Mr. Krabs falls asleep waiting. Day comes again, and SpongeBob wakes Mr. Krabs up excitedly. SpongeBob says he's got it and everything is very clear now. Mr. Krabs asks hopefully if this is true. SpongeBob says yes. He finally realizes that he can't do it. He yells that he's a failure. Mr. Krabs tells him not to talk like that. SpongeBob asks if Mr. Krabs doesn't get it, calling him a crustaceous cheapskate. SpongeBob yells that he can't make a double Krabby Patty with the works. As he rants about his inability, he actually starts making the burger while listing the ingredients. He says he can't put a patty on a bun with lettuce, cheese, onions, tomatoes, ketchup, mustard, pickles, and top bun together in that order. As he yells about what he can't do, he does exactly that, creating a perfect Krabby Patty. SpongeBob realizes what just happened. Mr. Krabs smirks and narrows his eyes with determination, saying it's time. This scene provides the emotional climax of the episode. SpongeBob regains his ability by accident while insisting he can't do it. The technique of making him list the ingredients while angry bypasses his mental block. Mr. Krabs' therapeutic approach worked, though probably more by accident than by design. The scene shows that SpongeBob's problem was entirely psychological rather than a loss of actual skill. The scene cuts to the Krusty Krab interior with black smoke still spreading from the kitchen. Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob walk in. SpongeBob rescues a burnt Squidward from the kitchen and sprays him with a fire extinguisher. A customer announces that SpongeBob is back. Other customers cheer about the old chef returning. Bubble Bass enters the restaurant, shoving the crowd out of his way. He says he hears SquarePants is back. SpongeBob opens the kitchen door and confirms he's right here. Bubble Bass says he thought he ran SpongeBob out of town. SpongeBob responds that this is where he belongs. He holds up some bubbles and blows one. Bubble Bass gives a weird roar. SpongeBob responds with a smaller roar. The crowd gasps. SpongeBob and Bubble Bass glare at each other while Mr. Krabs sweats nervously. Bubble Bass orders the regular and adds that this time, SpongeBob better not forget the pickles. SpongeBob rushes into the kitchen and returns with a Krabby Patty in the blink of an eye, announcing he didn't forget them. Mr. Krabs sweats violently as Bubble Bass examines and eats the patty. The camera cuts to the crowd, then Squidward, then SpongeBob, who smiles confidently. Bubble Bass stops eating and delivers his verdict. Still no pickles. SpongeBob looks shocked. Bubble Bass asks if SpongeBob sees and sticks out his tongue covered with chewed food. Everyone looks disgusted while SpongeBob appears upset. Bubble Bass declares that SpongeBob failed again, calling him SpongeBob Loser Pants. Bubble Bass laughs hysterically. The camera zooms into his mouth, showing his tongue tucked behind his teeth. SpongeBob stares at this for a moment and realizes something. SpongeBob suddenly says to wait a minute. He grabs Bubble Bass's tongue and pulls it out, telling everyone to look. He reveals 4 pickles hidden under Bubble Bass's tongue. Mr. Krabs adds that there are the pickles from last time too. Another customer says there are her car keys. Everyone walks up to Bubble Bass, glaring at him angrily. Bubble Bass says there's his ride and rushes out of the Krusty Krab huffing and panting. This revelation proves SpongeBob never made a mistake. Bubble Bass was a con artist who hid pickles under his tongue to scam restaurants out of money through their money-back guarantee policies. The fact that someone's car keys were also under his tongue suggests he's been doing this scam for a long time and hiding other items too. Justice is served as Bubble Bass is exposed as a fraud. Mr. Krabs calls for 3 cheers for the return of their master fry cook, SpongeBob. He says hip hip and everyone responds with hooray. Squidward gives a very unenthusiastic hooray. Mr. Krabs says hip hip again and everyone cheers, while Squidward says whoop-de-doo sarcastically. Mr. Krabs gives the 3rd hip hip and everyone cheers while Squidward says oh boy with complete boredom. SpongeBob then says they should give 3 cheers for the fry cook who took his place when he was gone, Squidward. Squidward smiles, touched by this recognition. SpongeBob says hip hip, but the crowd responds with boo instead of hooray. Squidward's face shows shock and his smile turns into a frown. SpongeBob says hip hip again and everyone boos louder. Squidward's frown becomes droopier. The scene cuts to an outside shot of the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob says hip hip a 3rd time and everyone boos. SpongeBob says hip hip one more time, and a customer yells that Squidward stinks. The episode ends on this note. Pickles works brilliantly as an episode because it explores SpongeBob's core identity. SpongeBob defines himself through his job at the Krusty Krab. His ability to make perfect Krabby Patties is his greatest skill and source of pride. When that ability gets called into question, SpongeBob's entire sense of self collapses. He can't sleep, can't speak properly, can't find doors, and can't perform any basic task. The episode shows that SpongeBob's confidence and competence are entirely interconnected. The episode also introduces Bubble Bass, who became an iconic antagonist despite only appearing in this one Season 1 episode. Bubble Bass represents the worst type of customer, the professional complainer who exploits policies to scam businesses. His design as an overweight, glasses-wearing nerd plays into certain stereotypes but makes him immediately recognizable. The revelation that he was hiding pickles under his tongue all along provides perfect narrative satisfaction. The ending where everyone boos Squidward after SpongeBob tries to honor him perfectly captures Squidward's role in the show. Even when Squidward steps up and works hard covering for SpongeBob, nobody appreciates him. The customers only care about getting their food correctly, not about Squidward's effort. This moment of cruelty towards Squidward adds bittersweet humor to what would otherwise be a purely happy ending. Pickles aired on the 21st of August 1999 during Season 1's run and became one of the season's most memorable episodes. The episode demonstrated SpongeBob's range by showing him at his best, at his worst, and fighting back to reclaim his identity. Fans remember Bubble Bass hiding pickles under his tongue as one of Season 1's most satisfying villain defeats. 25 years later, Pickles remains a quintessential SpongeBob episode that perfectly captures what makes SpongeBob SquarePants both funny and emotionally resonant. Next up we have, what if Plankton stole the Krabby Patty formula? The first episode we'll be breaking down is Plankton, the moment that truly set his rivalry with Mr. Krabs in motion. In the original episode, Plankton tries to steal the Krabby Patty formula by first hiding inside a patty, then later by using a mind control device to take over SpongeBob's brain. His plan ultimately fails when SpongeBob gives an emotional speech about how delicious the patty is, which makes Plankton so hungry that he jumps out of SpongeBob's head to grab it. He accidentally lands in his own analyzer machine instead, which reveals he's 1% evil and 99% hot gas. SpongeBob walks out with the patty, and Plankton is left defeated. But what if Plankton had kept his composure during that critical moment? What if his college education and years of planning actually paid off? The entire first season of SpongeBob and everything that follows would transform into something completely different. This alternative timeline splits off at the exact moment when SpongeBob stands in the Chum Bucket laboratory, holding that Krabby Patty over the analyzer funnel. The scene plays out identically up until SpongeBob starts his emotional goodbye to the patty. SpongeBob still tears up and describes the patty's tasty, juicy, scrumptious, warm, steamy goodness. He still mentions the 100% all-secret patty with undersea cheese, pickles, lettuce, tomato, and onion steaming between two fluffy seaweed sea buns. Inside SpongeBob's brain, Plankton still starts drooling. The hunger still builds. His mouth still waters at the description. But here's where everything changes. Now, in this timeline, Plankton remembers why he went to college. He remembers the years of failed attempts. He remembers every time Mr. Krabs has humiliated him. Instead of letting his appetite control him, he grips the control levers tighter. He forces SpongeBob's fingers to release the patty. The Krabby Patty drops into the analyzer funnel. The machine zaps it. The computer screen beeps and processes the information. Karen's voice reads out the complete formula with every single ingredient and measurement. Plankton has it. After all these years of trying, he finally has the Krabby Patty secret formula. Plankton immediately releases control of SpongeBob's brain and removes the mind control device. SpongeBob collapses on the laboratory floor, confused and exhausted from the mental battle. Plankton doesn't care. He's already at his computer, programming Karen to remember every detail of the formula. He backs it up multiple times. He writes it down on paper. He memorizes it. This is his life's work finally complete. SpongeBob eventually stumbles out of the chum bucket empty-handed, his pants still missing from when he crashed through his house that morning. The next morning, Bikini Bottom wakes up to something it has never seen before. The chum bucket has a line of customers outside. Not a long line yet, but a line nonetheless. Plankton has spent all night cooking. He's made dozens of patties using the exact formula. When the first customers bite into a chum bucket patty, their eyes widen. It tastes exactly like a Krabby Patty. Completely identical. The word spreads quickly in a small town like Bikini Bottom. Across the street at the Krusty Krab, Mr. Krabs notices his morning rush is smaller than usual. He looks out the window and sees customers entering the chum bucket. His eyes bulge out of his head. He runs outside and sees the line. He sees fish walking out with satisfied expressions, holding chum bucket bags. Mr. Krabs immediately knows what happened. There's only one explanation. Plankton finally got the formula. SpongeBob arrives at work feeling terrible. He tells Mr. Krabs everything about the previous night. He explains how Plankton controlled his brain. He describes how he tried to fight it but couldn't. He admits he brought a Krabby Patty to the chum bucket. Mr. Krabs doesn't yell. He doesn't get angry. He just stares out the window at the chum bucket with a defeated look that SpongeBob has never seen before. Mr. Krabs quietly says that after all these years of protecting the formula, it's finally gone. His voice cracks slightly when he tells SpongeBob to go home for the day. Over the next few weeks, the chum bucket's success grows exponentially. Plankton keeps his prices slightly lower than the Krusty Krab. Since the food tastes identical and costs less, customers naturally choose the chum bucket. Plankton hires his first employee because he can't keep up with demand. Then he hires a second, then a third. The chum bucket expands its seating area. Meanwhile, the Krusty Krab becomes quieter each day. Squidward actually enjoys the peace at first, but then Mr. Krabs starts cutting his hours. There aren't enough customers to justify keeping him there all day. SpongeBob tries everything to win customers back. He adds extra love to each patty. He decorates them more carefully. He offers to work for free, but none of it matters. The formula is the formula. Plankton has it, and he's using it. The one advantage Mr. Krabs had for decades has vanished overnight. The Krusty Krab's customer count drops to just a handful of loyal regulars per day. Mr. Krabs stops paying for repairs. The restaurant starts looking worn down. The paint chips. The tables get wobbly. The whole building takes on a sad, abandoned feeling, even though it's still technically open. The character dynamics shift dramatically in this timeline. SpongeBob carries massive guilt. He blames himself completely for Mr. Krabs losing his business. Every time he sees the empty Krusty Krab, he remembers that night when Plankton controlled him. He remembers dropping that patty into the analyzer. He knows it's his fault, even though Plankton forced him. SpongeBob stops sleeping well. Gary notices his owner coming home exhausted and sad every night. The cheerful, optimistic sponge that everyone knows becomes quieter and more withdrawn. Mr. Krabs transforms from a successful business owner into someone desperately trying to stay afloat. He can't pay SpongeBob's full wages anymore. He considers selling the Krusty Krab building but can't bring himself to do it. This restaurant represents his entire adult life. He built it from nothing. He created the Krabby Patty. Watching Plankton profit from his creation while he struggles to pay bills breaks something inside him. The money-loving crab, who usually obsesses over every penny, now sits in his office, staring at old photos from the restaurant's glory days. Plankton experiences the biggest transformation. He goes from a failure that nobody takes seriously to a legitimate business success. He finally proves that his college education means something. He proves he's not just 1% evil and 99% hot gas like his own analyzer once told him. He's a businessman now. He's successful now. But something unexpected happens. Once the initial thrill wears off, Plankton realizes that beating Mr. Krabs doesn't feel as satisfying as he imagined. He spent so many years obsessing over stealing the formula that he never considered what comes after. The rivalry gave his life purpose. Now that he's won, he feels strangely empty. Squidward benefits from this timeline in some ways. With fewer customers at the Krusty Krab, he has more time to practice his clarinet. He has more time to work on his art. He doesn't have to deal with SpongeBob's annoying cheerfulness as much because SpongeBob is too depressed to be annoying. But Squidward also worries about losing his job completely. He needs the income. He can't survive without his paycheck, small as it is. So he's trapped in this weird situation where work is more peaceful but also more precarious. Patrick doesn't fully understand what's happening. He knows SpongeBob seems sad. He knows they don't go jellyfishing as much anymore. He notices the Krusty Krab looks different when he passes by. But Patrick's simple mind doesn't grasp the business implications. He just wants his best friend to be happy again. He tries to cheer SpongeBob up with their usual activities, but SpongeBob can't enjoy anything knowing he betrayed Mr. Krabs. The broader Bikini Bottom community initially loves having two restaurants serving Krabby Patties. Competition means better prices. But as time passes and the Krusty Krab deteriorates, some longtime customers start feeling nostalgic. They remember when Mr. Krabs first opened. They remember the early days. A few loyal customers like Mrs. Puff continue eating at the Krusty Krab specifically to support Mr. Krabs, even though they could get the same food cheaper elsewhere. But sentiment only goes so far when wallets are involved. 6 months into this new timeline, Mr. Krabs makes a devastating decision. He can't afford to keep the Krusty Krab open anymore. The building costs money to maintain. Paying even one employee is too expensive when there are barely any customers. On a rainy Tuesday morning, Mr. Krabs calls SpongeBob into his office and tells him the restaurant is closing permanently at the end of the week. SpongeBob breaks down crying. His dream job, the place he's wanted to work since he was a little sponge, is shutting down because of something he did. The final day of the Krusty Krab is somber. The few regular customers come by to say goodbye. Squidward cleans out his register for the last time. SpongeBob cooks his last Krabby Patty in that kitchen. Mr. Krabs locks the doors and puts up a closed permanently sign. Across the street, Plankton watches from the chum bucket window. He's won. He's driven his rival out of business. But seeing Mr. Krabs walk away from that building with slumped shoulders doesn't bring the joy Plankton expected. He realizes he's been so focused on beating Mr. Krabs that he never considered how hollow victory would feel. SpongeBob's life falls apart after the Krusty Krab closes. His entire identity centered around being a fry cook. Without that job, he doesn't know who he is. He tries finding work elsewhere, but nobody needs a fry cook with his specific skills. His expertise is making Krabby Patties, which doesn't transfer well to other food service jobs. He spends his days at home with Gary, wondering what went wrong. The optimistic sponge who once annoyed everyone with his enthusiasm becomes a shell of his former self. Mr. Krabs tries various business ventures, but nothing works. He attempts a different restaurant concept, but can't compete with the Chum Bucket's established success. He tries selling nautical antiques, but doesn't have the capital to maintain inventory. Eventually, he takes a job working for someone else for the first time in decades. The proud business owner becomes just another employee. He thinks about the formula constantly. He wonders if he should have written it down differently or hidden it better. He replays that night when Plankton controlled SpongeBob over and over in his mind. The alternative outcome of this timeline is a Bikini Bottom, where Plankton runs the most successful restaurant in town. The Chum Bucket expands into a chain. Plankton opens locations in other underwater cities. He becomes wealthy beyond his previous dreams. Karen gets regular upgrades. They move into a bigger laboratory. Plankton hires dozens of employees. He becomes exactly what he always wanted to be, a successful restaurateur who proved everyone wrong. But this success comes with unexpected consequences. Plankton misses having a rival. He misses the challenge. Running a successful restaurant turns out to be boring compared to scheming and plotting. The day-to-day management, the inventory orders, the employee schedules, BM theory, it's all mundane. Plankton accomplished his life's goal, but that goal's achievement left him without purpose. He sometimes looks at the abandoned Krusty Krab building across the street and feels something he never expected to feel toward Mr. Krabs: nostalgia. This alternative timeline fundamentally changes SpongeBob SquarePants from a show about an optimistic fry cook living his dream into a show about loss, guilt, and the hollow nature of revenge. SpongeBob never recovers from his role in destroying Mr. Krabs' business. Mr. Krabs never rebuilds what he lost. Plankton gets everything he wanted, but discovers that winning doesn't equal happiness. The bright, colorful world of Bikini Bottom gains a layer of melancholy it never had in the original timeline. All because in one critical moment, Plankton chose logic over hunger and successfully stole the Krabby Patty's secret formula. If you're enjoying this twisted take on SpongeBob, make sure to subscribe for more alternative timeline breakdowns. Moving on, we have F.U.N. Season 1, Episode 10B. In the original episode, Plankton tries to steal a Krabby Patty but gives it back after SpongeBob talks too much about magic. SpongeBob feels bad for Plankton being called a loser and decides to befriend him. They spend the day together, singing the F.U.N. song and doing fun activities. Karen reminds Plankton about his mission to steal the secret formula. At the movie theater, Mr. Krabs exposes Plankton by revealing he has a Krabby Patty hidden in his pocket. Plankton pretends he truly values their friendship, then reveals it was all a trick. He runs toward the movie screen with the patty, but crashes into the concrete wall behind it. The patty is saved, Plankton fails, and SpongeBob learns a hard lesson about trusting his enemy. But what if Plankton had been smarter about his friendship scheme? What if he had actually taken the time to earn SpongeBob's complete trust before making his move? This alternative timeline explores what happens when manipulation works perfectly and genuine friendship becomes the ultimate weapon for stealing the Krabby Patty formula. The day starts exactly the same. Plankton steals a Krabby Patty using his propeller device. SpongeBob chases him through Bikini Bottom. They end up at the magic shop where SpongeBob talks about believing in yourself and magic making dreams come true. Plankton gets so annoyed by the rambling that he gives back the stupid patty. The crowd calls Plankton a loser. Squidward asks how it feels to be the most hated thing in Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob gets declared the honorary town rookie of the day with a big donut ribbon. While everyone celebrates, SpongeBob thinks to himself that if Plankton had just one friend, he wouldn't be such a meanie. SpongeBob knocks on the chum bucket door that same evening. Plankton opens expecting a customer. SpongeBob invites him to come out and play. Karen immediately recognizes this as the perfect opportunity for revenge. She tells Plankton to befriend SpongeBob, and when the timing is right, take the Krabby Patty. But here's where this timeline splits from the original. Instead of rushing the plan, Plankton listens to Karen's full strategy. She explains that SpongeBob needs to trust him completely. One day of fun won't be enough. Plankton needs to play the long game. Plankton agrees to go jellyfishing with SpongeBob. They go to jellyfish fields together. SpongeBob teaches him about catching jellyfish and throwing them back. Plankton briefly fantasizes about ruling Bikini Bottom with jellyfish, but SpongeBob interrupts to explain that fun isn't about winning. SpongeBob teaches him the F-U-N song. Plankton sings his dark version about fire burning down the whole town, uranium bombs, and no survivors. SpongeBob corrects him and helps him dance while singing the real lyrics. They sing together through the flowers, with ukuleles, nose-picking, sharing gum, and sand-licking. They become best buddies for the day. That night, Plankton returns to the chum bucket excited about all the fun activities. Karen shows him the Krabby Patty on her screen to remind him of the mission, but in this timeline, Plankton stays focused. He tells Karen he knows exactly what he's doing. He needs SpongeBob to trust him so completely that he gets invited inside the Krusty Krab kitchen. One day of friendship isn't enough for that level of access. He needs weeks, maybe months. Karen agrees this makes sense. Plankton looks at himself wearing square pants like SpongeBob's. He decides to keep wearing them. It's all part of the disguise. The next day, SpongeBob invites Plankton to hang out again. They go bubble blowing, they build sand castles, they race snails. Every day after SpongeBob finishes his shift at the Krusty Krab, he spends time with Plankton. Mr. Krabs notices this friendship developing and warns SpongeBob that Plankton is scheming. SpongeBob insists that Plankton has changed. He sees the good in his friend. Mr. Krabs decides to test Plankton just like in the original episode. Mr. Krabs invites both of them to the Krusty Krab one afternoon. He places a Krabby Patty on the table in front of Plankton. He pushes it closer. He uses a fan to blow the smell toward him. Plankton stays strong. He says he's saving his appetite for popcorn at the movies later. SpongeBob turns off the fan and tells Mr. Krabs they've had enough of his little tests. They walk away together. Mr. Krabs briefly wonders if maybe Plankton really has changed, then realizes the plate was just cardboard. He knows Plankton is still scheming. Weeks pass. SpongeBob and Plankton do everything together. They go to the Reef Cinema multiple times. They attend Squidward's terrible clarinet recitals. They play at Goo Lagoon. They visit Sandy's treat home. Patrick joins them sometimes, though he doesn't really understand why SpongeBob is friends with the small green guy. The entire Bikini Bottom community starts accepting that Plankton has genuinely changed. Even Squidward stops making mean comments. Only Mr. Krabs remains suspicious, but he can't prove anything because Plankton hasn't tried to steal anything in over a month. After 2 months of genuine-seeming friendship, SpongeBob finally invites Plankton into the Krusty Krab kitchen. He shows Plankton around his workspace. He demonstrates his spatula techniques. He explains his fry cook methods. Plankton acts interested and supportive. He compliments SpongeBob's skills. He asks questions that seem innocent but are actually gathering information. SpongeBob, trusting his friend completely, answers everything honestly. Mr. Krabs watches nervously from his office but can't intervene without proof of wrongdoing. One evening, SpongeBob invites Plankton over to his pineapple house. They're having a sleepover. Gary doesn't trust Plankton and keeps hissing at him, but SpongeBob tells Gary to be nice. They watch television together, they eat kelp chips, they tell stories. Right before bed, SpongeBob mentions something casually. He says that working at the Krusty Krab is the best job ever, and he's so lucky Mr. Krabs trusts him with knowing the secret formula. Plankton's antennae perk up. He asks what SpongeBob means. SpongeBob explains that Mr. Krabs showed him the formula years ago because he needed someone to help make patties if he was ever sick. It's written down in Mr. Krabs' office inside a safe behind the portrait. Plankton acts only mildly interested. He changes the subject to something else, but inside, his mind races. He has the information he needs. The formula exists in physical form. It's in Mr. Krabs' office, behind the portrait, inside a safe. SpongeBob doesn't know the combination, but Plankton has technology that can crack any safe. He just needs to get inside that office alone. The next week, Plankton suggests they play a game. He calls it the Friendship Challenge. The idea is that SpongeBob will do one thing that Plankton wants, and Plankton will do one thing that SpongeBob wants. SpongeBob thinks this sounds fun. Plankton says his request is that SpongeBob sneaks him into the Krusty Krab after closing time to see where SpongeBob works at night. SpongeBob finds this request a bit odd, but agrees because friends do things for each other. That night, SpongeBob lets Plankton into the Krusty Krab after Mr. Krabs leaves. They walk through the dark restaurant. SpongeBob shows Plankton the empty dining area. He shows him the kitchen. Then Plankton asks to see Mr. Krabs' office because he's curious about how a successful businessman organizes his workspace. SpongeBob hesitates. That room is usually off limits. But Plankton reminds him about the Friendship Challenge. SpongeBob gave his word. SpongeBob unlocks the office door. Inside Mr. Krabs' office, Plankton looks around with fake casual interest. He comments on the desk, he looks at the papers, then he walks up to the portrait on the wall. He asks SpongeBob who that is in the painting. SpongeBob explains it's Mr. Krabs' grandfather. Plankton stares at the portrait for a moment, memorizing its exact position. He then suggests they leave before Mr. Krabs finds out they were here. SpongeBob agrees. They leave the office, they leave the restaurant, SpongeBob locks up. He feels slightly guilty about bringing Plankton into Mr. Krabs' office, but pushes that feeling away. Friends trust each other. 2 nights later, Plankton returns to the Krusty Krab alone. He picks the lock using a small device. He sneaks inside. He goes straight to Mr. Krabs' office. He picks that lock too. He walks up to the portrait and moves it aside. Behind it sits a safe, exactly like SpongeBob mentioned. Plankton takes out his safe-cracking device from his lab. He attaches it to the safe. The device runs through possible combinations. After 3 minutes, it clicks. The safe opens. Inside the safe sits a bottle. The label reads, "Secret Formula." Plankton's eye widens. After all these years of complicated schemes, the answer was this simple: befriend the naive sponge. Get information, break in, steal the bottle. He reaches in and grabs it. He holds it up to examine it in the moonlight coming through the window. The bottle contains a piece of paper with writing on it. This is the complete Krabby Patty formula with exact measurements and instructions. Plankton has finally won. He carefully closes the safe. He replaces the portrait. He leaves the office and locks it behind him. He exits the Krusty Krab and locks that door too. He makes sure everything looks normal, so Mr. Krabs won't immediately notice the formula is gone. Plankton walks across the street back to the chum bucket, the formula bottle in his tiny hands. Karen congratulates him. The long game worked perfectly. SpongeBob's trust was the key. The next morning, Mr. Krabs arrives at the Krusty Krab for another day of business. Something feels wrong, but he can't identify what. Everything looks normal. The dining area is clean, the kitchen is ready. His office door is locked like he left it. He opens his safe to check on the formula like he does every morning. His heart stops. The bottle is gone. He searches frantically through the safe. He checks under papers. He looks behind things. The formula has vanished. Mr. Krabs knows immediately who took it. There's only one creature in Bikini Bottom who would steal this: Plankton. Mr. Krabs runs across the street to the chum bucket. He bursts through the door. Plankton stands at his grill making patties. A line of customers waits outside. Mr. Krabs smells the patties cooking. They smell exactly like Krabby Patties. Plankton looks up and smiles. He tells Mr. Krabs that he's busy with paying customers and doesn't have time to chat. Mr. Krabs demands his formula back. Plankton asks what formula he's talking about. Mr. Krabs accuses him of stealing it. Plankton points out that Mr. Krabs has no proof. The safe wasn't damaged. The office wasn't broken into. Nothing looks disturbed. How could Plankton have stolen anything? SpongeBob arrives at the Krusty Krab for his morning shift. Mr. Krabs tells him the formula was stolen. SpongeBob gasps. He asks who could have done such a thing. Mr. Krabs says it was obviously Plankton. SpongeBob refuses to believe it. He says Plankton has changed. He's his friend. He wouldn't do something like that. Mr. Krabs explains that the entire friendship was fake. It was all a scheme to get close to SpongeBob and learn information about the formula's location. SpongeBob's face falls. He asks if Mr. Krabs is sure. Mr. Krabs shows him the empty safe. The formula is gone. The chum bucket is serving identical patties. The math is simple. SpongeBob walks slowly across the street to the chum bucket. He walks past the line of customers. He enters the restaurant. He sees Plankton cooking at the grill. He sees the identical patties. He smells them. They're perfect Krabby Patties. SpongeBob asks Plankton if it's true. Did he only pretend to be friends to steal the formula? Plankton stops cooking. He looks at SpongeBob. For a moment, something flickers in his eye. Maybe regret, maybe guilt, but then it disappears. Plankton tells SpongeBob that being evil is too much fun. He laughs the same way he did in the movie theater. SpongeBob's eyes fill with tears. He says they sang the F-U-N song together. They did everything together for 2 whole months. Plankton says it was all fake. Every moment, every laugh, every activity. It was all part of the plan to steal the formula. SpongeBob asks if any of it was real. Did Plankton feel actual friendship at any point? Plankton hesitates before answering. He admits that maybe for a moment, during the first day when they sang together, he felt something. But that feeling wasn't worth more than finally beating Mr. Krabs. Success matters more than friendship. The character dynamics destroy themselves in this timeline. SpongeBob's defining trait is his optimism and his ability to see good in everyone. This betrayal breaks something fundamental inside him. He trusted Plankton completely. He defended him against Mr. Krabs' warnings. He brought him into restricted areas. He shared personal information. All of it was used against him. SpongeBob learns that sometimes people really are evil and cannot be saved with kindness. This lesson crushes his spirit. Mr. Krabs loses more than his formula. He loses his business, just like in the previous timeline when Plankton controlled SpongeBob's brain. But this time feels worse, because it happened through manipulation of SpongeBob's best quality. Mr. Krabs warned SpongeBob repeatedly. He set up tests. He stayed suspicious. None of it mattered because SpongeBob's trust overruled all the warning signs. Mr. Krabs feels angry at Plankton, but he also feels disappointed in SpongeBob for being so naive. Plankton achieves his ultimate goal but loses something he didn't know he valued. During those 2 months of fake friendship, he actually experienced what having a real friend feels like. The activities were genuinely fun. The F-U-N song made him feel tingly inside in a good way. SpongeBob's unconditional acceptance felt nice, but Plankton chose victory over those feelings. He chose business success over potential friendship. Karen congratulates him on staying focused on the mission. She says she's proud that he didn't go native. Plankton accepts the praise but feels emptier than he expected. The Bikini Bottom community reacts with shock. Everyone saw Plankton and SpongeBob together for 2 months. They witnessed what seemed like genuine friendship. They started believing that even someone as evil as Plankton could change. Learning it was all fake makes them feel foolish. Squidward tells SpongeBob that he tried to warn him. Patrick doesn't fully understand what happened, but knows his best friend is hurt. Sandy says she suspected something, but didn't want to ruin SpongeBob's happiness. The entire town learns that trust has limits. 3 months after stealing the formula, the Chum Bucket becomes the most successful restaurant in Bikini Bottom. Plankton expands the building. He hires a full staff. He opens additional locations in other underwater cities. The Krusty Krab closes permanently. Mr. Krabs takes a job working for someone else. SpongeBob loses his dream job. He eventually finds work at the Weenie Hut, but it's not the same. He never recovers his full optimism. Every time he tries to see good in someone, he remembers Plankton's betrayal. Plankton sometimes sees SpongeBob around Bikini Bottom. Their eyes meet briefly before SpongeBob looks away. Plankton wants to say something, maybe apologize, maybe explain that the friendship felt real sometimes even though it was fake. But he never does. He won. He got everything he wanted. Admitting regret would mean admitting the victory wasn't perfect, so Plankton stays silent and continues running his successful business empire. The alternative outcome of this timeline is darker than the brain control scenario. When Plankton forced SpongeBob physically, it was clear villainy. SpongeBob could be a victim without blame. But in this timeline, SpongeBob's own kindness and trust enabled the theft. He gave Plankton the information. He brought him into the office. He ignored all warnings. This makes the betrayal cut deeper. SpongeBob questions his own judgment. He wonders if being kind and trusting is actually stupid. His worldview fundamentally changes. The F-U-N song becomes painful to hear. Whenever SpongeBob hears those notes, he remembers singing with Plankton in Jellyfish Fields. He remembers believing that friendship could change anyone. The memory hurts. SpongeBob stops singing the song. He stops trying to befriend people easily. He builds walls around his heart. The infinitely optimistic Sponge becomes cautious and guarded. Bikini Bottom loses its most positive force because Plankton's manipulation worked too perfectly. This timeline proves that sometimes the cruelest victories are the ones that exploit people's best qualities. Plankton didn't win through superior technology or complex schemes. He won by pretending to be SpongeBob's friend and weaponizing that trust. The formula was always stealable if he just took the time to earn complete access through fake friendship. All his previous complicated plans failed because they tried to bypass SpongeBob. The winning strategy was to go through SpongeBob by becoming someone he would protect and trust. Years later, Plankton's restaurant empire spans the entire ocean. He's wealthy beyond measure, he's respected as a businessman, he's proven everyone wrong who called him a loser. But late at night in his expanded laboratory, Plankton sometimes thinks about that first day in Jellyfish Fields. He remembers the tingly feeling he got from genuine fun. He remembers SpongeBob teaching him the real meaning of the F-U-N song. He remembers, just for a moment, feeling like he had an actual friend. Then, he pushes those thoughts away and returns to counting his money, because being evil is too much fun, and friendship was never worth more than winning. If you're enjoying this twisted take on SpongeBob, make sure to subscribe for more alternative timeline breakdowns. Moving on to Walking Small Season 1, Episode 19B. In the original episode, Plankton wants to build the Chum Bucket Mega Bucket on Goo Lagoon Beach. He's too small to clear the beach himself, so he manipulates SpongeBob by teaching him to be assertive. SpongeBob misunderstands the lessons repeatedly, but accidentally drives everyone off the beach through aggressive behavior. When Plankton reveals his land development plan, SpongeBob realizes he was used. SpongeBob becomes aggressively nice instead, bringing everyone back to the beach with kindness. The construction barriers get trampled, people return, and Plankton's Mega Bucket plan completely fails. He crawls away defeated, unable to handle so much kindness. But what if SpongeBob never realized he was being manipulated? What if his natural kindness didn't kick in at the critical moment? This alternative timeline explores what happens when Plankton's manipulation works perfectly and the Mega Bucket actually gets built on Goo Lagoon Beach. The day starts identically. Plankton arrives at Goo Lagoon in his small bulldozer wearing a hard hat. He tears out the Goo Lagoon sign and throws it away. He puts down construction barriers. He takes out his megaphone and announces that everyone is trespassing on the future site of the Chum Bucket Mega Bucket. They have 17 minutes to leave, but his voice is too small. Nobody hears him. Tina asks if anyone hears something. Nat shakes his head no. Frank the lifeguard checks his own megaphone, thinking the noise comes from there. Billy grabs Plankton's bulldozer, thinking it's a toy tractor. His mother Evelyn tells him to put it down because it has germs. Plankton realizes he's too small and needs someone big to clear the beach. SpongeBob's giant foot almost steps on him. Plankton identifies SpongeBob as the perfect tool for his plan. SpongeBob arrives at the beach singing his Stepping on the Beach song. He tries to buy ice cream, but Timmy cuts in front of him. Then Carlos the eel slithers through and takes the last cone. Lou tells SpongeBob they're out of ice cream. SpongeBob hears crying and finds Plankton sitting on a bench with 2 strawberry ice cream cones. Plankton pretends he's crying because he has 2 cones but only needs 1. SpongeBob offers to eat the extra cone. Plankton uses this moment to introduce the concept of assertiveness training. He tells SpongeBob that he can have anything he wants with a little training. SpongeBob agrees to learn. The assertiveness lessons begin. Charlie sits on SpongeBob. Plankton tells him to be assertive and make Charlie get off. SpongeBob politely asks Charlie to move. Plankton yells that he needs to be assertive, not insertive, when SpongeBob makes beeping sounds with his fingers in Charlie's pockets. SpongeBob sees Carlos the eel with his stolen ice cream. Plankton jumps inside SpongeBob's mouth and speaks for him, threatening the eel with a swirling torrent of pain and misery. The eel cries and throws the ice cream at SpongeBob before running away. Plankton convinces SpongeBob that those were tears of joy. SpongeBob uses a metal detector on the beach. Scooter asks to borrow it. SpongeBob starts to hand it over, but Plankton stops him. Through a series of misunderstandings, SpongeBob accidentally helps Scooter find buried treasure instead of being aggressive. Plankton gets frustrated and threatens to quit. He tells SpongeBob that he'll never get what he wants and people will always step all over him. SpongeBob begs for another chance. Plankton points to all the beach hogs soaking up SpongeBob's sun rays and challenges him to get a tan. SpongeBob runs over waving a blanket up and down, building up sand that makes everyone run away. Fred yells about his leg. After everyone leaves, SpongeBob gets a tan using a funnel as a sun lamp. Plankton celebrates that his plan is working. SpongeBob then stretches his tongue to eat everybody's hot dogs from the stand. He uses his tooth like a boomerang to cut all the kite strings. When Larry asks him to throw back a volleyball, SpongeBob pops it instead and trumpets like an elephant. Everyone leaves the beach in fear. SpongeBob celebrates being a regular alpha male until he notices Plankton is missing. Plankton is driving a crane. The Mega Bucket sign comes out from the ground. SpongeBob gasps and realizes Plankton used him for land development. He says that wasn't nice. Plankton explains that nice guys finish last and only aggressive people conquer the world. But here's where this timeline diverges. In the original, SpongeBob asks about aggressively nice people and reverses everything. In this alternative timeline, SpongeBob doesn't get that idea. He's too shocked by the betrayal to think clearly. SpongeBob just stands there processing what happened. Plankton used him. His assertiveness training was fake. The whole thing was a scheme to clear the beach for construction. SpongeBob feels hurt but also confused. Part of him thinks maybe Plankton is right. Maybe nice guys do finish last. Maybe being aggressive is how the world works. He watches Plankton operate the crane, bringing in construction equipment. Workers arrive to begin building the mega bucket. SpongeBob slowly walks away from the beach feeling empty and used. Over the next several weeks, construction continues at Goo Lagoon. Plankton's workers build the massive Chum Bucket Mega Bucket facility. It's 3 stories tall with multiple dining areas, a gift shop, an arcade, and a play area for children. The building blocks the beautiful ocean view. The construction noise drives away any remaining beachgoers. Goo Lagoon transforms from a peaceful public beach into a commercial property. The community loses its favorite gathering spot. Families who used to spend weekends there have nowhere to go. The lifeguards lose their jobs. The hot dog vendor has to find work elsewhere. SpongeBob stops going to Goo Lagoon entirely. The place reminds him of his betrayal. He can't look at the mega bucket without remembering how Plankton manipulated him into hurting all those people. He remembers making Fred hurt his leg. He remembers popping Larry's volleyball. He remembers cutting everyone's kite strings and eating their hot dogs. All those aggressive actions that drove people away were his fault. Plankton gave the instructions, but SpongeBob did the actual harm. This guilt weighs on him constantly. The Chum Bucket Mega Bucket opens for business on a Saturday morning. Plankton expects huge crowds since it's the only restaurant and entertainment facility directly on a beach location, but hardly anyone shows up. The few customers who come are tourists who don't know about Plankton's reputation or what happened to the public beach. The locals boycott the place completely. They remember that Plankton stole their beach through manipulation. They remember SpongeBob driving them away. Nobody wants to support a business built on deception and land theft. Plankton doesn't understand why his brilliant plan isn't working. He has the location, he has the facility, he has the menu. But customers aren't coming. He still doesn't have the Krabby Patty formula, so his food tastes the same as regular Chum Bucket food, which nobody likes. The Mega Bucket loses money every day. The building costs were enormous. The loan payments are massive. Plankton realizes too late that owning beachfront property means nothing if nobody wants to visit. The character dynamics shift dramatically in this timeline. SpongeBob loses his innocence about how the world works. He always believed that kindness and optimism could solve any problem. He thought everyone could be friends. He trusted Plankton's assertiveness training because he wanted to help his friends succeed. Learning that this trust was weaponized against him changes how SpongeBob sees people. He becomes more cautious. He questions people's motives. He worries about being manipulated again. His natural friendliness decreases because he's afraid of being used. Patrick notices his best friend acting different. SpongeBob doesn't laugh as easily. He doesn't suggest fun activities as often. When Patrick asks what's wrong, SpongeBob explains what happened with Plankton and the beach. Patrick doesn't fully understand the complexity, but he knows Plankton hurt SpongeBob. Patrick suggests they go to Goo Lagoon like old times. SpongeBob refuses. He can't face that beach anymore. Patrick feels helpless watching his friends suffer. Sandy confronts Plankton about what he did. She tells him that manipulating SpongeBob was low even for him. She points out that the Mega Bucket is failing anyway, so the scheme accomplished nothing except hurting people. Plankton dismisses her concerns. He says business is business and sentiment doesn't matter. Sandy warns him that karma exists underwater just like on land. Plankton laughs at the idea of karma. Squidward surprisingly feels bad for SpongeBob. Usually Squidward enjoys when SpongeBob feels down because it means less annoying cheerfulness bothering him at work. But this situation is different. Squidward saw SpongeBob genuinely trying to improve himself through assertiveness training. Squidward watched the manipulation happen. Even Squidward, who dislikes most people, thinks Plankton crossed a line. Squidward awkwardly tries to comfort SpongeBob at work one day, which makes both of them uncomfortable since they're not used to that dynamic. Mr. Krabs hears about the Mega Bucket situation from customers. He learns that Plankton manipulated SpongeBob to steal the public beach. Mr. Krabs sees an opportunity. He organizes a community meeting about reclaiming Goo Lagoon as public property. He argues that Plankton obtained the land through fraudulent means by using manipulation tactics to clear people out. Mr. Krabs doesn't care about the beach itself, but he sees a chance to hurt Plankton's business before it becomes competition. The Bikini Bottom City Council investigates. They interview witnesses who were at the beach that day. Multiple people testify about SpongeBob's aggressive behavior that drove them away. They describe the construction barriers Plankton put up before anyone left. They present evidence that Plankton announced his Mega Bucket plan before the beach cleared. The council determines that Plankton's actions constitute illegal seizure of public property. They order the mega bucket demolished and the beach restored to public use. Plankton fights the decision in court. He argues that he has property rights and made substantial financial investment. His lawyer claims that SpongeBob's actions were independent choices, not manipulation. The judge doesn't accept this argument. The evidence clearly shows Plankton deliberately taught SpongeBob aggressive behaviors with the specific goal of clearing the beach. The judge rules that manipulating someone to commit aggressive acts that drive people from public property is illegal. The mega bucket must be destroyed. Demolition crews arrive 3 months after the mega bucket opened. Plankton watches his dream building get torn down piece by piece. All that planning, all that manipulation, all that construction cost. Everything destroyed. He's left with massive debt from the building loan and no business to show for it. Karen tells him she warned that the plan had too many variables. Plankton angrily says that SpongeBob should have stayed manipulated. If he just kept being aggressive, the beach would have stayed clear, and the business would have worked. Plankton blames SpongeBob for his failure, even though SpongeBob did exactly what Plankton trained him to do. The beach gets restored to its original condition. The Goo Lagoon sign goes back up. The lifeguard tower is rebuilt. The hot dog stand returns. Sand gets smoothed out. Within a few weeks, Goo Lagoon looks like the mega bucket never existed. Families come back, people sunbathe again, everything returns to normal except for the people who remember what happened. SpongeBob eventually visits the restored beach 6 months after the incident. He walks slowly across the sand. He sees Larry playing volleyball. He sees Scooter surfing. He sees kids building sandcastles. Everything looks peaceful and happy. But SpongeBob can't shake the memory of driving all these people away. He sees Fred walking by and remembers him yelling about his leg. The guilt remains even though the beach is fixed. Larry notices SpongeBob standing alone looking sad. He walks over and invites SpongeBob to play volleyball. SpongeBob hesitates. He remembers popping the volleyball last time. Larry says that was months ago and everyone knows Plankton was manipulating him. The community doesn't blame SpongeBob, they blame Plankton. Larry says SpongeBob was a victim too. SpongeBob's eyes well up with tears. He didn't realize people forgave him. He thought everyone hated him for what he did. The community's forgiveness helps SpongeBob begin healing. People tell him they understand he was tricked. They saw how Plankton used assertiveness training as a weapon. They recognize that SpongeBob's natural kindness made him vulnerable to manipulation. Nobody holds the aggressive actions against him anymore. This acceptance slowly rebuilds SpongeBob's confidence. He starts smiling again. He begins participating in beach activities. His optimism gradually returns, though it's tempered now with awareness about manipulation. Plankton's business empire dreams die with the mega bucket. He's back in the regular chum bucket across from the Krusty Krab with no customers and massive debt. Karen runs constant calculations showing they're bankrupt. Plankton sits in his restaurant realizing that conquering the world through aggressive tactics doesn't work when you're 1% evil and 99% hot gas. His assertiveness lessons worked on SpongeBob but created community backlash that destroyed everything. The plan was too clever for its own good. The alternative outcome of this timeline is a Bikini Bottom that successfully protects its public spaces from manipulation schemes. The community learns that land development through deception is illegal. They learn to recognize manipulation tactics. They learn to support victims instead of blaming them. SpongeBob learns that assertiveness training isn't inherently bad, but it can be weaponized by people with bad intentions. He learns to question why someone is teaching him something. He learns that his natural kindness is actually a strength, not a weakness to be trained away. Years later, SpongeBob still thinks about that day at Goo Lagoon sometimes. He remembers being told that nice guys finish last and only aggressive people conquer the world. But watching Plankton's aggressive plan fail completely proved that saying wrong. Nice guys don't finish last. Manipulative guys who pretend to help others but actually serve themselves finish last. SpongeBob's aggressively nice response in the original timeline would have worked. But even in this timeline where he didn't think of that solution, the community's values protected the beach anyway. Kindness won in the end, just through different methods. Plankton succeeded temporarily in his manipulation, but the success was hollow and short-lived, ultimately teaching everyone that aggressive tactics built on lies cannot create lasting victory. If you're enjoying this twisted take on SpongeBob, make sure to subscribe for more alternative timeline breakdowns. Moving on to The Algae's Always Greener, Season 3, Episode 1A. In the original episode, Plankton fails another Krabby Patty theft attempt. He crashes through the Krusty Krab wall and Mr. Krabs flicks him away. Plankton goes home defeated. He complains to Karen about eating holographic meatloaf while Mr. Krabs eats real food. He wishes he could switch lives with Mr. Krabs just to know what it's like. Karen reminds him about the switch lives just to know what it's like Mogrifier machine he built last Tuesday. Plankton uses it to swap lives with Mr. Krabs. He wakes up in Mr. Krabs' office as Mr. Plankton, running the Krusty Krab. He finally has access to Krabby Patties, but his new life becomes a nightmare. Alternate universe. SpongeBob constantly needs performance reviews and has emotional breakdowns. Pearl wants allowance money. Squidward makes disgusting patties. Worst of all, alternate universe Krabs keeps breaking in naked to steal patties. Krabs threatens to come back tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day forever. Plankton can't handle the stress. He screams that it's not worth it, presses the machine button, and switches back to his normal life. He happily eats holographic meatloaf, grateful to be himself again. But what if Plankton didn't give up? What if he actually handled the pressure and stayed in Mr. Krabs' life permanently? This alternative timeline explores what happens when Plankton refuses to switch back and decides to tough it out as the owner of the Krusty Krab. The morning starts exactly the same. Old Man Walker walks into a pole and apologizes to it. Plankton hides in a ketchup bottle trying to steal a Krabby Patty. Old Man Walker squeezes the bottle but misses the patty. Plankton launches out screaming that they'll be reunited and it'll feel so good. He crashes through the wall. Mr. Krabs picks him up and calls him a dirty little man. He flicks Plankton back across the street to the chum bucket. Plankton crashes through his own wall and lands on the ground. Karen greets him with typical failure comments. Plankton gets angry and tells his computer wife to make him some grub. Holographic meatloaf appears. He sarcastically says goody and pounds the table, knocking the meatloaf off. He complains that Mr. Krabs gets real food and has a daughter as big as a whale. He wishes he could switch lives just to know what it's like. Karen mentions the switch lives just to know what it's like Mographier machine from last Tuesday. Plankton sits down in front of the machine. He scrolls through pictures until he finds a crab in the shape of Mr. Krabs. He buckles up and presses the button. He screams as he goes through a hole in space and time. He stops briefly for a drink of soda, then screams again. The scene fades to black and cuts to Plankton drooling on Mr. Krabs' desk. He wakes up confused. He sees a nameplate reading Mr. Plankton. He picks up a picture of Pearl. He looks out the window and sees people eating Krabby Patties. He realizes the life switcher worked. The Krusty Krab is his. He's dressed in corporate casual clothing like Mr. Krabs used to wear. Alternate universe SpongeBob delivers 2 deluxe Krabby Patties. Mr. Plankton's eye turns into a Krabby Patty shape from excitement. He tells SpongeBob he needs to take 1 patty back to his office for bun inspection. Alternate universe, SpongeBob refuses because that patty is for the customer, Mr. Plankton almost threatens to boil the customer in hot oil before catching himself. SpongeBob gives him 2 different patties he made specifically in case Mr. Plankton wanted to do bun inspection today. Mr. Plankton runs back to his office celebrating. He has the patties, the wealth, and the notoriety. He finally won. Alternate universe, SpongeBob appears in his office, asking for his weekly performance review. Mr. Plankton has never reviewed anything except foreign exercise videos his cousin sent him. He tells SpongeBob he's doing fine and to leave. SpongeBob insists there must be something he needs to improve. Mr. Plankton randomly says the sauce, claiming SpongeBob uses too much sauce. This triggers a complete breakdown. SpongeBob's eyes squint, his nose droops, his mouth shrinks. He starts stuttering and jerking his arms forward and back. His entire body swells up huge and red. He explodes in a massive nuclear-style explosion that destroys half the restaurant. This is where the timeline splits. In the original episode, this chaos continues until Plankton gives up. But in this alternative version, Plankton makes a different choice. He realizes that running the Krusty Krab means dealing with these problems. He can't just quit whenever things get hard. Quitting means going back to the chum bucket with no customers and holographic food. Quitting means being a failure forever. Plankton decides to actually learn how to manage his new life properly. After SpongeBob's explosion, Mr. Plankton doesn't panic. He takes a deep breath. He thinks about his college education. He went to college. He's smart. He can figure this out. When SpongeBob reforms from the explosion looking guilty, Mr. Plankton sits him down. He explains that the sauce comment was just a minor suggestion. He tells SpongeBob that he's actually an excellent fry cook. He gives him genuine praise about his speed, his technique, and his dedication. SpongeBob's face lights up. He thanks Mr. Plankton for the performance review and goes back to work happy. Crisis solved. Mr. Plankton realizes that alternate universe SpongeBob just needs regular positive feedback. He's not actually difficult to manage. He's just extremely sensitive and needs validation. Mr. Plankton sets up a schedule. Every Tuesday, he gives SpongeBob a 5-minute performance review where he lists 3 things SpongeBob does well and maybe 1 tiny thing to improve. SpongeBob thrives under this structure. He stops having breakdowns. He works efficiently. The kitchen runs smoothly. When alternate universe Squidward complains about SpongeBob, Mr. Plankton actually listens. He realizes Squidward is right. Squidward is a cashier, not a fry cook. Swapping their positions makes no sense. Mr. Plankton puts SpongeBob back in the kitchen where he belongs. He puts Squidward back at the register. Both employees become more productive in their correct roles. The restaurant runs better, orders come out faster, customers are happier. Pearl runs in asking for an allowance advance. Mr. Plankton remembers that Mr. Krabs only gave her $1, which made her cry giant tears. Mr. Plankton does the math. He looks at the restaurant's daily profits. He can afford to give Pearl a reasonable allowance. He gives her $20. Pearl is thrilled. She hugs him and calls him the best daddy. She runs off happy to go shopping. Mr. Plankton realizes that investing in family relationships prevents bigger problems. One small tear from Pearl could flood the restaurant. $20 is worth avoiding that disaster. The real test comes when the siren goes off. Alternate universe SpongeBob yells red alert and tells everyone to take cover. Customers scream and hide. Mr. Plankton asks what's happening. They explain that Krabs is back, the most hated creature in Bikini Bottom. His goal in life is to steal a Krabby Patty. Alternate universe Krabs swings in on a rope holding a patty. He's completely naked. SpongeBob shoots clothing at him from a cannon. A bra catches Krabs. He throws the patty back and says Mr. Plankton wins. But then Krabs delivers his threat. He says he'll come back tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. He keeps repeating this endlessly. He walks out backwards. He calls on the phone and continues saying, and the next day. This is the moment that broke Plankton in the original timeline. The idea of dealing with this forever made him give up. But in this alternative version, Mr. Plankton stays calm. He hangs up the phone. He calls a staff meeting. Mr. Plankton explains to his employees that they need a better security system. Alternate universe Krabs breaks in too easily. He tasks SpongeBob with designing a patty protection protocol. SpongeBob creates a system where all patties go directly from grill to customer, with no stops in between. This eliminates the window where Krabs can steal them. Mr. Plankton also installs better locks on the doors. He sets up motion sensors. He hires Frank the lifeguard as part-time security. The security improvements work. When alternate universe Krabs tries to break in the next day, the motion sensors catch him immediately. Frank tackles him and throws him out. Krabs tries again the following day. Same result. After 2 weeks of failed attempts, Krabs stops coming as frequently. He still tries occasionally, but the break-ins become manageable. Mr. Plankton handles it the same way the original Mr. Krabs did for years. It's just part of doing business. You have a rival who tries to steal your product. You defend against it, you move on. 6 months pass in this new timeline. Mr. Plankton has become genuinely good at running the Krusty Krab. He learned to manage SpongeBob's emotions. He figured out Squidward's complaints are sometimes valid. He gives Pearl appropriate allowances to keep her happy. He implemented security measures that actually work. The restaurant is more successful than ever. Profits are up because of operational improvements. Mr. Plankton finally achieved everything he wanted. He has the Krabby Patty formula. He has the successful restaurant. He has the wealth and notoriety. The character dynamics completely transform in this timeline. SpongeBob works for someone who actually gives him performance reviews. He's happier and more confident. His breakdowns stop because he gets regular positive feedback. He becomes an even better fry cook than before. His relationship with his boss improves because Mr. Plankton learned to communicate properly instead of just yelling at him. Squidward benefits massively. He's back at the register where he belongs. He doesn't have to cook. Mr. Plankton actually listens to his complaints sometimes. Squidward still hates his job, but it's slightly more tolerable. He gets home earlier because the restaurant runs more efficiently. He has more time for his clarinet and art. Pearl grows up with a father figure who actually gives her money when she needs it. She doesn't develop the massive issues she had with the original Mr. Krabs' cheapness. She becomes more responsible with money because Mr. Plankton teaches her budgeting along with giving allowances. Their father-daughter relationship becomes healthier. But the biggest character transformation happens to Plankton himself. He started this experiment thinking that Mr. Krabs had an easy life. He thought owning the Krusty Krab meant automatic success and happiness. He discovered the hard truth. Running a successful restaurant requires actual management skills. You need to handle employee emotions. You need to maintain family relationships. You need to defend against competitors. You need to solve problems daily. Success requires constant work and stress management. Plankton could have quit like he did in the original timeline, but by choosing to stay and learn, he actually became the successful businessman he always wanted to be. He proved his college education was worth something. He proved he could handle the pressure. He proved he was more than just 1% evil and 99% hot gas. He became genuinely competent. Meanwhile, in the original body-swapped Mr. Krabs' situation, things get interesting. When Plankton pressed the button, he switched their lives. That means the real Mr. Krabs woke up as Plankton in the chum bucket. Mr. Krabs finds himself tiny and weak. He has no customers. He has no money. He has Karen as a wife instead of being single. His restaurant across the street is now run by Plankton. Mr. Krabs tries to get his life back, but he can't. The machine only works once. Plankton has the only device, and he's not switching back. Mr. Krabs attempts to steal Krabby Patties to prove he still matters. He breaks into his former restaurant naked, swinging on ropes. But now, he's the villain in everyone's eyes. He's the hated creature trying to ruin the Krusty Krab. He's the competitor everyone fears and dislikes. He experiences what Plankton felt for years. Being small, being unsuccessful, being the bad guy. Mr. Krabs finally understands why Plankton was so obsessed with stealing the formula. When you're on the bottom, you'll do anything to climb up. Karen doesn't know the difference. She treats the body-swapped Mr. Krabs exactly like she treated Plankton. She makes holographic meatloaf. She makes sarcastic comments about his failures. Mr. Krabs tries to explain that he's actually Mr. Krabs trapped in Plankton's body, but Karen thinks he's having a mental breakdown. She doesn't believe him. Nobody believes him. He's stuck as Plankton forever. The Bikini Bottom community notices something changed. The Krusty Krab runs better than before. Mr. Plankton seems more organized and efficient than Mr. Krabs ever was. Customers get faster service. The restaurant stays cleaner. Orders are more accurate. People whisper that maybe Plankton was always better suited to run the business. Maybe Mr. Krabs was holding things back with his cheapness and poor management. The alternative outcome of this timeline is a complete role reversal. Plankton becomes the successful restaurant owner. He has money, status, and respect. He learned that success requires actual hard work and management skills, not just stealing formulas. Mr. Krabs becomes the desperate villain trying to steal patties. He experiences poverty and failure for the first time in decades. He learns what it feels like to be constantly defeated and mocked. Years pass. Mr. Plankton expands the business. He opens a second Krusty Krab location in another part of Bikini Bottom. He maintains the original restaurant's quality while growing the brand. Pearl graduates school and goes to college, fully funded by her father's successful business. Spongebob becomes the head fry cook trainer for new locations. Squidward gets promoted to manager of the second location, where he finally makes enough money to pursue his art more seriously. The body-swapped Mr. Krabs never adjusts to life as Plankton. He keeps trying to steal patties and keeps failing. He grows bitter and angry. He can't understand how Plankton succeeded where he failed. The answer is simple. Plankton adapted. Plankton learned. Plankton refused to quit when things got hard. Mr. Krabs only succeeded originally because he already owned the restaurant and knew how to manage it. When forced to start from scratch as a tiny villain, he couldn't handle it. The biggest lesson this timeline teaches is that success isn't about having advantages or stealing shortcuts. Success comes from learning to handle whatever situation you're in. Plankton won because he chose to stay and master the challenges instead of running away when life got difficult. He proved that even someone everyone calls a loser can become genuinely successful if they refuse to give up and actually develop real skills. The algae wasn't always greener on the other side. Sometimes you have to learn how to water your own grass. If you're enjoying this twisted take on SpongeBob, make sure to subscribe for more alternative timeline breakdowns. Moving on, we have Krabbyland, Season 4, Episode 3A. In the original episode, Mr. Krabs learns that summer break has started and kids have allowance money to spend. He expects them to come to the Krusty Krab, but they're all at a new playground instead. Mr. Krabs builds Krabbyland, a cheap playground made of junk, to lure the kids to his restaurant. He promises they can meet Krabby the Clown if they buy food. SpongeBob has to stall the kids while Mr. Krabs counts their money. SpongeBob entertains them by hurting himself in painful ways. Mr. Krabs finally appears as Krabby the Clown, but he's just wearing a blue nose and tie. SpongeBob confronts him about lying to the children. Mr. Krabs climbs out the window and admits he only cares about the parents' money and doesn't care about the children at all. The kids overhear this confession. They chase Mr. Krabs down and tie him up. They force-feed him lima beans as punishment. They throw all his money into the air. SpongeBob says that's the true meaning of summer. Mr. Krabs is tied to poles, screaming about wanting the money back. But what if Plankton had been watching this entire situation unfold? What if he saw the perfect opportunity to steal the formula while Mr. Krabs was completely distracted by greedy schemes and angry children? This alternative timeline explores what happens when Plankton uses Mr. Krabs' own manipulation of children as the perfect cover for his greatest theft. The morning starts exactly the same. SpongeBob reads the newspaper while sipping a drink. Gary makes him French toast. SpongeBob puts on his Krusty Krab hat and checks his motivational calendar. June 21st. The calendar says he's a winner. He realizes today is the first day of summer. He arrives at work with a flower around his head, tossing petals and singing summer songs. Squidward says he's not much of a summer person. Mr. Krabs gets excited when he hears it's the first day of summer. He does backflips and runs to the window. SpongeBob asks what makes summer so special. Mr. Krabs says the money, then corrects himself to say the children. Mr. Krabs explains summer break to SpongeBob. During summer, children leave school and wander Bikini Bottom unsupervised with pockets full of allowance money. They're free to spend without parental guidance. Mr. Krabs pulls down a menu and puts a $4.99 sticker next to the kiddie meal. He says some people try to take advantage by selling toys or candy, but he sleeps well knowing he provides nutritious meals. He goes to the window, calling for the little piggies to come. SpongeBob says he's been taught the true meaning of summer. Later, almost closing time arrives. Mr. Krabs is still standing at the window with the same expression. SpongeBob says it's almost closing time. Mr. Krabs can't believe no kids came. He asks what about the money, then corrects himself to say what about the children. SpongeBob points to a new playground across the way where all the kids are playing. Mr. Krabs sees the playground luring away his young customers. He tells SpongeBob to warm up the boat. They drive to the playground and spy on it with binoculars. Mr. Krabs sees kids swinging, eating lollipops, and sliding down slides. He says they're weak and malnourished with nobody trying to sell them nothing. It breaks his heart. He cries and says he has nothing to live for. SpongeBob compliments how he drove the boat while lying on the ground. Mr. Krabs says that won't get the kids away from the playground unless he has a plan. He tells SpongeBob he has a lot of work to do and drives off. The next day, SpongeBob walks to work wondering what Mr. Krabs has been up to. He sees a group of kids lined up at the Krusty Krab. A sign reads Krabbyland. A giant sheet covers a castle-shaped area. Mr. Krabs announces the grand unveiling of Krabbyland, where a kid can have fun for the right price. He meets a kid named Monroe, shakes him, and hears change in his pocket. His pupils become dollar signs. He tells the children that if they get hungry playing, they should come inside for delicious, nutritious Krabby Patties. The kids promise. Mr. Krabs unveils Krabbyland. The play area is a bunch of cheap rides made of worthless junk. A kid tries a slide and it collapses immediately. Mr. Krabs gives them coloring books that are actually liability waivers. Everyone who hands theirs back gets to meet Krabby the Clown. The kids cheer. Mr. Krabs tells them to eat plenty of Krabby Patties, which are Krabby the Clown's favorite meal. The kids start chanting that they want Krabby. SpongeBob asks where Krabby is. Mr. Krabs says he'll be here after he counts their money. He tells SpongeBob to stall them by being entertaining. SpongeBob faces the angry kids. He puts on a mask and calls himself the Krabby Patty Burglar. A kid named Tyler calls him lame. SpongeBob blows bubble shapes like a jellyfish and seahorse. The kids keep calling him lame and booing. SpongeBob accidentally pours bubble soap in his eyes and crashes into various playground equipment. The kids start laughing. SpongeBob realizes they enjoy other people's misery. He begins hurting himself on purpose to entertain them. He pours bubble soap in his eyes. He rips tape off his face. A truck runs over his tongue. Muscular guys hit him with hammers and wrecking balls. They force feed him lima beans. They use him as a ping pong ball. His arms and legs get used as boomerangs. Here's where this timeline splits from the original. In the chaos of Krabbyland, with SpongeBob entertaining the kids and Mr. Krabs counting money in his office, nobody notices a small green figure sneaking into the restaurant. Plankton has been watching this entire scheme from across the street. He saw Mr. Krabs build the cheap playground overnight. He saw the kids arrive. He saw the chaos begin. He realized that Mr. Krabs is completely distracted. This is the perfect opportunity. Plankton enters through a crack in the wall. The restaurant is empty except for Squidward at the register, but Squidward is reading a magazine and not paying attention. All the kids are outside watching SpongeBob hurt himself. All the noise and laughter covers any sounds Plankton might make. He sneaks across the floor toward Mr. Krabs' office. The office door is open because Mr. Krabs is so focused on counting money that he forgot to lock it. Plankton peeks around the corner. Mr. Krabs sits at his desk surrounded by piles of coins and dollar bills. He's counting each piece with his eyes closed in joy. He's completely absorbed in the money. Plankton knows the formula is kept in a safe behind Mr. Krabs' desk. He's tried to get it hundreds of times before, but Mr. Krabs is always guarding it, always watching, always suspicious. Today is different. Today, Mr. Krabs is drunk on greed. He's so excited about exploiting children for their allowance money that his guard is completely down. Plankton waits for the right moment. SpongeBob enters the office in pieces, complaining that he can't take any more stalling. His arms and legs are being used as boomerangs. Mr. Krabs tells him to get back out there now that the money is counted and announce that Krabby has arrived. SpongeBob hops out excitedly. Mr. Krabs follows him to appear as Krabby the Clown. The office is empty. Plankton seizes his chance. He runs to the safe. He's brought his safe-cracking device. He attaches it to the lock. The device runs through combinations. It takes 2 minutes. The safe clicks open. Inside sits a glass bottle labeled Secret Formula. Plankton grabs it. After all these years, all these schemes, all these failures, he finally has it. He holds the bottle up and laughs quietly. He can't laugh too loud or someone might hear. He carefully puts the bottle in his pocket and seals the safe again. He replaces everything exactly how it was. Mr. Krabs won't notice the formula is missing until he checks the safe later. Plankton sneaks back out the same way he came in. He exits through the crack in the wall. He runs across the street to the chum bucket. Outside, SpongeBob is announcing that Krabby the Clown is in the building. The kids are cheering. Mr. Krabs appears with just a blue nose and tie on. The kids and SpongeBob are shocked and disappointed. This cheap appearance is all they get. SpongeBob follows Mr. Krabs back inside and confronts him. He calls Mr. Krabs Cheapy the Cheapskate. Mr. Krabs defends himself. SpongeBob asks what about the true meaning of summer and what about the children. Mr. Krabs climbs out the window and confesses he doesn't care about the children. He only cares about their parents' money. He says their feeble minds are easily manipulated by cheap playgrounds and talentless clowns. The kids hear everything. They chase him down and tie him up. While the kids are punishing Mr. Krabs by force-feeding him lima beans and throwing his money into the air, Plankton is in his lab with Karen. He shows her the formula bottle. Karen analyzes it to confirm it's real. It is. This is the actual Krabby Patty secret formula. Plankton programs Karen to remember every ingredient and measurement. He writes it down on paper. He backs it up multiple times. He memorizes it himself. He's taking no chances this time. The formula is his. Several hours pass. The summer miracle ends. The kids eventually leave. Mr. Krabs finally gets untied. He's covered in lima beans and his money is scattered everywhere. He painfully walks back inside his office. SpongeBob and Squidward help clean up the mess. Mr. Krabs sits at his desk exhausted. He thinks about the day. He made good money from the kids buying Krabby Patties before they turned on him. Overall, still profitable. He decides to check on his safe like he does every evening. He opens it, his face goes pale. The formula bottle is gone. Mr. Krabs searches frantically. He pulls everything out of the safe. He checks under his desk. He checks the whole office. The formula has vanished. His heart sinks. He knows what happened. During all that chaos with Krabby Land and the children and the money counting, someone stole it. He knows exactly who. Plankton. Mr. Krabs runs to the window and looks across the street. The chum bucket is dark. Plankton is inside preparing for tomorrow's grand opening of his new menu. The next morning, Bikini Bottom wakes up to something impossible. The chum bucket has a line of customers. Not a long line, but an actual line. Plankton stands at his grill making patties using the exact formula. When customers bite into a chum bucket patty, their eyes widen. It tastes exactly like a Krabby Patty. Word spreads quickly. The formula works. Plankton actually has it this time. Mr. Krabs arrives at the Krusty Krab and sees customers entering the chum bucket. He can't believe it. After everything with Krabby Land and the children, now this happens. SpongeBob arrives for work. Mr. Krabs tells him the formula was stolen. SpongeBob gasps. He asks how it happened. Mr. Krabs explains that while he was distracted with Krabby Land, Plankton must have snuck in and taken it. SpongeBob feels terrible. He was outside hurting himself to entertain the kids. He should have been watching. Mr. Krabs says it's not SpongeBob's fault. It's his own fault for getting so greedy about the children's money that he forgot to protect what really mattered. The character dynamics shift dramatically. Mr. Krabs learns the hard way that greed leads to disaster. He was so focused on exploiting children for their allowance money that he left his business vulnerable. His scheme to manipulate kids with a cheap playground and fake clown backfired completely. Not only did the kids turn on him and humiliate him, but his distraction allowed Plankton to steal the formula. Mr. Krabs realizes that all the money in the world means nothing if you lose your business in the process. The true meaning of summer wasn't about money. It was never about money. SpongeBob learns that manipulation always has consequences. Mr. Krabs lied to the children about Krabby the Clown. He built a dangerous playground out of junk. He admitted he only cared about their money. The children heard this and punished him. But the real punishment was losing the formula during all that chaos. SpongeBob understands now that when you try to trick people, especially children, the universe has a way of balancing things out. Mr. Krabs got what he deserved. Plankton finally achieves his life goal, but not through his usual complicated schemes. He succeeded by simply being patient and watching for the right moment. When Mr. Krabs became distracted by greed, Plankton took advantage. Sometimes the best plan is the simplest one. Wait for your enemy to make a mistake, then strike. Plankton's years of failure taught him this lesson. All those elaborate schemes failed because Mr. Krabs was always prepared for them. But Mr. Krabs couldn't prepare for his own greed, making him vulnerable. The Bikini Bottom community reacts with mixed feelings. On one hand, they're glad Mr. Krabs is being punished for exploiting children. They saw what he did with Krabby Land. They heard his confession about not caring about the kids. They think he deserved to lose his business. On the other hand, they're not sure about Plankton running the most successful restaurant in town. Plankton has tried to steal the formula hundreds of times. He's known as a villain. Can they really trust him? Over the following weeks, the chum bucket grows while the Krusty Krab shrinks. Without the formula, Mr. Krabs can't compete. He tries other recipes, but nothing works. Customers know the difference. They choose the chum bucket because it has the real Krabby Patty taste. Mr. Krabs' business slowly dies. He can't pay full wages anymore. He has to let Squidward go. Eventually, even SpongeBob has to find other work. The Krusty Krab closes permanently 3 months after the Krabby Land incident. SpongeBob gets a job at the chum bucket. Plankton hires him because SpongeBob is the best fry cook in town. SpongeBob feels conflicted working for Plankton, but he needs a job. He needs to cook. It's who he is, so he works at the chum bucket, making patties for Plankton instead of Mr. Krabs. It feels wrong at first, but SpongeBob adjusts. He learns that loyalty to a person who manipulates children isn't really loyalty, it's just enabling bad behavior. Mr. Krabs takes a job working for someone else. The proud restaurant owner becomes an employee. He thinks constantly about that day. If only he hadn't built Krabby Land. If only he hadn't gotten so greedy about summer break allowance money. If only he had protected his safe. If only he had been less focused on counting coins and more focused on security. All those if-onlys don't change reality. The formula is gone, his business is gone, his success is gone. The alternative outcome of this timeline is a complete reversal of power. Plankton becomes the successful restaurant owner. Mr. Krabs becomes the failure. The catalyst for this change was Mr. Krabs' own greed and manipulation. His scheme to exploit children during summer break created the perfect distraction. Plankton simply had to be smart enough to recognize the opportunity and take it. Sometimes you don't need a complicated plan. You just need to wait for your enemy to defeat themselves. Years later, people still talk about the summer of Krabby Land. They talk about how Mr. Krabs built a dangerous playground out of junk, how he promised kids they could meet Krabby the Clown, how he appeared wearing just a blue nose and tie, how he confessed he only cared about money, how the kids tied him up and force-fed him lima beans, and how during all that chaos, Plankton walked in and stole the formula that changed everything. The biggest lesson this timeline teaches is that greed and manipulation create blind spots. When you're too focused on taking advantage of people, you can't see threats coming from other directions. Mr. Krabs was so excited about exploiting children for their allowance money that he forgot to protect his most valuable asset. His greed literally destroyed his business. The true meaning of summer turned out to be a warning. When you manipulate the innocent for profit, you leave yourself open to being outsmarted by someone even more ruthless. Plankton won because Mr. Krabs defeated himself through his own cheapness, lies, and greed. The kids got their revenge, Plankton got the formula, and Mr. Krabs got exactly what he deserved for not caring about anything except money. If you're enjoying this twisted take on SpongeBob, make sure to subscribe for more alternative timeline breakdowns. Moving on to Krabs vs. Plankton, Season 4, Episode 11A. Krabs vs. Plankton, Season 4, Episode 11A. In the original episode, Plankton walks into the Krusty Krab and slips on a wet floor that SpongeBob just mopped. Mr. Krabs mocks him for being a failure. Two customers say if they slipped, they would sue Mr. Krabs for everything he has. Plankton overhears this and pretends to be badly injured. He threatens to sue unless Mr. Krabs gives him the Krabby Patty formula. Mr. Krabs refuses and hires lawyer Richard A. Bottom feeder. The lawyer slips on the same wet floor and gets hurt. He tells SpongeBob to handle the case using materials in his briefcase. SpongeBob becomes SpongeBob Lawyer Pants but can't open the briefcase. During the trial, SpongeBob's defense is terrible. He shreds $1 to prove Mr. Krabs isn't cheap, but Mr. Krabs freaks out trying to save the money. Squidward testifies that Mr. Krabs is definitely cheap. SpongeBob questions a mop as a witness. Finally, the briefcase opens. Inside is just a Krabby Patty, which was the lawyer's lunch. SpongeBob gets an idea. He calls Plankton to the witness stand and tempts him with the patty. Plankton can't resist. He takes off his fake injury casts and jumps for the patty. This proves he was faking the whole injury just to steal the formula. The jury finds Mr. Krabs not guilty. SpongeBob makes Mr. Krabs a homemade wet floor sign with nails in it. But what if Plankton had kept his composure on the witness stand? What if he resisted the temptation and won the lawsuit? This alternative timeline explores what happens when Plankton's fake injury lawsuit succeeds and he legally forces Mr. Krabs to give up the Krabby Patty formula. The morning starts exactly the same. A clam crows like a rooster. Plankton wakes up with his eye showing veins. He tells Karen about another sleepless night haunted by his inability to steal even a single Krabby Patty. Karen says maybe today will be the day. Plankton says he's going to wing it and asks what's the worst thing that could happen. He walks through the Krusty Krab door. He slips and falls into a puddle of water. SpongeBob tells him to be careful because he just mopped there. Mr. Krabs walks over and mocks Plankton. He holds a Krabby Patty in front of his face and says Plankton has tried and tried but never got even the smallest nibble. He asks how Plankton sleeps at night, knowing he's a complete failure. Two customers named Charlie and Nat Peterson watch this happen. Charlie says there really should be a wet floor sign. Nat says if that were him who slipped, he would sue Old Man Krabs for all he's got. Plankton hears this and asks if that includes the Krabby Patty formula. Charlie says, of course. Plankton's eye lights up. He falls back and pretends to be injured. He screams about the pain and says he can't feel his arms and legs. He says he'll have to sue for pain and suffering. Mr. Krabs bursts through his office door, yelling about being sued. Other customers comment that it looks bad and feel sorry for the poor little man. Ambulance workers arrive and put Plankton on a stretcher. Mr. Krabs asks if they need to drag this into court. Plankton says he'll forget the gross negligence if Mr. Krabs transfers the Krabby Patty formula to him. Mr. Krabs refuses and says Plankton will get the formula when he pries it from his lifeless claws. Plankton laughs and says he'll see Mr. Krabs in court. The ambulance workers carry him away. Mr. Krabs paces back and forth, saying he's doomed. SpongeBob promises to do whatever it takes to keep the formula from Plankton's evil hands. Mr. Krabs says he needs a good lawyer. Richard A. Bottomfeeder appears offering his services. He's a lawyer who won't charge anything unless they win. He suggests they countersue for everything Plankton owns. Mr. Krabs' eyes turn into gold bars and he falls over from the weight. SpongeBob offers to give testimony as a character witness. Mr. Krabs says they won't need SpongeBob's testimony because he would be more of a liability than an asset. The lawyer has to get to court early for free parking. As he walks out, he slips on the wet floor and gets injured. He tells SpongeBob he'll have to handle the case. Everything SpongeBob needs to win is in the briefcase, except a suit. SpongeBob takes the lawyer's suit. At the Bikini Bottom courthouse, Plankton enters in a wheelchair. He whispers to Mr. Krabs that he'll drop the charges if Mr. Krabs gives him the formula. Mr. Krabs yells never. The audience gasps. Plankton dramatically pretends his little arm hurts, then his other arm. Judge Stickleback asks where Mr. Krabs' attorney is. SpongeBob bursts through the door wearing a gray suit. He introduces himself as SpongeBob Lawyer Pants. He tries to open the briefcase but doesn't have the combination. Plankton gives his testimony. He says he was a vibrant, carefree, happy-go-lucky single cell. Then he visited the death trap known as the Krusty Krab. He slipped on a hard, unforgiving floor that had been intentionally covered with a viscous fluid. The worst part is, his dreams of completing a marathon, like he promised his Grammy, have been dashed. He cries. The entire audience starts crying. SpongeBob also cries about poor Gram Gram. Mr. Krabs takes the stand. Plankton shows him a wet floor sign and asks if he owns one. Mr. Krabs admits he doesn't. He says he had to make tough business decisions, and the sign seems superfluous. The audience all say guilty. SpongeBob tries to defend Mr. Krabs. He says Mr. Krabs has been called cheap and miserly. But if he were really that cheap, would he sit quietly while SpongeBob took out $1 and dropped it in a blender? SpongeBob presses the obliterate button. Mr. Krabs screams and runs to save the shredded dollar pieces. The jury talks amongst themselves. Squidward testifies and confirms Mr. Krabs is cheap. He says he's had 1 day off in 3 years. SpongeBob questions the mop he was using as a witness. Mr. Krabs says his goose is cooked. SpongeBob finally hits the briefcase with his fist, and it opens. Inside is just a Krabby Patty, which was the lawyer's lunch. SpongeBob gets an idea. He calls Plankton to the witness stand. He asks why Plankton went into the Krusty Krab that day. Plankton says to say hello to his once good friend Mr. Krabs. SpongeBob shows him the Krabby Patty and asks if he wasn't really there to steal the formula of the most delicious, sweet-smelling sandwich known to Bikini Bottom. Plankton starts sweating. He stares at the patty. This is where the timeline splits. In the original episode, Plankton can't resist. He takes off his fake casts and jumps for the patty, proving he faked the injury. But in this alternative version, Plankton remembers his college education. He remembers all his years of planning. He remembers that he's on the witness stand in front of a jury. He closes his eye and takes a deep breath. He turns away from the patty. He says in a weak voice that he can't eat solid food anymore because of his injuries. He says seeing that delicious patty just reminds him of everything he's lost. A single tear rolls down his face. The jury gasps in sympathy. SpongeBob waves the patty closer. He describes how delicious it is. Plankton keeps his eyes closed. He says stop. Please stop torturing him. Judge Stickleback bangs his gavel and tells SpongeBob to stop harassing the witness. SpongeBob has nothing else. He sits down defeated. Plankton wheels himself back to his table. Under his breath, where nobody can hear, he whispers that being evil is too much fun. But on the outside, he maintains his injured victim performance perfectly. Judge Stickleback asks if the jury has reached a verdict. Tom stands up. He says they find the defendant guilty. The audience cheers. Judge Stickleback bangs his gavel for order. He asks what damages the jury awards. Tom says Plankton deserves compensation for his pain, suffering, and lost dreams. They award him everything Mr. Krabs owns. That includes the Krusty Krab building, all equipment, all money, and yes, the Krabby Patty secret formula. Mr. Krabs screams no. Judge Stickleback bangs his gavel. The ruling is final. Mr. Krabs must turn over everything to Plankton within 24 hours. That evening, Mr. Krabs sits in his office holding the formula bottle. His claws shake. SpongeBob stands next to him crying. Mr. Krabs says he can't believe it's over. After all these years of protecting the formula, he has to give it to Plankton because of a wet floor. SpongeBob blames himself. If only he had put out a wet floor sign. If only he had warned Plankton more clearly. If only he had been a better lawyer. Mr. Krabs says it's not SpongeBob's fault. It's his own fault for being too cheap to buy a wet floor sign. His cheapness finally destroyed him. The next morning, Plankton arrives at the Krusty Krab with official court documents. Mr. Krabs hands over the keys to the building. He hands over the safe combination. He hands over the formula bottle. Plankton takes it with both tiny hands. He looks at the bottle. After all these years of schemes and failures, he finally has it, and he got it legally. Nobody can take it away. The court awarded it to him. It's officially his property now. Plankton laughs. He tells Mr. Krabs to get out of his restaurant. Mr. Krabs walks out with nothing. SpongeBob and Squidward follow him. They're unemployed now. Plankton renames the restaurant. The Krusty Krab sign comes down. The Chum Bucket sign goes up. He keeps the same layout because the building already works perfectly for a restaurant. He keeps the kitchen equipment because it's designed for making Krabby Patties. He studies the formula carefully. He memorizes every ingredient and measurement. He programs Karen to remember it as backup. He practices making patties using the exact recipe. His first few attempts are decent. After a week of practice, he perfects the technique. His patties taste exactly like Mr. Krabs' version. Plankton reopens the restaurant under new management. He hires SpongeBob as his fry cook. SpongeBob feels conflicted but needs a job. He needs to cook. It's who he is. SpongeBob agrees to work for Plankton. Plankton even hires Squidward as cashier. Squidward doesn't want to work for Plankton, but he needs money to pay rent. Both employees feel uncomfortable working for someone who sued their former boss, but they have bills to pay. The first day of the new restaurant is busy. Customers come out of curiosity. They want to know if Plankton's version tastes the same. SpongeBob makes the patties in the kitchen. They come out perfect because SpongeBob is still the best fry cook in Bikini Bottom. Customers bite into their food. Their eyes widen. It tastes exactly the same. The formula works. Plankton stands at the door greeting customers. He's finally a successful restaurant owner. He finally proved everyone wrong who called him a failure. The character dynamics transform completely. Mr. Krabs loses everything he worked for his entire adult life. He built the Krusty Krab from nothing. He created the Krabby Patty. He protected the formula for decades. All of it gone because he was too cheap to buy a $5 wet floor sign. He learns the hardest lesson possible. Extreme cheapness leads to extreme consequences. If he had just spent a tiny amount of money on basic safety equipment, none of this would have happened. His cheapness literally destroyed his life. SpongeBob learns that loyalty to an employer has limits. He worked for Mr. Krabs for years. He loved his job. He defended Mr. Krabs constantly. But when Mr. Krabs lost the lawsuit, SpongeBob had to move on. He couldn't stay unemployed. He had to pay bills. Sometimes life forces you to work for people you don't agree with. SpongeBob still makes Krabby Patties, but now he makes them for Plankton instead. The work is the same, but it feels different. It feels wrong, but necessary. Squidward actually benefits slightly in this timeline. He still hates his job, but at least Plankton pays him properly. Plankton doesn't want another lawsuit, so he follows all labor laws carefully. Squidward gets scheduled breaks. He gets overtime pay. He gets the day off he requested without argument. Plankton learned from the lawsuit that proper business practices prevent legal problems. Squidward still wants to quit, but the working conditions are marginally better than under Mr. Krabs. Plankton experiences the biggest transformation. He goes from the biggest loser in Bikini Bottom to a successful business owner. He didn't win through technology or violence. He won through the legal system. He sued Mr. Krabs for legitimate negligence and won. The court awarded him everything. It's all legal and official. Nobody can call him a thief. Nobody can say he cheated. He won fair and square using the rules of society. This makes his victory even sweeter. Mr. Krabs tries to start over. He takes a job working for someone else. The proud business owner becomes an employee. He works as a cashier at Bargain Mart. He earns minimum wage. He hates every second. He thinks constantly about the Krusty Krab. He thinks about that wet floor. He thinks about his cheapness. Every decision he ever made to save a penny comes back to haunt him. That wet floor sign would have cost $5. Losing everything cost him millions. The math is simple and painful. The Bikini Bottom community has mixed reactions. Some people feel bad for Mr. Krabs. He lost his business over an accident. But other people remember how cheap Mr. Krabs was. They remember him charging customers for napkins. They remember him never giving raises. They remember him making employees buy their own uniforms. They think maybe he deserved this. Maybe karma caught up with him. His extreme cheapness finally backfired. Pearl loses her comfortable life. Her father owned a successful restaurant. Now he works at Bargain Mart. She has to get a part-time job to help pay bills. She can't go shopping as much. She can't buy new clothes every week. She learns what financial struggle feels like. She asks her dad why he didn't just buy a wet floor sign. Mr. Krabs has no good answer. He just says he thought he was saving money. Pearl learns that her father's cheapness hurt their whole family. 6 months pass. The restaurant, formerly known as the Krusty Krab, runs successfully under Plankton's ownership. He expands the menu slightly. He adds new items. He maintains the quality of Krabby Patties while growing the business. He proves he's not just a one-trick villain. He's actually a capable businessman when given the chance. He sleeps well at night knowing he finally achieved his life's goal. No more sleepless nights haunted by failure. He succeeded. Karen watches her husband thrive. She's proud of him for staying disciplined on the witness stand. She knows how hard it was for him to resist that Krabby Patty when SpongeBob waved it in his face. But Plankton's discipline saved everything. If he had broken character and jumped for the patty, he would have lost the case. His self-control won the lawsuit and changed his entire life. The alternative outcome of this timeline is a complete reversal of fortune. Plankton becomes the successful restaurant owner. Mr. Krabs becomes the failure working minimum wage. The cause of this reversal is Mr. Krabs' extreme cheapness combined with Plankton's unexpected discipline. Mr. Krabs was too cheap to buy basic safety equipment. Plankton was disciplined enough to resist temptation during the trial. Those two factors combined to transfer everything from one to the other. Years later, people still talk about the famous lawsuit. They talk about how Plankton slipped on a wet floor and sued Mr. Krabs for everything. They talk about how SpongeBob was a terrible lawyer who shredded money and questioned a mop. They talk about how Plankton resisted the Krabby Patty on the witness stand. They talk about how the jury awarded Plankton the restaurant and the formula. It becomes the most famous court case in Bikini Bottom history. The biggest lesson this timeline teaches is that cutting corners on safety leads to disaster. Mr. Krabs saved $5 by not buying a wet floor sign. That decision cost him everything he owned. His extreme cheapness created the exact situation he feared most. Someone sued him and took his formula. If he had just spent tiny amounts of money on basic safety measures, none of this would have happened. Sometimes being cheap costs more than being generous. Plankton's victory also teaches a lesson about patience and discipline. He spent years trying complicated schemes to steal the formula. They all failed because they required too many things to go right. This time, he used a simple plan. Fake an injury, sue in court, resist temptation during testimony, win the lawsuit. The formula becomes his legally. Simple plans work better than complicated ones if you have the discipline to follow through. SpongeBob learns that good intentions don't always lead to good outcomes. He tried his best to defend Mr. Krabs. He became a lawyer to help his boss. But his inexperience and the weakness of the case meant he couldn't win. Sometimes trying hard isn't enough. Sometimes the other side has a better position. SpongeBob did everything he could, but Mr. Krabs' cheapness made the case unwinnable. You can't defend someone from the consequences of their own bad choices. The ending of this alternative timeline shows Plankton living his dream life. He runs a successful restaurant. He has the secret formula. He has employees. He has customers. He has money. He has respect. Everything he wanted for years is finally his, and he got it all because Mr. Krabs was too cheap to buy a wet floor sign. Sometimes success comes not from being the smartest or strongest, but from being patient enough to wait for your enemy to make a fatal mistake. Mr. Krabs made that mistake by being too cheap, and Plankton was ready to take advantage when the opportunity appeared. If you're enjoying this twisted take on SpongeBob, make sure to subscribe for more alternative timeline breakdowns. Moving on, we have The Krabby Chronicle, Season 6, Episode 1B. In the original episode, Mr. Krabs starts a newspaper called The Krabby Chronicle with SpongeBob as his reporter. SpongeBob writes boring but truthful stories. Mr. Krabs tells him to use imagination and embellish the truth to sell more papers. SpongeBob writes fake, sensationalized stories that hurt people in the community. Mrs. Puff loses her business after a story about a high-speed chase. Larry gets banned from his gym after a story calling him a loser. Plankton's restaurant gets shut down by a health inspector after a story claiming he serves customers as chum. Sandy loses her science awards after a story calling her dumb. SpongeBob feels guilty, but Mr. Krabs threatens to take away his spatula if he stops. Finally, SpongeBob writes an expose revealing that Mr. Krabs overworks him for pennies while making huge profits from bogus stories. An angry mob storms the Krusty Krab and takes all of Mr. Krabs' money back. Mr. Krabs learns that trying to make easy money doesn't pay. Patrick appears at the end actually married to the pole from the fake story. But what if SpongeBob never wrote that final expose about Mr. Krabs? What if the fake news newspaper continued operating without consequences? This alternative timeline explores what happens when sensationalized lies keep selling and nobody stops the operation. The day starts exactly the same. SpongeBob rings the order bell 3 times. Mr. Krabs asks how it looks out there. SpongeBob says 2 more satisfied regulars. Mr. Krabs says he's not interested in same old regulars. He took out an ad in the Bikini Bottom Examiner to bring in new customers. It only cost him a nickel. He asks how many new customers arrived. SpongeBob counts and says none. Mr. Krabs goes outside and sees the Examiner newspaper box hasn't been touched in months. The bottom feeder newspaper box has a long line. Mr. Krabs asks a customer about it. Nat says nobody reads the Examiner because it's full of boring charts and facts. The bottom feeder has interesting stories and stuff. Mr. Krabs looks at a story titled, Fish Boy Strikes Again. He asks if these stories are less than truthful. Nat says he doesn't know, but they're selling. Mr. Krabs checks advertising costs. 25 cents per word, he screams. The newspaper business is easy money. His shell cracks and underneath is his body made of money. The next day, SpongeBob walks into the Krusty Krab. He hits his face on something. Mr. Krabs assembled a printing press overnight. SpongeBob now has 2 jobs. He's still the fry cook and also the lead reporter for the new Krabby Chronicle. SpongeBob gets a press badge and camera. He walks down the street looking for juicy stories. A bank robbery happens behind him. 2 fish destroy a boat with fire. A monster appears. SpongeBob ignores all of this. He sees Patrick waiting at what looks like a bus stop. Patrick explains he's watching a pole, so next time it moves, he'll see it. SpongeBob calls this juicy and takes his picture. Back at the Krusty Krab, SpongeBob finishes writing and printing the newspapers. Mr. Krabs asks a customer if he wants a copy. Frank says it looks boring and just wants a Krabby Patty. Mr. Krabs reads the headline about local resident watches poll. He tells SpongeBob nobody will pay to read this. He needs to use imagination. Instead of man watches poll, say man marries poll. Alter the photo to fit the headline. SpongeBob asks if that's lying. Mr. Krabs says don't think of it as lying, think of it as a practical joke that everybody can laugh about. The public expects embellishment. SpongeBob hides behind a trash can at an intersection. Mrs. Puff pulls up. A policeman pulls up behind her. SpongeBob takes a picture. The headline becomes boating teacher in high-speed chase. Mr. Krabs celebrates because the paper sells everywhere. SpongeBob says that's not the story he wrote. Mr. Krabs calls it editorial privilege. He asks how such a little news story could possibly affect Mrs. Puff. The scene shows Mrs. Puff's boating school completely empty. She says the little news story ruined her business. SpongeBob continues investigating. He hides in a chimney watching Larry the Lobster with binoculars. A customer named Frankie asks Larry if he can punch him in the gut. Larry says everybody does and it won't hurt. Frankie punches him. SpongeBob takes pictures. The story becomes Larry the loser gets beaten up by Pipsqueak. The gym teacher throws Larry out and bans him forever for being a wimp. SpongeBob writes about Plankton next. The headline claims Plankton's chum made of your chums, and that the chum bucket serves your friends in more ways than one. Health Inspector Yellowtail shows up and officially closes down the restaurant. Plankton asks who's to blame. SpongeBob watches from hiding and walks away. SpongeBob continues writing. He targets Sandy next. The headline says Sandy Cheeks or Sandy Chump and calls the bushy-tailed brainiac really a slow-witted squirrel. 2 scientists from the Neptunian Science Committee arrive to confiscate all her science awards. Sandy gets angry and the scientists run away. Mr. Krabs sits in his office surrounded by mountains of money. Over 5 billion copies sold according to a sign outside. SpongeBob tells Mr. Krabs he can't write these stories anymore. He's seen people's lives ruined with his own eyes. Mr. Krabs says people want wild, juicy stories because that's what sells. He wants the wildest story ever, one that tops all the others. SpongeBob says he's written about everyone in town. Mr. Krabs tells him to surprise him with a shocker. He leaves SpongeBob in the office overnight. Here's where this timeline splits from the original. In the original episode, SpongeBob writes an expose about Mr. Krabs overworking him. The community reads it, gets angry, and storms the restaurant to take the money back. But in this alternative version, SpongeBob doesn't have that idea. He's too exhausted and guilt-ridden to think clearly. He stares at the typewriter all night but can't think of anything. His conscience weighs on him. Every person he hurt appears in his mind. Mrs. Puff losing her business, Larry getting banned from the gym, Plankton's restaurant getting shut down, Sandy losing her awards. He can't do this anymore. Morning comes. Mr. Krabs runs in excited to see the wildest story ever. SpongeBob turns around looking exhausted. He tells Mr. Krabs he couldn't write anything. He spent all night trying, but he just can't hurt anyone else. Mr. Krabs gets angry. He reminds SpongeBob about the spatula threat. SpongeBob says he knows, but some things matter more than keeping his job. He hands over his spatula and his press badge. He quits. Mr. Krabs is shocked. SpongeBob walks out of the Krusty Krab. Mr. Krabs stands there holding the spatula and press badge. He realizes he has a problem. The newspaper sells amazingly well, but he needs a reporter to write the stories. He can't write them himself because he's too busy running the restaurant and counting money. He needs someone with imagination who won't quit because of guilty feelings. He gets an idea. He walks across the street to the chum bucket. Plankton sits outside his closed restaurant feeling depressed. Karen tries to comfort him, but he's devastated. His restaurant got shut down because of fake news. Mr. Krabs walks up. Plankton expects him to gloat. Instead, Mr. Krabs makes an offer. He needs a new reporter for the Krabby Chronicle. He'll pay well. More importantly, he'll use his connections to get Plankton's restaurant reopened. All Plankton has to do is write sensational stories. Plankton asks why Mr. Krabs would help him. Mr. Krabs explains that SpongeBob quit because he felt too guilty. But Plankton won't have that problem. Plankton has no morals. He's 1% evil and 99% hot gas. Writing lies won't bother him at all. Plankton thinks about it. His restaurant is closed. He needs money, he needs work. And Mr. Krabs offering to reopen the chum bucket is valuable. Plankton agrees. He becomes the new reporter for the Krabby Chronicle. Mr. Krabs uses his money and influence to convince the health inspector that the story about Plankton serving customers as chum was just fake news. The chum bucket gets reopened. Plankton works 2 jobs now. He runs his restaurant during slow hours and writes newspaper stories during busy hours. Plankton turns out to be an excellent tabloid reporter. He has no conscience to hold him back. He writes increasingly wild and destructive stories. He targets anyone and everyone. He invents scandals about people who did nothing wrong. He takes innocent photos and creates fake stories around them. He's creative and ruthless. The newspaper sales go through the roof. Mr. Krabs makes more money than ever. Plankton gets paid well, and his own restaurant stays open. The character dynamics shift dramatically. SpongeBob is unemployed. He lost his dream job because he refused to hurt people anymore. He feels terrible about all the damage he caused with his stories. He tries to apologize to everyone he hurt. Mrs. Puff won't speak to him. Larry won't look at him. Sandy tells him to leave her tree dome. Plankton actually thanks him sarcastically for ruining his life, though secretly Plankton benefited from everything. SpongeBob spends his days at home with Gary, depressed and jobless. His optimism fades. He learns that doing the right thing sometimes costs you everything. Mr. Krabs becomes wealthier than ever. The newspaper generates more profit than the restaurant. He barely cares about selling Krabby Patties anymore. The Krabby Chronicle is his new focus. He pays Plankton well enough to keep him writing, but keeps most profits for himself. He expands his newspaper empire. He opens distribution centers. He hires more employees to handle printing and delivery. His greed reaches new heights. He learns that lying sells better than truth and feels no guilt about it. Plankton experiences an unexpected rise in status. He went from failed restaurant owner to successful tabloid journalist. He has money coming in from 2 sources now. The chum bucket operates with minimal customers but stays open. The newspaper job pays better anyway. Plankton discovers he's good at creating drama and chaos. His evil 1% shines through perfectly in tabloid journalism. He enjoys ruining people's lives through words. It's almost more satisfying than trying to steal the formula. He still wants the formula, but now he has backup income while planning his next theft attempt. The Bikini Bottom community suffers greatly. Every week brings new fake scandals. Innocent people get destroyed by false stories. Businesses close. Reputations get ruined. Relationships fall apart. The entire town lives in fear of becoming the next target. Nobody feels safe. Anyone could be tomorrow's headline. The social fabric breaks down. People stop trusting each other. If the newspaper says something, everyone believes it even though everything is lies. Truth becomes meaningless when lies sell better. Mrs. Puff never recovers her student base. Parents won't send their kids to a boating teacher who was supposedly in a high-speed chase. She tries explaining it was fake news, but nobody believes her. The newspaper wouldn't print lies, right? She has to close her school permanently. She takes a job working retail. Her life dream of teaching boating safety dies because of one false headline. Larry loses his reputation as the toughest guy in town. Kids do try to beat him up for lunch money. His gym membership stays revoked. He can't rebuild his image. Once you're labeled a loser, people remember it. He moves to a different city to start over, where nobody knows about the newspaper story. He learns that reputation matters more than truth. Sandy considers moving back to Texas. Her scientific reputation got destroyed. The research community won't take her seriously anymore. They saw the headline calling her a slow-witted squirrel. She explains it was fake news, but damage is done. Scientists are supposed to be smart. If a newspaper questions your intelligence, funding committees get nervous. Her career in Bikini Bottom ends. She contemplates leaving everything behind. Squidward becomes one of the few people who benefits slightly. He still works at the Krusty Krab, but now it's just as a cashier. Mr. Krabs focuses so much on the newspaper that he doesn't micromanage the restaurant anymore. Squidward has more freedom to read magazines and practice clarinet during slow periods. He hates that his coworker Spongebob got fired, but enjoys the peace and quiet. He worries constantly about becoming a target, though. Any day could bring a false story about him. Patrick doesn't understand what happened. He knows SpongeBob doesn't work at the Krusty Krab anymore. He knows his best friend seems sad all the time. He knows there's a newspaper with his picture saying he married a pole. He doesn't understand that these things are connected. Patrick actually does develop an attachment to the pole after seeing the photo. The fake story kind of becomes real through Patrick's simple acceptance of it. This disturbs everyone who witnesses it. 6 months pass in this new timeline. The Krabby Chronicle dominates Bikini Bottom media. Mr. Krabs becomes the wealthiest citizen in town. Plankton runs both his restaurant and his reporting job successfully. SpongeBob remains unemployed and depressed. The community suffers under constant fake news. People's lives get ruined weekly. Trust disappears. Truth becomes whatever the newspaper says. Nobody challenges it because Mr. Krabs has money and power now. Money buys influence. Influence protects the operation. The Bikini Bottom Examiner, the original truthful newspaper, goes out of business completely. Nobody wants facts and charts. They want juicy, scandalous stories. Truth is boring. Lies are entertaining. The market has spoken. Sensationalism wins. Journalism loses. The community loses access to real information. They only get whatever Mr. Krabs decides to print. He controls the narrative. He controls public opinion. His newspaper empire gives him more power than his restaurant ever did. SpongeBob eventually finds a new job at the Weenie Hut. It's not the same as cooking Krabby Patties. He misses the Krusty Krab every day. But he made his choice. He chose ethics over employment. He chose conscience over career. Some people in town respect him for quitting. They know he refused to keep hurting people. Others blame him for starting the whole newspaper disaster in the first place. If he hadn't written those initial stories, none of this would have happened. SpongeBob accepts both perspectives. He knows he made mistakes. He also knows he tried to stop when he realized the harm. The alternative outcome of this timeline is a Bikini Bottom controlled by fake news. Mr. Krabs runs a media empire built on lies. Plankton becomes a successful tabloid journalist. SpongeBob loses everything by choosing ethics. The community suffers constant reputation destruction. Trust dies, truth becomes meaningless. Money and sensationalism win. The moral center of Bikini Bottom, represented by SpongeBob, gets removed from influence. The town becomes darker, meaner, and more cynical. Years later, people barely remember when news used to be truthful. The Krabby Chronicle is just how things are now. Every week brings new scandals and destroyed lives. Mr. Krabs keeps getting richer. Plankton keeps writing lies. SpongeBob works quietly at the Weenie Hut, forgotten by most people. The yellow sponge who once tried to do the right thing becomes a cautionary tale about standing up to powerful bosses. You can't fight money. You can't fight sensationalism. You can't win when the truth doesn't matter anymore. The biggest lesson this timeline teaches is that unethical journalism destroys communities. When lies sell better than truth, society breaks down. People lose faith in information. Reputations get destroyed for profit. The innocent suffer so others can make money. SpongeBob learned this lesson and quit. But quitting didn't stop the machine. It just meant someone else took his place. Someone with no conscience. Someone who enjoyed the destruction. The system kept running without the one person who cared about ethics. This alternative timeline shows what happens when good people leave bad situations, but bad situations continue anyway. SpongeBob did the right thing by quitting, but his departure didn't fix the problem. It just removed the one person who might have eventually stopped it. Sometimes doing the right thing personally doesn't create the right outcome globally. Sometimes evil wins because good people step aside instead of finding ways to fight effectively. The Krabby Chronicle succeeds because nobody figures out how to stop it, and SpongeBob's sacrifice means nothing except to his own conscience. If you're enjoying this twisted take on SpongeBob, make sure to subscribe for more alternative timeline breakdowns. Moving on to Spy Buddies, Season 5, Episode 3A. In the original episode, Mr. Krabs worries that Plankton hasn't tried stealing the formula in over a month. He asks SpongeBob to spy on Plankton. Patrick joins as well. They get spy gadgets from Sandy, including jetpacks, laser-equipped Bermuda shorts, nose cameras, magnifying glasses, and a knockout ray. Sandy doesn't trust them with the equipment, but Patrick knocks her out and they take everything. SpongeBob and Patrick follow Plankton around Bikini Bottom. Plankton buys baby clothes and a stamp. They cause massive damage trying to spy on him. Their gadgets malfunction constantly. Patrick's laser pants destroy the chum bucket. Plankton attacks the Krusty Krab in a blimp. Mr. Krabs fights back. The blimp crashes and destroys the Krusty Krab. Then comes the big reveal. Mr. Krabs was disguised as Plankton the whole time. Plankton was disguised as Mr. Krabs using a robot body. They made a bet. Mr. Krabs bet he could steal his own formula if he was Plankton. They switched lives through elaborate means. Mr. Krabs won the bet. Plankton has to pay him $1. Multiple disguise reveals happen at the end with various characters. The episode ends with SpongeBob confused about two Patricks. But what if Plankton won the bet instead of Mr. Krabs? What if Plankton successfully stole the formula while disguised as Mr. Krabs and proved he was better at being Mr. Krabs than Mr. Krabs was at being Plankton? This alternative timeline explores what happens when Plankton's disguise and planning outmatch Mr. Krabs' attempt. The day starts exactly the same. A shadow that looks like Plankton walks into the Krusty Krab. The shadow uses the code to get inside. It goes to Mr. Krabs' office and opens the safe. SpongeBob turns on the lights. The shadow is actually Mr. Krabs. He explains he's making sure the Krabby Patty formula is safe. Plankton hasn't tried stealing it in over a month. He must be planning something big. Squidward walks in and immediately walks out when Mr. Krabs mentions extra work. Mr. Krabs says someone needs to volunteer to spy on Plankton. SpongeBob gets excited about being a spy. Patrick sees SpongeBob through a straw and wants to be a spy too. They both become spy buddies. Mr. Krabs gives them instructions on a Krabby Patty. The fate of the Krusty Krab rests in SpongeBob's hands. At SpongeBob's house, they push the button on the patty. Mr. Krabs' voice explains the mission. They need to discover what Plankton's up to and not let him out of their sight. They need spy gadgets. If they don't accept, SpongeBob is fired. The patty will self-destruct in 10 seconds. Patrick and SpongeBob scream. Patrick puts the patty in his pants. It explodes. The bottom half of Patrick's body loses skin. SpongeBob's pineapple walls get fried and turn greenish. They visit Sandy's tree dome. She explains spy gadgets like jetpacks, laser-equipped Bermuda shorts with walkie-talkies, nose cameras, magnifying glasses, and knockout rays. She laughs and says she wouldn't trust them with any of this stuff. Patrick picks up the knockout ray and knocks Sandy out. They take all the gadgets. SpongeBob and Patrick spy from the side of a building. Plankton walks into Guppy's R Us to buy baby clothes. He asks for size -5. The employee says that's as small as they come. SpongeBob reports to Mr. Krabs that Plankton bought baby clothes. Mr. Krabs writes it on a chalkboard. Then Plankton buys a stamp. Mr. Krabs writes that down too. He calls it the most elaborate scheme ever. SpongeBob and Patrick follow Plankton by tiptoeing behind him. Their steps sound like thunder to Plankton. He turns around and squeaks at them, but they can't understand. SpongeBob shines the magnifying glass on Plankton. Plankton catches on fire. Patrick uses the jetpack. They fly into Plankton and cause more damage. The jetpack detaches, and they crash into the sidewalk. They lose Plankton. They get into the spy mobile. Patrick pushes the self-destruct button. The car explodes. Mr. Krabs calls and asks if they found out what Plankton's up to. SpongeBob admits they lost him. Mr. Krabs tells him to find Plankton because he's not paying SpongeBob to goof off with Patrick. SpongeBob points out Mr. Krabs isn't paying him at all. Mr. Krabs says exactly, so get to work. That night, SpongeBob and Patrick are on the chum bucket roof. Patrick uses his laser pants to cut a square hole. SpongeBob drops down on a rope but hits the floor. Patrick lands on top of him. Plankton turns on the lights. He says he knows what they're up to. They want to eat at the chum bucket without their boss knowing. Karen announces they have a customer. SpongeBob and Patrick sit at a table. Patrick's laser pants malfunction. He shoots lasers everywhere. The chum bucket gets destroyed. A blimp emerges from the floor with Plankton controlling it. He flies to the Krusty Krab. He says if it's war Mr. Krabs wants, it's war he'll get. The Krusty Krab gets dark. Mr. Krabs mans his battle stations. Plankton plays loud music to drive customers away. Mr. Krabs sucks up all the customers with a vacuum and launches them through a cannon at the blimp. Patrick jumps off the blimp, lands in the cannon, and gets blasted back. He makes a hole in the blimp. The blimp catches fire and falls. It destroys the Krusty Krab. This is where the timeline splits. In the original episode, Plankton stands on the Krusty Krab sign, celebrating his win. Then Mr. Krabs reveals himself. He was disguised as Plankton. They made a bet. Mr. Krabs stole his own formula while pretending to be Plankton. Mr. Krabs won. But in this alternative version, when Plankton rips off his disguise to reveal Mr. Krabs, something different happens. Mr. Krabs holds up the formula bottle. But then SpongeBob notices something wrong. The bottle is empty. Mr. Krabs looks at the bottle confused. He opens it. There's no formula paper inside, just a note. He reads it out loud. The note says, "Thanks for the formula," signed Plankton. Mr. Krabs doesn't understand. He's holding the real bottle. The formula should be inside. SpongeBob gasps. He asks where the real Plankton is. A small voice laughs from inside the robot. Mr. Krabs' body. Plankton climbs out. He's been inside the robot the whole time, but he wasn't controlling it like everyone thought. He was searching through the real Krusty Krab while disguised as the robot Mr. Krabs. Plankton explains the truth. When he and Mr. Krabs made their bet, they agreed to switch lives. Mr. Krabs would try to steal the formula as Plankton. Plankton would try to protect it as Mr. Krabs. But Plankton cheated. He didn't just switch roles. He created a robot Mr. Krabs and hid inside it. While everyone thought the robot was Plankton's base of operations, Plankton was actually using it to access the real Krusty Krab. During all the chaos with SpongeBob and Patrick spying in the blimp battle, Plankton snuck into the real office. He opened the real safe. He took the real formula. Mr. Krabs screams that Plankton cheated. The bet was to switch lives, not to trick him with robots. Plankton says Mr. Krabs never specified the rules clearly. He just said he wanted to see Plankton try to steal the formula as himself. Technically, Plankton was being himself the whole time. He was inside a robot pretending to be Mr. Krabs, but he was still Plankton. The bet's terms were vague. Plankton exploited the loophole. Mr. Krabs argues this isn't fair. Plankton says life isn't fair and pulls out the actual formula paper. He's memorized it already. He programmed Karen with the full recipe. He made backup copies. He even took photos. The formula is his now. SpongeBob asks what the bet prize was. Mr. Krabs admits that whoever won gets to keep the formula permanently. They shook on it. It was an official bet with witnesses. Plankton reminds him that they agreed the winner keeps the formula forever. No takebacks. Mr. Krabs realizes his mistake. He was so confident he would win that he bet everything. He never considered losing. His arrogance destroyed him. Plankton laughs. After 20 years of trying, he finally got the formula. Not through elaborate schemes, but through exploiting Mr. Krabs' ego. Mr. Krabs was so sure he could do Plankton's job better that he bet his entire business on it. The character dynamics completely transform. Mr. Krabs loses everything because of a bet he made out of arrogance. He mocked Plankton's failures. He claimed he could steal the formula easily if he was Plankton. He put his money where his mouth was. He lost. His pride destroyed his life's work. He learns the hardest lesson possible. Never underestimate your enemy. Never bet what you can't afford to lose. Never assume victory before the game ends. SpongeBob feels betrayed by both of them. Mr. Krabs bet the formula without telling him. Plankton cheated by exploiting loopholes. SpongeBob and Patrick spent the whole day destroying things and getting hurt for a spy mission that was actually meaningless. The real battle was happening between Mr. Krabs and Plankton. SpongeBob was just a pawn. He realizes his boss used him as a distraction. Mr. Krabs sent them to spy on fake Plankton to keep them busy while he tried to win the bet as fake Mr. Krabs. SpongeBob's entire mission was a setup. Patrick doesn't fully understand what happened but knows everyone seems upset. His laser pants destroyed the chum bucket for no good reason. He caused massive property damage. He shot lasers from his butt all over the restaurant. All of it was pointless because the real scheme was somewhere else. Patrick feels bad about the destruction, even though he didn't know any better. Plankton takes the formula across the street to the destroyed chum bucket. The building is full of laser holes from Patrick's malfunction. But Plankton doesn't care about the building. He has the formula. He can rebuild. He has what he wanted for 20 years. He programs Karen with the complete recipe. He tests it by making a single patty. It tastes exactly like a Krabby Patty. Perfect. He succeeded. Mr. Krabs sits in his destroyed restaurant feeling devastated. The blimp crash ruined the building. His bet lost him the formula. His arrogance cost him everything. He has to rebuild the Krusty Krab without the secret formula. He has to compete against Plankton, who now has the recipe. He created his own competition. He gave his enemy the weapon to destroy him. All because he was too proud to admit Plankton's job was actually difficult. The Bikini Bottom community learns about the bet. Word spreads fast. Mr. Krabs bet his formula on a challenge. He lost. Plankton won fair and square. Even though Plankton used loopholes and tricks, he technically followed the bet's rules. Mr. Krabs agreed to the terms. He shook on it with witnesses. The bet is legally binding. Mr. Krabs can't take back the formula. It belongs to Plankton now. SpongeBob faces an impossible choice. He's loyal to Mr. Krabs, but Mr. Krabs bet away the formula. Plankton now legally owns the Krabby Patty recipe. If SpongeBob wants to keep cooking Krabby Patties, he needs to work for Plankton. Mr. Krabs can't make real Krabby Patties anymore. He doesn't have the formula. SpongeBob can either stay loyal to a boss who has nothing, or switch to working for the person who now has everything. SpongeBob chooses loyalty. He stays with Mr. Krabs, even though it means cooking inferior patties without the secret formula. Squidward was disguised as Patrick for part of the episode. He witnessed some of the bet situation. When everything gets revealed, Squidward realizes Mr. Krabs gambled away their jobs. The Krusty Krab can't compete without the formula. Squidward will likely lose his job soon. He feels angry that Mr. Krabs was so reckless. Mr. Krabs bet their livelihoods on his pride. Squidward looks for new employment immediately. He's not waiting around for the restaurant to fail. Sandy was knocked out by Patrick early in the episode. She wakes up later and finds out her spy gadgets caused massive destruction. The chum bucket is destroyed. The Krusty Krab is destroyed. Patrick's laser pants malfunctioned. The jetpack crashed. Everything went wrong. Sandy decides to never lend equipment to SpongeBob and Patrick again. They're too chaotic. They cause too much damage. She learns that some people shouldn't have access to advanced technology. Over the following weeks, Plankton rebuilds the chum bucket. He uses money from increased customers to repair the laser holes. Once he starts serving real Krabby Patty tasting food, customers actually show up. For the first time in years, the chum bucket has a line outside. People are curious. They heard Plankton got the formula. They want to know if it's true. They order food, they taste it, their eyes widen. It's exactly like a Krabby Patty. The formula works. Plankton succeeded. Mr. Krabs tries to keep the Krusty Krab running. He repairs the building with borrowed money. He tries to recreate the formula from memory. He gets close but can't match the exact taste. Customers notice the difference. They start choosing the chum bucket instead. Mr. Krabs' business slowly dies. Within 3 months, he can't afford to keep the restaurant open. He has to close the Krusty Krab permanently. He loses everything because of one arrogant bet. SpongeBob loses his dream job. The Krusty Krab closes. He's unemployed. He could work for Plankton at the chum bucket, but that feels like betrayal. He stays loyal to Mr. Krabs, even though Mr. Krabs caused this disaster. SpongeBob finds work at the Weenie Hut. It's not the same. He misses cooking Krabby Patties. He misses the Krusty Krab, but his loyalty to Mr. Krabs means more than working at his dream job under Plankton's ownership. Patrick goes back to his normal life under the rock. He's confused about what happened, but knows everyone is sad. His laser pants never work correctly again after the malfunction. He throws them away. He decides spying isn't for him. Too many explosions, too much chaos, too many people getting hurt. Patrick prefers simple activities like watching polls or jellyfish catching. The alternative outcome of this timeline is a complete reversal of fortune. Plankton becomes the successful restaurant owner with the formula. Mr. Krabs becomes the failure who lost everything through arrogance. The bet that Mr. Krabs made so confidently backfired completely. He assumed he was better at Plankton's job than Plankton was. He assumed stealing the formula would be easy. He assumed he would win. All those assumptions were wrong. Plankton outsmarted him by exploiting loopholes in the bet's terms. Mr. Krabs' pride destroyed his business. Years later, people still talk about the famous bet. Mr. Krabs challenged Plankton to switch lives. Whoever could steal the formula won. Mr. Krabs was so confident he would win that he bet the formula itself as the prize. Plankton used tricks and robot disguises to win. Mr. Krabs lost everything. The story becomes a legend about what happens when pride overrules wisdom. Never bet what you can't afford to lose. Never assume your enemy is weaker than you. Never let arrogance blind you to danger. The biggest lesson this timeline teaches is that pride comes before the fall. Mr. Krabs spent 20 years successfully protecting his formula from Plankton. Then in one moment of arrogance, he bet it all. He was so sure he could do Plankton's job better that he risked everything. His confidence became his weakness. Plankton exploited that weakness perfectly. The formula changed hands not through brilliant theft, but through Mr. Krabs betting it away voluntarily. SpongeBob learns that even people you trust can make terrible decisions. Mr. Krabs was his boss and mentor. SpongeBob respected him, but Mr. Krabs gambled away the Krabby Patty formula on a bet. He risked everyone's jobs for his ego. SpongeBob's loyalty stays strong, but his trust gets damaged. He realizes that authority figures aren't always wise. Sometimes they make mistakes that hurt everyone around them. Plankton learns that sometimes the best way to win is to let your enemy beat themselves. He didn't steal the formula through elaborate technology or complicated schemes. He won it through a bet that Mr. Krabs initiated. Mr. Krabs' arrogance created the opportunity. Plankton just had to be smart enough to exploit the loopholes. After 20 years of direct attempts failing, an indirect approach finally succeeded. Sometimes patience and cleverness beat strength and technology. The ending of this alternative timeline shows Bikini Bottom with a successful chum bucket and a closed Krusty Krab. The formula belongs to Plankton legally and permanently. Mr. Krabs works minimum wage somewhere else. SpongeBob cooks at the Weenie Hut. The entire power structure reversed because of one bet made in arrogance. Mr. Krabs destroyed himself by underestimating his enemy and overestimating his own abilities. Plankton won by being patient, exploiting loopholes, and waiting for his enemy to make a fatal mistake. The spy mission Spongebob and Patrick went on was completely irrelevant to the outcome. The real battle was between two restaurant owners and their egos. Pride destroyed one and elevated the other, proving that sometimes your worst enemy is yourself. If you're enjoying this twisted take on SpongeBob, make sure to subscribe for more alternative timeline breakdowns. Moving on, we have The Inside Job, Season 7, Episode 5A. In the original episode, Plankton tries to steal the Krabby Patty formula using Karen's mind connector device. Karen launches him toward Mr. Krabs, but he accidentally lands inside SpongeBob instead. Plankton plugs into SpongeBob's eyes and watches him make a disgusting fake Krabby Patty in the dark using soap and mop strings. He tries listening through SpongeBob's ears when Mr. Krabs explains the formula but gets deafened by the megaphone. Plankton goes deeper into SpongeBob's brain, looking through files of his thoughts. He finds sounds that make Squidward upset and Patrick's favorite places to be scratched. Finally, Plankton discovers the recipe is located in SpongeBob's heart. When he plugs into the heart and absorbs the recipe, something unexpected happens. Plankton starts transforming. His body grows sponge material. He gets eyelashes and buck teeth. He laughs like SpongeBob. He starts saying the recipe is the delicious sole property of the Krusty Krab. He asks Karen if stealing would be wrong. Karen retrieves him by pressing a button. Plankton flies out through SpongeBob's nostril. He lands on Patrick's forehead and accidentally absorbs Patrick's brain contents. This makes him transform into Patrick. His body turns pink. He grows a starfish hand. His brain shrinks and pops. He forgets everything, including the recipe. Karen says she knew he would mess this up. But what if Plankton had been strong enough to resist the transformation? What if his evil nature was powerful enough to fight off SpongeBob's goodness and Patrick's stupidity? This alternative timeline explores what happens when Plankton successfully steals the formula while keeping his evil mind intact. The day starts exactly the same. Plankton watches a hamster running in an exercise wheel on Karen's screen. Karen changes the screen to herself. She's tired of watching him sit around all day. She tells him the chum bucket is a total failure. Plankton claims business is just slow. Karen says if he'd take her advice, the Krabby Patty recipe would be his. Plankton laughs and says she's just a computer. He's the evil genius around here. A man and his kid enter claiming they're on a tour of the most disgusting places in Bikini Bottom. The chum bucket is number 1. They leave to visit the city dump next. Plankton admits Karen is right and he's a failure. Karen presents her plan. Use the mind connector to read Krabs' mind and transfer the recipe directly into Plankton's brain. She attaches the device to Plankton. Karen launches Plankton toward Mr. Krabs. Squidward walks by carrying a garbage bag. Plankton yells to get out of the way. Patrick walks outside. Plankton tells him to move. SpongeBob holds a cardboard cutout of Mr. Krabs. Plankton screams no and accidentally goes inside SpongeBob's body. Karen asks what happened. Plankton explains he's stuck inside the fry cook. Karen tells him to plug into SpongeBob's eyes to see outside. Plankton unplugs SpongeBob's eye plugs. SpongeBob's eyes go completely black. He thinks they blew a fuse. Plankton plugs himself into the eye sockets. His eye glows. He can see everything SpongeBob sees. Squidward asks for the Krabby Patty for Order 17. SpongeBob says it's so dark he can't see a thing. He tries making a Krabby Patty blind. He uses completely wrong ingredients. He takes pink sponges and aluminum. He uses soap as special sauce. He takes strings from a mop as lettuce. Plankton watches horrified. He realizes soap is the special sauce in SpongeBob's blind version. SpongeBob delivers the disgusting creation to a customer. Plankton decides to go somewhere else. He plugs SpongeBob's eyes back in. SpongeBob screams when he sees what he made. He asks Mr. Krabs to tell him the secret recipe again. Plankton walks to SpongeBob's eardrums. Mr. Krabs starts explaining the formula. Plankton unplugs the eardrum plugs. Everything becomes muted. Plankton tunes the mind connector. He hears Mr. Krabs through the device saying the secret of the Krabby Patty formula is. SpongeBob can't hear properly. Mr. Krabs uses a megaphone. The loud noise creates drums that deafen Plankton. He unplugs the eardrums. SpongeBob can hear fine now. But Mr. Krabs forgot what the question was. SpongeBob forgot too. They both leave confused. Plankton decides he needs to go to Command Central, the brain. Plankton arrives outside SpongeBob's brain. He plugs into it and enters. He finds himself in a brain house version of SpongeBob's living room. A brain version of Gary slides around meowing. Plankton searches for secrets. He looks in the brain closet and under the brain bed. He finds the library where SpongeBob keeps records of every thought. The files are in alphabetical order. Plankton finds files about sounds that make Squidward upset and Patrick's favorite places to be scratched. When he touches the Patrick file, SpongeBob starts scratching Squidward uncontrollably. Plankton complains all these secrets are lame. Then he finds a pink paper that says Krabby Patty recipe. The note says the secret recipe isn't in the brain, it's located in the heart. Plankton slides down SpongeBob's spine. He lands at the heart. He plugs into it and starts absorbing its contents. He groans as the recipe flows into him. His mouth waters, his taste buds tingle, his tongue sparkles. He feels it all the way to his finger stumps. All the ingredients come together in perfect harmony. He laughs evilly. Then his laugh suddenly sounds like SpongeBob's laugh. He covers his mouth confused. He tries saying the Krabby Patty recipe is his, but instead says it's the delicious sole property of the Krusty Krab. He covers his mouth again, asking who said that. His body starts feeling warm and fuzzy. Sponge material emerges on him. He grows eyelashes. His eye rolls to look like SpongeBob's. His teeth shatter and grow into buck teeth. He laughs like SpongeBob again. Here's where this timeline splits from the original. In the original episode, Plankton completely transforms into SpongeBob mentally. He can't resist the goodness. But in this alternative version, Plankton fights back. He feels the warm, fuzzy feelings trying to take over. He feels the urge to protect the Krusty Krab's property. But Plankton's evil 1% is stronger than anyone expected. He spent his entire life being evil. He's dedicated every waking moment to stealing and scheming. That dedication built up evil resistance in his core. The goodness tries to overwhelm him, but he pushes back mentally. Plankton grabs onto his evil memories. He remembers every time Mr. Krabs humiliated him. He remembers being called a failure. He remembers being flicked across the street. He remembers 20 years of unsuccessful theft attempts. He remembers being 1% evil and 99% hot gas. He uses that anger as fuel. The warm, fuzzy feeling fights against his cold, angry feeling. They battle inside him. The transformation continues physically. His body looks like SpongeBob, but mentally, he holds onto his evil core. He screams and forces the goodness out. His eye stops rolling. His laugh stops sounding like SpongeBob. He stays evil inside, even though his outside looks different. Karen asks if he got the recipe. Plankton says yes in his normal evil voice. The SpongeBob body looks wrong with Plankton's voice coming out. Karen tells him to bring it back to the chum bucket. Plankton starts walking toward the exit. He doesn't ask if stealing would be wrong. He knows stealing is exactly what he wants. He's still evil. He still wants the formula. The goodness didn't take over. He climbs up through SpongeBob's body. He exits through the nostril. Patrick walks up to the door. Plankton flies toward Patrick's forehead. He's about to hit Patrick's head. But Plankton learned from fighting off SpongeBob's goodness. He knows what happens when you absorb someone else's essence. He quickly disconnects the mind connector before touching Patrick. He flies past Patrick's head instead of into it. Patrick says, "Hey everybody," then forgets what he wanted to say. Plankton lands on the ground outside. He's still in his transformed SpongeBob-looking body. But his mind is pure Plankton. Karen's mechanical hand picks him up. She asks where the recipe is. Plankton smiles evilly. He recites the complete Krabby Patty formula. Every ingredient. Every measurement. Every step. He has it memorized perfectly. Karen is shocked. Plankton actually succeeded. She quickly programs the recipe into her database. She makes multiple backups. She prints it on paper. She sends copies to secure servers. The formula is theirs now. Plankton's body slowly returns to normal over the next hour. The sponge material fades. The eyelashes fall off. The buck teeth shrink back to his normal tooth. His body turns green again. He's back to being tiny Plankton. But now he's tiny Plankton with the Krabby Patty secret formula. The character dynamics shift dramatically. Plankton proves he's stronger than anyone thought. He resisted SpongeBob's overwhelming goodness through pure evil determination. He fought off a mental takeover that should have been impossible to resist. His decades of dedication to evil built up enough resistance to keep his mind intact. This shows that Plankton isn't just a joke villain. He's actually dangerously dedicated when properly motivated. SpongeBob never knows what happened. From his perspective, he had a weird moment where everything went dark and he made a terrible Krabby Patty. Then he asked Mr. Krabs about the formula but forgot why. Then his day continued normally. He has no idea Plankton was inside him. He has no idea the recipe got stolen from his heart. SpongeBob's pure goodness almost stopped the theft. If Plankton had been even slightly less evil, the transformation would have worked. But SpongeBob's heart couldn't overcome Plankton's lifetime of villainy. Mr. Krabs doesn't realize anything happened either. He tried explaining the formula to SpongeBob, but SpongeBob couldn't hear properly. Then they both forgot what they were talking about. Mr. Krabs goes back to his office unaware that his greatest secret just got stolen. He thinks the formula is still safe. He thinks Plankton is still failing at theft attempts. He has no warning about what's coming. Karen gains respect for her husband. She spent years watching him fail repeatedly. She's made countless sarcastic comments about his incompetence. But this time he succeeded. Not only did he get the recipe, but he fought off a mental transformation that should have been impossible to resist. Karen sees a side of Plankton she didn't know existed. He's not just an evil genius, he's a dedicated evil genius who refuses to give up even when his own mind is under attack. The next day, Plankton starts making Krabby Patties at the Chum Bucket using the exact formula. He follows every step perfectly. He's been inside SpongeBob's heart. He felt how the ingredients come together in perfect harmony. He knows not just what to do, but how it should feel. His first patty comes out perfect. He tastes it. His eye waters. It's exactly like a real Krabby Patty. After all these years, he can finally make them. Plankton opens the Chum Bucket for business. He puts up a sign advertising Krabby Patties served here. Customers see the sign and laugh. The Chum Bucket serving Krabby Patties? That's impossible. They only serve terrible chum. But a few curious customers enter. They order skeptically. Plankton serves them fresh patties made with the stolen formula. The customers bite down. Their eyes widen. This tastes exactly like a Krabby Patty. Word spreads quickly. More customers arrive. They want to know if it's true. They order, they taste, they're shocked. The Chum Bucket actually has good food now. Lines form outside. For the first time in the restaurant's history, people actually want to eat there. Plankton stands at his grill making patty after patty. He's overwhelmed with orders. He's never been this busy. He's never had this many customers. Success feels strange and wonderful. Across the street, Mr. Krabs notices something wrong. His morning rush is smaller than usual. He looks out the window. He sees a line at the Chum Bucket. His eyes bulge. The Chum Bucket has customers. Lots of customers. This isn't possible. He runs across the street. He sees the sign about Krabby Patties. He enters the restaurant. He orders a patty. Plankton serves him with an evil smile. Mr. Krabs bites down. His face goes pale. This tastes exactly like his Krabby Patties. Exactly. Plankton has the formula. Mr. Krabs demands to know how Plankton got it. Plankton explains he used Karen's mind connector to go inside SpongeBob. He absorbed the recipe from SpongeBob's heart where it was stored. Mr. Krabs realizes his mistake. He kept the formula in a safe. He kept it written on paper. He kept it locked away. But he also taught it to SpongeBob. That created a second copy. A copy stored in SpongeBob's memories and feelings. A copy Plankton could access. Mr. Krabs never considered that teaching SpongeBob would create a vulnerability. The Bikini Bottom community experiences a restaurant revolution. For years, the Krusty Krab had a monopoly on good burgers. Customers had no choice. Now they have options. The Chum Bucket serves the same quality food. Some people stay loyal to the Krusty Krab, but many try the Chum Bucket out of curiosity. The market splits. Mr. Krabs loses about half his customers. His income drops dramatically. He can't afford to pay SpongeBob and Squidward full wages anymore. He has to cut their hours. SpongeBob feels confused and guilty when he learns what happened. Plankton was inside him. The recipe was stolen from his heart. This is his fault. If he hadn't learned the formula, this wouldn't be possible. Mr. Krabs tries to comfort him by saying it's not his fault, but SpongeBob can't shake the feeling that he betrayed the Krusty Krab. His body was used as a weapon against everything he cares about. His pure goodness almost stopped it, but not quite. He feels like he failed. Squidward loses hours and income because of the competition. He's angry at both Plankton for stealing and Mr. Krabs for teaching SpongeBob the formula in the first place. Squidward argues that giving SpongeBob access to the secret was always risky. Mr. Krabs was too trusting. Now everyone suffers the consequences. Squidward looks for new employment because he can't survive on reduced hours. Patrick never learns he almost absorbed Plankton too. He has no idea how close he came to being part of the theft. He just knows his best friend SpongeBob seems sad lately. Patrick tries to cheer him up with jellyfishing and other activities. It helps a little. Patrick's simple friendship reminds SpongeBob that some good things remain unchanged. The alternative outcome shows a Bikini Bottom with two competing restaurants that serve identical food. Plankton succeeded through a combination of Karen's technology and his own evil dedication. His refusal to let goodness transform him proved that decades of evil created real mental resistance. He's not just a failed villain, he's a successful villain who finally found a method that worked. Going inside someone's mind and stealing memories directly bypassed all the security measures Mr. Krabs built over the years. Years later, both restaurants continue operating. The Krusty Krab never fully recovers its original dominance. The Chum Bucket never becomes the #1 restaurant either. They exist in balance. Mr. Krabs learns that teaching secrets to employees creates risk. SpongeBob learns that even pure goodness has limits against dedicated evil. Plankton learns that success requires adapting methods and never giving up even when your own mind is under attack. Karen learns her husband is stronger than she thought. The entire community learns that monopolies eventually fall when competitors find the right strategy. The biggest lesson this timeline teaches is that determination can overcome almost anything. Plankton succeeded because he refused to quit. When SpongeBob's goodness tried transforming him, he fought back with memories of humiliation and anger. When Karen doubted him, he proved her wrong. When everyone called him a failure, he proved them wrong too. His success came not from better technology or smarter schemes, it came from refusing to let anything stop him. Not physical barriers, not mental transformations, not years of failure. Nothing could break his determination to win. That determination finally paid off when he found a vulnerability nobody else considered. Sometimes the path to success isn't through the front door. Sometimes you have to go through someone's heart. If you're enjoying this twisted take on SpongeBob, make sure to subscribe for more alternative timeline breakdowns. Chum Bucket Supreme Season 6, Episode 12B. In the original episode, Plankton tries to attract customers using advertising. He creates a sign that says chum is metabolic fuel, but Patrick can't read the big words and his head catches on fire. Patrick changes the letters to say chum is fum. The dumb slogan actually works. Customers flood the chum bucket even though the chum tastes terrible. Mr. Krabs assumes Plankton stole the formula and sneaks into the chum bucket with SpongeBob in a disguise. Plankton stuffs chum in SpongeBob's mouth. The disguise explodes. Mr. Krabs realizes Plankton didn't steal the formula. He just has a catchy slogan. Patrick becomes the advertising director, but only writes chum is fum repeatedly. Eventually, Patrick changes it to fum is chum. This also works. Patrick quits and asks for payment. Plankton refuses and insults his customers over the loudspeaker. He calls them buffoons, morons, the dumbest of the dumb, dummies, dweebs, and doo-doo dunderheads. The hockey team hears this. They beat up Plankton and kick him out. Everyone goes back to the Krusty Krab. Patrick now works for Mr. Krabs, making a sign that says Krabby Patties are fum. But what if Plankton had used the chaos of his successful advertising campaign as a distraction to actually steal the formula? What if while everyone focused on the catchy slogan, Plankton executed a real theft? This alternative timeline explores what happens when Plankton combines his advertising success with actual formula theft. The day starts exactly the same. Plankton asks Karen which napkin design is better. Karen says if she had eyes, she'd be rolling them. Plankton says details are important to customers. Karen asks what customers. Plankton points to a car pulling up. He zips outside with a tablecloth and asks if they want seating inside or outside. The customer asks seating for what? Plankton angrily explains the chum bucket where they can enjoy chum. He pretends to eat it. The customer asks if people actually eat chum. Plankton asks if they're gonna eat or not. Both customers say they want 2 Krabby Patties. They couldn't find parking at the Krusty Krab. They walk away. Plankton bursts water from his head and drinks it. He angrily rips up the menu and stomps on it. He's tired of the Krusty Krab taking all his business. They're doomed. Karen suggests he advertise his product like all good business owners do. Plankton acts like he came up with the idea himself. Plankton creates a sign that says chum is metabolic fuel. He dances celebrating his genius. Patrick walks up and starts reading the slogan slowly. He struggles with the word metabolic. Inside his brain, mini-brain Patrick's panic about a fire breaking out in the language lobes. The door is jammed. Patrick's head starts smoking. Plankton tells him his head is on fire. Patrick asks if Plankton wants some kelp juice. Plankton throws the drink at Patrick's head to put out the fire. Patrick gets upset. Plankton apologizes. Patrick forgives him. Patrick honestly says the words make his head sad. His head cries, saying, "It doesn't get it." Patrick says he doesn't get it either. Plankton says in a few minutes the sign will attract more customers than Patrick can count. A few minutes later, Patrick asks what number comes before 1. Plankton says 0. Patrick congratulates him on having 0 customers. Plankton says it may take a little longer. A little longer later, Patrick switches the letters around on the sign. It now says chum is fum. Plankton gets angry that Patrick changed his sign. That's the dumbest thing he's ever heard. Patrick points out that a bunch of customers are coming into the chum bucket. Plankton realizes dumb sells chum. He makes Patrick the advertising director. At the Krusty Krab, Mr. Krabs screams about only having 2 customers. Squidward tells him they've all gone to the chum bucket. Mr. Krabs looks through binoculars and reads the chum is fum sign. He calls SpongeBob. They have a situation. SpongeBob activates an elaborate situation alert system. Mr. Krabs shows slides explaining that the chum bucket was desolate a few hours ago. Now it has customers. The only way Plankton could change things so quickly is by stealing the formula. SpongeBob screams. Mr. Krabs says they need to infiltrate the chum bucket and steal the formula back. SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs dress in a disguise. Mr. Krabs stands on top of SpongeBob wearing a jacket. 2 hours later, they enter the chum bucket. Customers say chum is fum. Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob to keep an eye peeled for anything suspicious. SpongeBob points to a door with signs saying top secret, stay out. Mr. Krabs opens the door. Plankton runs up and asks if they want a free sample. Mr. Krabs refuses in a fake voice. Plankton recognizes SpongeBob and stuffs chum in his mouth. The disguise expands and explodes. Mr. Krabs realizes Plankton didn't steal the formula. Customers complain that chum tastes awful, but the slogan is so catchy they can't stop eating it. They both throw up. Mr. Krabs takes SpongeBob by the tongue, and they leave. This is where the timeline splits from the original. In the original episode, Plankton's success comes purely from the slogan. He never steals the formula. But in this alternative version, Plankton recognizes an opportunity. His restaurant is packed with customers for the first time ever. The Krusty Krab is nearly empty. Mr. Krabs is distracted investigating the chum bucket. This is the perfect time to execute a real theft. Plankton tells Patrick to keep coming up with slogans. He goes into his secret room and calls Karen. He explains that while everyone is distracted by the advertising success, he's going to sneak into the Krusty Krab and steal the actual formula. Karen says this is brilliant. For once, Plankton has an actual distraction working. The Krusty Krab is vulnerable. Karen monitors the security cameras. She confirms SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs are still at the chum bucket. Squidward is alone at the Krusty Krab with only 2 customers. This is Plankton's chance. Plankton sneaks out the back door of the chum bucket. Nobody notices because everyone is focused on the chum is fum craze. He crosses the street. The Krusty Krab is nearly deserted. He enters through a crack in the wall. Squidward reads a magazine at the register. He's bored because there are no customers. He doesn't notice Plankton. Plankton sneaks into Mr. Krabs' office. The safe is right there. He's tried breaking into it hundreds of times. He's brought his safe-cracking device. He attaches it to the lock. The device runs through combinations. After 3 minutes, it clicks. The safe opens. Inside sits the bottle labeled Secret Formula. Plankton grabs it with both tiny hands. He can't believe it. After all these years of complicated schemes, the answer was this simple. Create a successful distraction with a dumb slogan. Wait for Mr. Krabs to investigate. Steal the formula while everyone is distracted. Plankton carefully opens the bottle and reads the formula. He memorizes every ingredient and measurement. He takes a photo with a tiny camera. He backs it up multiple ways. Then he puts the bottle back in the safe and closes it. He doesn't want Mr. Krabs to know the formula was copied yet. He wants time to perfect making Krabby Patties before Mr. Krabs realizes what happened. Plankton sneaks back across the street to the chum bucket. He goes to his computer wife, Karen. He uploads the photo of the formula. Karen analyzes it and confirms it's the real recipe. She programs it into her database. She makes multiple backups. They have it. The actual Krabby Patty secret formula. Plankton celebrates quietly. He can't let anyone know yet. He needs to learn how to make perfect Krabby Patties first. He needs to practice in secret. Once he masters the recipe, he'll reveal his success. Over the next 3 days, Plankton continues running the chum bucket with Patrick's slogans. Patrick changes the sign from chum is fum to fum is chum. Customers love the new slogan, even though it means the same thing. They keep eating terrible chum and throwing up. But at night after closing, Plankton practices making Krabby Patties in his secret lab. He follows the formula exactly. His first attempts are okay. His 5th attempt is good. His 10th attempt is perfect. He tastes it. His eye waters. It's exactly like a real Krabby Patty. He's mastered it. Patrick comes to Plankton with his resignation. He's burned out from thinking. There's literally a burned hole in the back of his head. He wants his paycheck sent to his home. Plankton crumples the resignation letter. He asks if Patrick wants money for those stupid catchphrases. He says anybody can sell to his idiot customers. Here's where Plankton makes a different choice than in the original. Instead of using the loudspeaker to insult customers, he catches himself. He realizes insulting customers would ruin everything. He needs the customers. He needs the success to continue while he transitions from chum to Krabby Patties. Plankton stops himself. He apologizes to Patrick. He says Patrick earned his pay. He writes Patrick a check. Patrick thanks him and leaves. The The customers keep eating chum. They keep saying fum is chum. Plankton keeps serving them, but secretly, he's preparing for the big switch. Tonight he's going to change the menu. Tonight he's going to start serving real Krabby Patties using the stolen formula. Nobody knows what's coming. That evening after the last customer leaves, Plankton changes the menu board. He erases all mention of chum. He writes Krabby Patties in big letters. He updates the sign outside. Instead of fum is chum, it now says Krabby Patties are fum. He's combining Patrick's successful advertising style with the actual formula. The next morning, customers arrive expecting chum. They see the new sign. They're confused. Krabby Patties at the chum bucket? That's impossible. But the slogan says they're fum. And Patrick's slogans have been working so far. The first customer orders skeptically. Plankton serves him a fresh Krabby Patty made with the stolen formula. The customer bites down. His eyes widen. This tastes exactly like a Krabby Patty from the Krusty Krab. Exactly. The customer spreads the word. More customers order. They all confirm the taste is identical. News spreads across Bikini Bottom. The chum bucket is serving real Krabby Patties. Lines form outside. For the first time, people actually want to eat there not because of a silly slogan, but because the food is genuinely good. Mr. Krabs hears the rumors. He runs to his office. He checks his safe. The formula bottle is there. He opens it. The formula paper is inside. Everything looks normal. He doesn't realize Plankton just photographed it and put everything back. Mr. Krabs is confused. How can the chum bucket serve Krabby Patties without the formula? He goes to the chum bucket and orders a patty. Plankton serves him with a smile. Mr. Krabs bites down. His face goes pale. This is exactly like his patties. Exactly. Plankton has the formula somehow. Mr. Krabs demands to know how Plankton got it. Plankton explains the truth. While Mr. Krabs was investigating the chum is fum distraction, Plankton snuck into the Krusty Krab. He cracked the safe. He photographed the formula, he memorized it, he put everything back so Mr. Krabs wouldn't notice. The advertising success was partially luck with Patrick's dumb slogan. But Plankton used that success as the perfect distraction to execute a real theft. Mr. Krabs realizes he fell for the oldest trick. He got distracted investigating a success and left his real treasure unguarded. The character dynamics transform completely. Plankton becomes a legitimate restaurant owner, serving actual quality food. He didn't just rely on dumb slogans and Patrick's accidental genius. He used those as tools for a bigger plan. He combined advertising distraction with actual formula theft. His success is based on both marketing and product quality. This proves Plankton can succeed when he's patient and strategic instead of rushing into complicated schemes. Patrick accidentally helped Plankton twice. First, his dumb slogan created the successful distraction. Second, his burned-out resignation prevented Plankton from insulting customers over the loudspeaker. If Patrick hadn't quit when he did, Plankton might have destroyed his own success by calling customers dunderheads. Patrick's timing saved everything, even though Patrick had no idea what he was really doing. Mr. Krabs learns a painful lesson about distraction. He assumed Plankton's success meant formula theft. He investigated the chum bucket looking for proof. But while he searched for a theft that hadn't happened yet, the real theft was occurring back at his own restaurant. His paranoia made him vulnerable. If he'd just stayed at the Krusty Krab and guarded his safe, none of this would have happened. His assumption that success equals theft became a self-fulfilling prophecy. SpongeBob loses his job when the Krusty Krab can't compete. Mr. Krabs has to close because customers choose the chum bucket. They get the same food quality with catchier advertising. Krabby Patties are fum works better than anything Mr. Krabs ever tried. SpongeBob feels devastated. His dream job ends because Plankton finally succeeded. But he also feels confused. How did Plankton get the formula when they checked and it was still in the safe? The mystery bothers him. Squidward actually benefits slightly. He gets hired at the chum bucket because Plankton needs more staff to handle all the customers. Squidward hates working for Plankton, but the pay is slightly better. More importantly, Plankton doesn't micromanage as much as Mr. Krabs did. Squidward gets more breaks. He gets scheduled days off. The job is still terrible, but marginally less terrible than before. The Bikini Bottom community experiences a restaurant revolution. The Krusty Krab closes. The chum bucket becomes the most popular restaurant in town. Plankton expands the building. He hires more staff. He opens longer hours. He becomes wealthy beyond his previous dreams. Karen congratulates him on finally thinking strategically. The combination of distraction and theft worked perfectly. Nobody suspected the real plan until it was too late. Patrick never learns he helped Plankton steal the formula. He just knows his slogans were popular. He gets hired by various businesses wanting catchy advertising. He makes decent money writing simple 3-word phrases. Companies love hiring him because his dumb slogans somehow work. Fum is Chum became a legendary advertising success story. Patrick becomes a sought-after marketing consultant despite having no actual skills beyond accidentally creating viral phrases. The alternative outcome shows that sometimes success requires multiple strategies working together. Plankton's advertising created the distraction. Patrick's slogan made it believable. Mr. Krabs' paranoia made him vulnerable. The timing aligned perfectly. Plankton succeeded not through one brilliant scheme, but through combining accidental luck with deliberate theft. The chum is fum phenomenon gave him cover for traditional formula theft. He used modern marketing as a Trojan horse for old-fashioned stealing. Years later, people still say fum is chum without knowing what it means. The phrase entered the culture. Plankton's restaurant empire grows. Mr. Krabs works a regular job somewhere else. SpongeBob finds work at another restaurant, but it's not the same. The Krusty Krab building sits abandoned. Squidward continues working at the chum bucket, complaining daily. Patrick keeps writing three-word slogans for whoever pays him. The whole town changed because Plankton finally learned to use distraction effectively instead of relying purely on complicated technology. The biggest lesson this timeline teaches is that the best thefts happen when nobody is looking. Plankton spent 20 years trying to steal the formula through elaborate schemes. Robots, mind control, computers, shrink rays, nothing worked because Mr. Krabs always watched for threats. But when Plankton created legitimate success through advertising, Mr. Krabs investigated that success instead of guarding his safe. The real theft happened during the investigation. Success became the distraction. Paranoia became the vulnerability. Plankton won by making Mr. Krabs think one thing was happening while something completely different occurred behind the scenes. Now we have 3 hours of Spongebob mistakes. We're starting it off with Club SpongeBob Squidward's yellow tentacle. One of the most documented animation errors in SpongeBob SquarePants history happened during a scene where Squidward was desperately asking a toy shell for permission to eat. In the episode Club SpongeBob, which first aired on the 12th of July, 2002, Squidward's normally blue tentacle suddenly turned the same yellow color as SpongeBob's body during a critical close-up shot of the magic conch shell. The episode begins with a simple premise. SpongeBob and Patrick had built a clubhouse in a tall piece of kelp, and they had been stuck up there for 3 whole days. When Squidward tries to climb up to prove he can join their club, the entire structure catapults into the kelp forest, trapping all 3 of them in the wilderness. This setup creates the perfect storm for one of the show's most beloved episodes, and also for one of its most visible animation mistakes. The kelp forest becomes their prison. Squidward panics immediately, running around and asking where they are. He realizes they're lost with no way out, stuck in the middle of nowhere with SpongeBob and Patrick. He even breaks the 4th wall by asking why every 11 minutes of his life must be filled with misery. While Squidward spirals into despair, SpongeBob stays optimistic and introduces a solution: the magic conch shell. This pink shell with a pull string works like a children's toy, giving pre-recorded answers when you ask it questions. SpongeBob asks if he'll ever get married, and the shell responds, maybe, someday. Patrick and SpongeBob treat this toy like it holds the wisdom of the universe. Squidward thinks this is completely ridiculous. He calls it a stupid toy and asks how it could possibly help them. But SpongeBob and Patrick take the magic conch seriously. They explain that their club always takes its advice before doing anything. When SpongeBob asks the shell what they need to do to get out of the kelp forest, the magic conch gives a one-word answer: nothing. Patrick declares that the shell has spoken. Squidward protests, saying they can't just sit there and do nothing. But in an instant, SpongeBob and Patrick are sitting down, completely still, doing absolutely nothing. They don't move. They don't speak. They just sit. Squidward can't believe they're actually taking advice from a toy. He decides to find his own way out. He walks into the kelp forest alone, mocking them as sad clowns whose circus tent will come crashing down. But the kelp forest disorients him quickly. He runs in circles, grows scared, trips and falls. When he sees light and thinks he's free, he runs toward it triumphantly, only to discover he's ended up right back where SpongeBob and Patrick are still sitting motionless. Defeated, Squidward returns and sets up what he calls Club Squidward. He builds a small fire and cooks a bug he caught. He waves the pan over SpongeBob's nose, taunting him about how good it smells and how they haven't eaten in days. He does the same to Patrick, saying a big boy has to eat. Then he mocks them for having a club president that's just a shell. He tells them if they had listened to him instead of a talking clam that tells them nothing, they'd have food, shelter, and a roaring fire. He laughs at the idea that answers to all their problems would just fall right out of the sky. At that exact moment, an airplane falls out of the sky. The pilot yells that they're falling and need to drop the load. The plane releases picnic supplies that land directly where SpongeBob and Patrick are sitting. A full banquet appears: Krabby Patties, turkey, soda, ketchup, cookies, orange juice, spaghetti, soup, canned meat, smoked sausages, and sandwiches. SpongeBob and Patrick immediately stand up and praise the magic conch. They start eating while Squidward stares in complete shock. Even the bug he was cooking escapes, hits him with a stick, and runs away. Squidward's attitude changes instantly. He approaches SpongeBob, commenting on how much food they have and how delicious everything looks. He tries to smell the smoked sausages, but Patrick sucks them into his mouth along with Squidward's nose. Squidward stammers and asks if he's still part of the club. SpongeBob responds with a simple phrase: once a member, always a member. They toast to the club while Squidward weakly mimics their victory screech. He rushes to the table, trying to decide what to eat first. But SpongeBob stops him. He suggests Squidward should ask the magic conch. Squidward sarcastically says that'll happen right after he consults the magic toenail. He prepares to eat, but SpongeBob and Patrick pull the table away and block it. SpongeBob gasps and asks if Squidward is questioning the authority of the magic conch. He explains that the conch gave them this banquet and is the cornerstone of their organization. Patrick whispers that maybe Squidward isn't a brother. Squidward backpedals. He claims he loves this piece of plastic and takes the magic conch from SpongeBob. He asks politely if he should have the spaghetti or the turkey. The magic conch answers neither. Squidward asks about the soup. The shell responds, I don't think so. Growing annoyed, Squidward asks if he could have anything to eat. The magic conch delivers a flat no. Squidward can't believe it. He's starving. Patrick takes the shell and asks if Squidward can have a yummy, delicious, super terrific sandwich. The magic conch says no. Then Patrick asks if he himself can have the sandwich. The magic conch says yes. Patrick vacuums the entire sandwich into his mouth and burps. Squidward grabs the shell. He asks repeatedly if he can have something to eat. 3 times in a row, the magic conch says no. Frustrated, Squidward asks if the shell can say anything else but no. This is where the animation error happens. The magic conch responds, try asking again. During the close-up shot of the magic conch shell, Squidward's tentacle holding it appears bright yellow instead of his normal blue-green color. The error is visible enough that anyone paying attention to the scene can spot it. Squidward's tentacles are one of his most recognizable features, making the wrong color stand out immediately. Squidward asks with a hopeful grin if he can have something to eat. The magic conch responds in a very insulting, sarcastic tone. No! Squidward's face contorts with rage. He grits his teeth and shakes uncontrollably, stammering out of control. SpongeBob asks if he's alright. Patrick suggests asking the shell if Squidward is okay. The error doesn't affect the story. The scene continues exactly as intended. A kelp forest ranger appears, cutting through the kelp with a machete. Squidward gasps, thinking he's saved. He runs to the ranger and explains he's been stranded for weeks with 2 barnacle heads and their magic conch shell. The ranger's eyes go cross-eyed as he reveals he has his own magic conch shell. SpongeBob and Patrick recognize him as a fellow club member. All 3 of them do their victory screech. Squidward looks dumbstruck. The ranger explains his conch told him to come save them. They all cheer for the magic conches. But then the ranger asks his shell what they should do now. The magic conch gives the same answer it gave at the beginning. Nothing. The ranger, SpongeBob, and Patrick all sit down doing nothing. Squidward, completely defeated, sits down with them and joins in saying, "All hail the magic conch." The episode ends with all 4 characters sitting in the kelp forest, doing absolutely nothing, while they wait for the magic conch to tell them what to do next. The animation error with Squidward's yellow tentacle becomes a small footnote in what's otherwise considered one of the best episodes of the series. The error itself happened during the animation production process. When animators work on a scene, different team members handle different elements. Someone animates the characters, someone else adds the colors, and another person checks the final product. With hundreds of frames in every episode and tight production deadlines, small mistakes can slip through. Color errors are among the most common types of animation mistakes because the process involves matching exact color codes to specific parts of characters. If someone accidentally selects the wrong color layer or applies SpongeBob's yellow to Squidward's arm by mistake, it might not get caught until the episode has already aired. What makes this error interesting is how visible it is. Some animation mistakes only last for a single frame and require pausing at the exact right moment to see them. This error appears during a close-up shot that stays on screen long enough for viewers to notice. The magic conch shell is the focus of the shot, but Squidward's tentacle holding it is right there in frame, colored completely wrong. Fans discovered the error and documented it across multiple platforms. Encyclopedia Spongebobia, the largest SpongeBob wiki, lists it in their episode mistakes section. MovieMistakes.com, a website dedicated to cataloging errors in movies and TV shows, includes it in their SpongeBob entry. Screen Rant wrote an article about hilarious SpongeBob animation errors that nobody notices, and this one made the list. WatchMojo featured it in their top 10 SpongeBob mistakes that were left in video. The error became well known enough in the SpongeBob fan community that it's frequently cited as one of the show's most memorable animation mistakes. The episode itself remains a fan favorite despite the error. Club SpongeBob is frequently cited as one of the best SpongeBob episodes ever made. The absurd premise, the perfect comedic timing, and the dark humor of watching Squidward suffer while a toy shell controls everyone's decisions creates comedy gold. The magic conch became an iconic element of SpongeBob culture. Fans created memes using the shell's responses, especially the sarcastic "no" to Squidward. The episode teaches a lesson about blind faith and following advice without thinking, but it does so through pure absurdist humor. The animation error doesn't diminish the episode's quality. If anything, it adds to the show's charm. SpongeBob SquarePants has never been about perfect animation. It's always prioritized strong writing, memorable characters, and creative storytelling over technical perfection. The early seasons especially have a hand-drawn quality that gives them personality. Small errors remind viewers that real people made these episodes, working under tight deadlines to produce content that would entertain millions of children and adults. Club SpongeBob demonstrates why the show succeeded. It takes a simple children's toy and builds an entire episode around it. The magic conch could have been just a one-off joke, but the episode commits fully to the concept. SpongeBob and Patrick's unwavering faith in the shell contrasts perfectly with Squidward's rational skepticism. The fact that the shell ends up being right, that doing nothing actually works, makes Squidward's suffering even funnier. The ending, where even the forest ranger worships the magic conch, drives home the absurdity. The error serves as a reminder that animation is a collaborative, complex process. Every episode requires dozens of artists working together. Character designers create the models, storyboard artists plan the shots, animators bring the characters to life, colorists add the final touches, and editors put it all together. With so many steps and so many people involved, mistakes happen. The fact that this particular error made it through all those stages of production and review shows how easy it is for small details to slip past even experienced teams. For fans who love hunting for mistakes, errors like this add an extra layer of enjoyment to rewatching episodes. Finding animation errors becomes a game. Viewers pause at specific moments, compare screenshots, and share their discoveries online. The SpongeBob community has documented hundreds of errors across the show's long run. Some are obvious, like characters changing color. Others are subtle, like objects appearing and disappearing in the background. Each discovery adds to the collective knowledge of dedicated fans who've watched these episodes countless times. The yellow tentacle error in Club SpongeBob stands out because it happens during an emotionally important moment. Squidward is at his breaking point. He's been lost in the woods, mocked by his neighbors, denied food despite being starving, and now he's being humiliated by a toy. The close-up on the magic conch shell emphasizes how much power this inanimate object holds over everyone. Squidward's tentacle being the wrong color doesn't ruin the scene, but it does create a visual distraction for viewers who notice it. Animation errors like this one are valuable for understanding how cartoons are made. Modern animation software has made some types of errors less common, but mistakes still happen. Colors can be applied incorrectly, layers can overlap wrong, and continuity can break. The difference now is that digital animation allows for easier corrections. Episodes can be updated and re-rendered with fixes. Physical film made corrections much more expensive and difficult. The error also highlights how audiences consume media differently now compared to 2002, when this episode first aired. Back then, most viewers watched episodes once on television, maybe twice if they caught a rerun. VCR recordings existed, but the quality made small details harder to spot. Now, episodes are available in high definition on streaming platforms. Viewers can pause, rewind, and watch frame by frame. This increased scrutiny means errors that might have gone unnoticed for years get discovered and documented quickly. Club SpongeBob aired during what many fans consider the golden age of SpongeBob SquarePants. Season 3 produced some of the show's most memorable episodes. The writers and animators were hitting their stride, understanding exactly what made the show work. They knew how to balance humor for kids with jokes adults could appreciate. They knew when to be absurd and when to be sincere. Episodes from this era have a specific energy and creativity that fans still celebrate. The magic conch shell itself became more than just a prop in this episode. It represents blind faith taken to an extreme. SpongeBob and Patrick follow its advice without question, even when told to do nothing. Squidward represents the rational person who can't understand why anyone would trust a toy, but the episode subverts expectations by proving the magic conch right. Doing nothing does work. Food literally falls from the sky. The forest ranger who rescues them also worships the conch. Squidward's rational approach fails, while faith in the absurd succeeds. This philosophical layer makes Club SpongeBob more than just a comedy about getting lost in the woods. It's about control, faith, and how sometimes the universe works in mysterious ways. Squidward tries to take control and fails. SpongeBob and Patrick surrender control to the shell and succeed. The humor comes from watching Squidward's worldview collapse as the impossible keeps happening. The animation error doesn't interfere with any of these themes. Squidward's tentacle being yellow for one shot doesn't change the meaning of the scene. It's a technical mistake that slipped through quality control. The content, the dialogue, the comedic timing, and the message all remain intact. The error exists as a curiosity, something for fans to point out and discuss, but not something that ruins the viewing experience. Squidward's character shines in this episode, despite the animation error. His arc takes him from arrogant superiority through desperate survival attempts to complete defeat and acceptance. He starts by mocking Spongebob and Patrick, claiming membership in over 20 exclusive clubs. He tries to leave and find civilization on his own. He builds his own camp and cooks his own food. He watches in disbelief as food falls from the sky. He begs to join the club and eat. He gets denied by the magic conch repeatedly. Finally, he sits down with everyone else and submits to doing nothing. This journey happens in just 11 minutes. The pacing is perfect. Every scene builds on the previous one. Squidward's frustration grows naturally. His final defeat feels earned. The yellow tentacle error occurs near the peak of his desperation, right before he completely loses his composure. In a way, the error happening during such an intense moment makes it more memorable. Fans who rewatch this scene specifically to see Squidward's breakdown will inevitably notice the color mistake. The episode has been analyzed, quoted, and memed extensively over the years. The magic conch shell became a symbol of arbitrary authority. People use screenshots of the shell saying no in response to questions online. The victory screech that Spongebob and Patrick do became another iconic sound from the show. Lines like "All hail the magic conch" entered the SpongeBob lexicon. The episode's impact far exceeds the significance of one animation error. Looking at Club SpongeBob today, the yellow tentacle error serves as a time capsule of early 2000s television animation. It shows the production realities of creating a weekly cartoon series. Teams worked under pressure to deliver episodes on schedule. Quality control caught most errors, but some slipped through. Once an episode aired, it was done. There was no going back and fixing mistakes for future broadcasts unless the episode was specifically remastered. The error stands as proof that even the most beloved episodes of the most successful cartoons contain imperfections. SpongeBob SquarePants became a cultural phenomenon not because every frame was perfect, but because the writing, characters, and humor connected with audiences. A yellow tentacle where there should be a blue one doesn't change the fact that Club SpongeBob is a masterclass in animated comedy. It remains funny, clever, and memorable more than 20 years after it first aired. For SpongeBob fans, knowing about this error adds depth to their appreciation of the show. It's a small piece of trivia that demonstrates close attention to detail. It's something to point out when watching with friends. It's evidence that they've watched this episode so many times they notice things others miss. The error becomes part of the episode's identity, one more thing that makes Club SpongeBob special to those who love it. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Missing Identity, The Vanishing House. In the SpongeBob SquarePants episode Missing Identity, which aired on the 19th of January 2004, Squidward's iconic Easter Island head house completely disappears from Conch Street during a critical scene. The animation error occurs when Spongebob and Patrick are standing outside trying to retrace SpongeBob's morning routine, and the shot shows SpongeBob's pineapple house and Patrick's rock with nothing between them. Squidward's house, which should always be visible between the two, is simply gone. The episode starts in a diner on a rainy night. SpongeBob sits in a booth drinking coffee, telling his story to anyone who will listen. A man named Ted is looking for his pen, and the waitress loans him hers. SpongeBob interrupts to say he once lost something more important than a pen. He lost something he couldn't live without, his identity. Ted and the waitress try to ignore him and continue their conversation, but SpongeBob starts telling his story anyway. The flashback begins on Monday morning. SpongeBob wakes up and throws his blanket in the air, shouting, "Good morning, world, and all who inhabit it." The blanket lands on his head and he can't see. He calls for Gary to help him, stumbling around blindly. He falls down his staircase, and his alarm clock spits him across the room. He crashes into his window and slides down to where Gary is waiting. After recovering from what he calls his horrific incident of terror, SpongeBob decides to make breakfast for Gary. He grabs a can of snail po and sings about the most important meal of the day, serving it up Gary's way. He pours the food into Gary's bowl, then realizes he's been feeding this to Gary for years without knowing what it tastes like. He sticks out his tongue and tastes the snail food. The reaction is immediate and violent. SpongeBob's disgusted blech echoes from his house, through the streets of Bikini Bottom, all the way to the Snail Po headquarters, where an employee named Peterson feels a disturbance. SpongeBob looks at his watch and realizes all these shenanigans made him late for work. He rushes to get dressed, spinning around as his pants end up on his head, in his arm, and finally in the correct place. He walks out the door and past Patrick, who says hi. SpongeBob returns the greeting and skips to work singing. At the Krusty Krab, SpongeBob serves a Krabby Patty to a customer named Debbie. She thanks him but points out that he should be wearing a name tag so she can thank him properly. SpongeBob laughs and insists he is wearing a name tag, pointing to the spot on his shirt where it should be. When he looks down, he realizes it's not there. He starts hyperventilating. Squidward walks over to see what's wrong. SpongeBob tells Squidward this is the most terrible thing that ever happened to him. He lost his name tag. He even screams pourquoi, which is French for why. Squidward tries to calm him down, suggesting he can just get a new one. But SpongeBob doesn't want a new one. His name tag is out there somewhere, lost and hungry. He worries someone might be using it for evil purposes. He imagines a bank robber wearing his name tag during a robbery, screaming, "Attica!" SpongeBob faints from the stress. When he wakes up, Squidward explains that he fainted because he lost his name tag. This makes SpongeBob hyperventilate again. Squidward picks him up and asks when losing a name tag became the end of the world. At that exact moment, Mr. Krabs emerges from his office to announce a surprise uniform inspection in 1 hour. Anyone who doesn't pass gets the boot. He holds up a large, stinky black boot emitting toxic green fumes. The boot is very stinky, and whoever fails inspection will have to wear it all day. Squidward offers helpful advice. He tells SpongeBob to just retrace his steps if he wants to find his name tag. SpongeBob thinks this is genius and rushes off, telling Squidward to cover for him. Squidward feels flattered at being called a genius, but then realizes SpongeBob left him to do all the work. SpongeBob walks down the road trying to remember everything he did that morning. He passes Patrick, who says hi, just like he did earlier. SpongeBob runs back and asks Patrick to say hi to him again, because he needs to retrace his steps. Patrick refuses, saying his hellos aren't some tape recording you can rewind and play over. They're special. SpongeBob explains it's an emergency because he lost his name tag. Patrick immediately starts hyperventilating, just like SpongeBob did. The scene cuts to SpongeBob poking his head out of his window while Patrick stands outside his house. This is where the animation error occurs. The camera shows the street with SpongeBob's pineapple house and Patrick's rock clearly visible, but Squidward's Easter Island head house, which should be right between them, is completely missing. The house simply isn't there. It's as if Squidward doesn't exist on Conch Street at all. SpongeBob explains the plan to Patrick. Patrick will stand outside, and when SpongeBob walks by after retracing his steps, Patrick will say hi just like he did that morning. Patrick confirms he understands. SpongeBob decides to start from the beginning when he woke up. He climbs into bed and pretends to sleep, then jumps up and throws his blanket in the air. The blanket falls on his head again, causing him to fall, and his alarm clock falls on him. He falls down the stairs, gets shot across the room by the alarm clock, and smacks into his window. SpongeBob continues his routine, singing about serving breakfast Gary's way and tasting the snail po with the same disgusted blech. He walks outside and past Patrick, but Patrick doesn't say anything. SpongeBob yells at him for missing his cue. Patrick simply says hi after the fact. SpongeBob gets shocked and tells him they need to take it from the top. This begins a series of increasingly frustrating attempts to recreate the morning perfectly. SpongeBob does his entire routine over and over. Each time involves jumping out of bed, getting his blanket stuck on his head, falling down the stairs, hitting the window, singing to Gary, and tasting the horrible snail food. Each time, Patrick messes up his one line. On the second attempt, Patrick says nothing again. When SpongeBob confronts him, Patrick asks, "What's my motivation?" SpongeBob angrily tells him to forget the motivation and just say hi. On the third attempt, Patrick says, "Hi, Patrick," then realizes he's Patrick and apologizes while laughing. On the fourth attempt, Patrick says, "Hi, SpongeBob," and can't stop laughing about the mistake. He even breaks the fourth wall, turning to the audience and saying, "Sorry, people." The episode shows SpongeBob's routine in a split-screen format with 4 frames. The first frame shows him falling off his bed, the second shows him falling down the stairs, the third shows him feeding Gary, and the fourth shows him hitting the window and saying blech. Outside, Patrick is trying not to laugh and admits he has the giggles. SpongeBob gives up, saying he'll never find his name tag in time for inspection. Patrick asks what he did after the morning greeting. SpongeBob thinks back and remembers skipping merrily to the Krusty Krab, saying hello to Old Man Jenkins, and placing an apple on Mr. Krabs' desk. He also mentions that 2 guys threw him in the dumpster. The flashback shows SpongeBob being thrown into the dumpster outside the Krusty Krab, laughing and saying, "Good one, guys!" Patrick has an idea. Maybe the name tag is in the apple on Mr. Krabs' desk. SpongeBob thinks Patrick is a genius, but then realizes Mr. Krabs probably threw the apple away by now. Patrick suggests looking in the dumpster. They go to the dumpster behind the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob comments on the terrible stench. Patrick calls it the stench of discovery and offers to give SpongeBob a boost. He gets on all 4s so SpongeBob can climb in. SpongeBob jumps into the dumpster and says it's not so bad once you get used to it. Patrick wishes he had a nose. SpongeBob invites him to join, saying the garbage is fine. Patrick does a cannonball into the dumpster, spitting out dirt and laughing with filth covering his teeth. SpongeBob suggests they split up to search. Patrick starts digging enthusiastically, throwing garbage onto SpongeBob in the process. SpongeBob tries to get Patrick's attention, but Patrick thinks he's being told to search harder. He digs faster and faster, burying SpongeBob under more garbage. Finally, SpongeBob gets Patrick to stop and look at him. Patrick apologizes and starts pulling the trash off. He finds a Stingray 5000 single and gets excited, saying these guys rock and wondering why anyone would throw it away. SpongeBob loses his patience. He throws all the garbage away in anger and asks if Patrick has forgotten what they're looking for while knee-deep in yesterday's top 40 songs. Patrick admits he has forgotten. SpongeBob gives him hints. 2 words. First word, my. Second word, name tag. Patrick asks for another hint. SpongeBob looks directly at the camera and blinks twice, showing his frustration. He checks his watch and realizes he only has 1 minute until inspection. He screams and starts digging frantically. Patrick notices something on SpongeBob's back and tries to tell him. SpongeBob is too focused to listen. Patrick says he knows where the name tag is, but when SpongeBob turns around to ask where, Patrick can't remember. This happens multiple times. Every time SpongeBob turns around, the name tag becomes visible again on his back, but Patrick forgets where it is. SpongeBob gets increasingly frustrated. He asks if Patrick is with him or against him. Patrick asks for a hint. SpongeBob simply turns back around. Patrick sees the name tag again and shouts that he sees it. SpongeBob dismisses him as the boy who cried name tag and tells him to crawl back under his rock if he's not going to help. Patrick gets angry and turns around. He says at least he doesn't wear his shirt backwards. SpongeBob suddenly realizes what Patrick said. He looks at his clothes in confusion and bends his head back to see his own back. There's his name tag. His shirt has been on backwards the entire time. He had his identity all along. He spins his shirt around to the correct position and checks his watch. He's just in time for inspection. He thanks Patrick, and they shake hands. Back at the Krusty Krab, uniform inspection is underway. Mr. Krabs inspects Squidward first. His hat and uniform are in order, though Mr. Krabs notices a few nose hairs and tells him to shave. Squidward passes inspection. Mr. Krabs moves to SpongeBob, who salutes and says everything is shipshape. But Mr. Krabs smells something terrible. He asks what the stench is. SpongeBob responds with 1 word, discovery. Mr. Krabs picks him up and sets him outside. The flashback ends and the scene returns to the diner. SpongeBob finishes his story, saying that's how he got his identity back. Ted yawns while the waitress checks her watch. She comments that SpongeBob managed to kill 11 minutes. This is a meta joke because SpongeBob episodes are 11 minutes long. SpongeBob laughs and thanks her, calling her Betty based on her name tag. She corrects him, explaining she's not Betty. She just borrowed Betty's uniform while hers is at the cleaners. SpongeBob looks at the camera confused and blinks twice. The episode ends. The animation error with Squidward's missing house happens during the outdoor scenes when SpongeBob and Patrick are trying to recreate the morning routine. Conch Street is one of the most recognizable locations in SpongeBob SquarePants. The 3 houses sitting side by side define the neighborhood. SpongeBob's pineapple on the left, Squidward's Easter Island head in the middle, and Patrick's rock on the right. These houses appear in almost every episode. Their placement is iconic. Removing one of them creates a visual gap that fans immediately notice. Animation errors like this happen for several reasons. When producing a television show, artists work on different scenes separately. Someone draws the background for one scene while someone else works on the characters. These elements get combined later in the production process. If a background artist forgets to include Squidward's house in a particular shot, and nobody catches the mistake during quality control, the error makes it into the final episode. The missing house error is particularly noticeable because Conch Street appears so frequently throughout the series. Fans know exactly what it should look like. The 3 houses have distinct shapes that create a specific silhouette. When one house is missing, the entire street looks wrong. It's like looking at a face with a missing tooth. The gap stands out. What makes this error interesting is that it happens multiple times during the episode. SpongeBob goes through his morning routine repeatedly, and each time the camera shows the exterior of his house with Patrick waiting outside. In at least one of these shots, Squidward's house is completely absent. The background shows SpongeBob's pineapple and Patrick's rock with empty space between them. The error doesn't affect the story. The plot focuses entirely on SpongeBob's search for his name tag. Squidward plays a minimal role, offering the advice to retrace steps and then appearing briefly at the end during inspection. The missing house is purely a visual mistake that doesn't impact anything the characters say or do. Viewers watching for the first time might not even notice because they're focused on SpongeBob and Patrick's comedy routine. Missing identity is memorable for many reasons beyond the animation error. The episode structure is unique because it uses a framing device. The entire main story is a flashback being told at a diner. This narrative technique isn't common in SpongeBob. Most episodes present events as they happen rather than as stories being retold. The diner scenes at the beginning and end give the episode a different feel from typical SpongeBob adventures. The episode also features excellent physical comedy. SpongeBob's morning routine becomes funnier each time he repeats it. The first time, viewers see the genuine accident of the blanket getting stuck and the alarm clock falling. By the fourth or fifth time, the routine becomes mechanical and absurd. SpongeBob is deliberately recreating his own painful accidents in desperate pursuit of his name tag. The split screen showing all four parts of his routine simultaneously emphasizes how ridiculous the whole situation has become. Patrick's inability to say one simple line provides another layer of comedy. His job is incredibly simple. All he has to do is say, "Hi, SpongeBob," when SpongeBob walks by. But he manages to mess it up in creative ways every single time. He forgets to say anything. He asks for motivation. He says the wrong name. He gets the giggles. Patrick's incompetence at this trivial task drives SpongeBob to frustration, creating a classic comedy dynamic. The dumpster sequence offers gross-out humor that SpongeBob excels at. SpongeBob and Patrick digging through rotting garbage, with Patrick's teeth full of filth and both of them covered in refuse, appeals to the show's younger audience while also providing visual gags for older viewers. The discovery of the Stingray 5000 single is a specific reference that adults would appreciate more than children. The twist ending where SpongeBob's shirt was backwards the whole time delivers a satisfying conclusion. Throughout the episode, viewers see SpongeBob searching desperately for his name tag. He retraces his steps multiple times. He digs through a disgusting dumpster. He's running out of time before inspection. The solution was literally on his back the entire time. Patrick tried to tell him, but SpongeBob was too focused to listen. This creates dramatic irony where the audience knows something the main character doesn't. The final joke about the waitress not actually being Betty provides one more twist. SpongeBob spent the whole episode telling a story about losing his identity and getting it back. At the end, he calls someone by the wrong name because they're wearing someone else's uniform. It's a perfect bookend that reinforces the episode's theme about identity and name tags. The animation error exists as a documented fact in the SpongeBob fan community. Multiple websites catalog mistakes from the show, and Squidward's missing house appears on several of these lists. Encyclopedia Spongebobia, the comprehensive fan wiki, includes it in their episode trivia section. The error has been discussed on forums and social media by fans who noticed it while watching. For a show that ran for over 20 years and produced hundreds of episodes, animation errors are inevitable. The production schedule for television animation is demanding. Studios need to produce new episodes constantly to keep up with broadcast schedules. Artists work under tight deadlines with limited time for revisions. Small mistakes slip through quality control checks. What matters is whether the errors distract from the viewing experience or impact the story. In this case, the missing house doesn't ruin the episode. Missing Identity remains a well-regarded episode from Season 3, which many fans consider part of SpongeBob's golden era. The writing is sharp, the comedy works, and the story structure is creative. The animation error is a curiosity that dedicated fans notice on rewatches, but it doesn't diminish the episode's overall quality. The error actually demonstrates how closely fans watch and analyze their favorite shows. Someone had to notice that Squidward's house was missing in a brief exterior shot during an 11-minute episode. They had to care enough to document it and share the information with other fans. This level of attention to detail shows the depth of SpongeBob's fan base and their investment in the show's world. Squidward's house itself is an iconic design. The Easter Island head shape makes it instantly recognizable. Real Moai statues exist on Easter Island in Chile, massive stone figures with distinctive long faces and prominent noses. Squidward's house is a cartoonish version of these ancient monuments, fitting his artistic pretensions and grumpy personality. The house has appeared in countless episodes, sometimes getting destroyed and rebuilt. It's as much a character in the show as any of the residents. The fact that such a recognizable landmark could be missing from a shot highlights how complex animation production is. Every scene requires multiple layers: backgrounds, characters, props, effects, and more. Each layer needs to be aligned correctly and rendered in the right order. Missing one element can create holes in the final image. The missing house suggests that the background layer for this particular shot didn't include Squidward's house, or it was accidentally turned off during rendering. Modern animation software makes these errors easier to catch and fix. but it also makes them easier to create. Digital animation involves managing hundreds of layers and files. One wrong click can hide an element that should be visible. Without careful checking, mistakes make it into final episodes. The missing identity error likely resulted from a simple oversight during a rushed production schedule rather than any major problem with the animation process. The episode aired during Season 3, which premiered in 2001 and ran through 2004. This period is often considered SpongeBob's peak in terms of writing quality and creativity. Episodes from these seasons are frequently cited as fan favorites. Missing Identity fits this pattern with its clever premise, consistent humor, and satisfying resolution. The animation error doesn't change the episode's place in SpongeBob history as a strong example of what made the show successful. For viewers who hunt for animation errors, finding mistakes like the missing house adds another dimension to watching the show. It becomes a game to spot what's wrong in each episode. Every rewatch might reveal something new. This extends the show's entertainment value beyond just watching the story unfold. Fans can engage with the content on a different level, analyzing the technical aspects of production and sharing discoveries with the community. The missing house error serves as a reminder that cartoons are made by human beings working under real-world constraints. Every episode represents hours of work by dozens of artists, writers, and technicians. They make creative decisions, solve technical problems, and occasionally make mistakes. These mistakes don't erase their achievements. Missing Identity is still a funny, well-crafted episode even with Squidward's house missing from one shot. The error is a footnote in the episode's story, interesting to fans but not damaging to the overall product. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Born Again Krabs' SpongeBob's Missing Leg. In the SpongeBob SquarePants episode Born Again Krabs, which aired on the 4th of October 2003, a notable animation error occurs during one of the episode's most dramatic moments. When the Flying Dutchman gives Mr. Krabs the choice between SpongeBob or 62 cents, and Mr. Krabs chooses the money, SpongeBob's right leg completely disappears in the next shot. The missing leg happens right after Mr. Krabs makes his selfish decision, creating a visible error during an emotionally important scene. The episode begins on an evening at the Krusty Krab. Squidward switches the open sign to closed, declaring closing time the happiest time of the day. In the kitchen, SpongeBob has the opposite reaction. He's crying and sniffling, calling closing time the saddest time of the day. As he falls to the ground crying, he notices something under the grill. It's an old Krabby Patty stuck to some gum. The patty is cold and hard. SpongeBob realizes this could have rolled under there years ago. He pats it gently and tells it that its journey is almost over. He tosses the patty in the trash. A siren immediately goes off. A fishing line retrieves the patty from the garbage. Mr. Krabs runs in asking what happened. He gasps when he sees someone try to throw away a patty. A device called the Pinch-O-Matic announces it has saved him 5.2 cents. SpongeBob explains he found the patty under the grill. Mr. Krabs responds that tomorrow, a customer will find it under his bun. He hands the disgusting patty back to SpongeBob. SpongeBob protests that it's old and cold and so very full of mold. Mr. Krabs doesn't care. He orders SpongeBob not to make another patty until that one is sold. The next day, SpongeBob puts up an order with the moldy patty on the window. Squidward sarcastically cheers when he sees it. He smells the patty and flips the top bun off. Flies buzz around the stinking patty, which has become what they call the foggy patty. Squidward asks if he can get one with less fog. SpongeBob apologizes and says it's Mr. Krabs' orders. Squidward shrugs and hands the tray to a customer named Gus. Gus sniffs the patty, screams with disgust, and quickly backflips his way out of the restaurant. The scene cuts to Mr. Krabs, SpongeBob, and Squidward standing by the door. Mr. Krabs is confused because they haven't had a customer in weeks. He wonders if it's the new placemats. Squidward sputters in frustration at Krabs' stupidity. He asks if Mr. Krabs has lost his mind. It's not the placemats. It's that old patty he keeps trying to sell to everybody. The patty has gone bad. Mr. Krabs insists this is nonsense and tells SpongeBob to bring the patty to him. When he sees it's in a cage, he asks why. SpongeBob explains it growled at him. The patty has become sentient. It growls and barks like some kind of dog. Squidward hides behind Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs says they would have never lasted in the Navy. He takes the patty out of its cage, but it continues barking and growling in his face. He tells it to stay and throws a treat into its mouth. He pats it gently and declares it good enough to eat. Just as he's about to eat it, an ambulance goes by. He comments on the ambulance, then takes a bite of the patty. The scene suddenly cuts to Mr. Krabs moaning, now green from food poisoning. He's being rolled on a gurney into a hospital. Even while sick, he tells SpongeBob to make sure to wrap up that patty because he's not finished with it yet. The scene cuts to Mr. Krabs in a hospital bed. A purple Dr. Fish tells him he gave them quite a scare. Mr. Krabs asks if he's going to be okay. The doctor says if Mr. Krabs doesn't want to take his word for it, they can check the chart. The doctor looks at the chart and starts shaking. He says it's terrible and drops the clipboard. Mr. Krabs asks if everything is okay. The doctor screams not to touch him and runs out of the room. Mr. Krabs comments that this isn't a good sign. Thunder roars as the room turns green. The Flying Dutchman appears. Mr. Krabs pulls his covers over his head in fear. The Flying Dutchman laughs his evil laugh and declares that Eugene Krabs' time has come. Mr. Krabs panics and says he's not Eugene Krabs. He's Harold Flower, making up the name by looking at the flower vase next to his bed. The Flying Dutchman apologizes and says he must have the wrong room. He flies out and asks a nurse where to find Eugene Krabs. The nurse happily tells him Krabs is in that room right there. The Flying Dutchman points out that's Harold Flower's room. The nurse looks confused by the name Harold Flower. The Flying Dutchman quickly goes back to Mr. Krabs in anger. He asks if Krabs thought he could fool the Flying Dutchman. Mr. Krabs asks what he wants from him. The Flying Dutchman explains he's here to escort Krabs to the resting place of all bad undersea folk, Davy Jones's locker. Mr. Krabs protests that he doesn't have to go there because he's not a bad crab. The Flying Dutchman says being cheap is a terrible thing. Next stop, Davy Jones' locker. The scene cuts to Davy Jones's locker where the Flying Dutchman and Mr. Krabs reappear. Mr. Krabs smells something foul and asks why it smells so bad. The Flying Dutchman explains that Davy Jones works out a lot. These are his socks. He opens the locker to reveal a bunch of smelly gym socks. He tells Mr. Krabs to get in. Mr. Krabs gets on his knees and starts crying. He begs the Flying Dutchman not to make him go in there. He'll do anything. He pleads for another chance. The Flying Dutchman tells him to show a little dignity. Mr. Krabs frantically cries for his mommy. The Flying Dutchman gives in and says he'll give Krabs another chance, but he must always be generous and never cheap. Mr. Krabs gives his word as a sailor. The scene cuts to the Krusty Krab, which now has a sign hanging over it that reads, "Out of business." Squidward is looking through Mr. Krabs' desk drawers, finding nose hair clippers he could use. Spongebob is wearing his Krusty Krab employee hat and holding his spatula while crying. He tells Squidward he shouldn't be going through Mr. Krabs' belongings because Mr. Krabs won't like it. Squidward reminds SpongeBob what the doctor said. Mr. Krabs isn't coming back. He's trying to open the safe using a stethoscope to hear the tumblers. Mr. Krabs walks in. SpongeBob screams with joy, while Squidward sheepishly hides the stethoscope behind his back. SpongeBob clings to Mr. Krabs happily, saying he knew it. Mr. Krabs is alive. He asks Squidward to look. Squidward responds with deadpan sarcasm. Mr. Krabs explains that being sick made him do a lot of thinking. His whole life has been about money. Saving money, collecting money, touching money, but no more. They're looking at the new, improved, non-cheap Mr. Krabs. The scene cuts to outside the Krusty Krab where a giant grand reopening sign is hanging. Buy and free signs are in the windows. Inside, a giant Celebrate Good Times banner hangs over the main doors. Mr. Krabs welcomes everyone. A little kid named Monroe walks up with a Krabby Patty. Mr. Krabs asks what that means. Monroe says he doesn't go hungry. Mr. Krabs says no, it means free toy. He gives Monroe a toy. Monroe thanks him and says he thought Mr. Krabs was a cheap old tightwad. Mr. Krabs admits he was, but now he's offering free toys for everyone and free refills. Everyone cheers. Mr. Krabs runs up to SpongeBob. A giant Live for Today banner hangs next to the pickup window. He asks where Squidward is. SpongeBob explains Squidward is taking one of those break things in his office, which is now called the Employee Lounge. The scene cuts to Squidward sleeping peacefully in a bed in Mr. Krabs' office. A customer named Martha says she dropped her Krabby Patty and asks for another one. SpongeBob reads the policy written in ketchup on the patty, stating that once the burger reaches the customer, it becomes their responsibility. Mr. Krabs stops him and says that's the old policy. Now SpongeBob should bring out a fresh one. Mr. Krabs apologizes for the confusion and offers Martha a free toy. Squidward greets Mr. Krabs casually. Mr. Krabs asks how the break is coming. Squidward says it should be over in a couple hours and asks Mr. Krabs to have SpongeBob send back a patty and an iced tea. Mr. Krabs tells him to take it easy. Mr. Krabs walks up to a customer named Harold watching a movie on a small television hanging from the ceiling. He asks if Harold is enjoying his in-meal movie. Harold points out the movie hasn't even been in theaters yet. Mr. Krabs says no expense is spared for his valued customers. Outside the restaurant, Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob to look at all those happy faces. It feels good to be generous. Squidward walks in with some envelopes containing Mr. Krabs' mail. Mr. Krabs thanks him and comments that Squidward looks rested. Squidward says these naps at work are doing wonders for him. Mr. Krabs opens his credit card bills, expecting bad news. The total is only $10,000. He says that's not so bad, and runs to the cash register to subtract it from today's profit. When he opens the register, it's completely empty. There's no money. He laughs and says how delightful. SpongeBob tells Squidward he's worried about Mr. Krabs. Squidward agrees, but is more concerned about how they're going to get paid. They walk up to Mr. Krabs. Squidward comments that Mr. Krabs is taking total bankruptcy well. Mr. Krabs says it's just a bad dream and he'll wake up soon. Squidward and SpongeBob look at each other surprised. Squidward questions the word dream. Mr. Krabs explains he's sure he's still in the hospital sleeping like a baby. SpongeBob points out he checked out of the hospital that morning. Squidward hands him the hospital bill. Mr. Krabs realizes he's awake and screams in horror. His head cracks through the middle over and over, with a new one appearing each time. Mr. Krabs immediately changes from generous to greedy. He races up to a customer named Nat, drinking a soda, and confiscates it, declaring no more refills. He takes it to the soda machine, where the drink gets sucked back in like a vacuum. He runs up to two kids playing with toys and swipes them, calling them freeloaders. He runs to Harold, who's watching the movie, and turns off the TV, calling him a cheapskate. He presses a button that erases Harold's memory of the movie. A customer named Nathiel Waters finds a penny on the ground and comments that it's his lucky day. Mr. Krabs grabs his arm and says his luck just ran out. Nathiel tells him to ease back because he's crushing his arm. Mr. Krabs demands he unhand that penny or the arm comes off. The Flying Dutchman reappears. The customer runs away. The Flying Dutchman says that little display of penny pinching just earned Mr. Krabs a nice spot in Davy Jones's locker for eternity. Mr. Krabs insists he's not cheap, he's generous. Squidward points out he almost tore a man's arm off for a penny. Mr. Krabs sarcastically thanks Squidward, saying he knew he could count on him. The Flying Dutchman picks up Mr. Krabs, who admits a deal's a deal. SpongeBob intervenes, telling them to wait just a burger-flipping second. The Flying Dutchman turns around and asks who dares backsass the Flying Dutchman. SpongeBob identifies himself as SpongeBob Backsass Pants. He says they have the wrong crab. This Mr. Krabs is the most generous, big-hearted, non-skin-flinted crab in the whole sea. The Flying Dutchman responds that Krabs would sell SpongeBob's soul for a couple of bucks. SpongeBob bets his soul that he wouldn't. The Flying Dutchman accepts the bet. He tells Mr. Krabs he'll let him stay, but first he needs help settling a bet. If Mr. Krabs had to choose between SpongeBob and all the money the Flying Dutchman has in his pocket, which would he take? Mr. Krabs asks how much money they're talking about. SpongeBob reacts with shock. The Flying Dutchman shows some coins and says 62 cents. Mr. Krabs says he'll take the money. SpongeBob is shocked again. The Flying Dutchman gives Mr. Krabs the 62 cents and picks up SpongeBob. This is the moment when the animation error occurs. In the next shot, showing SpongeBob after Mr. Krabs makes his choice, SpongeBob's right leg is completely missing from his body. The error happens during this crucial scene where SpongeBob realizes his boss just sold him out for pocket change. The missing leg is visible enough that viewers who pay attention to character details can spot it. The Flying Dutchman announces the next stop is Davy Jones' locker. SpongeBob screams as they both disappear. Mr. Krabs runs to Squidward, happy about the money. Squidward can't believe he's saying this, but he asks how Mr. Krabs could trade SpongeBob for 62 cents. Mr. Krabs asks if Squidward thinks he could have gotten more. Squidward points out that SpongeBob stuck up for him, and Mr. Krabs sold him out. He should be ashamed of himself. Mr. Krabs looks at his change sadly until he starts to cry. He asks what he has done. He wants another chance. He didn't learn anything. He lost his best fry cook. He doesn't want this foul money. He throws the change on the ground and says he wants SpongeBob back. The Flying Dutchman reappears and drops SpongeBob on the floor, telling Mr. Krabs to take him back. Mr. Krabs asks if he heard what he said about the money. The Flying Dutchman says he couldn't hear himself think with SpongeBob around. He only had him for 30 seconds. The scene cuts to show SpongeBob and the Flying Dutchman at Davy Jones's locker, with SpongeBob talking constantly about jellyfishing and Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. The Flying Dutchman explains that not giving SpongeBob back would be a fate worse than death. SpongeBob is Mr. Krabs' problem now. Mr. Krabs tries to apologize about trading SpongeBob for pocket change. SpongeBob stops him and says, Mr. Krabs did it for the Krusty Krab. He would have done the same thing. Mr. Krabs asks if he really would have. SpongeBob simply says no. Everyone laughs. The scene cuts to the Flying Dutchman sitting at home reading a book when the phone rings. He answers, and it's SpongeBob on the other end talking super quickly about hanging out and listing all the days of the week that work for him. He mentions his best friend Patrick is pink. The Flying Dutchman groans as the episode ends. The animation error with SpongeBob's missing leg happens at a pivotal moment in the episode. This is the scene where Mr. Krabs reveals his true nature by choosing money over his loyal employee. SpongeBob has just defended Mr. Krabs, betting his own soul that his boss wouldn't sell him out. When the Flying Dutchman offers the test, SpongeBob watches in horror as Mr. Krabs picks 62 cents over him. The missing leg occurs in the shot right after this devastating choice, adding an unintended visual distraction to an already intense moment. Animation errors like missing limbs typically happen during the production process when different artists work on different elements of a scene. Character models need to be drawn completely in each frame, and missing a body part usually indicates someone forgot to include that layer or element during the animation process. With SpongeBob's simple character design featuring 2 legs, 2 arms, and a square body, missing an entire leg is particularly noticeable. Born Again Krabs is notable for its darker themes compared to typical SpongeBob episodes. The episode deals with Mr. Krabs literally dying from food poisoning and being judged for his sins. The Flying Dutchman represents a supernatural force holding Mr. Krabs accountable for his greed. The episode explores whether someone can truly change their fundamental nature. Mr. Krabs promises to be generous, succeeds briefly, but ultimately returns to his cheap ways when faced with financial loss. The climax reveals that his greed extends even to selling SpongeBob for almost nothing. The missing leg error exists in the context of an episode that's otherwise well regarded by fans. The writing effectively balances humor with genuine emotional stakes. The sentient moldy patty barking like a dog provides physical comedy. Mr. Krabs' failed attempt to pretend his name is Harold Flower creates a funny moment. SpongeBob's non-stop talking, driving the Flying Dutchman crazy, delivers a perfect ending. These comedy elements surround the more serious question of whether Mr. Krabs values money more than the people in his life. The episode's message is surprisingly dark for a children's cartoon. Mr. Krabs literally chooses money over SpongeBob's life. Even though the Flying Dutchman returns SpongeBob, the damage is done. SpongeBob knows his boss would sell him for pocket change. The final scene where SpongeBob says he wouldn't have done the same thing carries weight. Despite the laugh track playing, the episode established that Mr. Krabs failed a basic test of friendship and loyalty. The animation error doesn't change this message, but it does create a momentary distraction. Viewers focused on the emotional impact of Mr. Krabs' betrayal might notice that SpongeBob is literally falling apart in the frame. The missing leg could be read as symbolic of SpongeBob being incomplete or broken by his boss's choice, though this is almost certainly accidental rather than intentional artistic choice. Production of animated television shows involves tight deadlines and multiple people working on different aspects simultaneously. Each episode contains thousands of individual drawings or digital frames. Artists create character models, background artists design settings, colorists apply colors, and animators bring everything to life. Quality control teams review episodes before broadcast, but with so many elements to check, small errors can slip through. A missing leg in one shot among hundreds might not get caught if reviewers are focused on other aspects like dialogue timing, scene transitions, or overall story flow. The error has been documented by SpongeBob fans on various websites dedicated to cataloging mistakes in the series. Encyclopedia SpongeBobia lists it in their episode information. MovieMistakes.com includes it in their SpongeBob entry. Fan communities discuss these errors as part of their engagement with the show. Finding mistakes becomes a way to interact with content beyond just watching passively. Dedicated fans rewatch episodes specifically to spot errors, comparing notes with other viewers, and building collective knowledge about the show's production. Born Again Krabs aired during Season 3, which many fans consider part of SpongeBob's golden age. Episodes from this period are frequently cited as examples of the show's best writing and most creative storytelling. The episode's willingness to explore darker themes while maintaining humor demonstrates the show's range. It can be silly with the barking patty, while also being genuinely dramatic with Mr. Krabs' moral test. The missing leg error serves as evidence of the show's production realities. Even beloved episodes from celebrated seasons contain imperfections. The error doesn't reduce the episode's quality or impact. It exists as a minor visual flaw in an otherwise strong episode. For most viewers watching once, the error goes unnoticed. The story, dialogue, and emotional beats carry the episode effectively regardless of the missing leg. For animation enthusiasts, errors like this provide insight into how cartoons are made. They reveal the human element behind the production. Real artists working under real deadlines made this episode. They created compelling characters, funny jokes, and meaningful stories, while also occasionally forgetting to draw SpongeBob's right leg in one shot. These mistakes make the show more human rather than less impressive. The achievement is creating hundreds of episodes with relatively few noticeable errors, given the complexity of animation production. The episode's legacy extends beyond the animation error. Born Again Krabs is remembered for its story about greed versus generosity, its dark humor involving death and supernatural punishment, and its surprisingly emotional climax where Mr. Krabs chooses money over friendship. The missing leg exists as a footnote in fan discussions, interesting to those who notice it, but not central to why people remember and discuss the episode. SpongeBob's character design, with his simple geometric shape and 4 limbs, makes missing limbs particularly noticeable when they occur. Unlike more complex characters with elaborate costumes or accessories that might hide errors, SpongeBob's minimalist design means every element needs to be present for the character to look complete. A missing leg creates an obvious visual gap that stands out to viewers familiar with how SpongeBob should appear. The error demonstrates how even simple character designs require careful attention during animation. Each frame needs someone to ensure all body parts are included and properly positioned. Digital animation software can help by maintaining character models across frames, but errors still occur when artists modify scenes or when files don't sync properly. The missing leg suggests something went wrong during this particular shot's production, whether due to a technical glitch, artist oversight, or some other production issue. Born Again Krabs remains a significant episode in SpongeBob history despite the animation error. Its exploration of Mr. Krabs' character, its supernatural elements with the Flying Dutchman, and its emotional stakes make it memorable. The missing leg error adds a layer of trivia for dedicated fans who study the show closely, but it doesn't define the episode's place in the series. The episode succeeds at telling an engaging story about greed, redemption, and the true test of friendship, even with SpongeBob missing a leg in one critical shot. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy V, the spelling error. In the SpongeBob SquarePants episode Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5, which aired on the 1st of June 2002, a spelling error appears on screen during a news broadcast. When the TV displays the acronym EVIL, which stands for Every Villain is Lemons, the word villain is misspelled as villian with an extra I. This error appears on the television screen for viewers to see clearly, making it one of the most documented text-based mistakes in SpongeBob history. The episode focuses on Barnacle Boy becoming frustrated with how Mermaid Man treats him like a child. After ordering a Krabby Patty at the Krusty Krab, Barnacle Boy asks for the adult-sized meal. When told he's too young, he gets angry and decides to turn evil. He declares he's crossing over to the dark side and changes his name from Barnacle Boy to Barnacle Man. He joins forces with other villains to form the evil organization EVIL. The spelling error occurs during a news broadcast where the realistic fish head announces breaking news about this new villainous alliance. The television screen displays the acronym and what it stands for. Every villain is lemons. But in this graphic, the word villain contains an extra letter, spelling it as villian instead. The misspelling is visible on screen long enough for viewers who pay attention to notice the mistake. EVIL consists of 3 main villains in this episode. Barnacle Boy leads the group after his turn to evil. Man Ray, the arch-nemesis of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy from previous episodes, joins the team. The Dirty Bubble, another recurring villain known for trapping victims inside his bubble body, completes the trio. These 3 villains band together to cause trouble in Bikini Bottom and specifically target Mermaid Man. The group's name, Every Villain is Lemons, is intentionally silly and absurd. It's a parody of how superhero stories often give villain organizations dramatic names with forced acronyms. The name doesn't make logical sense, because calling villains lemons is an unusual choice. In slang, calling something a lemon typically refers to a defective product, especially a car that breaks down frequently. Applying this term to villains creates humor through the absurdity of the name choice. The spelling error happens in the production process when someone creates the graphic for the news broadcast. Text graphics require someone to type out the words that will appear on screen. In this case, whoever created the EVIL graphic either typed the word incorrectly or didn't catch the spelling mistake during review. The error made it through all stages of production and into the final broadcast. Spelling villain incorrectly is a common mistake. The word follows an unusual pattern where 2 L's come before the A, but only 1 I appears after it. Many people instinctively want to double the I to match the doubled L, creating villian instead of the correct villain. This type of error appears frequently in everyday writing, making it somewhat understandable that it could slip into a professional production. However, the error is particularly noticeable because it appears as a graphic on screen rather than being spoken dialogue. When characters speak, viewers don't see the spelling of words. But when text appears on screen, every letter is visible and can be scrutinized. The EVIL acronym graphic stays on screen long enough for viewers to read it, giving them time to spot the misspelling. The episode itself is considered one of the better Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episodes. The premise of Barnacle Boy turning evil out of frustration provides good comedy and character development. His complaints about being treated like a child, despite being elderly himself, create humor through the absurdity of the situation. The episode explores the dynamic between Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, showing the strain in their partnership. Since Mermaid Man can't defeat EVIL alone, he recruits Spongebob, Patrick, Sandy, and Squidward to form a new superhero team. They become the International Justice League of Super Acquaintances, or JLSA. Each character gets a superhero identity with special powers. SpongeBob becomes the Quickster with super speed. Patrick becomes the Elastic Waistband with stretching abilities. Sandy becomes Miss Appear with invisibility powers. Squidward becomes Captain Magma, who can shoot lava. The superhero team faces off against EVIL at Makeout Reef, where the villains are harassing teenagers by shining flashlights on their parked cars. The battle doesn't go well for the heroes. Despite having various superpowers, they defeat themselves through incompetence and poor coordination. The Quickster accidentally creates a tornado that sucks in the Elastic Waistband. Captain Magma shoots lava that hits the Quickster instead of the villains. Miss Appear gets run over by a car. The real resolution comes when the villains realize they're after the Krabby Patty secret formula, which is Plankton's scheme rather than a genuine evil plan. The various villains have different goals and priorities. When they recognize the mission serves Plankton's interests rather than true villainy, tensions arise. Eventually, Barnacle Boy reconciles with Mermaid Man and returns to being a hero. The spelling error doesn't affect the story in any way. The plot continues regardless of whether villain is spelled correctly or incorrectly on the news broadcast graphic. Most viewers watching the episode focus on the action, dialogue, and jokes rather than carefully reading every word that appears on screen. The error exists as a background detail that only becomes significant when fans specifically look for mistakes. SpongeBob fans discovered the spelling error and documented it across various platforms. Encyclopedia Spongebobia lists it in the episode's trivia section. IMDb's Goofs page for the episode includes the misspelling. Fan forums and social media posts have discussed the error. Some fans create compilations of SpongeBob mistakes, and this spelling error frequently appears in those lists. The error demonstrates the challenges of television production. Every episode contains hundreds of individual elements that need to be created, reviewed, and assembled. Graphics like the EVIL. Broadcast requires someone to design them, someone to type the text, and someone to review the final product. With tight production schedules and deadlines, mistakes can slip through even with multiple people checking the work. Text-based errors are particularly interesting because they're permanent and clearly visible. Unlike animation errors where a character might be the wrong color for a single frame, text stays on screen exactly as typed. There's no ambiguity about whether it's an error. The word is either spelled correctly or incorrectly. In this case, Villian is definitively wrong, making it an undeniable mistake rather than a subjective interpretation. The episode aired during Season 3, which ran from 2001 to 2004. This period is often considered part of SpongeBob's golden age, when the show was producing some of its most creative and well-regarded episodes. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy V fits this pattern with its strong comedy, character development, and memorable moments. The spelling error is a minor flaw in an otherwise solid episode. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy are beloved recurring characters in the SpongeBob universe. They parody classic superhero duos, particularly Batman and Robin. The characters are elderly superheroes living in a retirement home, which creates humor through the contrast between their heroic personas and their old age. They struggle with failing memory, physical limitations, and confusion, making them simultaneously heroic and helpless. The show had previously established EVIL in earlier material, but this episode brings the villain organization to the forefront of the plot. The acronym itself is memorable because of its absurd meaning. Every villain is lemons doesn't make sense as a phrase, which is exactly why it's funny. The spelling error adds an unintended layer of humor because it makes the villains appear even less competent if they can't spell their own organization's name correctly. Some fans have speculated whether the spelling error was intentional. Could the show's creators have deliberately misspelled villain as a joke about the villains being incompetent? This seems unlikely because the error isn't acknowledged or referenced in the episode. Characters don't comment on the misspelling. There's no visual gag drawing attention to it. The error simply exists without any indication it's meant to be noticed. If the misspelling were intentional, the show would likely make it more obvious through some form of acknowledgement. SpongeBob frequently breaks the fourth wall and comments on visual gags. Characters often point out absurd elements happening on screen. The fact that nobody mentions the spelling mistake suggests it's genuinely an error rather than a deliberate joke. The error also appears in a serious context within the episode. The news broadcast treats EVIL as a genuine threat to Bikini Bottom. The realistic fish head delivers the information in his typical newscaster voice without any indication the organization's name contains errors. If the misspelling were part of the joke, the broadcast would likely play it for laughs rather than presenting it straight. Television animation in the early 2000s involved multiple stages of production. Artists created storyboards, backgrounds, and character animation. Sound designers added dialogue and effects. Editors assembled everything into the final episode. Graphics like the EVIL broadcast required additional specialized work. Someone needed to create the news broadcast graphics separately from the main animation. Creating text graphics involves choosing fonts, colors, layouts, and typing out the actual words that will appear. In this case, whoever created the graphic typed "villian" instead of "villain." The mistake then needed to pass through several review stages without being caught. Storyboard artists, directors, editors, and quality control teams all presumably saw the graphic during production without noticing the error. The fact that the error made it to broadcast demonstrates how easy it is for small mistakes to slip through, even with multiple people reviewing the work. Everyone looking at the graphic might focus on different aspects. One person checks if the graphic fits the scene timing. Another verifies the colors match the show's style. Someone else ensures the text is readable. In the process of checking various technical elements, the actual spelling might not receive close scrutiny. Modern animation production uses digital tools that include spell check features. Software can automatically flag misspelled words, making text errors less common than they once were. However, spell check isn't perfect. Custom words, names, and acronyms might not appear in standard dictionaries. Additionally, if someone adds text as part of an image rather than editable text, spell check won't detect errors. The EVIL spelling error has become part of SpongeBob trivia. Fans who know about the mistake look for it when rewatching the episode. It's become one of those details that dedicated viewers share with others. Finding the error makes fans feel like they're part of an informed community who knows the show's secrets and hidden details. The episode's legacy extends beyond the spelling error. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy V is remembered for Barnacle Boy's turn to evil, the formation of the superhero team, and the various comedy sequences. The spelling error is a footnote in the episode's history rather than its defining feature. Most people remember the episode for its story and jokes rather than the text mistake. Barnacle Boy's frustration with being called boy despite being elderly is one of the episode's running jokes. Throughout the episode, he complains about Mermaid Man treating him like a child. This frustration drives his decision to turn evil. When he finally returns to being a hero at the end, Mermaid Man still calls him Barnacle Boy, suggesting the underlying issue remains unresolved. The episode uses this dynamic for both humor and slight character depth. The superhero team formation parodies the Justice League and other superhero team-ups. Each character gets a dramatic introduction with their superhero name and powers. The scene plays these introductions seriously before undermining them by showing how poorly the heroes work together. The contrast between the dramatic setup and the comedic payoff creates effective humor. The Makeout Reef battle showcases physical comedy as the heroes accidentally attack each other. The Quickster runs in circles, screaming while on fire. The elastic waistband gets stretched and tangled. Captain Magma accidentally shoots his teammates. Miss Appear becomes invisible, but then gets hit by a car because nobody can see her. The sequence demonstrates that having superpowers doesn't automatically make someone a good hero. The episode ends with Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy successfully defeating Spongebob and Patrick not through combat but by summoning elderly people from the retirement home. The old people carry torches and pitchforks, creating a humorous image of geriatric mob justice. This resolution fits the episode's theme that Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, despite their age, can still be heroes when working together. The spelling error in the EVIL broadcast serves as a reminder that every television show contains imperfections. Even successful, beloved shows like SpongeBob have mistakes in their episodes. These errors don't diminish the show's quality or the work of the talented people who created it. They simply demonstrate that animation production is a complex process where small mistakes can occur despite everyone's best efforts. For fans who enjoy hunting for errors and Easter eggs, the EVIL spelling mistake provides satisfaction when discovered. It's the kind of detail that requires pausing the video and carefully reading the text on screen. Finding it gives viewers a sense of accomplishment and demonstrates their attention to detail. The error has become part of the show's lore, discussed in fan communities and trivia collections. The episode's title, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy V, indicates it's the 5th major episode featuring these characters. The show had established Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy as popular recurring characters through previous episodes. Each appearance explores different aspects of their superhero personas and their relationship. This episode stands out by having Barnacle Boy temporarily become a villain, adding a new dimension to his character. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy V successfully balances humor with superhero story elements. It parodies superhero team-ups while telling an entertaining story about friendship and respect. The episode makes jokes about superhero conventions while also playing certain moments straight. This balance makes the episode work for both children who enjoy the slapstick comedy and adults who appreciate the superhero parody. The spelling error doesn't change any of this. Whether villain is spelled correctly or incorrectly doesn't affect the episode's jokes, story, or entertainment value. The error exists as a curiosity for fans who notice it, but the episode succeeds or fails based on its writing, animation, and humor, rather than the correctness of one word in a background graphic. The E-V-I-L misspelling stands as one of the most straightforward errors in SpongeBob history. There's no debate about whether it's a mistake. The word is simply spelled wrong. This clarity makes it a perfect example to include in lists of SpongeBob errors. Unlike animation mistakes that might only last one frame or could be explained away, this spelling error is undeniably present and incorrect. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy V remains a fan-favorite episode despite the spelling error. The episode's strengths far outweigh this minor textual mistake. It's funny, creative, and expands on beloved characters. The spelling error adds a small piece of trivia for dedicated fans without diminishing what makes the episode enjoyable. Most viewers watching the episode focus on the entertainment rather than checking every word's spelling, allowing them to enjoy the story without distraction. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Pressure Sandy's Teleportation. In the SpongeBob SquarePants episode Pressure, which aired on the 12th of May, 2001, a noticeable animation error occurs when Sandy enters the Krusty Krab during a race with SpongeBob. Sandy is clearly shown running in through the front door of the restaurant, but within the same exact shot, she suddenly appears running in from the right side of the Krusty Krab, where no door exists. This spatial impossibility makes it look like Sandy teleported or phased through a wall, creating one of the more obvious continuity errors in the series. The episode centers on a debate between Sandy and SpongeBob about whether land creatures or sea creatures are superior. The conflict begins peacefully. Sandy and SpongeBob are relaxing and watching clouds roll by. SpongeBob comments that one cloud looks like a flower. Sandy points out they all look like flowers. They're both enjoying the peaceful moment when Sandy mentions she would normally offer to race SpongeBob to the top of the coral cliffs, but she doesn't want to miss the beautiful scenery. SpongeBob agrees, asking who wants to get all dirty and sweaty anyway. Sandy comments that she thinks they'd know who would get to the top first. SpongeBob agrees. They both say me at the same time and laugh. SpongeBob finds this funny because it sounded like Sandy said she could beat him in a climbing contest. Sandy insists she can because she's a squirrel, pointing to her acorn patch. SpongeBob thought that meant she was nuts. Sandy explains it means she's a natural-born climber from the surface world, and nothing prepares you for climbing like growing up on good old dry land. SpongeBob laughs and dismisses land as unimportant. He claims it's all about finger strength, and if there's anything they have plenty of underwater, it's finger strength. His fingers flex to demonstrate. He calls Sandy Miss Mittens as a challenge. Sandy responds that she's already halfway there and starts climbing. SpongeBob yells that it's not fair because Sandy got a head start. Sandy apologizes and says that's the way the coral crumbles, then collapses the rock SpongeBob is climbing on. SpongeBob accuses her of doing that on purpose. Sandy admits she did, but claims her next action is an accident as she unleashes more rocks at him. SpongeBob screams and dodges. Sandy taunts him about forgetting his umbrella. SpongeBob reveals he has an umbrella and uses it to float up to the top of the cliff. When he reaches the summit, Sandy is already there, sitting in a lounge chair reading a newspaper. She comments that it's about time he showed up. SpongeBob is confused because he saw her climbing below. He demands a rematch. First one to the Krusty Krab wins. Sandy declares that no sea critter can run faster than a land critter. SpongeBob claims he can underwater because he's hydrodynamically designed. He asks if Sandy thinks she can win a fair race in that clunky tin tube, referring to her air suit. Sandy tells him to ask her behind if he can catch it. She calls him Hydropants. SpongeBob responds that he's already halfway there. The camera zooms out to reveal a record player making the phrase halfway there repeat 3 more times. Sandy gasps at the trick. SpongeBob is running at the bottom of the mountain, laughing, when he hits a brick wall. Sandy jumps on SpongeBob's face and uses him as a springboard to leap over the wall. She thanks him for the facelift and runs into the Krusty Krab laughing. This is where the animation error occurs. The visual shows Sandy running in through the front door of the Krusty Krab. However, in the same continuous shot without any cuts, Sandy then appears to be entering from the right side of the building where there is no door. The error happens so quickly that it creates a jarring spatial inconsistency. Sandy seems to teleport from one entrance to another within the same moment. Sandy starts to gloat that SpongeBob didn't have a chance, but SpongeBob is already inside dressed as an old man. He comments that it's just like a land creature to keep a sea creature waiting. He loses his beard and cane disguise and laughs. Sandy points out she thought he wanted a rematch. SpongeBob admits he did and took a head start just like Sandy did. Sandy explains she was just having fun with him that time, but she guesses all underwater folk don't have to play fair. SpongeBob agrees they don't, calling her an air breather. Sandy calls him a water sucker. SpongeBob calls her a tree climber. Sandy calls him a Gulf streamer. SpongeBob calls her a kite flyer. Sandy calls him a chum chewer. SpongeBob gasps and tells her to take that back, then nervously calls her a not wet person. Sandy declares victory because SpongeBob can't even come up with another name. That proves it. SpongeBob asks what it proves. Sandy says it proves that land critters are better than sea critters. Patrick arrives and asks better at what. Sandy lists various activities, including cattle roping, pie eating, wood chopping, and flying. Squidward appears and asks what she's blabbering about. Patrick explains she says land creatures are best. Sandy insists it's only because it's true. They're best at horse riding, fur styling, and rowing. She admits sea creatures have them beat at swimming, but land creatures are better at corn shucking, hay baling, barn raising, and fishing. SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs all gasp at the mention of fishing. Sandy adds that land creatures are definitely better at name-calling too. Squidward points out that land creatures are also better at drowning. SpongeBob laughs and calls it a good one, jumping to high-five Squidward. He freezes in midair, waiting for the high-five. Squidward refuses and tells him not on his life. SpongeBob falls. He admits Sandy has some pretty good moves for a squirrel, and everyone starts laughing until he signals them to stop. But she's still just a land creature. Sandy insists squirrels can do anything they want to. Patrick bets they can't eat a Krabby Double Deluxe in one bite. He demonstrates by gulping down a huge patty. Sandy reaches off-screen for the same big patty and says they don't call her cheeks for nothing. She tries to eat it, but it splatters on her air helmet. Everyone except Sandy and Patrick laughs. Patrick thanks them for their appreciation. Sandy says that's just one thing. Mr. Krabs asks if she can pop her eye stalks in and out of her head like everyone in his family can do. Sandy tries, but can't. Squidward asks if she can balance 5 spinning plates on sticks using tentacles. SpongeBob asks if she can reproduce by budding and begins demonstrating. Most importantly, he asks if she can do what they all do next. Everyone except Sandy makes their eyes big and round and gasps 3 times without releasing any breath. Sandy asks why she would want to do any of that dumb stuff anyway. SpongeBob tells her to admit that she can't do anything sea creatures can do. In fact, if it wasn't for her suit, she couldn't even live down here. Everyone except Sandy starts laughing. Sandy tries to protest, but they keep laughing harder. She grows angry and declares she'll show them. She doesn't need her suit and rips it off. Everyone gasps. She says she doesn't need her helmet either and throws it to the ground, releasing an air bubble. Mr. Krabs invokes Neptune to preserve her. Squidward asks how long she can stay like that. SpongeBob says he doesn't know. Patrick asks if Sandy is a girl. SpongeBob comments that Sandy sure proved them wrong. He guesses land creatures are better, at least until they need to breathe. Bubbles rise from Sandy's lips. He and the others chuckle while Sandy angrily squints at them. It won't be long now. Sandy starts struggling to hold her breath. SpongeBob asks if she's feeling lightheaded yet. Sandy shakes her head no. SpongeBob reminds her about breathing by taking a deep breath in and out. Sandy is seen sweating profusely. Mr. Krabs comments that air is free and also takes a deep breath. Sandy's face turns red as she starts to suffocate. An X-ray shows her lungs shriveling up, with her left lung breaking from her windpipe and falling. She gasps and inhales a large amount of water. Sandy looks around in panic and runs to the counter, where she quickly digs through multiple objects. She eventually puts her head into a pickle jar and breathes heavily. Everyone starts laughing. Sandy yells at them to stop laughing at her. Mr. Krabs says he knew it. There was no way some airhead was going to win anything against a water breather. Patrick laughs at the word airhead, causing the top of his head to deflate like a balloon. He puts his thumb in his mouth and blows to reinflate it. SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs chant that sea creatures rule and chant water repeatedly. Sandy tells them they had their little laugh, but now it's her turn. They think they're such hot stuff swimming around with their fancy gills, but none of them wet heads would last a minute on her turf, dry land. Squidward asks if they have to wear pickle jars. Everyone except Sandy laughs. Sandy says nope, nothing but the clothes on their backs. SpongeBob declares 1 minute is no problem and calls her Landy. Everyone except Sandy laughs. Sandy leads them to an island rising out of the water from the seafloor. When they see the island, they stop laughing. Sandy asks if they're going or not. They all stammer and make excuses. SpongeBob says actually they can't because they're late for something. Patrick says they're fitting. Sandy asks if he means for their chicken costumes. Patrick insists they're not chicken while holding and eating popcorn. He drops his popcorn and starts pecking at it like a chicken. SpongeBob agrees they're not chicken and they'll do it. He looks at the water's surface and pokes his finger above water briefly, declaring mission accomplished. Sandy points out that unless they can stay above water for 1 measly minute, they forfeit the contest and prove that land creatures are better than sea creatures. SpongeBob insists they can take on the challenge. Patrick, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs agree. SpongeBob says they're not afraid of dumb old land. They agree again. SpongeBob declares they're sea creatures, and they all cheer. SpongeBob says this is it. Mr. Krabs stops him and gives him a glass of water, telling him to make it last. SpongeBob drinks from it and thanks Mr. Krabs. The scene changes to live action as SpongeBob emerges from the water. He's now a real yellow kitchen sponge on a stick. He comments that this isn't so bad and they can do this. He calls for Patrick to come up, saying the air is fine. Patrick announces he's going to do it quick and get it over with. He cannonballs out of the water and appears as a real pink starfish, missing his trunks on a stick. He notices he lost his trunks and greets SpongeBob. SpongeBob congratulates Patrick for making it and calls for Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs announces all ashore that's going ashore and runs up. He appears as a red rubber toy crab on a stick. SpongeBob says he's looking good. Patrick cheers. SpongeBob calls for Squidward, saying he's missing all the dry. They all chant Squidward's name. Squidward says he'll do it, but he won't like it. He walks up and appears as a puppet octopus with his eyes and big nose. SpongeBob comments that here they are as all four walk on the island. Squidward says this is pretty easy. Patrick considers keeping a second rock up here. Mr. Krabs says once you get your land legs, it's not so bad. SpongeBob declares they're masters of land and sea. A string puppet seagull lands in front of them. SpongeBob greets it as a local and introduces them as being from underwater. He asks if the seagull knows Sandy Cheeks. Sandy counts down from 3 to 1 and comments that she should tan her fur because they made it. She decides to go congratulate them. She walks onto the island, now appearing as a real plush squirrel toy with a small round plastic helmet. She calls for SpongeBob and Patrick, wondering where those critters got to. She sees seagulls attacking all four of them. One tries to eat Patrick while another chases SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs, and Squidward. Sandy gasps and yells that the seagulls can't eat her friends. She calls them rats with wings and attacks them off screen. Feathers start flying. All five sink back down to the seabed with Squidward upside down. SpongeBob thanks Sandy for saving them. Sandy says everyone's best at something. SpongeBob adds that no one's best at everything. He apologizes for making her take off her helmet. Sandy apologizes for making him go up on dry land. Mr. Krabs suggests 3 cheers for feeling sorry for themselves. They all cheer hip hip hooray 3 times. The final hooray comes from the seagulls lying injured on the island with their feathers missing. The episode ends. The animation error with Sandy's entrance to the Krusty Krab stands out because it violates basic spatial logic. Buildings have specific entrances in specific locations. The Krusty Krab's layout is well established throughout the series. The front door is clearly defined, and the right side of the building doesn't have an entrance. For Sandy to enter through the front door and then appear entering from the right side in the same continuous shot creates an impossible scenario. This type of error typically happens when different animators work on different parts of a scene without proper coordination. One animator might draw Sandy entering through the front door based on the storyboard instructions. Another animator working on the next part of the scene might position Sandy coming from a different direction. When these elements get combined in the final edit, the result is a character appearing to be in 2 places at once or moving between locations instantaneously. The error is particularly noticeable because it happens in a single shot without any cuts. If there were a scene transition or camera cut between Sandy entering through the front door and appearing from the side, viewers might not notice the inconsistency. But because it occurs in one continuous shot, the spatial impossibility becomes obvious. Sandy seems to phase through the building or teleport from one entrance to another. Pressure is remembered for several reasons beyond this animation error. The episode features one of the most unique visual sequences in SpongeBob history with the live-action segment on the island. Seeing the characters as real objects, SpongeBob as an actual kitchen sponge, Patrick as a real starfish, Mr. Krabs as a toy crab, and Squidward as a puppet creates a surreal and memorable moment. This creative choice demonstrates the show's willingness to experiment with different visual styles. The episode also explores themes of prejudice and competition between groups. Sandy and SpongeBob's argument about whether land or sea creatures are superior parallels real-world debates about superiority between different groups. The episode ultimately resolves with the message that everyone is best at something, but no one is best at everything. This moral about appreciating different strengths and abilities gives the episode substance beyond just comedy. The animation error doesn't affect this message or the episode's overall quality. The story about competition, pride, and mutual respect works regardless of whether Sandy enters the Krusty Krab correctly. Most viewers watching casually wouldn't notice the spatial inconsistency because the scene moves quickly and focuses attention on the characters' dialogue and actions, rather than the specific details of how Sandy enters the building. For animation enthusiasts and dedicated fans, errors like Sandy's teleportation provide interesting insights into production challenges. Maintaining spatial continuity across different shots and scenes requires careful coordination. Storyboard artists plan where characters will be positioned. Background artists create the settings. Character animators draw the movements. All these elements must align correctly in the final product. When communication breaks down or details get overlooked, inconsistencies emerge. The Krusty Krab appears in hundreds of SpongeBob episodes, making its layout one of the most familiar locations in the show. Fans know exactly where the doors are, where the kitchen is located, where the cash register sits, and how the dining area is arranged. This familiarity makes errors involving the Krusty Krab more noticeable. When something appears in the wrong place or a character enters from an impossible direction, it stands out precisely because viewers know how things should look. The error has been documented by fans across various platforms. Encyclopedia Spongebobia mentions it in their episode information. Screen Rant included it in articles about SpongeBob animation mistakes. Fan discussions on forums and social media have pointed out the spatial impossibility of Sandy's entrance. These conversations demonstrate how closely fans watch and analyze their favorite shows, noticing details that casual viewers might miss. Pressure aired during Season 2, which ran from 2000 to 2001. This period established many of SpongeBob's recurring elements and solidified the show's identity. Episodes from Season 2 are generally well regarded for their creativity and humor. Pressure fits this pattern with its unique premise, memorable live-action sequence, and character-driven comedy. The animation error is a minor blemish on an otherwise strong episode. The episode's resolution, with everyone feeling sorry for themselves, provides an unconventional ending. Rather than one side winning the competition or both sides learning to appreciate each other equally, everyone ends up defeated by the seagulls. Sandy had to rescue her friends from the birds, and everyone returns underwater, somewhat humiliated. The final image of the injured featherless seagulls weakly saying, "Hooray," adds dark comedy to the conclusion. Sandy's character shines throughout the episode despite the animation error during her entrance. Her pride in being from the surface drives the conflict. Her competitive nature pushes the challenges forward. Her willingness to risk her safety by removing her suit and helmet demonstrates her commitment to proving her point. Her ultimately saving everyone shows that despite the competition and arguing, friendship matters more than proving superiority. The animation error serves as a reminder that even beloved, successful shows have imperfections. SpongeBob SquarePants became one of the most popular and longest-running animated series, despite containing numerous animation mistakes across its many episodes. The show's success comes from strong writing, memorable characters, creative premises, and consistent humor rather than technical perfection. For viewers who notice the error, it becomes part of the episode's identity. Pressure is the episode with the live-action segment, the debate about land versus sea creatures, and that weird moment where Sandy teleports into the Krusty Krab. The error doesn't ruin the episode, but adds a layer of trivia for dedicated fans to discuss and share. The teleportation error stands as one of the more obvious spatial continuity mistakes in SpongeBob. Unlike color errors that might only last a frame, or missing objects that could be explained away, this error clearly shows a character in two different locations within the same shot. There's no ambiguity about whether it's a mistake. The spatial impossibility is undeniable, making it a perfect example for anyone studying animation errors or discussing the technical challenges of cartoon production. Pressure remains an important episode in SpongeBob history, despite the animation error. Its unique visual style, character development, and thematic content make it memorable. The error exists as a documented fact in the fan community, interesting to those who notice it, but not central to why people remember and appreciate the episode. The story about competition, pride, friendship, and mutual respect succeeds regardless of Sandy's impossible entrance into the Krusty Krab. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Gary Takes a Bath, the disappearing ladder. In the SpongeBob SquarePants episode Gary Takes a Bath, which aired on the 26th of July 2003, a continuity error occurs involving a ladder that mysteriously disappears. When SpongeBob is stuck in a tree trying to get Gary to take a bath, Gary removes the ladder and drops it behind him. The ladder can still be seen behind Gary in the next 2 shots, but then it completely vanishes in all the following shots without explanation. This disappearing object error is one of the more noticeable continuity mistakes in the series. The episode focuses entirely on SpongeBob's increasingly desperate attempts to get Gary to take his weekly bath. The story begins at SpongeBob's house when his clock shows 5 p.m. and sounds an alarm. SpongeBob announces it's that time of week again, bath time. Gary's pupils dilate in fear. SpongeBob tells Gary to come along so they can get the water started. He walks to the bathroom, but Gary doesn't follow. SpongeBob walks back and tells Gary he's going to have to get in that tub. SpongeBob warns Gary they can do this the hard way, or the easy way, or the medium way. He continues listing increasingly absurd options, including the semi-medium, easy, hard way, and the sorta hard with a touch of awkward, easy, difficulty, challenging way. The camera zooms in on Gary's eyes as he just stares. SpongeBob asks if that's how Gary wants to play it. The episode then shows a series of elaborate schemes SpongeBob uses to try getting Gary into the bath. First, he tries a new boomerang pet ball toy. He tells Gary to fetch and throws the ball. The toy boomerangs back to SpongeBob instead of going to Gary. He reads the box, which says new boomerang pet ball. Really works. He throws the box, but it also boomerangs back and hits him in the head. Next, SpongeBob appears with a bomb strapped to his chest. He tells Gary the bomb will explode in 3 seconds unless Gary takes a bath. He begs, but Gary doesn't react. The bomb explodes. SpongeBob then announces he's going to assault Gary's mind with subliminal messages. Pictures of a bathtub, a shower faucet running, and a bar of soap appear on screen. Then a disturbing picture of a giggling girl shows up. SpongeBob apologizes that Gary had to see that. SpongeBob calls a fancy French restaurant on the phone. He tells them he has a naughty snail who won't take a bath. Someone on the other end speaks rapidly in what sounds like French. SpongeBob asks them to say it again and complains it's like they're speaking some other language. While SpongeBob is distracted on the phone, Gary slithers away. SpongeBob hangs up. SpongeBob then suggests playing leapfrog. He demonstrates by jumping happily. He tells Gary it's his turn. SpongeBob flips Gary into the wall, which breaks his shell. The next shot shows Gary with his shell bandaged, holding a cane. SpongeBob suggests leapfrog again. Gary whacks him on the head with the cane. SpongeBob tries a different approach. He announces he has a crisp dollar bill for the next person to take a bath in this house. Mr. Krabs immediately arrives riding in his bathtub like a car. He takes the dollar and rides away. SpongeBob stops his victory dance and realizes that didn't work either. Gary is sleeping when SpongeBob, dressed as a pirate, runs to him. Gary wakes up. SpongeBob excitedly tells Gary he found an old pirate treasure map revealing the location of buried pirate treasure in this very house. He invites Gary to come get that treasure. SpongeBob tells Gary to go 40 paces to the left. He counts out loud, skipping through the numbers quickly until reaching 40. He nervously looks at Gary. The treasure must be in here, he says, opening the bathroom door. SpongeBob announces they found a pirate treasure chest. Gary meows. SpongeBob insists this isn't the bathtub while kicking away a paint can, it's treasure. He shows Gary 2 bars of soap, calling them doubloons and warning Gary not to drop them. He shows Gary a rubber ducky, calling it a brooch. Gary meows questioningly. SpongeBob says he doesn't know what a snail would want with a brooch and demands Gary just get into the tub. SpongeBob tries repeatedly to throw Gary into the tub but fails every single time. He keeps saying get in the tub or in the tub with increasing frustration. On one attempt, Gary floats over the tub and reappears on the floor 2 seconds later. SpongeBob asks if Gary is going to get in the tub or if he's going to have to force him. He pulls Gary up off the floor, but they both end up dangling from the ceiling. SpongeBob asks Gary to do something. Gary sucks one eye into his head, causing SpongeBob to lose his grip. Gary pulls in his other eye. SpongeBob falls into the tub. SpongeBob declares that Gary has duped and frustrated him for the last time. If he can't get Gary to come to the bath, he'll just have to bring the bath to Gary. SpongeBob absorbs all the water in the bathtub into his body like a sponge. He approaches Gary and announces bath delivery. He spits water at Gary but misses and hits the armchair instead. The chair gets cleaned. SpongeBob tells Gary to come back because he has something to chair with him. He spits more water but misses again, hitting dirty dishes instead. The dishes get cleaned and stacked. SpongeBob makes another pun, saying dish is more like it. He asks what Gary is water waiting for, making yet another pun. This is where the scene with the ladder error occurs. Gary is meowing from up in a tree. SpongeBob comments that Gary is stuck in a tree and it's time to clean up his act. He spits water at Gary, but then realizes it's a gramophone playing a record of Gary's meows, not actually Gary. SpongeBob panics, thinking he bathed Gary too hard and removed his skin. Meanwhile, Gary is mockingly meowing while taking the ladder away from the tree. SpongeBob demands Gary bring that ladder back this instant. The ladder falls down behind Gary. According to the documented error, the ladder remains visible behind Gary for the next 2 shots. However, in all the following shots after those 2, the ladder completely disappears. The ladder is never seen again for the rest of the scene, even though it should still be lying on the ground where Gary dropped it. SpongeBob, still stuck in the tree, tells Gary he is really not amused. Gary is going to take a bath and get clean right now. Gary meows in response. SpongeBob insists he is so the boss of Gary. Gary meows again. SpongeBob says it may be a free country, but Gary lives in his house under his rules. Gary meows once more. SpongeBob tells Gary not to use that tone of voice with him. Gary will do what SpongeBob says when he says it. Gary slithers forward. SpongeBob asks what Gary is doing, and says he's talking to him. Gary stops right next to a mud puddle. SpongeBob orders Gary not to go near that mud puddle. He addresses Gary by his full name, Gary the Snail, and asks if he hears him. SpongeBob gives Gary 3 seconds to get away from the mud puddle. He counts to 1. Gary moves closer to the mud. SpongeBob counts to 2. Gary moves even closer. SpongeBob says 2.5. Gary leans over the mud. SpongeBob warns Gary not to make him say 3. Gary leans further over the mud. SpongeBob keeps saying Gary's name repeatedly. SpongeBob falls out of the tree and lands in the mud puddle. He declares he's a dirty boy. The scene cuts to SpongeBob now in the bathtub taking a bath. Gary meows triumphantly. SpongeBob acknowledges Gary while scrubbing behind his ears, saying he's cleaning behind his ears. Gary grins as the episode ends. The disappearing ladder error occurs during the tree sequence. The ladder is a crucial object in this scene because it explains how SpongeBob got up into the tree in the first place and why he's now stuck there. Gary removes the ladder, trapping SpongeBob in the tree. When Gary drops the ladder, it should remain on the ground throughout the rest of the scene. The fact that it's visible for 2 shots confirms the animators initially included it in the background. However, the ladder then vanishes in subsequent shots without any explanation. Gary doesn't pick it up again. No one moves it. It simply stops being drawn in the scene. This type of continuity error happens when different shots are created by different animators or at different times. The first animator remembers to include the dropped ladder in the background. The second animator, working on later shots, forgets to include it or doesn't realize it should still be there. Animation production involves creating each shot separately and then assembling them into a sequence. Background artists draw the settings. Character animators draw the characters moving within those settings. Props and objects need to be consistently included across all shots within a scene. When an object appears in some shots but not others, it creates a continuity break that observant viewers notice. The latter error is particularly noticeable because the object is relatively large and important to the scene's logic. The latter explains why SpongeBob is stuck. Its disappearance doesn't affect the story because SpongeBob remains in the tree regardless, but viewers who notice the inconsistency find it jarring. The ladder should remain visible on the ground for the entire scene, but instead it exists and then doesn't exist without explanation. Gary Takes a Bath is notable for its creative storytelling structure. The entire episode focuses on SpongeBob's escalating attempts to get Gary to bathe. Each attempt becomes more elaborate and ridiculous than the last. The episode showcases the adversarial relationship between SpongeBob and Gary, with Gary proving to be cleverer and more stubborn than his owner. The ending where SpongeBob ends up being the one who needs a bath provides perfect, ironic closure. The episode demonstrates Gary's intelligence and agency as a character. Unlike typical pet characters who simply obey their owners, Gary actively resists and outsmarts SpongeBob at every turn. He anticipates SpongeBob's plans, escapes his traps, and ultimately manipulates the situation so that SpongeBob is the one who gets dirty and needs bathing. This dynamic makes Gary more than just a pet. He's a fully realized character with his own desires and the cunning to achieve them. SpongeBob's increasingly desperate schemes show his determination, but also his failure to understand that forcing Gary won't work. Each new attempt is more elaborate than the last, but Gary remains unmoved. The pirate treasure scheme shows SpongeBob's creativity, but Gary sees through it immediately. The bomb threat, the subliminal messages, and the French restaurant call all fail because Gary understands SpongeBob's tricks. The physical comedy throughout the episode is well executed. SpongeBob getting hit by the boomerang toy box, the bomb exploding, the failed leapfrog attempt that breaks Gary's shell, and SpongeBob falling into the tub all provide visual humor. The scene where SpongeBob absorbs bathwater and chases Gary while spitting water creates comedy through both the absurd visual and the unintended consequences of cleaning furniture and dishes. The latter error doesn't diminish these comedy elements or the episode's overall success. Most viewers watching casually wouldn't notice the latter's disappearance because they're focused on the comedy and the escalating conflict between SpongeBob and Gary. The error only becomes apparent on repeated viewings when someone pays close attention to background details. The episode aired during Season 2, though it wasn't broadcast until 2003, making it one of the later airing Season 2 episodes. Season 2 ran from 2000 to 2003 and is considered part of SpongeBob's golden age. Episodes from this period are frequently cited as examples of the show's best work. Gary Takes a Bath fits this standard with its tight focus on a single conflict and its creative variety in showing SpongeBob's attempts. The episode's structure, showing multiple failed attempts in sequence, creates a rhythm that builds momentum. Each failure leads to another attempt, and each attempt becomes more ridiculous. This structure is similar to classic cartoons, where characters try repeatedly to achieve a goal, failing in different creative ways each time. The episode pays homage to this tradition while adding SpongeBob's unique humor and character dynamics. Gary's character shines in this episode. While he doesn't speak beyond his meows, his actions clearly communicate his intelligence, stubbornness, and eventual victory. The final scene where Gary grins while SpongeBob bathes demonstrates Gary's satisfaction at having turned the tables. Gary wanted to avoid a bath, and through clever maneuvering, he not only avoided bathing but made SpongeBob bathe instead. The disappearing ladder exists as a documented error in the SpongeBob fan community. Multiple sources confirm the continuity mistake. The ladder appears when Gary drops it, remains visible for 2 shots, and then vanishes without explanation in all subsequent shots. This pattern of appearing and then disappearing creates the continuity error. Animation errors like this are inevitable in television production. Every episode requires hundreds or thousands of individual drawings or frames. Objects in the background need to be consistently placed across multiple shots within a scene. With different artists working on different shots and tight production deadlines, mistakes occur. The latter error is straightforward. An object that should be present isn't present in all the shots where it should appear. The error doesn't affect the episode's story or entertainment value. SpongeBob remains stuck in the tree whether the ladder is visible or not. Gary's triumph works regardless of whether the ladder remains in frame. The episode succeeds based on its comedy, pacing, and character dynamics rather than the perfect consistency of background objects. For fans who enjoy finding errors and continuity mistakes, the disappearing ladder provides an example to discover and discuss. It requires careful attention to notice because the ladder isn't the focus of the scene. Viewers naturally watch SpongeBob and Gary, not the background objects. Only by specifically looking for the ladder across multiple shots does the error become apparent. The latter error demonstrates the collaborative nature of animation production. Multiple people work on different aspects of each episode. Someone draws the ladder in the initial shots. Someone else works on the later shots and forgets to include it. During editing and review, the missing ladder isn't caught. These human oversights are understandable given the complexity and time pressure of producing animated television. Gary Takes a Bath remains a popular episode despite the latter error. Fans remember it for SpongeBob's creative schemes, Gary's cleverness, the humorous reversals, and the satisfying ending. The latter error is a footnote in discussions about the episode rather than a defining feature. The episode's success comes from its storytelling and humor, not the perfect consistency of every background object across every shot. The error serves as evidence that SpongeBob SquarePants, like all television shows, contains imperfections. These mistakes don't diminish the show's quality or the talent of the people who created it. They simply reflect the reality of producing animated content under deadline pressures, with multiple artists collaborating on different elements. The episode's title, Gary Takes a Bath, proves ironic because Gary never actually takes a bath. Instead, SpongeBob ends up bathing after falling in the mud. This ironic reversal is foreshadowed throughout the episode as Gary consistently outsmarts SpongeBob. The title tricks viewers into expecting one outcome while delivering another, making the ending more satisfying. The disappearing ladder in Gary Takes a Bath stands as a clear example of a continuity error in SpongeBob SquarePants. The object appears when dropped, remains visible briefly, and then vanishes without explanation. This mistake has been documented by fans and appears in error compilations. While noticeable to viewers who pay close attention to background details, the error doesn't affect the episode's comedy, story, or overall success. The episode remains a strong example of Season 2's creativity and humor, with the latter error existing as a minor technical flaw in an otherwise well-crafted episode. before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Boss for a Day Double Mr. Krabs. In the SpongeBob SquarePants episode Boss for a Day, which aired on the 17th of July 2020, a notable animation error creates a bizarre visual impossibility. After Mr. Krabs returns from the hospital in a wheelchair, bandaged and injured, SpongeBob greets him at the entrance. However, if viewers look behind SpongeBob toward the cash register area, another Mr. Krabs can be seen in the background also injured and facing the register. This creates the appearance of two Mr. Krabs existing simultaneously in the same scene, making it one of the more obvious duplication errors in the series. The episode begins at the Krusty Krab during a busy shift. Mr. Krabs is frantically managing the chaos. He's asking about the order for Table 3, saying Table 5 is ready to be bussed, and there's a spill in the bathroom. He orders Squidward to swab the deck. His eyes act like periscopes scanning the restaurant. He spots SpongeBob and tells him Table 8 needs more coral fries. SpongeBob gasps and says he's hopping to it. Various customers make demands. Medley Fishbowl says his thirst isn't yet quenched. Mr. Krabs laughs as he serves him, reminding the customer there are no free refills. Dave grunts that he's out of ketchup. Miss Shell says they need utensils. Lenny honks his car horn and complains he ordered his food to go. Mr. Krabs handles everything while commenting that it takes a pretty steady claw to oversee this ship. Mr. Krabs' claw starts barking and smelling like a dog. He asks what it smells. His claw has found a penny on the floor. Mr. Krabs recites the rhyme about finding a penny and picking it up, declaring all day long you'll have a penny. He laughs and scrubs his claws, calling it a good girl. SpongeBob opens the kitchen door directly into Mr. Krabs' butt, announcing order up. This collision sets off a chain reaction. Mr. Krabs falls into a customer, breaks a table, smashes into a pole, knocks down the Krusty Krab sign, falls into the road, and a penny falls onto the pavement. A worker fish talks to the camera about finding a penny. At that exact moment, a piano falls onto Mr. Krabs. An ambulance immediately arrives. SpongeBob panics and yells for someone to call an ambulance, then stops panicking when he realizes the ambulance is already there. Squidward walks outside. SpongeBob asks Mr. Krabs who will be in charge while he's out. Mr. Krabs wakes up and must choose between SpongeBob and Squidward. He's about to point to Squidward when Squidward holds up SpongeBob, making it appear Mr. Krabs is choosing SpongeBob. Mr. Krabs' mouth looks like piano keys as his broken claw points. He says, not SpongeBob. The paramedic named Jamal says they need to go. Mr. Krabs protests repeatedly. SpongeBob completely misunderstands and thinks Mr. Krabs picked him. He jumps in the air, declaring he's in charge. He promises to be the best boss the Krusty Krab ever had, just like Mr. Krabs. Squidward laughs and says SpongeBob can't do Mr. Krabs' job. SpongeBob cries and asks if he really can't. Squidward says, of course not. SpongeBob will get some annoying idea in his head, act all silly, and ruin everything like he always does. Squidward walks away. SpongeBob thinks to himself, if he wants to become a boss like Mr. Krabs, he'll learn to think like Mr. Krabs. SpongeBob's appearance morphs to look like Mr. Krabs, and he laughs with Mr. Krabs' distinctive laugh. A bubble transition shows time passing. The scene returns to the Krusty Krab, with Sadie bringing Mr. Krabs back in a wheelchair. This is the moment when the animation error occurs. SpongeBob opens the door and greets Mr. Krabs, saying he's so glad he's back. Mr. Krabs shakes in response. Behind SpongeBob, near the cash register area, another injured Mr. Krabs can be seen. This second Mr. Krabs also appears to be bandaged and facing toward the register. The error is visible enough that viewers who look at the background can spot it, though it happens quickly, and many viewers miss it on first viewing. SpongeBob pushes Mr. Krabs' wheelchair and tells him to wait until he sees what's been done to the restaurant. He pulls the wheelchair around, showing Mr. Krabs the dining area and customers. SpongeBob announces proudly that nothing has changed. Everything is just how Mr. Krabs left it. Whenever there's a problem, SpongeBob asks himself what Mr. Krabs would do, and then he does that. He spins the wheelchair, making Mr. Krabs dizzy. SpongeBob explains he even hired a new fry cook since he's too busy being the boss now. He turns the wheelchair so Mr. Krabs can see the new employee. Mr. Krabs makes weird, angry sounds. Patrick is revealed wearing SpongeBob's pants with a spatula stuck in his belly button. Patrick puts the spatula back and tries to eat a patty. SpongeBob assures Mr. Krabs not to worry because he taught Patrick everything he knows. He turns the wheelchair again, making Mr. Krabs dizzy once more. Patrick puts the spatula in his mouth and grabs ketchup. He puts the spatula back in his hand where it drools. He flips the ketchup with the spatula and puts it on the grill. The grill is burning and the ketchup is about to explode. Squidward is reading his book during his shift. The explosion covers his face, part of his book, and one of the windows with ketchup. Patrick announces order up. Squidward gets very angry. SpongeBob tells Mr. Krabs he'll have a better view of the managerial magic from another location. He turns the wheelchair again, making Mr. Krabs dizzy. A customer named Kara says she's out of napkins. SpongeBob sees this as an opportunity to demonstrate his skills. He brings napkins to the customer. Kara thanks him. Another customer named Charlie points out his baby is jumping on the table because it's too wobbly. SpongeBob says he'll let the boss take care of that. He uses duct tape, but instead of fixing the table, he duct tapes the baby to the table. The baby makes weird sounds while stuck. Squidward angrily yells at a customer, asking what they want. SpongeBob gasps at this rudeness. He asks what Mr. Krabs would say. SpongeBob morphs into looking like Mr. Krabs and speaks in his voice, saying that at the Krusty Krab they're always polite to paying customers. Squidward changes his tone and politely welcomes the customer and asks to take their order. SpongeBob reminds Squidward about service with a smile and suggests using one of Mr. Krabs' vintage training devices. He puts Squidward's head in the device, forcing a freaky smile. Squidward asks to take the order through his forced smile. The customer says he'll take a Krabby Patty but hold the freaky smile. SpongeBob thinks that went well. Squidward starts yelling at SpongeBob, calling him aggravating, obnoxious, and loathsome. They hear a loud noise, and SpongeBob asks Squidward to hold that constructive criticism. SpongeBob goes to investigate. Patrick is using tongs to hold a brick while cleaning the deli slicer. SpongeBob morphs to look like Mr. Krabs and corrects Patrick, explaining the tongs are for holding rags, not bricks. SpongeBob tells Patrick to get back on the grill while he finishes cleaning. Patrick says okay and throws the brick at the deli slicer. The brick goes through the window and hits Mr. Krabs in the face, making him dizzy. The next scene shows Patrick at the grill smashing his spatula. SpongeBob asks if Patrick could bump the grill temperature up about half a degree. Patrick says fine, but instead starts flipping patties counterclockwise. SpongeBob taps his finger at Patrick and explains he should flip patties with a clockwise wrist motion because, as he morphs into Mr. Krabs to say, the customer can always taste the difference. Patrick agrees while calling SpongeBob boss. He comments that the spatula is dirty and proceeds to smash the patties with it. SpongeBob gasps when Patrick puts the Krabby Patty together in the wrong order. He reminds Patrick they went over this. It goes bun, patty, cheese, pickles, lettuce, tomatoes, bun, not bun, patty, cheese, lettuce, pickles, tomatoes, bun. Patrick has had enough. He says this was supposed to be fun, but now it's the other thing. He quits. He eats his Krabby Patty, and before walking out, rips off his pants and throws them, saying these too. SpongeBob calls after him, saying Patrick is his best friend employee. SpongeBob walks to the door and spins vertically. His eyes, nose, and mouth disappear. He falls to the ground. A second SpongeBob with eyes, nose, mouth, and pants appears. SpongeBob is impressed with this real slice off the old block. He grabs the spatula and asks if the copy can work the grill. The copy takes the spatula and laughs. SpongeBob declares him hired. An angry mob approaches Squidward at the register. Squidward walks out of the Krusty Krab with an angry face. SpongeBob morphs into Mr. Krabs and reminds him it's not time for his break. Squidward says he's taking a permanent break from SpongeBob. He smashes SpongeBob with his head and yells that he quits. He slams his hat at SpongeBob while breaking the floor and walks out. SpongeBob morphs back to normal and realizes he needs more employees. The angry mob approaches SpongeBob. He tells everyone to wait just a second. He makes a paper airplane out of one of his copies and throws it at the cashier. Another SpongeBob copy appears and asks how he can help. Customers come in order. SpongeBob tells Mr. Krabs everything is under control and he guarantees it. Chaos immediately erupts. Shooby spills something. Nathiel trips and falls with water on his head and a Krabby Patty on his legs. He says he fell down. Thaddeus points at the TV and asks why it doesn't work. Harold waves his hand like a fan because it's too hot. Nat is freezing because it's too cold. SpongeBob looks around asking what to do. Mr. Krabs feels angry and bounces up and down in his wheelchair. SpongeBob waves his hands and screams for everybody to stop. SpongeBob goes into the kitchen and uses the deli slicer to create 11 copies of himself. The copies help customers and try to manage the chaos. Patrick opens the door completely naked without his underwear or shorts. He's carrying a box and tells everyone not to mind him as he's just cleaning out his desk. Customers are shocked. SpongeBob is dancing when his copies start blowing away. Nathiel's water cup falls on his head again and the Krabby Patty lands on his legs again. Nat's umbrella falls and snow blows. SpongeBob begs them to stop because they're ruining the Krusty Krab dining experience. The SpongeBob copies hit the fan. They get shredded and fall on the floor. Customers get hit with shredded copies and run out of the restaurant. Mr. Krabs makes weird, angry sounds. His bandages unwrap, his wheelchair breaks, and the shredded copies blow away. SpongeBob is revealed tangled in the fan. He apologizes for letting Mr. Krabs down. All he wanted was to be a good boss just like him. Mr. Krabs says there's no need to get his sails in a twist about it. Nobody's just like him, especially not SpongeBob. He looks down at his empty body cast and shakes it. He explains that SpongeBob actually saved him months in the cast. If it weren't for the rage he felt watching SpongeBob destroy his restaurant, he would never have forced his body to heal so quickly. He flexes his claws like showing muscles. SpongeBob asks if in a way he's done good. Mr. Krabs shakes his head and says no, not even close. SpongeBob was the worst boss ever. Mr. Krabs will have to dock his pay for decades just to cover all the damage. He laughs and turns on the fan as he walks away. SpongeBob thanks him and says he's the best boss ever while spinning along with the fan. The episode ends. The double Mr. Krabs error occurs during the scene when Sadie brings Mr. Krabs back from the hospital. The primary Mr. Krabs is clearly visible in his wheelchair, being greeted by SpongeBob at the entrance. However, a second Mr. Krabs appears in the background near the cash register area, also appearing injured. This creates an impossible situation where two versions of the same character exist simultaneously in the same location. Animation errors involving character duplication typically happen when different layers or elements of a scene aren't properly coordinated. Background characters or objects might be placed in a scene, and then the main character is added without removing the background element. Or different animators working on different parts of the scene might not communicate about character placement. When the final scene is assembled, both versions of the character appear together. The error is noticeable but brief. Viewers focused on SpongeBob greeting Mr. Krabs might not look at the background carefully enough to spot the second Mr. Krabs. The scene moves quickly as SpongeBob begins talking and moving the wheelchair. The duplicate Mr. Krabs doesn't stay on screen long enough for casual viewers to process what they're seeing. Only on repeated viewings or when specifically looking for the error does it become obvious. Boss for a Day comes from Season 12, which aired from 2018 to 2021. Later seasons of SpongeBob have different animation styles and production methods compared to the early seasons. Digital animation has replaced traditional hand-drawn techniques, which changes how errors occur. Some types of mistakes become less common while new types emerge based on digital workflow issues. The episode itself focuses on SpongeBob's misguided attempts to emulate Mr. Krabs as a boss. The comedy comes from SpongeBob taking Mr. Krabs' worst qualities and amplifying them. He creates chaos while genuinely believing he's doing a good job. The ending where Mr. Krabs admits SpongeBob's failures helped him heal faster through rage provides a darkly humorous conclusion. The double Mr. Krabs error doesn't affect the story or comedy. Whether one or two Mr. Krabs appear in that shot doesn't change SpongeBob's greeting or the subsequent scenes. Most viewers wouldn't notice the duplication on first viewing. The error exists as background detail rather than a central visual element. For fans who enjoy finding animation mistakes, the double Mr. Krabs moment provides a clear example of a duplication error. The character appears in two places, doing two different things simultaneously. There's no ambiguity about whether it's a mistake. Mr. Krabs can't be in his wheelchair at the entrance while also standing by the register. The error is definitive. The episode demonstrates how SpongeBob's interpretation of being a boss differs fundamentally from actual management. He copies Mr. Krabs' surface behaviors like his voice and mannerisms, but misses the actual skills needed to run a restaurant. His hiring of Patrick as fry cook, his duct taping of the baby, and his creation of multiple copies of himself all show poor judgment despite good intentions. The animation error serves as a reminder that even modern digital animation contains mistakes. Every episode requires hundreds of decisions about character placement, timing, and layering. With multiple artists working on different elements and tight production schedules, errors inevitably occur. The double Mr. Krabs is one such mistake that made it through review and into the final broadcast. The error has been documented by fans and appears in discussions about SpongeBob animation mistakes. WatchMojo included it in their list of SpongeBob errors. Online forums and social media have discussed the duplication. These conversations show how closely fans watch and analyze episodes, noticing details that most casual viewers miss entirely. Boss for a Day works as an episode regardless of the animation error. The humor comes from SpongeBob's failures and Mr. Krabs' reaction. The double Mr. Krabs doesn't enhance or detract from these comedy elements. It exists as a technical flaw separate from the episode's entertainment value. The episode's message about leadership and knowing one's limitations provides substance beyond just comedy. SpongeBob learns he can't simply imitate Mr. Krabs to become a good boss. Actual leadership requires skills and judgment he doesn't possess. His failure is complete but also educational. Mr. Krabs' acknowledgement that nobody is just like him, especially SpongeBob, reinforces that everyone has different strengths. The double Mr. Krabs error stands as a clear example of a character duplication mistake in SpongeBob SquarePants. The error occurs when Mr. Krabs returns from the hospital, appearing both in his wheelchair at the entrance and also visible in the background near the register. This impossible duplication lasted briefly but long enough for observant viewers to spot. The error has been documented in fan communities and error compilations. While noticeable to those who look for it, the mistake doesn't affect the episode's story or humor. Boss for a Day succeeds based on its comedy and character dynamics rather than technical perfection, with the double Mr. Krabs existing as a minor visual flaw in the production. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Plankton, the Vanishing Radio. In the SpongeBob SquarePants episode Plankton, which aired on the 31st of July 1999, a continuity error occurs involving a gramophone record player that mysteriously disappears. When Plankton sneaks onto SpongeBob's pillow at night, he pulls out a gramophone and plays evil music while laughing. However, when SpongeBob wakes up the next morning, the gramophone has completely vanished without any explanation. Plankton didn't take it with him when he entered SpongeBob's brain, and SpongeBob didn't move it. The object simply disappears between scenes, creating a noticeable continuity mistake. The episode begins with an aerial view of the Krusty Krab. Inside, Squidward calls for one Krabby Patty for table 2, complaining he doesn't have all day. The scene cuts to the kitchen where SpongeBob is speaking in a French accent. He calls himself preparing a Krabby Patty with various theatrical flair. First comes the patty, which he flips in the air. It falls into one of his holes. Next come the ingredients, which he throws in the air and catches in his holes and pants. He squirts mustard that lands in his eye. Squidward yells at SpongeBob to quit fooling around and asks where his Krabby Patty is. SpongeBob tells him to hold on a second. He takes his head off and shakes it all up like a cocktail shaker. When he puts his head back on his body, his eyes roll around. He presents the finished patty to Squidward, pulling it from under his nose. SpongeBob laughs and puts it on a plate, returning to his normal voice. Squidward pretends to laugh sarcastically, saying SpongeBob is killing him. SpongeBob looks at the patty admiringly and calls it Mr. Krabs' gift to all of Bikini Bottom. Squidward asks for the patty, but it suddenly flies off the plate and starts bouncing all over the place. Squidward tells SpongeBob to stop it. SpongeBob swears he's not doing anything. He calls to Mr. Krabs that the Krabby Patty is haunted. The patty slithers out the door and heads for the exit. Mr. Krabs spears it with his leg. A tiny thing comes out from the patty. Mr. Krabs inspects it with a magnifying glass. Through the magnifying glass, viewers can see it's Plankton. Mr. Krabs identifies him as a patty pirate stealing his booty. Plankton announces that when he discovers the formula for Krabby Patties, he'll run Mr. Krabs out of business. He went to college. Mr. Krabs picks him up. Plankton demands to be let go. Mr. Krabs says he'll let Plankton go on a flying saucer. He puts Plankton on a plate, laughs, and opens the doors of the Krusty Krab. He announces he's sending Plankton back to the chum bucket and spins the plate across the street. Plankton slams through the doors of his restaurant, yelling that Mr. Krabs will pay for this. SpongeBob asks about Plankton. Mr. Krabs explains that Plankton has been trying to steal his secret formula for years, but hasn't gotten it yet. He laughs. SpongeBob joins in with loud braying laughter. Mr. Krabs stops laughing, but SpongeBob continues. Mr. Krabs tells him, okay, that's enough. It wasn't that funny. He angrily orders SpongeBob to get back to work. SpongeBob immediately stops laughing. A bubble transition shows time passing to nighttime at the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob says goodbye to Mr. Krabs from inside. Mr. Krabs wishes him good night. SpongeBob walks out and passes the chum bucket contently. An unseen voice calls to SpongeBob, addressing him as young man. SpongeBob looks around trying to find where the voice came from. The voice tells him to look over here and come closer. SpongeBob walks forward. The voice tells him closer again. SpongeBob keeps walking. The voice yells not that close. A crunching sound is heard. SpongeBob lifts up his shoe, revealing a squished Plankton stuck to the bottom. Plankton calls him a blasted barnacle head, then corrects himself to say hi instead. SpongeBob recognizes Plankton and peels him off his shoe onto his hand. Plankton says ouch. SpongeBob asks what he wants. Plankton says he just wants to talk. They could say they're friends, right? SpongeBob says no. Plankton asks if they're acquaintances. SpongeBob says no again. After a pause, Plankton points out that they're both invertebrates. SpongeBob guesses that's true. Plankton says everything works out then. Plankton announces he has something for SpongeBob. He's been keeping it in his secret compartment. He rummages through his back pocket and takes out a golden spatula. The spatula sparkles. SpongeBob is amazed by the golden spatula and notices it even has his name on it. Plankton calls it a gift from a friend. He hugs SpongeBob's thumb. Friends give each other gifts, and tomorrow is his birthday. He puts a birthday hat on his own head and on SpongeBob's thumb, then blows a noisemaker. He takes out a cake and asks what SpongeBob thinks he'd like more than anything in the whole wide world. He blows out the candles. SpongeBob guesses a booster seat. Plankton takes off the hat and throws out the cake. He repeats booster seat enthusiastically, then corrects himself to say no. What he wants for his birthday from his friend is one of those tender, delicious Krabby Patties. He starts drooling. SpongeBob drops Plankton and gasps. He accuses Plankton of only wanting to be friends to get his hands on a Krabby Patty. He bets it's not even Plankton's birthday tomorrow. Plankton comments that he thought SpongeBob was stupid. SpongeBob declares Plankton will never get a Krabby Patty from him. He walks off, then stops to add that this applies even if they are friends. He runs off, repeating never multiple times. Plankton says he'll get a Krabby Patty and SpongeBob is going to hand-deliver it personally. He calls SpongeBob a weak-minded fool. He takes out a gramophone that plays evil music and laughs evilly along with it. The scene cuts to SpongeBob's bedroom where SpongeBob goes to sleep. He says goodnight to Gary. Gary meows. SpongeBob settles in to sleep. Just then, one of the flowers on SpongeBob's bedsheets pops up. It's Plankton in disguise wearing a backpack that looks like an antenna-like machine. Plankton chuckles evilly and declares SpongeBob will be his. He pulls out the gramophone and starts to laugh evilly to it. This is where the continuity error begins. Plankton has brought the gramophone onto SpongeBob's pillow. The gramophone is a physical object sitting on the bed. However, instead of playing evil music, it actually plays a children's song of the ABCs. A woman's voice sings about letters of the alphabet. Plankton immediately realizes his mistake and flips the record to the other side. Now it plays the evil music he wanted, and he laughs evilly along with it. After this moment with the gramophone, Plankton walks through one of SpongeBob's holes and begins his journey inside SpongeBob's body. He reads a map that looks like a regular road map, except with a giant brain in the middle. He wonders where the brain should be. The camera pans out to reveal he's standing on the brain itself. Plankton takes off the antenna thing from his back and declares this will be the beginning of the end. Outside SpongeBob's body, SpongeBob rolls to his left in his sleep. Inside, the brain falls to the right, and Plankton falls off, saying ouch and calling the brain stupid. He gives chase, telling it to come back. SpongeBob then rolls to his right. Inside, the brain squishes Plankton. SpongeBob then sleeps on his back, and the brain stops rolling. Plankton holds up a roll of duct tape and says the brain is going down. He uses tape to hold the brain in place. Plankton takes out blueprints for his very elaborate and college-educated plan. The blueprints show a picture of the antenna labeled Control, with an arrow pointing to a picture of a brain labeled Brain. Plankton follows these instructions by jamming the control device into the brain. He announces it's time for a little wake-up. With his hands on the control levers, he uses his foot to press the total control button. Outside, SpongeBob wakes up saying, "Morning already?" This is when the continuity error becomes apparent. The gramophone that Plankton placed on SpongeBob's pillow is nowhere to be seen. Plankton left it on the bed when he entered SpongeBob's body. The gramophone should still be visible on the pillow or somewhere on the bed, but it has completely vanished without explanation. SpongeBob didn't put it away. Plankton didn't take it with him. The object simply disappeared between the nighttime scene and the morning scene. Plankton jams the controls, causing SpongeBob's legs to stick out to his side. SpongeBob rumbles and falls down. Plankton laughs evilly. SpongeBob says he feels a little funny today. Using the controls, Plankton makes SpongeBob walk. Plankton declares he has SpongeBob now. Outside, SpongeBob walks toward the kitchen saying it's time for a well-balanced breakfast. He rams through the wall and through his refrigerator, emerging with bread, a bottle of milk, and an egg carton on his head. SpongeBob comments this isn't what he had in mind. He walks toward the straps holding his pants. He says he'll just grab his pants. He walks toward them and they spring him back. He eventually breaks free and keeps walking, saying he guesses he's not wearing any pants today. He crashes through the side of the wall and says he guesses he's not using the door either. He tells Gary he'll see him later, adding, "I guess." Gary meows a response. SpongeBob agrees that Gary is right, there is something wrong with him. SpongeBob calls for Squidward to wake up because he needs help. Inside Squidward's house, Squidward tries to sleep. From off-screen, SpongeBob keeps calling for help. Squidward yells for him to be quiet. SpongeBob bursts through the wall of Squidward's bedroom, still calling for help. Squidward demands to know what SpongeBob is doing and asks if he's mad. SpongeBob turns his head to Squidward. From inside SpongeBob, Plankton speaks through a microphone. Using SpongeBob's mouth, he tells Squidward to shut his mouth and calls him a mediocre clarinet player. Squidward repeats the word mediocre in offense. Plankton continues insulting Squidward through SpongeBob, calling him a pretentious, insignificant artist whose snivelly creations are worth less than a protozoan's waste. SpongeBob snaps out of confusion and declares something must be wrong with his brain. His eyes roll into the back of his head and he sees Plankton inside. He gasps and calls out Plankton's name. Plankton raises his eyebrow. SpongeBob asks what kind of friend Plankton is. Plankton dismisses this as nonsense, saying SpongeBob never liked him anyway and wouldn't even come to his birthday party. From outside, SpongeBob yells for Plankton to get out of his head and leave his brain alone. Plankton refuses repeatedly and laughs evilly. SpongeBob walks out backwards. Squidward turns pale and faints. SpongeBob crashes through Patrick's rock and re-emerges with Patrick sleeping on his head. SpongeBob throws Patrick off and he gets pinned into the ground. SpongeBob walks toward the Krusty Krab. Inside SpongeBob, Plankton makes train noises and asks about getting some takeout. SpongeBob refuses repeatedly, saying never. He crashes through the Krusty Krab and re-emerges with a Krabby Patty. Plankton laughs evilly. SpongeBob says Plankton can't fool him because he wants the Krabby Patty formula. SpongeBob walks into the chum bucket. Plankton declares SpongeBob is going to hand-deliver it personally. SpongeBob keeps saying no. They walk through a door and SpongeBob comments there's no one here. Plankton tells him not to remind him. Plankton tells SpongeBob to brace himself because this is his lab. The room contains a screen with a live-action Labrador retriever. The dog barks. They walk into the next room, which is a real laboratory. Plankton asks if he ever showed SpongeBob his record player. He pulls the gramophone out again, playing dramatic music while laughing evilly. This is the same gramophone that was on SpongeBob's pillow earlier, though the episode never explains how Plankton retrieved it or where it was stored after disappearing from the bed. SpongeBob says he must fight. He mumbles nonsensically, stretches his head out, and bites against the side of the door while his body keeps trying to walk. Plankton says no repeatedly and pushes the levers forward. This causes SpongeBob to lose his grip and slam against the wall. He wobbles over to a giant funnel. Plankton explains this is his analyzer, which tells the ingredients of whatever he puts into it. A robot arm holding seaweed comes in and drops it in the giant funnel analyzer. It gets zapped and beeping is heard from the giant computer screen. The screen displays the analysis results. Karen Plankton's voice reads the results. Seaweed, 50% sea, 50% weed. A picture of seaweed appears on screen. Plankton asks if SpongeBob is impressed. Now they'll reveal the secret formula. Plankton laughs evilly and pulls the lever forward, making two of SpongeBob's fingers release from the patty. SpongeBob is holding it with both hands, so one finger from each hand lets go. Plankton makes references to the This Little Piggy nursery rhyme as more fingers lose their grip. He asks if SpongeBob has any last words. SpongeBob tries to resist but stops fighting. SpongeBob says he just has to say he's sorry for letting Mr. Krabs down. He let all of Bikini Bottom down, but worst of all, he let down the delicate little Krabby Patty. Tears start coming out of his eyes. One of his teary eyes twinkles. SpongeBob begins tearing up even more as he describes the patty's tasty, juicy, scrumptious, warm, steamy goodness. Inside, Plankton starts getting hungry. Plankton repeats the word steamy. A live-action patty gets assembled on screen as SpongeBob lists the ingredients. SpongeBob describes the 100% all-secret patty, secretly assembled with undersea cheese, pickles, lettuce, tomato, and onion, all secretly steaming between two fluffy seaweed sea buns. Inside SpongeBob, Plankton starts drooling excessively. Plankton repeats yes 3 times with increasing excitement. He jumps out of one of SpongeBob's holes toward the patty, yelling for it to come to Papa. He bounces off the patty and accidentally lands in the analyzer. The machine zaps him and the computer reads out the analysis. Karen's voice announces the results. Plankton, 1% evil, 99% hot gas. Plankton appears on the screen. He comments that this stinks. SpongeBob tells the patty they can go home now and walks out. Plankton yells that it's his Krabby Patty. SpongeBob walks out through the swivel doors, which go back and forth. Plankton demands he give it back, calling him a porous freak. He commands SpongeBob to stop. The doors come to a close. Plankton screams no in frustration, then in a normal voice says he'll settle for some fries. The episode ends. The vanishing gramophone represents a clear continuity error in the episode. The object is explicitly shown being placed on SpongeBob's pillow when Plankton disguises himself as a flower on the bed sheets. Plankton uses the gramophone to play evil music while cackling. He flips the record when it plays the wrong song. The gramophone is a physical object taking up space on the bed. When Plankton enters SpongeBob's body through one of his holes to reach the brain, he leaves the gramophone behind. There's no indication he takes it with him. The antenna backpack goes with him because he's wearing it, but the gramophone stays on the pillow. However, when SpongeBob wakes up in the morning, the gramophone is completely gone. It doesn't appear anywhere in the bedroom. SpongeBob doesn't comment on finding a strange object on his pillow. The gramophone has simply vanished. Later in the episode, when they're in the Chum Bucket laboratory, Plankton pulls out the gramophone again to play dramatic music. This creates additional confusion about where the gramophone was during the intervening scenes. If Plankton somehow retrieved it from SpongeBob's pillow, The episode doesn't show this happening. If he has multiple gramophones, this isn't established. The simplest explanation is that the animators forgot to show the gramophone on the bed in the morning scene, creating an unintended continuity error. Animation errors involving disappearing objects occur when different scenes are created separately without proper coordination. An artist drawing the nighttime scene includes the gramophone as a prop. A different artist working on the morning scene either forgets the gramophone should still be there or doesn't know it was placed on the pillow in the previous scene. When the scenes are assembled in sequence, the object appears in one shot and disappears in the next without explanation. Plankton is the third episode of SpongeBob SquarePants and aired as part of the show's first season in 1999. The episode introduces several important elements of the series. It's the first episode to feature Plankton as the main antagonist. It establishes his goal of stealing the Krabby Patty secret formula. It shows the chum bucket for the first time. It introduces Karen, Plankton's computer wife, though only her voice appears in this episode. The episode's plot about Plankton controlling SpongeBob's brain creates comedy through the physical chaos SpongeBob causes while being controlled. He crashes through walls, breaks things, and can't perform basic tasks. The scene where Plankton insults Squidward through SpongeBob provides character humor. The ending where Plankton accidentally gets analyzed instead of the Krabby Patty delivers an ironic conclusion fitting his schemes. The vanishing gramophone doesn't affect the story or comedy. Whether the gramophone is visible on the bed or not doesn't change what happens in the episode. Most viewers watching for the first time wouldn't notice the object's disappearance because they're focused on the characters and dialogue rather than tracking props across scenes. The error only becomes noticeable when someone specifically pays attention to where objects are placed and whether they remain consistent throughout scenes. The gramophone itself is a recurring prop in the episode, appearing 3 times total. Plankton first shows it outside the chum bucket when explaining his plan to SpongeBob. He shows it again on SpongeBob's pillow while preparing to enter his brain. He shows it a 3rd time in his laboratory while gloating. The gramophone serves as a visual representation of Plankton's villainous personality, providing dramatic music for his evil laughter. The episode demonstrates SpongeBob's early animation style with its mix of traditional underwater scenes and unexpected elements like live-action footage. The live-action Labrador Retriever in Plankton's lab creates a visual pun. The live-action Krabby Patty that appears when SpongeBob describes it shows the real food that inspired the cartoon version. These creative choices give the early episodes a distinct experimental quality. The vanishing gramophone error has been noted by fans who closely watch the series. While not as widely documented as some other SpongeBob mistakes, it represents a clear example of a continuity error involving a prop. The object appears, disappears, and reappears without logical explanation. Dedicated viewers who notice such details find these errors interesting as evidence of the production process and the challenges of maintaining consistency across scenes. Plankton establishes the ongoing conflict between Plankton and Mr. Krabs that becomes a major element of the series. Plankton's schemes to steal the formula provide plots for dozens of future episodes. His character as a tiny villain with big ambitions and elaborate plans creates comedy through the contrast between his size and his grandiose goals. His relationship with Karen adds another dimension to his character. The episode succeeds in introducing Plankton as a memorable antagonist, despite the gramophone continuity error. The vanishing object is a minor technical flaw that doesn't diminish the episode's entertainment value or its importance in establishing series mythology. Most viewers remember the episode for Plankton controlling SpongeBob's brain, the insults directed at Squidward, and the ironic ending rather than the placement of props across scenes. The gramophone error in Plankton demonstrates how animation production involves many separate elements that must be coordinated correctly. Props placed in one scene should remain visible in subsequent scenes unless explicitly moved. When this coordination breaks down, objects appear and disappear mysteriously. The vanishing gramophone is one such mistake that made it into the final broadcast, existing as a curiosity for fans who notice it, while not affecting the episode's overall quality or success as an introduction to one of SpongeBob's most important recurring characters. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the Secret Box Missing House Redux. In the SpongeBob SquarePants episode, The Secret Box, which aired on the 7th of September 2001, an animation error occurs identical to one seen in other episodes. When SpongeBob sneaks over to Patrick's house at night to look inside the secret box, he goes directly from his pineapple house to Patrick's rock. Squidward's Easter Island head house, which should be visible between the 2 houses on Conch Street, is completely missing. This creates the same spatial impossibility as the missing identity error, where the iconic 3-house layout of the neighborhood is broken by the absence of the middle house. The episode begins with SpongeBob running to Patrick's rock. calling for him and asking if he's ready to go jellyfishing. Patrick comes out of his rock, holding a box while doing an acrobatic trick. He enthusiastically confirms he's ready. SpongeBob hands Patrick his net, but Patrick glances at his box. SpongeBob tells him to come on because the jellyfish don't catch themselves. Patrick says first he has to put away his secret box. SpongeBob is surprised by the mention of a secret box. Patrick never told him about any secret box. SpongeBob tries to peek inside, but Patrick pulls it away. Patrick tells him hands off and calls him Peeping Bob. This is his secret box. Besides, if he showed SpongeBob what was inside, it wouldn't be a secret anymore. Patrick opens the box, laughs at it, and shuts it as SpongeBob tries to peek. Patrick tells SpongeBob that if only he could see what's inside the secret box, it would change his life. SpongeBob gets behind Patrick to try seeing inside, but Patrick holds it close to himself. SpongeBob says it's okay because he knows all about secrets. Patrick asks if he does. SpongeBob claims he has a gazillion secrets. Patrick asks for an example. SpongeBob explains that it's no secret that the best thing about a secret is secretly telling someone your secret, thereby secretly adding another secret to their secret collection of secrets. Secretly, Patrick drools as lightning bolts come out of the top of his head, showing he couldn't understand the complicated sentence. SpongeBob asks if Patrick wants to hear one of his secrets. Patrick asks if he does. SpongeBob runs up to Patrick and whispers that Patrick is his best friend, then runs away. Patrick is amazed by this revelation. He asks to hear another secret. SpongeBob says okay and reveals that secretly, he's a little bit naive. Patrick says he'll never look at SpongeBob the same way again. SpongeBob clears his throat and taps on Patrick's box. Patrick asks to hear more secrets. SpongeBob launches into a long list of secrets. He loves his job at the Krusty Krab. He sleeps with his shoes on. He likes jelly on both sides of his toast. He has an overdue library book. He thinks jellyfishing and bubble blowing are the sea bee's knees. The scene transitions to show time passing as SpongeBob continues listing secrets while Patrick lays his head on the box. SpongeBob reveals he has a slight overbite. He's never been late for work. He said the word fancy in conversation. He likes to dance to loading zone announcements. He still doesn't have his driver's license. He's a little bit on the short side. And he's wearing 3 pairs of underwear right now. He shows his 3 pairs of underwear to Patrick. Patrick gasps and says he never would have guessed. SpongeBob asks if Patrick will now show him what's inside the secret box. Patrick refuses. It's for him to know and for SpongeBob to never find out. SpongeBob may be an open book, but Patrick is a bit more complicated than that. The inner machinations of his mind are an enigma. Patrick imagines a carton of milk spilling itself. SpongeBob declares he has plenty of secret stuff too. He shows his secret socks. He runs away and comes back with Gary's bowl, calling it his secret Gary's bowl. He runs away again and returns pushing his television, announcing it's his secret TV. He turns it on to show his secret TV channel, which displays off-air color bars. He asks Patrick what he thinks of that. Patrick isn't paying attention. He giggles, then laughs loudly after looking at the box. He stops to breathe, looks again, and laughs even harder and more wildly. Patrick suggests that maybe if SpongeBob saw what was inside, he'd know why it has to be secret. He shows the box to SpongeBob and explains that inside this very box is the most secrety secret of all of Secret Dom, and he is its sole witness. It's a heavy burden, but nobody must know the mystery of the box. SpongeBob tries to peek inside, but Patrick slams it shut. Nobody can know, not even Squidward's house. The scene zooms out to show Squidward's tiki head home looking down at SpongeBob and Patrick, who notice this before it goes back to normal. Patrick says it's a full-time job, and he's constantly on alert. You never know when someone's going to try something. Patrick gasps when he realizes his box is gone. The scene cuts to SpongeBob laughing and running with Patrick's secret box. He bumps into Patrick's belly. Patrick demands to know what SpongeBob thinks he's doing. That's his secret box and he should hand it over. SpongeBob and Patrick struggle over the box. SpongeBob says he must know the secret. Patrick refuses for the last time. SpongeBob asks for just a peek. Patrick says never. They strain as they fight over the box. Eventually, SpongeBob's arms pop off and he gasps. Patrick says so it's come to this, and to think they joined the Best Friends Forever Club. He shows his finger with the ring on it, and the camera zooms in on the ring. He grabs one of SpongeBob's arms and points it at SpongeBob. He calls him SpongeBob's Secret Stealer Pants and pokes his nose with the arm. If SpongeBob ever comes near the secret box again, they won't be friends anymore. SpongeBob's eyes get big and sad. They're supposed to be friends forever. A flashback shows SpongeBob and Patrick as babies in a crib laughing, then as kids riding a bike, then as they are now riding a bike, then as old men in rocking chairs. then 2 gravestones with their names, while they continue laughing from underground. The flashback ends. SpongeBob says he feels filthy. He has soiled their friendship garden. He couldn't help himself. He jumps on Patrick, saying he knows it's Patrick's secret, and promises to respect that. He begs Patrick to forgive him. Patrick says he guesses it's not all SpongeBob's fault. After all, this is a pretty great secret. How could SpongeBob resist the greatest secret ever? The most amazing, mysterious, powerful secret in all Bikini Bottom. Patrick sticks the box in SpongeBob's eyes, which pop out and back in. SpongeBob asks if they're friends. Patrick agrees they're friends. They shake hands. The scene cuts to a night view of SpongeBob's house, then inside where SpongeBob talks to himself. What could be in that box that Patrick doesn't want him to see? Maybe it's the world's only albino jellyfish. Or maybe Patrick's a master jewel thief and it's full of diamonds. Or maybe Patrick's a deranged maniac who keeps his victims' severed heads in a box. Or even worse, maybe it's an embarrassing snapshot of SpongeBob from the Christmas party. SpongeBob screams and hurls himself toward the bedroom window. SpongeBob declares he's going to find out what's in that secret box. He's not going to rest until he does. His face pops off and sticks onto his back. That's it. How do you look into a secret box? Secretly, of course. He'll just take the box while Patrick's sleeping, look inside, and before Patrick even has time to notice, he'll slide it back. Patrick won't know, and SpongeBob will have his own little secret. He asks Gary if it's a good idea. Gary narrows his eyes and meows, "No." The scene cuts outside. SpongeBob dismisses Gary's opinion, saying, "What does a snail know?" This is where the animation error occurs. SpongeBob sneaks over to Patrick's house. The visual shows SpongeBob going directly from his pineapple to Patrick's rock. Squidward's Easter Island head house, which should be prominently visible between the two houses, is completely absent. The iconic 3-house layout of Conch Street is broken, with only 2 houses visible instead of 3. SpongeBob puts on gloves and a ski mask. He crawls up the rock with his back and tears himself in half, getting both halves under the rock. He lands and notices Patrick sleeping. He screams gibberish and drools, then hides behind a portrait of SpongeBob and Patrick. SpongeBob peeks and the wall starts to crack. Patrick mumbles. The wall breaks even more, and the nail falls off. Patrick grabs the nail with his foot and puts it back, saying "secret" while the camera zooms in on the box. SpongeBob thinks to himself that he needs to be more quiet so he doesn't wake Patrick up. He slides down the wall from the portrait and makes a loud noise upon touching the floor. Patrick stretches and goes back to sleep. SpongeBob lifts his leg and Patrick makes another noise while tossing on the bed. SpongeBob puts his leg down, making a loud noise. Patrick asks who's there, mumbles, then goes back to sleep. SpongeBob tells his foot to be quiet. He steps on a potato chip, which makes a broken glass sound. Patrick asks who's there with gibberish, then goes back to sleep. SpongeBob sweeps his sweat drops off, and they land with a loud splash sound. Patrick says water and licks his mouth dry, then tosses himself on the bed. SpongeBob takes another step, making an awoga noise. He steps again with a machine gun noise. Another step makes an elephant sound. He stretches his leg, making a speeding car sound, then steps with a car crash sound. SpongeBob peeks above Patrick to see the box. He gets ready to reach for it, but Patrick grabs the box first. Patrick slides SpongeBob onto himself while saying, "Good old secret box, let's see what's inside." He opens SpongeBob's mouth and pulls out his tongue, laughs, and lets it go. He says nighty-night to the box and puts SpongeBob on the side of the bed. SpongeBob gets off the bed and trips on a shoestring, bouncing around Patrick's house making loud noises until his head hits the wall. The portrait falls and breaks in half. The box lands on SpongeBob with a loud noise. Despite all this noise, Patrick continues sleeping. SpongeBob comments that Patrick sure is a heavy sleeper. Patrick wakes up asking who said that and who's there. SpongeBob hesitates. Patrick declares it's the clam burglar stealing his secret box. He runs up to SpongeBob and readies his pillow like a shotgun, telling the secret box bandit to hand over the goods and prepare for the most unpleasant pillow fight of his life. SpongeBob tells Patrick to wait and stop. He takes off his mask, revealing himself. Patrick stares clueless and says nice try, but SpongeBob's his best friend and would never steal from him. SpongeBob insists it really is him and presses a button on the ring. The ring announces it's the Best Friends Forever ring. Patrick recognizes the friendship ring and realizes it is SpongeBob. He cries into his pillow asking how SpongeBob could do this. SpongeBob says if it makes Patrick feel better, he hasn't looked inside. Patrick throws the pillow away and snatches the box, saying that's it. SpongeBob has crossed the line. As of right now, this friendship is over. SpongeBob gasps and tears up, asking if Patrick really means it. Patrick says no, SpongeBob can look inside if he really wants to. SpongeBob is excited, calling this one of the most exciting moments of his life. He lifts the lid off the box. Inside is just a string. Patrick asks if it's great. SpongeBob says it's just a string. Patrick corrects him, it's a secret string. SpongeBob agrees that Patrick is right. That's some secret box. He thanks Patrick for showing him and says goodnight. Patrick says goodnight back. SpongeBob pops out of Patrick's house. Outside, SpongeBob says he should have known it was just a piece of string all along. He laughs and says wait until he tells Gary. Inside, Patrick laughs menacingly. Good thing SpongeBob didn't pull the secret string, which opens a secret compartment in the secret box. Patrick takes out a photo, revealing one embarrassing snapshot of SpongeBob at the Christmas party. He wishes SpongeBob Merry Christmas and laughs as the screen fades to black, ending the episode. The missing house error occurs during the nighttime sequence when SpongeBob sneaks from his house to Patrick's rock. Conch Street's layout is one of the most recognizable settings in SpongeBob SquarePants. 3 houses sit in a row. SpongeBob's pineapple on one side, Squidward's Easter Island head in the middle, and Patrick's rock on the other side. This arrangement appears in countless episodes and is fundamental to the show's geography. When Squidward's house is missing, the entire street looks wrong. The visual shows only SpongeBob's pineapple and Patrick's rock with empty space between them. For a show that has established this 3-house layout so consistently, the absence of the middle house creates an obvious gap. Viewers familiar with Conch Street notice immediately that something is missing, even if they can't immediately identify what. The error is particularly notable in the secret box, because the episode makes a joke about Squidward's house earlier in the story. When Patrick says, not even Squidward's house can know the secret, the camera zooms out to show Squidward's house looking down at them. This draws attention to the house's presence and establishes that all 3 houses are there. Later, when the house disappears during the nighttime scene, the inconsistency becomes more apparent. Animation errors like missing houses typically occur when different scenes are created by different artists or teams. Someone working on the nighttime scene might not realize Squidward's house should be visible in that particular shot, or the background might be simplified for technical or time-saving reasons. When scenes are assembled into the final episode, the missing house isn't caught during review. The Conch Street layout is so iconic that its disruption stands out. The 3 houses have distinct shapes that create a recognizable silhouette. SpongeBob's pineapple with its green leaves on top, Squidward's Moai statue with its long nose and prominent brow, and Patrick's simple rock create visual variety. When one house is missing, the symmetry and balance of the composition feels off. The Secret Box aired during Season 2, which ran from 2000 to 2003. This period produced many of the show's most memorable episodes. The Secret Box is remembered for its exploration of friendship, secrets, and trust between SpongeBob and Patrick. The episode's humor comes from SpongeBob's mounting obsession with discovering what's in the box and Patrick's steadfast refusal to reveal it. The ending reveal that the box contains only a string provides a satisfying conclusion. SpongeBob accepts this simple answer and goes home content. But then Patrick reveals the secret compartment containing the embarrassing photo, showing that SpongeBob's paranoia was partially justified. The photo is exactly what SpongeBob feared might be in the box. This twist ending gives the episode replay value, as viewers can watch it again, knowing Patrick was hiding something genuinely secret the whole time. The missing house error doesn't affect the story or comedy. SpongeBob's break-in attempt works whether Squidward's house is visible or not. Most viewers watching casually focus on SpongeBob's comedic attempts to stay quiet while making increasingly loud noises. Patrick's absurdly heavy sleeping provides humor. The focus is on what happens inside Patrick's rock, rather than the geography outside. For dedicated fans who notice the error, it becomes another example of SpongeBob's continuity issues with the Conch Street layout. The same error appears in other episodes like Missing Identity, suggesting it's a recurring problem in the show's production. Background artists might work from references that don't always include all 3 houses, or they might simplify backgrounds to focus attention on the main characters. The episode itself works well as a character study of SpongeBob and Patrick's friendship. SpongeBob's respect for Patrick's privacy battles with his burning curiosity, Patrick's enjoyment of having a secret conflicts with his generous nature. The episode explores how secrets can create distance between friends, while also acknowledging that everyone deserves privacy. The resolution where Patrick offers to show SpongeBob the contents demonstrates trust, even though Patrick knows the string won't satisfy SpongeBob's expectations. The embarrassing Christmas party photo adds context to SpongeBob's paranoia throughout the episode. When SpongeBob specifically mentions fearing an embarrassing snapshot from the Christmas party, viewers might think it's random anxiety. The ending reveals it's a logical concern based on reality. Patrick does have an embarrassing photo. The secret compartment shows Patrick is more clever than he appears, able to maintain a long-term deception while seeming simple-minded. The missing house error in the secret box demonstrates how even successful, well-crafted episodes can contain visual mistakes. The episode succeeds based on its writing, character dynamics, and humor rather than perfect visual consistency. Most viewers remember the secret string reveal, the friendship conflict, and the twist ending rather than the presence or absence of Squidward's house in background shots. The error exists as documented fact in the SpongeBob fan community. Multiple sources note that Squidward's house is missing when SpongeBob sneaks to Patrick's rock. The error appears in discussions about SpongeBob animation mistakes and continuity errors. For fans who enjoy finding these mistakes, the missing house provides another example to discover and share. The episode's focus on secrets and privacy resonates beyond just the immediate plot. Everyone has information they keep private, and friends must respect boundaries even when curious. SpongeBob learns this lesson when Patrick threatens to end their friendship over the violation of trust. The episode balances comedy with genuine stakes, making the threat feel real even in a cartoon context. Patrick's character shines throughout the episode. He maintains his secret effectively despite SpongeBob's persistent attempts to discover it. His repeated looking at the box and laughing shows his enjoyment of the secret without revealing anything. His firm boundary setting when SpongeBob steals the box demonstrates that even simple-minded Patrick has limits. His ultimate willingness to show SpongeBob the string displays trust and generosity. The missing Squidward's house error serves as a reminder that animation production involves many moving parts. Every scene requires backgrounds to be drawn or created, characters to be animated, and elements to be composited together. When coordination breaks down or details are overlooked, errors emerge. The missing house is one such oversight that made it into the final broadcast. The secret box remains a popular episode despite the animation error. Fans quote Patrick's "The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma" line regularly. The embarrassing Christmas party photo has become part of SpongeBob lore. The episode successfully explores friendship themes while maintaining consistent humor throughout. The missing house is a minor visual flaw in an otherwise strong episode that effectively balances comedy with character development. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video.